Chapter 1. In the last bastion of humanity, Chuanwu City, chaos reigns as citizens flee in terror, screaming that the fierce beasts have arrived. A colossal insectoid monster, a fierce beast gourmet species hostile to all intelligent life, rampages through the cyberpunk metropolis, its unique stomach capable of swallowing objects far larger than itself. Another creature impales a soldier in an armored suit, its sharp limbs tearing through the metal like paper. People run for their lives, begging not to be eaten by the monsters that have set their city ablaze. Amidst the destruction, a young boy stumbles and falls. His mother rushes to his side, urging him to get up. As she cradles him, a massive, shadowy beast looms over them, letting out an ominous hoot. The monster raises its gigantic clawed hand to crush them, and the mother cries out in despair, begging for someone to save them. Just before impact, the monster's arm is suddenly destroyed. A storm of glowing golden swords descends from the sky, piercing the beasts and pinning them to the ground. The huge, ornate swords vanish the creatures in bursts of light before arcing back through the air. The mother and son watch in awe as the boy points to the sky, recognizing their savior as the Star Soul General. Other survivors cheer, exclaiming that their lord has come to save them. Their savior is a magnificent golden and red mecha, the Holy Star Soul General, piloted by an old, muscular warrior named Song Yunxiang. A system warning flashes, alerting him to critical lack of spirit power with his reserves at only 5.06%. As he deactivates the armor, he sighs that his soul power is low again. For a long time, he has been the last warrior capable of controlling a Star Soul General, single-handedly guarding humanity's last remnant within the barrier. Suddenly, a new, massive winged threat appears, flanked by smaller masked beings who gather a huge sphere of blue energy. They fire a devastating beam, and Song Yunxiang quickly calls for the Daoyuan Sword Defense Array. His mecha braces as the attack slams into the city's protective dome, causing a massive explosion of blue energy. The city is rocked, but the citizens are unharmed. However, a new warning sounds. The mecha's soul power is overloaded, rendering it temporarily immobile. Realizing he must lure the beast away from the city, Song Yunxiang decides to unpack the Master Dongyuan General, his body dissolving into a grid of golden data. He commands the Star Master System to provide a duplicate Star Soul General, shouting for it to construct. Blue digital particles swirl around him, forming a crystalline cocoon. The structure then launches into the air, reforming as a humanoid figure made of data cubes. Mechanical armor plates assemble around the core, first an arm, then a leg, until a new white and gold mecha is complete, the Star Soul General Cao Ren. Song Yunxiang then summons another mecha, the Nebula Soul General Tao Ren, which immediately undergoes a nebula shade transformation. A young boy on the ground gasps as the mecha's color changes, transforming into a golden variant. This Nebula Soul General Tao Ren, known for its extreme speed, morphs into its phoenix form, a blazing mechanical bird, and unleashes a scorching lightning attack. Song Yunxiang recalls finding the Nebula Master System in an ancient ruin, a power that allows him to restore other generals and has saved him from death many times. Relying on this power, he unleashes a Nebula Solution, disintegrating the black tendrils that have ensnared his Phoenix mecha. He immediately constructs another general, the balanced and powerful Nebula Soul General Bai Kai, which appears in a blue and black form. It swiftly eliminates several smaller enemies with beams from its eyes. Song Yunxiang laments that an issue with his soul power from his youth prevents him from advancing past the holy rank, meaning his restored generals can only use less than 20% of their true power. The Bai Kai is suddenly caught in a massive energy blast and obliterated. After confirming there are no human survivors in a 30-kilometer radius, Song Yunxiang summons the Nebula Soul General Ao Bing. It activates its reverse scale mode, a form capable of summoning the Cold Killer Dragon for immense area destruction. It locks onto its targets and unleashes a volley of devastating green energy beams that annihilate the battlefield. As his soul power overloads again, Song Yunxiang is forced into another Nebula Solution, immediately beginning to construct a new general from the wreckage. The peerless Nebula Soul General Lu Bu materializes, but Song Yunxiang is severely weakened, with the system warning of critical soul power levels. He transforms it into the nebula-colored Lu Bu and recalls the history of the ancients who built a vast network of satellites, granting them godlike power over energy and space, their greed ultimately leading to their downfall. The battle rages, and Song Yunxiang's energy is completely depleted. He wonders if he has any soul renewal pills left. The main angelic beast fires a massive energy beam, which his mecha struggles to block with a spinning shield. The enemy follows up with a black energy drill that pierces his mecha's shoulder. He is forced into another Nebula Solution. He constructs the Dong Yuan Master's fight sword, a swarm of red energy blades. But a final system countdown begins from 5, warning him to evacuate or face certain death. He coughs in shock as at 4, blue lightning erupts from the ground, and at 3, a colossal hand emerges from a rift in the sky. At 2, a gigantic lightning monster appears, and as the countdown hits 1, an entire army of them rises from the earth. While the final battle begins, the last civilians evacuate onto massive transport ships. The boy he saved earlier watches from a window, asking his mother if the general will win. The countdown ends, and the system informs Song Yungxiang he has missed his chance to escape. It suggests a new plan: lead the overwhelming enemy forces toward the civilian transport ships to create a diversion. A screen shows him the faces of the mother and child. He is appalled at the suggestion of sacrificing the people he fought to protect. With grim determination, he rejects the system's cold logic, declaring that he is tired of fighting alone, and that as long as a spark of humanity survives, it will rise again. He unleashes all his remaining power in one final, cataclysmic explosion, engulfing himself and the entire enemy fleet in a brilliant flash of light that purifies the battlefield. In the ensuing darkness, a voice calls his name, telling him to wake up. He finds himself lying in a bed. Song Yungxiang awakens with a start, confused about where he is, as he clearly remembers dying in the explosion. Looking in a mirror, he sees not his old, weathered face, but that of his 18-year-old self, wearing the uniform of the Martial Institute. He checks a calendar and sees the date, 1330 ephemeris. Staring out the window at the Nanzhou Martial Institute, he realizes the impossible has happened. He has traveled back 60 years in time. He finds himself at the Yuanding Citadel's Martial Institute arena, where 2 student mechas are dueling. A spirited young man with purple hair, Lu Yan, watches the match with excitement. As one mecha prepares a finishing move, Lu Yan suddenly shouts that it's a trap and the other fighter is about to lose. The surrounding students, annoyed by the interruption from someone not in uniform, turn on him, but he vanishes before they can grab him 142 cant. Lu Yan flees into a maze of alleyways, glad to have escaped but now completely lost. Following confusing directions from a doorman, he hits dead end after dead end. Frustrated, he decides to jump over a wall, using his nebula soul to strengthen his body for the leap. He lands perfectly on the other side, only to find he has jumped directly in front of the window to the women's changing room. The girls inside, led by Yan, scream that he is a pervert and chase him with weapons. He runs for his life, trying to explain it was a misunderstanding, only to find himself cornered at yet another dead end as the furious girls close in, ready to beat him senseless. Chapter 2, Deputy Headmaster Gu Shijing sits at her desk in the top-floor administrative office, her secretary Xiao Yu standing beside her. A young man, Lu Yan, is brought before them, tied up with ropes and his face bruised and swollen. A stern-looking girl with long orange hair stands nearby, arms crossed. The woman at the desk asks if he is Lu Yan, who came to register today. Lu Yan stammers a hello, explaining that his name is Lu Yan from Lu's village on the border of Nanzhou. He tries to clarify that he's a freshman who passed the special entrance test, and that the situation with the girl was a misunderstanding, insisting he didn't intend to peek at her. Xiao Yu reads from a file, stating that Lu Yan is 18 years old, at the elementary Nebula Soul Master level, and qualified with second-class evaluation results. She adds that he studied at the Nebula Soul Master Prep School, and his father was a veteran captain in the Tiandu Army. Gu Shijing muses that second-class qualifications make him a good candidate. She decides she should put the kid in Class 10. She looks up with a sly smile, telling Xiao Yu to handle the admission procedure for classmate Lu Yan, confirming they will accept him. Lu Yan sees her look and wonders what it means. Gu Shijing tells the orange-haired girl to untie him first. Once freed, Lu Yan immediately insists again that it was a misunderstanding and he didn't peek, which only earns him an angry glare and a huff from the girl. Gu Shijing formally tells Lu Yan that he will join Class 10, and that the girl, Yan, is the class president. Lu Yan nervously agrees. Gu Shijing instructs Yan to take him on a tour of the school to get acquainted and then take him to his class instructor, reminding her to get him a uniform from the housekeeping office first. Yan begrudgingly agrees. Gu Shijing then tells her secretary, Xiao Yu, to give Lu Yan's personal information to Yan. Xiao Yu places a folder on a small device that glows, then deconstructs the folder into light particles. She then hands a small, glowing card with a swirling symbol to Yan, telling her that it contains all of Lu Yan's personal information and to please keep it safe. Yan takes the card and, with a fierce glare, tells her classmate Lu Yan to follow her. As Yan stomps away, Lu Yan watches her, a bit bewildered. Back in the office, Xiao Yu is tidying up the desk when she notices the card with the swirling symbol still on the table, realizing something. She exclaims that there is a report about a missing student. She materializes a glowing data slate and reports to Gu Shaijing that an instructor assistant has reported student number 16 from class 10, Song Yungxiang, has been absent for 3 days. Gu Shaijing asks if he's missing. She picks up a long, ornate smoking pipe, saying she has an impression of this kid, remembering him as the one with the imperfect soul from the Song family whom the family had to use relationships to get into the school. Xiao Yu confirms it's him and reports that the last student to see Song Yungxiang said he was asked in the dormitory if it was the 9th of April. Song Yungxiang had replied that there were still 3 more days, and then went missing. As Gu Shaijing lights her pipe, Xiao Yu starts coughing from the smoke, complaining about the headmaster smoking in the office again. Gu Shaijing ignores her, blowing a smoke ring and looking thoughtfully into the distance. She decides the kid's situation is complicated and says she'll contact his family first, telling a still annoyed Xiao Yu that she's being annoying. Outside, Hien gives Lu Yan a tour, pointing out the workers' living quarters, the dormitory, the medical laboratory, and the main teaching building where his lectures will be held. Lu Yan asks where they are going now. Hien explains she's taking him to the arena for the Nebula Soul general practice battle, adding that he should put on his new uniform first because their instructor hates students who dress arbitrarily. She turns and walks off, but then snaps at him to hurry up and not to lob like that. Lu Yan stops suddenly, his eyes wide with amazement. He asks what is wrong. Lu Yan can only say, "Oh God," as he stares at something off-panel. He asks what this is, and Hien clarifies that he must mean the statue. Before them stands a colossal statue of a mechanical warrior, weathered with age. Hien explains that it is the body of the legendary hero from 400 years ago, a Nebula Soul general named Zhu Sai. The scene shifts to a stylized historical depiction, explaining that, according to legend, thousands of years ago, fierce beasts appeared, killing people and destroying civilization, pushing humans to the brink of extinction. At their most desperate moment, the Lord in heaven descended to earth, making beings with bones of stars and shells of souls, creating the Nebula Soul General to destroy the beasts. These lords left behind soul jades, which would choose those with heroic destiny and grant them power. They also taught people the secret method of soul cultivation, and those qualified became known as Nebula Soul Masters. Gaining this power, people gradually became stronger, and a wise man simulated the Lord's methods to create countless more Nebula Soul Generals. Since then, many Nebula Soul Masters became heroes, opening up a new continent that had been ravaged by beasts. The first headmaster of their institute was the hero chosen by the Nebula Soul General, Zhu Sai. Hien finishes her story, explaining that the headmaster controlled Zhu Sai to capture Nanzhou for the Tiandu Kingdom and founded the Martial Institute 400 years ago. His Nebula Soul General then turned into a spirit, jade sealed within the statue to protect the institute and wait for the next hero. Lu Yan, completely fired up, exclaims that he suddenly feels a kind of power boiling inside him. Hien tells him not to be so friendly with her. Undeterred, Lu Yan clenches his fists and declares that he has decided he will swear to become a hero like the first headmaster, with the 8 generals of Tendu as his target, aiming to become the strongest Nebula Soul Master. As he makes his declaration, the massive statue of Zhu Sai begins to hum and glow with a teal light, a shimmering soul jade appearing in its chest. Hien looks back in shock, sensing the wave of soul power resonance and wondering if it could be the soul jade of Zhu Sai. She mutters to herself, questioning why the first headmaster's Nebula Soul General would resonate with this idiot. Lu Yan, oblivious, asks if something just lit up and what it means. The light fades, and Lu Yan pokes the statue's giant stone foot, asking why it doesn't move anymore and wondering if there was a reflex just now. He licks his finger, contemplating if he should try dipping some saliva on it. Before he can, Hien rushes over, grabs him by the collar, and furiously tells him to be obedient and not to touch the Zuo Sai figurine anymore, before punching him square in the face. Elsewhere, a shadowy figure stands on a balcony overlooking the city, remarking that its ridiculous people in the East Continent still believe in the legend of the lords who descended. He clenches his fist, a green light emanating from a ring on his finger, and vows that this time he won't let their sacrifice be in vain. He drags Lu Yan towards an outdoor arena where students are gathered on stone steps watching 2 giant mechs battle below. The crowd roars as a blue machine wins the fight. Hien and Lu Yan arrive at the steps where 2 instructors are observing. Hien reports to a woman with long black hair, introducing the new student, Lu Yan. The instructor, Ube, looks at him and asks if he is the Lu Yan who passed the entrance test. Lu Yan eagerly begins to introduce himself, but Ube cuts him off, telling him to stop and that she doesn't want to hear nonsense things. She calls for Hien, who responds that she is here. Ube then declares that Hien will fight him in the next battle. Lu Yan is stunned, but Hien grins with menacing delight, saying that the idea of fighting him makes her interested. Other students start to cheer, telling the newcomer to show the class president who he is. The male instructor, Cheng Yi, tells the newcomer Lu Yan to be careful as the class president's strength is at the top of the class. He asks Lu Yan if he has mastered the control of a nebula soul general yet. Lu Yan explains that his father taught him when he was a preparatory master, but he still hasn't received his own nebula soul general. Cheng Yi hands him a green, jade-like talisman, explaining it's a Yuan skill soul talisman, and that he can use the one belonging to student number 16, who didn't come today. He instructs Lu Yan to give his soul power to the talisman to create a nebula soul general. Lu Yan is ecstatic, recognizing the famous talisman created by the Martial Institute. He marvels at its shape and pattern, thinking it's much more advanced than his father's jade. Cheng Yi just watches him with a bemused smile. In the arena, Hien holds up her own talisman and shouts Nebula Soul Construct. Lu Yan does the same, and blue, pixelated energy erupts from their bodies. The energy coalesces into two giant mechanical suits. Hien's is larger and white with red accents, while Lu Yan's is smaller and gray with a shield. The other students start shouting, telling the class president to kill the newcomer with one shot, and not to let their dinner time be missed. Lu Yan's mech readies its sword and shield as Hien's mech stomps forward. She tells the newcomer to watch her skill and lunges forward. Lu Yan's mech dodges and weaves, narrowly avoiding her powerful strikes. The instructor, Ube, notes that while his steps seem chaotic, he is dodging Hien's attacks very well, telling Cheng Yi not to look down on him. Lu Yan struggles against the immense pressure, thinking that the strength of the senior's machine is so strong and that it's hard to fight a master 2 realms older than him. His classmates yell at him to fight back, while others mock him, pointing out the 2-realm gap in their levels. Lu Yan decides he can't win head-on and needs to create distance first. He backs away, but Hien's mech fires a blue energy beam from a cannon on its arm. The blast hits his shield, but Lu Yan taunts her, saying that Senior seems to be bad at controlling her attack methods and that a hit from this distance doesn't hurt or even itch. Enraged, Hien grits her teeth, her face contorting with anger as she shouts that he is calling for his death. Her mech glows with intense blue energy as she yells his name and tells him to take this. The spectators get excited, recognizing that she's using that skill. Ube looks on with concern. Hien's mech leaps into the air and brings its sword down in a devastating slash of energy that crashes into Lu Yan's mech. The impact creates a massive explosion of light and debris. The other students wince, saying it hurts just by looking and that the newcomer is pathetic for real. Cheng Yi exclaims in disbelief, but Ube tells him to look clearly, stating that the newcomer won. The smoke clears to reveal Lu Yan's mech on one knee, heavily damaged, but with its red glowing sword pointed directly at the cockpit and weak point of Hien's mech. Hien stares out from her cockpit, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes she has already lost it. Her classmates are stunned that the newcomer won against their class president, who is 2 realms above him. The instructor Ube simply says the battle practice today wasn't bad, especially the fight between Lu Yan and Hien. She calls Lu Yan forward and asks him to share his fighting method with everyone. Lu Yan explains that the battle was amazing and that the senior's attack was so hard he didn't have a chance to fight back. He notes that her machine's accuracy, strength, armor, and speed were all better than his. However, he says that by paying close attention to her movements, he found out she rarely uses soul power to increase her speed. He immediately guessed that her soul power was either insufficient or her fighting habits were more defensive. Ube looks on, thinking this guy is interesting. Lu Yan continues, explaining that he lengthened the distance to confirm his suspicion that she wasn't good at using soul power. He gives a thumbs up and adds that he also found her personality to be quite hot-tempered, so he purposely angered her, and as expected, she fell for his plan. Hien explodes in anger, shouting that it's enough and he was just lucky, telling him to stop calling her senior and call her class president. Lu Yan then panics, realizing the number 16 machine he borrowed was damaged and asking if he has to pay for it. Hien calls him an idiot, explaining that Nebula Soul Generals are summoned by masters and there's no such thing as being broken. Cheng Yi then asks if he means the number 16 machine, clarifying that it belongs to Song. Yes, from that 3-minute young master, Song Yunxiang. Another student asks what 3 minutes means, and a classmate whispers that it's about the sensitive side. They gossip that Song Yunxiang's soul power is defective, so he can only summon his general for 3 minutes before it automatically disintegrates. They call him a rotter who used connections to get into the school. Ube shouts for them to be quiet, saying it's too late and ordering them all to the restaurant. Later, as evening falls, a red crystal floats in the darkness. Suddenly, the sky over the Marshall Institute turns unnaturally dark. A girl wonders what's wrong as it's suddenly dark despite being early evening. A massive crack of blue lightning splits the sky, revealing alien-like monsters descending upon the school. A warning siren begins to blare throughout the campus. People look up in terror, realizing the crack has appeared. The fierce beasts land and begin their assault on the institute. Students run in panic as the beasts rampage through the streets. One beast fires a blue energy ball from its mouth, incinerating a fleeing student. Instructor Ube yells for Instructor Cheng, who responds with a yes, and summons his Yuan skill instructor machine. A system warning flashes, showing his machine at 73% damage but with its soul power refilling. The beast is identified as a glutton species. Ube counts 10 of them. She gets in her own gold-colored machine, which rapidly recovers its armor as its soul power fills, and shouts for all 10th grade students to pay attention, warning them this is not an enemy they can fight and ordering a full retreat. Hien and Lu Yan ask if they can stay and help, but Ube sternly repeats the order for all to retreat. As a beast attacks Cheng Yi's machine, Ube's specialized white Yuan skill machine appears, pushing the beast back and saving him. Hien and Lu Yan watch in awe at how strong she is. Another beast prepares to ambush them from behind, but it suddenly stops, its movement slowed. The two instructors stand back to back, questioning the strange behavior. A massive horde of beasts emerges, surrounding the arena, and the instructors resolve to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. Lu Yan and Hien start to run. He asks what they should do, and she tells him to obey the order, saying they will only cause more trouble by staying. As they flee, Lu Yan notices a strange signal pulsing in the sky and asks what it is. A message from the command room comes through to Ube, informing her that reinforcements are coming, and she is to form a platoon and act as captain. Moments later, a new squad of mechs descends from the sky, announcing that the student council is here to help as reinforcements. Ube thanks them and takes command, ordering everyone to form a 12-machine battle formation called the Tiger Wing Formation. In the command center, staff monitor the battle, noting the Tiger Wing Formation is advantageous for a lasting defensive battle and has successfully established a defensive line, blocking the beast tide. The headmaster, Gu Shaijing, appears on a large screen, ordering all machines to hold their positions and keep the beasts inside the encirclement until the tide ends. The pilots all respond in unison, engaging the beasts in fierce combat. However, some beasts break through the perimeter. A gigantic one smashes through buildings, chasing after Hien and Lu Yan. Hien turns to Lu Yan, telling him she will hold the beast back. She tells him to run in the direction of the 9th underground entrance, which is located behind the statue of Zhu Sai, and summons a blue energy weapon. She constructs her small mech and engages the massive beast, but is quickly swatted aside and pinned down. Lu Yan screams her title squad leader in horror. She yells at him to run toward the statue. He turns and runs, clenching his fists in frustration, screaming in his mind about how useless he is and how he can only run away while others die to save him. He wishes he had the power. He suddenly stops, a realization dawning on him as he thinks of the statue of Lefty, Zhu Sai. He recalls his vow and the statue's strange resonance, thinking that maybe the Zhuo Sai statue can help him. He believes that if he is the one chosen by the Soul Jade, he can get its power and go back to save her. He sprints towards the statue, yelling for the Lord of the First Generation to lend him power and for the Star Spirit General Zhu Sai to recognize him. He arrives, but stops dead in his tracks, looking up in shock. There's a person standing on top of the statue. The figure is holding the glowing, cyan soul jade that was inside the statue's chest. Lu Yan points a trembling finger, asking what they are. The figure on the statue turns. It is the missing student, Song Yunxiang, looking confident and powerful. He introduces himself as Song Yun-like and declares that he is back. Chapter 3, a flashback haunts Song Yunxiang as countless disembodied hands reach out from the darkness, their voices begging him to save them while he can only apologize internally to those he was once powerless to help. He remembers a blindfolded woman, an instructor at the Machine Martial Arts Academy, urgently shouting for him to take the students and escape. He recalls a young woman who looked down on him, apologizing as she explained that her family would never allow her to marry an invalid with a crippled soul chakra. An elder from his family told him to leave and preserve the Song family bloodline, as his crippled soul vein meant he couldn't participate in the battle to defend Yongan City. He pictures one of his brothers from the Xuanjiawei who sacrificed himself to hold the fort, saying that even in the afterlife, he would still want to follow his big brother. A dying woman in armor, someone important to him, reminded him that he still owed her 3 things and must pay her back in the next life. Another figure who once protected him warned him not to go back, telling him he couldn't save the Tiandu kingdom. His undefeatable enemy's mocking laughter echoed in his mind, declaring that Song Yunxiang would always be his defeated enemy. The memories shift to the people he met across the continents and the glowing interface of the Star Master System. The hands return, representing the demons that have plagued him for decades, and he internally screams for the visions to break. The scene shifts to a sun-drenched city with traditional architecture, where Song Yunxiang sits shirtless on his bed, exhaling as he realizes he has finally achieved a breakthrough. He reflects on his incredible progress, advancing from the early yellow stage to its peak in just 3 days, breaking through 4 small realms. He looks at the glowing golden circuits on his back, acknowledging this is a lot for a body with a defective soul vein, and laments the lack of time, remembering his past life where he chose to self-destruct while facing tens of thousands of invincible enemies. His hand, also covered in glowing circuits, clenches the bedsheet as he processes the unbelievable truth. He has traveled back in time 60 years. He recalls his younger self from that time, putting on his jacket as he remembers being a discarded waste of his family due to his vestigial soul. The old man, his grandfather, had sent him to the South State Machine Martial Arts Institute to protect him, a gesture he didn't understand at the time. He remembers living a ridiculous life with his status as a young marquis, while his grandfather watched with a knowing sadness. It was only after the Martial Arts Academy was destroyed, his family wiped out, and the Tiandu kingdom fell that he was guided by the Star Master System, which allowed him to return from the dead again and again. Standing within a digital space, he recalls the system's incredible abilities, including copying other people's star souls, and commands it to check his current status. The system interface confirms he is at the peak yellow rank, but his soul vein is disabled, and the system level, space, and star soul generals have all been reset. Though he doesn't understand why the system was reborn with him, he accepts that everything he copied and stored is gone. He resolves that everything will start again, closing his hand as the system interface dissolves. He looks at a calendar, noting he was reborn on the 9th day of the 4th month, and that tonight, the 11th, is when the machine martial school will be destroyed by the beast wave. Holding a small vial, he reflects that he used alchemy learned in the southern continent to make his breakthrough. In his past life, he didn't get the rejuvenation pill until his 50s, which only partially repaired his soul veins and left him with a permanent handicap. He clenches his fist with determination, knowing that if he can make one more rejuvenation pill now, he can completely repair his broken soul veins without any lingering problems. He arrives at the Yuanding City East District Market and enters the South State 6 dozen rooms, telling the clerk he is there to pick up the heavenly dragon stem he ordered. The clerk informs him that it is in transit and will arrive at noon, much to Song Yunxiang's annoyance. As he walks through the city, he decides to use the waiting time to set up formations at the Machine Martial Arts Institute to fight the coming beasts. He looks down on the bustling streets, hoping to minimize the casualties to come. Arriving at the Kiji Martial Arts Academy, he decides this is the last place to set up his formation, using techniques from the North Continent that are a century ahead of this era. Holding a green talisman, he laments that his current low realm only allows for a slowdown formation. As he activates it, he overhears a tour guide explaining that the Academy's first dean was a hero chosen by the Star Spirit General Zuo Sai. He looks at the massive statue of the warrior and recalls bitterly how in his past life, he begged it for power but received no response. Smirking, he thinks that this time is different and commands his system to scan the statue. The system detects an unowned Star Soul General Soul Jade and asks if it should forcibly track Zuo Sai. The massive statue begins to glow with blue energy and shake violently, startling a nearby student and the guide, who recognizes the fluctuation of soul resonance. The system informs him that the unowned Soul Jade cannot be copied directly. He must first find a host for it within the system's space. He then receives a new message notifying him that the Dragon Terrier has arrived. As he walks through the market, a figure in a dark, hooded cloak passes by. He stops, recognizing the man and wondering in disbelief how he could be here. He immediately commands his system to scan the person. A memory of war flashes through his mind. The aggression against the Tiandu kingdom, the human nations caught in the crossfire, and the eventual destruction of the eastern continent. He wonders why Myron's people are here at this time, suspecting a hidden plot. He arrives at the South State Pharmacy and tells the receptionist he's there to pick up the heavenly dragon stem under the name Song. She recognizes him and leads him to the VIP area. There, another man is present as the receptionist details the final payment. Song Yunxiang uses his system to scan the man, confirming his soul power cultivation is unique to the Northern Kingdom. He identifies him as someone from the Malin Kingdom and recalls from his past life that the militaristic Myron Kingdom was the first to disrupt the balance of power on the continent. Returning to the present negotiation, he tells the receptionist he lacks the cash but offers to sell some elixirs. She politely refuses, stating their policy. He then asks to borrow their alchemy room, needing only a quiet place to work. She agrees and leads him to the room. Inside, he inspects an old, rustic furnace, noting it's broken. He smirks, confident in his ability to use the virtual refining technique he learned in the southern continent, and prepares the four-way melting refinement formation. A glowing red array appears on the floor as he begins the process, adding the heavenly dragon stalk as the final ingredient. Meanwhile, the receptionist presents the elixirs he offered to the store manager, who's stunned to identify a legendary blood-burning pill among them. Back in the alchemy room, Song Yunxiang completes the refinement and holds up a new top-quality grade 6 rejuvenation Dan, satisfied with the result. He swallows the pill, feeling its power course through him, knowing his soul veins can finally be repaired. Blue energy swirls around him as his body begins to heal. The manager and receptionist wait anxiously outside the room until the doors chime and begin to open. Song Yunxiang steps out, and the receptionist introduces him to the manager, Hong Fang. Hong Fang, internally marveling at the valuable pills, asks if he is satisfied with the offer. Hong Fang asks specifically about the legendary blood-burning pill, and Song Yunxiang confirms its identity, impressing the manager. Song Yunxiang states that he is short on funds and needs a price. Hong Fang suggests an auction would be more profitable, but Song Yunxiang insists, so Hong Fang makes an offer that Song Yunxiang internally dismisses as an old fox's trick. Song Yunxiang then produces 2 more 5th-grade pills, stunning Hong Fang, who quickly raises his offer to $500,000. Song Yunxiang then mentions the Marquis of Jilin, causing Hong Fang to realize he is dealing with a scion of the powerful Song family. Examining the new pills, Hong Fang recognizes them as top quality and sees an opportunity. A flashback reveals the Hong Chamber of Commerce's vast influence in the East Continent. Song Yunxiang knows he needs their resources, money, connections, and power to resist the coming beast wave and plans to use them. Hong Fang invites him to his office for tea. There, Song Yunxiang receives a notification of a $1 million transfer and pays for the Tianlong stem. As they drink tea, Hong Fang instructs his assistant to retrieve a special gold card. He presents Song Yunxiang with a box containing the Hong Chamber of Commerce's Platinum Membership Jade Talisman. After he leaves, the receptionist asks about his identity, and Hong Fang explains he is likely from the southern state Song family. He also notes the freshness of the pills and tells her to inform the 4th miss that he has a lead on the 5th-grade Dan master she seeks. While walking through a crowded street, a woman with long red hair bumps into him. He grabs her arm and with a knowing smile calls her by the name Umbrella. She stares back in utter shock. He looks at her face, confirming it's really her. His system dings, notifying him that it has contacted a Star Soul General Holder and is completing a reading of her. A flood of memories from his past life appears. He met Umbrella 3 years later when she was already a quasi-saint. She followed the creed of Tai Yuan, using the power of Lu Bu to intervene in battles and stop needless human conflict. They met on the battlefield when he was at his lowest point. They grew close after surviving together. He recalls asking if Umbrella was her real name or a code name, and her explanation that a prophet named her so, as she was destined to protect people from a coming storm. He remembers smiling, realizing it was her real name, which she confirmed, followed by a memory of them kissing. Back in the present, the system announces the copy of Star Soul Will Lu Bu is complete. He notes that she looks more youthful than he remembers. She pulls a knife on him, demanding to know who he is and how he knows her name. He grabs her wrist, telling her not to be nervous, but she is surprised by his strength. She demands to know how he knows her assassination technique, but he glances past her, noticing she's being followed. She then knees him in the groin, sending him to the ground in pain as she flees, her pursuers shouting to give chase. One of the hooded men kicks Song Yunxiang aside as he runs past, yelling at him to watch where he's going. Another tells his comrade not to get involved. Song Yunxiang gets up, telling the men they can't just get away with hitting him. One of them accuses him of being in cahoots with the red-haired thief. The leader grabs him, identifying them as the Tiandu Secret Investigation Division and declaring him a suspect. Song Yunxiang realizes they are his own people and gives a code phrase, which the leader answers correctly. The agent apologizes for the rudeness, and Song Yunxiang identifies himself as a secret stake from the Southern State Division, number 54,188. The leader sends his men ahead while explaining they are from headquarters on a mission and asks about his contact with the target. The agent is inwardly alarmed that Song Yunxiang knows she's an assassin from Taeyuan and resolves to eliminate him to prevent complications. The agent invites him along to talk, but Song Yunxiang feigns needing to contact his superiors. The agent stops him, claiming there's a spy in the Southern State Division and their operation must remain secret. Song Yunxiang asks if they also have an ambush set up. The agent confirms they have an encirclement outside the city and were herding her into it. Praising their plan, Song Yunxiang agrees to hurry. However, he abruptly stops to buy Astol's entire stock of Tanghulu before running off in another direction, leaving the agent bewildered. As they run, the agent, Jia Ming, asks for his name. Song Yunxiang gives the fake name Chengyi. A flashback reveals his inner thoughts. He knew the man was an imposter from the Meilun Kingdom because of his soul power signature. He realizes this spy is connected to the man he saw near the academy. Surprised by the number of Myron Kingdom agents present so early, he connects the dots. In his past life, the academy was destroyed and Zuo Sai's soul jade vanished. He understands he must first uncover what is truly happening. His new priority becomes clear as he runs through the street with the snacks, recalling that Umbrella was fond of them. Chapter 4, he declared that he was a nobody in the world of Song Yunxiang's one-week show, a novel. Now that he was back 60 years in the past, he was going to change everything, starting by plundering the chances of the main character group. Leaping into action, he proclaimed that the hot-blooded boy Zuo Sai was his, kicking the purple-haired boy aside. The boy asked who he was, and he announced that he was Song Yunxiang and he was back. He then declared that the cool stud Cao Ren was his, knocking another character out of the way. Next, he kicked the red-haired heroine, Bai Kai, into the air, claiming she was his as well. Suddenly, a voice repeatedly told Song Yunxiang to wake up as he found himself surrounded by swirling text. He wondered who was calling him, realizing with a start that he had fallen asleep and dreamt of going back in time. The old, white-haired man suddenly realized with shock that he thought he was in the dream, questioning if he had become a villain. A dark-clad figure blocks a sword strike with his bare hand. The attacker spins away as Song Yunxiang calmly states that he blocked the attack. He then asks why he was being hit, pointing out that it was dangerous and that he wasn't on their side. The red-haired woman, caught in the man's grasp, wondered who this man was, noting that despite his mere yellow rank cultivation, he could dodge her attack. From a distance, the white-haired man looks on, observing the scene, also asking who this man is. A hooded subordinate explains that the kid claimed to be a secret agent of the Southern State Secret Investigation Division. The white-haired man dismisses him as a small mongrel that had leaked in, counting him unlucky, and orders his men to stop playing games and take care of the little bitch first, deciding to deal with the miscellaneous fish later. His 4 armored mechs advance on the woman. One of the mechs lunges forward, its massive sword swinging down. The woman grits her teeth as she is thrown back by the force of the attack. She summons her power, calling forth her star soul, which materializes around her in a burst of light. A massive crystalline structure forms in the sky, from which a massive winged sword descends. A red and gold mech, the star soul will, materializes, chains whipping around it as the name Lupu is revealed. It clashes fiercely with the enemy mech, its massive pink energy blade cutting through the air. It lands amidst the enemy forces, ready for battle. One of the enemy mechs roars as it charges forward, but the red-haired woman's Lu Bu cleaves through it with a spinning slash, the enemy pilot screaming as the attack connects. As the mech explodes, another lunges at her from behind. A torrent of energy blasts through the battlefield as multiple mechs attack at once. Her Lu Bu stands ready as the hooded figure orders his forces to keep going and construct more star souls. A small army of mechs materializes and surrounds her. The red-haired woman looks at the overwhelming number of enemies. Song Yunxiang casually asks the hooded men if they aren't afraid of being discovered by the guard army of Yuanding City, considering the huge commotion they were making. The hooded man explains that the company has already set up a level 5 boundary space formation in advance, and that the outside world would not be aware of anything even if the sky were falling. Song Yunxiang remarks that it makes sense and is very reassuring. The hooded man curses him, telling the surnamed Cheng to go to hell, but Song Yunxiang deflects the blade with his finger. The hooded man calls him an idiot, but Song Yunxiang clarifies that what he meant by reassured was that he would be relieved to get rid of all of them there, as he lands a palm strike on the man's chest. The hooded man coughs up blood, yelling for somebody as he realizes he's been struck. The white-haired man curses the bastard and orders his men to kill him. Song Yunxiang flees through the forest as the men give chase, the white-haired man ordering them not to let the kid get away. Song Yunxiang calls upon his Star Master system, asking if it can hack the spatial formation. The system confirms it might be possible and begins penetrating the double-layered formation as Song Yunxiang dodges more attacks. The woman is overwhelmed by the endless wave of enemies, panting with exhaustion. The white-haired man decides it's time to capture Lu Bu and orders his men to open the prisoner star soul lock formation. A massive array of purple energy appears in the sky, sending down chains of light that bind the Lu Bu mech. The woman is shocked, wondering what this power is, trying and failing to break the bonds. She calls upon her astral solution ability, but finds herself unable to astrologically solve the formation. The white-haired man laughs, explaining that the formation is special and cannot be escaped through star solution. He orders his men to begin forcibly extracting the soul stone data from the star soul General Lu Bu. His men gather around the captured mech, preparing for the extraction. As the extraction process begins, the woman screams for the bastard to stop it. One of the men taunts the stinking bitch, blaming her for their losses and asking how she can possibly resist now. Suddenly, a projectile flies through the air, and the man realizes something is amiss. A swift blue energy blade slices through the air, destroying one of the mech. Song Yunxiang's own Lu Bu, a blue and gold variant, appears in a flash, shattering the purple chains binding the red Lu Bu. The red-haired woman stares in utter shock at the sight. Song Yunxiang's mech grabs one of the enemy units and casually greets the pretty girl. He mentions he might only have 3 minutes and asks if they should hurry things up a bit, to which she just laughs. The woman can't believe her eyes, wondering how it's possible for there to be another Lu Bu. An enemy mech explodes into a bloody mist as Song Yunxiang's Lu Bu destroys it with a single strike. He comments that perhaps they need to be a little more gentle. The woman demands to know what the hell he is and what kind of star soul general he's using that looks so similar to her Lu Bu. He tells her not to worry, assuring her he isn't her enemy and will explain later, suggesting they join forces to solve the current problem. She grunts in agreement, and his Lu Bu mech moves with incredible speed. She watches as it moves, impressed by its motion. He strikes another mech with his spear, remarking that the strength is just right. The two Lu Bu mechs fight side by side against the remaining enemies, one of the white mechs roaring as it's assaulted. Song Yunxiang's Lu Bu and the woman's Lu Bu work in perfect tandem, tearing through their opponents. The battlefield is a chaotic storm of metal and energy as they continue their assault, eventually wiping out the last of the smaller units. The two Lu Bu mech stand together, victorious, one of them letting out a triumphant roar. They fly through the air, pursuing the last stragglers. The woman pants, exhausted but amazed. She muses that the person's cultivation level is only yellow rank, yet he was able to precisely stab the enemy in their astral coffin with minimal movement, fighting like a veteran with decades of combat experience. His precise control, understanding of the enemy's structure, and clean movements were all baffling to her. The last of the minions are cut down, leaving only one opponent remaining. All that's left is the white-haired man. He grits his teeth in frustration, shocked that this monster came out of nowhere and wiped out all of his men. Standing before the final enemy mech, Song Yunxiang's Lu Bu mockingly tells the long-haired bald head to come kneel down and surrender. Chapter 5. The white-haired man stares in disbelief, muttering that it's impossible for there to be two lupus-glass mechs, as a large red and black machine charges him, vowing to break him down. It clashes with a blue and black mech amidst a chaotic battlefield littered with defeated robots floating in the water. The red mech gains the upper hand, pinning its opponent and declaring him a bastard. The pilot, a red-haired woman, coolly notes that not only was he pretending to be from the Mizrahi division to infiltrate the Tendu kingdom, but he also possessed the Guardian Army's standardized Star Soul General. Song Yunxiang, however, interjects, asking if she really believed these losers were from the Tendu Mizra division, revealing he knows they are actually from the northern kingdom of Meilon. The woman is surprised he knew. Defeated, the man acknowledges it no longer matters and screams for them to go to hell, shouting "Long live the general" as his body begins to glow with immense soul power. The woman warns that he is burning his soul power to self-destruct. Song Yunxiang scoffs at the idea of being taken down with him and tells him to get lost. The woman is shocked to see him successfully suppress the self-explosion using the same frequency of soul resonance. The energy dissipates harmlessly, and Song Yunxiang's blade flashes. Having solved the star, he approaches the now unconscious and bleeding white-haired man. He notes that the man's second left alveolar tooth hides a severe poison for self-termination and correctly identifies him as one of Night Sprite's men. The man awakens in shock, demanding to know how he knows of General Night Sprite. The red-haired woman also recognizes the name. A profile of Night Sprite appears, identifying him as the sword saint from the sunken island nation of Tewa, the host of the Dryad Star Spirit. Song Yunxiang recalls that in his previous life, Night Sprite led the remnants of the Tewa party to join the Myron army as a mercenary. As he remembers this, the woman eyes him suspiciously, thinking he wasn't just scavenging loot for convenience. He senses her gaze and asks if she's thinking something rude, but she blushes and claims she's not sure what he's thinking. He recalls that for several years, Night Sprite was active on the battlefield during the invasion of the Tendu Kingdom. Song Yunxiang remembers fighting him several times after joining the Xuanjiawei, but admits that he was far from his opponent's equal back when his own soul chakra was crippled. Thinking about these past events causes the old sword scar over his right eye, a wound left by Night Sprite, to ache faintly. He snaps out of his reverie and tells the woman he'll leave the captive to her, instructing her to take him back to Taeyuan and torture him. The woman draws a dagger, demanding to know what kind of person he is, as he knew she was a spy from the Myron Kingdom but also knew about Taeyuan, and asks what his intentions are. He calmly identifies Taeyuan as a hidden organization teaching love and non-attack to stop human civil wars, assuring her that he is not her enemy, nor an enemy of Taeyuan. He then proceeds to search the bodies of the other fallen soldiers. The woman watches, confused, as he pulls out a storage talisman. He cries out in frustration, lamenting how poor these guys are, as there's nothing of value in the talisman. The woman realizes with a sigh that he was just looting them after she had thought him to be quite powerful. He tells her she is too young to understand the hardships of society and asks if she knows the two most important words for walking the world. When she asks what they are, he grins, surrounded by an illusion of gold coins, and declares the answer is to be rich. She reacts with confusion. He elaborates that one must be rich to be righteous without asking for reward, and that wealth is crucial for improving one's cultivation. He explains that with enough money, one can quickly improve their realm, and that enough resources and interests can resolve any dispute, large or small. He continues his lecture, stating there are no unchanging enemies, only consistent interests, and that with enough incentive, even former enemies can be made to work for him. As he speaks, the woman quietly thinks to herself that while she's not sure what he's talking about, it seems to make a lot of sense, even if she doesn't fully understand it. Suddenly, the sky turns dark. Song Yunxiang is alarmed, wondering if it's a crack and how it's possible, as the appearance of the beast wave is earlier than in the memory of his previous life. The woman also looks up in shock, wondering if it's a rift over Yuanding City. From the woods, a voice confirms it, saying that they did this. The captive, now tied to a tree, begins to laugh maniacally, gloating that his first team members have made it. Song Yunxiang turns to the woman, asking if her group, Teibuchi, knows something. She remains silent, prompting him to plead for her to tell him. Relenting, she says that for the sake of his help just now, she will talk. According to information from Taeyuan, the Malun Kingdom has found the technology to artificially induce rifts, and they intend to apply this technology to their military. She explains that she came to Nanju to investigate this matter, but was ambushed by them. Song Yunxiang pieces it all together, realizing everything is the work of the Myron Kingdom, which makes sense. The captive laughs that it's too late now and that they are all going to die here. Song Yunxiang punches the man and electrocutes him, ignoring the woman's plea to stop, as his soul veins have already been ruined, and his life would be of greater value for interrogation. He drops the unconscious man to the ground, assuring her that he can't die. He then offers her a small object, calling it a thank you gift for the information she revealed, identifying it as an elixir she will need. He tells her he has to rush back to Yuanding City and asks if she will join him, handing her a talisman. She apologizes, stating she has to rush back to the Taeyuan branch in the southern state, explaining that she has a more important task than saving the city's residents, and expresses her belief that the city guards and the academy can handle it. He tells her there's no need to say more, as he understands, and tells her to take the long-haired dog thief and go first. He recalls Tai Yuan's information that the legendary Star Soul General Zuo Sai has the ability to transform into other Star Soul Generals. He transforms into his own Star Soul General, a red and black armored figure on a mechanical horse with blue flames, wondering if the man he just saw is the host of Zuo Sai. As he prepares to leave, the woman shouts for him to wait a minute, warning him to be careful as the Meilon Kingdom's target this time is related to Zuo Sai. He thanks her for the information and speeds away, creating a massive shockwave of ice as he departs. The woman watches him go, wondering when such a mysterious and strong person appeared in the Tiandu Kingdom. She concludes that the suspected host of Star Soul General Zuo Sai has appeared, an event that may break the balance of power among the three countries and become a new fuse for war. Deciding she must report this information to her organization as soon as possible. Speeding across the landscape, Song Yunxiang muses that the Myron Kingdom induced the rift to seize the Zuo Sai Soul Jade, which explains why in his previous life the Jade's whereabouts were unknown after the beast tied. He wonders if the crack appeared earlier because he dragged the Soul Jade during the day, causing its power to fluctuate and shocking them, or if it was because he intervened in their ambush of Umbrella, causing them to move ahead with their plan. He resolves that since his actions can change history, he must save them, and pushes his mount to go even faster. The scene shifts to the western area of Yuanding Citadel, a futuristic city now engulfed in flames and chaos, with citizens crying for help. In the streets, armored soldiers fight against grotesque, monstrous beasts. One group, the 5th Squad of the Royal Palace Guards, arrives to help a beleaguered soldier, asking if Instructor Guo is okay. 3 soldiers stand together. The instructor, a woman named Guo Yuan, thanks Captain Zhu for helping her out. She says she should be thanking him, as he led students there to support them. The Captain Zhu Tong looks grimly at the bodies of their fallen comrades, stating that they all sacrificed themselves there before shouting in anger at the damned beasts. One of his men calls out to the captain, while another, a radar operator, shouts that 2 beasts are coming from the left. He then spots another one at 11 o'clock on the right, before his eyes widen in terror, stammering that there are more. He screams that they are done for, reporting 40 beasts on the right. A soldier tells the captain they only have a few people left and won't last long, suggesting they retreat. Zhu Tong vehemently refuses, stating that their orders were to fight until they die to prevent the beasts from spreading outside the encirclement. He declares they cannot let their brother's sacrifice be in vain and rallies his soldiers, shouting that Tiandu is bound to win. The soldiers fight valiantly. Instructor Guo tells her students to hold off the beasts and use the opportunity to evacuate the citizens. They charge in, screaming for the kill. The battle is brutal, with soldiers being overwhelmed by the horde. One soldier asks Instructor Guo if they have to retreat. Guo Yuan replies that she just sent a message to headquarters asking for reinforcements and tells them to try to hold out a little longer, as they will probably be coming soon. They agree to go help their comrades. A beast grabs one of the soldiers. The man struggles, crying that he can't stop it. His friend screams his name, "Fat boy," but the beast's massive maw closes around the soldier and they are screwed. Another soldier is torn from a monster's mouth, and another is pulled to the ground by multiple beasts, crying for the captain to help him. The captain screams the soldier's nickname, 4 Eyes, as he is ripped apart. The survivors are surrounded, and one is stomped on, crying out in pain. The instructor wonders why the reinforcements haven't come yet. One of her students fears they are all going to die there too. A beast strikes down Instructor Guo's mech. A student shouts her name in alarm. The beast raises its fists to crush her. The student yells her name again. Guo Yuan prays to any god to send someone, anyone. Inside her cockpit, she cries, pleading for someone to save them. The citizens also pray for help. Captain Zhu finds himself unable to move, screaming in frustration. As the beast's fist descends upon Guo Yuan's mech, a brilliant blue beam of light shoots down from the sky, piercing through the monster and saving her. Everyone looks up in shock, wondering what is happening. They see something streaking through the smoke-filled sky over the ruined city. A magnificent, glowing spear plunges from the heavens and embeds itself in the ground, releasing a pulse of energy. Song Yunxiang, in his full Star Soul general armor, lands and retrieves his weapon, mounting his fiery steed. The beasts recoil. He lets out a powerful cry and charges forward, becoming a whirlwind of destructive energy that carves through the horde of monsters. The surviving soldiers and citizens watch in stunned silence. One of the student mech, battered and broken, sits on the ground as the others look on, asking if this is the reinforcement that they called for. Chapter 6. An imposing Nebula Soul general stands amidst the rubble, causing an onlooker to gasp at its incredible strength. The general, glowing with cyan energy, lunges forward as a massive energy blast labeled Star Solution erupts from it, kicking up a storm of light and debris. Unfazed, Song Yunxiang stands within a protective cyan bubble shield, the powerful shockwave washing over him harmlessly. Nearby soldiers who were hiding in a trench stare in stunned silence. Song Yunxiang calmly tells the enemy mech to relax, claiming he is just a passerby. He then notices the flag of the Tian-Du kingdom lying on the ground and declares that it should not be there, forcefully planting the flagpole back into the earth. Holding the flag high, he rallies the troops by shouting that Tian-Du is bound to win. The surviving soldiers are galvanized by his display, cheering that they are saved and echoing his cry. From a remote location, a blonde woman in uniform watches a monitor feed of the battle. She recognizes his attire as a Marshall Institute uniform and wonders in disbelief how an enhancer of his level could possibly be at the Institute. Back on the battlefield, Song Yunxiang notices an unconscious woman. He kneels beside her, remarking that she isn't dead yet and is quite lucky to have met him. He then takes her green soul talisman, stating it will be the price for saving her, before placing something in her mouth to heal her. He leaves the woman with the other soldiers, who rush to thank him. A man named Zhu Tong, captain of the guards, formally introduces himself. One of his subordinates whispers, questioning why he would call a student senior, but Zhu Tong retorts that strength, not age, commands respect. Song Yunxiang casually accepts their thanks while the blonde woman from before takes the unconscious girl into her arms. The woman informs him that the student can be saved thanks to the Huey Chun medical she administered. As Song Yunxiang walks away, the blonde woman asks which class he belongs to at the Institute. Without looking back, he tosses a small object to Captain Zhu Tong. He introduces himself as Song Yunxiang, a simple passerby, and tells them to continue defending their post as he leaves to check other areas. A massive beam of energy, a nebula soul construct, shoots into the sky from the city center, causing a child to cry out for their dad. The blonde woman watching him leave recognizes his powerful aura as something that should only be found in Huanjia Dingfeng and wonders how he could be so powerful, speculating that he might be hiding his true level. Captain Zhu Tong examines the item Song Yunxiang threw him, realizing with a shock that it is a Su-Hun medical. Another soldier asks what that is, and the captain explains that it's an incredibly rare soul medical herb that can implement soul energy, worth 50,000 Tian-Du yuan at auction. He exclaims that the jar is worth his entire year's salary and marvels at the senior's generosity. The blonde woman holds the recovering girl, pondering just who Song Yunxiang really is, while the girl slowly opens her eyes and faintly whispers his name. Elsewhere in the ravaged Yuanding city, a bald man watches the chaos unfold, remarking with interest that he sees a little guy of peak royal level. In a command room at the Jiwu Academy, a woman with long, two-toned hair is being briefed on the ongoing battle. She learns that the encirclement has been maintained for 34 minutes, but several positions have taken heavy damage and require reinforcements. When she asks about the situation at the academy itself, an officer reports that a deceleration formation has been set up against the beasts, preventing casualties so far. The officer adds that a team reported being saved by a mysterious astral general, which has already cleared the beasts from its position. Another report comes in that the same mysterious general on horseback was witnessed at other locations. An image of the general is sent over, and the commander recognizes the weapon as a Fang Tian halberd. She realizes it must be the star-souled General Lu Bu. Her subordinate is surprised that she knows of him. The commander explains that according to confidential information, Lu Bu was a fierce general of unparalleled force from an ancient civilization, and his Fang Tian halberd is his signature weapon. An analyst suddenly announces that they have calculated the star-souled general's trajectory, and its destination is the Jiwu Academy. The commander wonders if Lu Bu is an enemy or a friend. Outside the academy, Song Yunxiang observes the battle, noting the effectiveness of Instructor Wu's Tiger Wing formation, which has prevented any casualties. He concludes that General Wu's forces can hold on for a while longer, deciding it's the perfect time to get Zuo Sai's Soul Jade amidst the chaos. He commands his Crimson Fire Dragon horse to move out. He summons his mecha, the Crimson Fire Dragon horse, and crystallizes it, then activates his star vision. The system scans the massive statue of Zuo Sai in the distance, and he lands gracefully before it. He commands the Star Master System to scan the statue. The system confirms, and a dinging sound indicates it is scanning, quickly locking onto the Zuo Sai Soul Jade's position. Song Yunxiang notes that, as expected, the Soul Jade is located in the statue's head. He leaps onto the massive statue and commands the Star Master System to forcibly pull Zuo Sai's Soul Jade out for him. The statue's head cracks and shatters as powerful energy surges, and with a final command to get out, he extracts a glowing blue crystal, Zuo Sai's Soul Jade. The energy discharge attracts the attention of nearby students fighting beasts, who wonder what is happening and who is on the ruined sculpture. A young man with purple hair, Lu Yan, recognizes the crystal in Song Yunxiang's hand as the soul jade of the Star Soul General Zuo Sai. He then recognizes the figure as the transfer student Lu Yan, but Song Yunxiang corrects his memory, knowing this is a different timeline. This triggers a flashback for Lu Yan to his previous life, where he accidentally entered the women's changing room and ran into Song Yunxiang, who was also there peeking. They were both caught and chased by the female students. Back in that past, they were brought before a teacher, and Lu Yan was assigned to Song Yunxiang's class. He was given a tattered robot modeled after the Zuo Sai sculpture, which was deemed useless, while Song Yunxiang was pitted against him in a fight. Lu Yan easily defeated him, with the teacher declaring Lu Yan the winner, as Song Yunxiang seethed, vowing revenge. The vision ends, and in the present, Lu Yan stands before Song Yunxiang, pointing and asking who he is. Song Yunxiang calmly introduces himself and states that he is back now. He reflects that they have met again in this life, and Lu Yan's first sentence to him is still the same. Lu Yan looks confused, trying to place the name Song Yunxiang. He suddenly remembers, pointing and shouting that Song Yunxiang is the 3-minute orgasm man who has been missing for 3 days. Lu Yan points to the top of the Zuo Sai sculpture, wondering where he went, but Song Yunxiang instantly appears behind him. Before Lu Yan can react, Song Yunxiang swiftly knocks him unconscious with a chop to the neck. He apologizes to the fallen Lu Yan, recalling that in his previous life, Lu Yan disappeared during this battle only to become a test subject for the Yilun Kingdom's artificial host scheme. He resurfaced as the masked figure, Zero, fighting against the Tiandu Kingdom, but was eventually saved and became a hero who fought to the death. Song Yunxiang holds the Zuo Sai Soul Jade, speculating that if the Yilun Kingdom's people were the ones who originally stole it, then they were responsible for Lu Yan's disappearance. He realizes that by taking the Soul Jade himself, he has taken Lu Yan's chance to become that hero, but has also spared him the pain of being a test subject. He decides Lu Yan can just be a normal student from now on. He then asks his Star Master System if it can analyze the Soul Jade and restore the stats of Zuo Sai's Nebula Soul General. The system dings, reporting a failed analysis due to a lack of authority. It states that the unknown Soul Jade cannot be restored without a suitable host and advises him to retract it for now. He agrees and retracts the crystal. Having secured the jade, he decides to go help his instructors and classmates, thinking that while he never planned on summoning Lu Bu, controlling him in front of everyone might be a bit too showy and unsuited for his elegant style. He decides to use his Y Yuan Xing Soul Talisman instead. He asks the Star Master System to restore Y Yuan Xing, but the system fails, unable to find the data in the stellar records. He realizes the system can only restore things from ancient civilizations, not mass-produced counterfeits. The system confirms its permissions are limited. Giving up, he uses a basic Star Soul formation, summoning a standard-issue mecha equipped with light crossbows, a round shield, and a sword. He remarks that it will have to do for now. He joins the battle, protecting a wounded soldier from a beast. Elsewhere, another soldier notes with confusion that the beast's movements seem to be slowed by some unknown power, which is the only reason she has survived so long. As a beast lunges at her, a volley of glowing arrows strikes its back. Song Yunxiang lands his mecha and finds that the shooting weapons of this era are too weak. He engages the beast in close combat, his purple energy blade clashing with its claws. His attacks barely seem to damage the creature. Realizing why Yuan Xing's sword is not good enough, he calls out to the Star Master System and asks it to create Lu Bu's heavenly halberd for him. The system complies, materializing the powerful, glowing cyan weapon in his mecha's hand. He remarks that this feels much better. Other students see the massive weapon materialize and are stunned by its size. He charges a spider-like beast, and with a single, swift strike, cleaves it in two. A nearby student in a mech is shocked that he killed it in the blink of an eye, marveling at his speed. He approaches the student he just saved, who is revealed to be the class monitor, and asks if she is okay. She confirms she is fine and thanks him for saving her. He dismisses her thanks and flies off, leaving her to realize she never asked for his name. She finds his voice oddly familiar and then remembers he called her monitor. Meanwhile, at the dormitory's defense positions, an instructor orders the students to maintain their formation and wait for the attackers. One student calls out to Colonel General, who is rushing ahead, telling her not to be reckless and to return to the formation. The Colonel General, a young woman named Yin Qin, laughs maniacally, telling the beasts to die as she slices through them with her energy blades. Another student tells the instructor it's no use. The senior Colonel General enters a crazy mood whenever a battle starts. Song Yunxiang appears, telling her she is too slow. Yin Qin, a 19-year-old elite student at the peak of the green rank, grins wildly and tells him to die for her. A beast attacks from behind her, and another student shouts for her to be careful, but she dodges and mockingly says it missed. However, another beast catches her off guard, slamming her into the ground. She coughs up blood but defiantly curses the monster. She is quickly surrounded by beasts. As one lunges to devour her, she cries out in fear. Suddenly, a cyan streak flashes past, and Song Yunxiang's halberd impales the beast through the head. He lands and with a flurry of powerful strikes, carves through all the surrounding monsters, leaving a whirlwind of energy and dust in his wake. Yin Qin looks up in stunned silence at her savior as the dust settles, revealing him standing over the remains of the beasts. Chapter 7. A large, turquoise-bladed weapon slices through the air, wielded by a gray and green mecha that lands amidst a swirl of purple energy. A purple-haired girl, Shangyuan, watches with a blush, thinking the pilot is a bit too handsome. Another mecha pilot wonders aloud if senior sister Shangyuan has been rescued and asks who the new student is. From a distance, an instructor marvels at the pilot's strength, remarking that it's 100 times greater than their own before quickly retracting his statement. The other students are in awe, noting that this mysterious pilot is killing beasts as if he were chopping vegetables and wondering when their Jiwu Academy produced such a powerful warrior. Inside the cockpit, a system alert flashes, warning of low soul power at 5% and that the construct will dismantle in 40 breaths. The pilot, Song Yunxiang, reflects that the Fangshan drawing halberd is still a bit heavy for the Yuan-style mecha. On the ground, Shangyuan trembles from the pain feedback of a recent blow, struggling to get up while feeling humiliated to be lying helpless in front of the handsome pilot. Song Yunxiang's mecha leans down as he asks if she is okay. Shangyuan, flustered, insists she is all right and thanks him. An onlooker expresses shock at how gentle senior sister Shangyuan's voice has become, as if she were a different person. Another pilot shouts at Song Yunxiang to stop dawdling and come support them. The Yuan mecha turns and dashes off into the battle, a blue grid-like interface appearing in Song Yunxiang's vision as he engages the enemy. The mecha deflects an attack with a golden shield, and the instructor orders a counterattack, calling for a change to a 10-camera anti-beast eagle strike formation. He tells the others to follow the student with the big weapon as he sweeps through the enemy ranks. As the students count off, they realize they have an extra person in their formation. The extra person is senior sister Shangyuan, who looks around confused, wondering what she is supposed to be doing. A fellow student tells her to just come with him, and they will provide support from behind. As they move, he finds her suddenly soft voice to be scary, thinking this is not the usual Shangyuan he knows. The right wing of 5 mechas prepares for their attack and surrounds a single beast, shouting for the kill. Inside his cockpit, Song Yunxiang watches the formation, while a system alert warns him of insufficient soul power. His soul power is at 2%, with 16 breaths until the construct disarms. He reflects that his soul veins have been repaired, but using the Lu Bu form consumes too much power at his current stage, while the standard Yuan armament is too wasteful. He concludes the halberd is a good balance of power and efficiency. He plans to improve the Yuan style after this battle, considering incorporating elements like heavy firepower and enhanced mobility. Another alert chimes in. Soul power is at 1% with 8 breaths remaining. He decides to focus on ending the battle quickly. As the students fight the last 3 beasts, the system in Song Yunxiang's cockpit counts down from 6 breaths until his construct disarms. He faces the final beast with only 4 breaths remaining, preparing a final powerful slash with 3 breaths left. A massive explosion of energy erupts from his attack. The system announces 2 breaths remaining as his mecha leaps through the air, landing the final blow with only 1 breath left. The other pilots watch in awe as he finishes the last beast, calling him too strong. A final beep announces his soul power is exhausted, and the Yuan mecha begins to dissolve into blue particles of light. The students are stunned as the pilot is revealed standing in its place, and they express disbelief as they recognize him. Another pilot asks if they know this person, and the first pilot identifies him as Song Yunxiang, the infamous 3-minute short boy and trash of the first grade. Shangyuan is shocked to hear the name. In a distant control room, the dean also expresses surprise, questioning if it was really Song Yunxiang who saved them. An officer confirms that the Yuan unit with the halberd killed 23 beasts and assisted with 9. The dean muses that Song Yunxiang, the supposed waste with a broken soul, is hiding something deep. She speculates he might be the host for the star-souled General Zuo Sai, and that the Song family placed him in the academy to acquire it, resolving to capture and torture him for answers after the beast swarm ends. The dean orders her subordinate, Satsuki, to confirm the battle situation. On the battlefield, Instructor Wang is informed that Song Yunxiang has disarmed his construct to rest. The instructor orders all units to do the same to conserve soul power before the next wave. As their mechas dissolve, Song Yunxiang finishes adjusting his energy. An instructor approaches, thanking him and asking for his name. He introduces himself as Song Yunxiang from Class 10 of the first year. The other students are shocked that a first year could be so strong. A girl with green-streaked hair approaches, thanking him for saving her and introducing herself as Shangyun Yinkin from the third year. Song Yunxiang recognizes her name, thinking what a coincidence it is. In a flashback, he recalls that Shangyun Yinkin is the host of the Star Soul General Long Kai and that her family betrayed Tiandu 5 years in the future. He remembers her as a dangerous former enemy. In the present, he steps forward and grabs her hand, shocking the other students. He smirks, thinking it will be easy to acquire her Star Soul General, while Shangyun is flustered by his action. He mentally commands his system to copy her Star Soul General, planning to kill her immediately after to eliminate a future threat. Shangyun, however, misinterprets his gesture as a confession and daydreams about getting married. A system message chimes, informing Song Yunxiang that the copy failed because the target does not hold a Star Soul. He is shocked, questioning if the system made a mistake. The system analysis suggests 2 possibilities. Either Long Kai's previous host is still alive, or its soul jade is currently ownerless. He suddenly remembers that the Shangyun family obtained the soul jade from the secret realm of Xinba, which is not due to appear for another 10 months. Realizing his error, Song Yunxiang quickly lets go of her hand, apologizing for being rude. Shangyun shyly says it's okay and asks if he knew her before, given his excitement. Her friends accuse him of having ulterior motives and tell him to stay away. Ignoring them, he asks her to stretch out her hand again. She blushes, wondering if he wants to hold it again. She asks him to be gentle, but he clarifies he just wants her to open her hand. He places a glowing soul recovery pill in her palm. The other students are shocked, with one exclaiming that a single pill is worth his 10-month salary. He tells her it's for her and to take it to restore her power. He thinks to himself that since he has disrupted the timeline by saving her, he must now ensure she survives long enough to obtain the Star Soul General. Shangyun swallows the pill, and a massive surge of turquoise energy erupts from her body. She is amazed by its power, feeling as if she's been infused with billions of stars. The blonde instructor sees this and asks Song Yunxiang if he has any more to share. Song Yunxiang apologizes, saying he doesn't have much left. The instructor then suggests he should at least spare 2 for him, but Song Yunxiang says he can solve their energy problem another way. He raises his hand, and glowing green panels materialize from the ground, forming an array formation. A circle of light spreads out, increasing the student's soul power recovery speed by 5 times. The instructor is stunned, noting a 4th-level array should only provide a 2- or 3-time boost. Song Yunxiang tells them to rest while he goes to help elsewhere, activating his construct. Shangyun calls out that she'll go with him and activates her own. They fly off together. The blonde instructor fruitlessly calls for Shangyun to stay and defend their position. The scene shifts to another team, where Instructor Cheng is directing defenses. After a fierce battle, he rallies his troops to finish the last remaining beast. Elsewhere, another team charges into battle, but a female instructor warns them to be careful as the enemy switches to a bombardment, scattering their formation. The students are rocked by explosions, and the instructor realizes the beasts have switched to long-range artillery. A massive purple energy ball forms in the distance, and she screams for everyone to spread out, warning that their shields can't resist such an attack. As a massive explosion erupts, a figure appears, remarking that he's just in time. Song Yunxiang's mecha lands between the students and the incoming energy blasts, deflecting the barrage. The female instructor watches his superb technique, noting how he uses small bursts of soul power under his feet for suspension and movement. She wonders who this strong pilot is, using a student prototype with a never-before-seen giant halberd. The blonde instructor praises his combat power, saying it's equivalent to at least 30 of him. The female instructor recognizes his movements as the 7 steps on the star and his attack as the lunar slash, both unique high-level skills. The dean watches from her control room, wondering who this powerhouse could be. On the battlefield, Song Yunxiang announces 4 beasts are left and proceeds to dispatch them with incredible speed. The blonde instructor is stunned, fantasizing about being that powerful before realizing he spoke his thoughts aloud and quickly claiming it was a joke. Song Yunxiang finishes the last beast with a massive energy wave, but a system warning indicates his soul power is depleted and the construct is dismantling. As the mecha dissolves, Shangyun Yinkin flies towards him, calling out to Song Yunxiang to wait. The other students and instructors are shocked to hear the name. A pilot in a white and red mecha lands, demanding to know who he is. Song Yunxiang's construct fully vanishes, revealing him in his school uniform. The students are in disbelief that the powerful pilot was just a student. The blonde instructor recognizes him as the kid who has been missing for 3 days. Song Yunxiang calmly looks at Instructor Wu and reports that he is back. Chapter 8. The instructors are stunned to see the pilot is Song Yunxiang, asking how it could possibly be him. He greets his former instructors, Wu and Cheng, who are baffled by how he became so strong in just a few days. Song Yunxiang claims that the construct only lasted for 3 minutes because his soul veins are still weak, stating that the maintenance time has only increased by about 20% as his body adapts to a reconstruction pill he took. A bystander quietly calls him a liar, knowing he fought for at least 5 minutes. Instructor Wu angrily confronts him, asking why he hid his strength and pretended to be crippled while at school. Suddenly, a powerful woman with long black hair descends from the sky, her star soul armor dismantling around her as she lands with a ground-shaking thud. The students and instructors respectfully greet her as Dean Gu. She thanks Song Yunxiang for his help, but also demands an explanation for his hidden power. Song Yunxiang internally identifies her as part of the Tiandicheng family and decides to be cautious. Before he can speak, he notices a soundproof array has been erected around them, blocking all outside noise. He understands she created 2 layers of soul power film to ensure their conversation is private. He asks if any rule compels him to reveal his personal secrets, and she admits there isn't. However, she steps menacingly close to him and states the situation changes if it involves the Star Soul General Zuo Sai. She accuses him of hiding his strength and infiltrating the school to steal Zuo Sai's soul jade, declaring that he has become Zuo Sai's host. She further claims the red Lu Bu that previously appeared was merely an illusion created by Zuo Sai's unique ability. Outside the barrier, a young hacker manages to breach the soundproof array and is shocked to overhear the claim that his brother Song is Zuo Sai's host. Dean Gu presents holographic images of the red Lu Bu and mentions there was a witness, explaining that according to historical records, Zuo Sai can transform into other star generals and even hide the master's true strength. She concludes that this proves Song Yunxiang is Zuo Sai's host. Internally, Song Yunxiang is amused by her deduction, but realizes it provides a perfect cover for his star master system, so he decides to go along with it and let Zuo Sai take the blame. Surprised by his quick admission, Dean Gu constructs her own narrative, suggesting his family elder planned the theft of the soul jade all along, and that the beast tide simply forced him to reveal his power prematurely to save people. Her version of events moves the other instructors, who now see him as a righteous hero. Dean Gu then turns serious, warning him that inheriting an original star soul without authorization is a crime equivalent to rebellion. She then changes her tone and offers him a deal, revealing the beast tide was artificially induced and that they have located 3 core induction devices. She shows him a map, explaining that an expert is handling one location while she leads a team to another, and she needs him to go to the 3rd in North City to save someone. Song Yunxiang correctly guesses the person is important, and she confirms it is the 2nd prince, Tian Zehai. Song Yunxiang recognizes the name. In his past life, the warmongering prince was assassinated during this very incident, a crime blamed on a woman named Asha, but which he suspected was the work of Myron's people. Dean Gu promises that if he saves the prince, she will arrange for his possession of Zuo Sai to be officially legitimized. He feigns hesitation to negotiate a better deal, and she concedes, offering an additional reward within her authority. With the deal struck, Song Yunxiang activates his system to replicate Star Soul General Lu Bu again. A massive, glowing cyan and red mech materializes, stunning the onlookers with its majestic presence. Dean Gu sends him the coordinates as a red-haired girl named Shangyuan leaps onto the mech's shoulder, declaring he must be her family's future son-in-law and demanding to be taken along. Knowing the Shangyuan family supports the 2nd prince, he agrees to bring her, warning her to hold on tight. The Lu Bu mech blasts into the sky with Shangyuan clinging to its shoulder. Dean Gu dismisses her instructors' concerns and orders them to assemble for their own mission, privately vowing to uncover Song Yunxiang's true secrets herself. Meanwhile, at the Baikeng Rift Corps, the 2nd Prince Tian Zehai and his royal guards are besieged. His commander, Liu Shenwu, is gravely injured, apologizing for his carelessness. The prince is filled with regret, blaming himself for falling into a Myron spy's trap that led to the beast tide. A battle maid named Xiaomai reports that support is on the way, but the prince orders her to give him the last rejuvenation pill to save his commander. Xiaomai hesitates, but the prince snatches the pill, ignoring Commander Liu's protests that his wounds are too severe. Before he can administer it, another wave of beasts attacks. The prince summons his own Golden Star soul armor and commands his troops to form a defensive line. The guards fight bravely but are soon caught between two different hordes of monsters, including a massive, shadowy creature and a rare, heavenly-level, ferocious beast. Commander Liu, seeing their desperate situation, prepares to burn his remaining soul power to buy time. The prince stops him, pointing out that one of the approaching figures isn't a beast, but is likely the promised support. As he speaks, a gigantic winged beast, a Kianki, appears but ignores the prince's forces, instead roaring at the shadowy monster on the other side of the battlefield. The two behemoths see each other as the primary threat and are about to clash when a massive cyan energy slash rips through the air, and Song Yunxiang's Lu Bu Mech arrives. The prince and his guards are in awe, recognizing it as a star soul general they've never seen before. While they are distracted, Song Yunxiang telepathically instructs Shangyuan to retrieve rift crystals from the corpses of the beasts he just killed. He throws his halberd, which creates a hexagonal soul prison array, temporarily trapping the Kianki. The prince notes the array's soul power is fading fast, realizing the newcomer is just buying time. His group then spots Shangyuan's smaller machine extracting purple crystals from a beast's corpse, identifying them as valuable cracked crystals used for storage charms. The prince scoffs, thinking the hero is just procrastinating to get rich. Shangyuan returns with 3 crystals, and Song Yunxiang uses his soul power to pull them to himself from afar. With the materials secured, he recalls his halberd and turns to face the Kianki, which shatters the soul prison. The beast unleashes a colossal purple energy beam from its mouth. Song Yunxiang meets the blast head-on, but knows that at his current yellow rank, he's no match for a heaven-level beast, even with Lu Bu. To counter the overwhelming power, he detonates Lu Bu's gauntlet, creating a massive explosion that engulfs the Kianki. When the smoke clears, the beast is injured but still standing, and Lu Bu is missing an arm. Song Yunxiang acknowledges his current limits but smirks, thinking he can still win with a little trick that isn't about martial arts. Chapter 9. Prince Tian Zehai observes the battlefield with admiration, remarking on the wonderful spectacle of the massive explosion. He calmly identifies the technique used, injecting soul power into a space-cracked crystal to overload it and create a small-scale space collapse. He notes that while cracked crystals have been processed for thousands of years, the Tiandu Kingdom has no records of them ever being used as explosives, concluding that the user must have mastered a special detonation technique with great military potential. His subordinate, Xiaomai, asks in disbelief if the host controlling the Star Soul General is truly only at the yellow stage of cultivation. The prince confirms this, explaining that he felt the soul power the boy spread during the battle, which was only at the peak of the yellow stage. Xiaomai is stunned, wondering how someone at that level could possibly fight a heavenly beast. On the battlefield, Song Yunxiang's Red Star Soul General stands amidst a horde of lesser beasts, which charge forward under a storm of dark energy tendrils. The monstrous heavenly beast roars from behind, its body crackling with energy. Song Yunxiang realizes the beast was scared by the initial explosion and is now sending its minions forward to wear him down. The beast unleashes a massive beam of purple energy that carves through the battlefield. Song Yunxiang's mecha evades the blast with a fluid motion that the prince recognizes as a body technique belonging to the Xuanjiawei. The red mecha, glowing with cyan energy, charges directly at the roaring beast. Song Yunxiang admits to himself that with his current construct strength, he is unable to fight the heavenly beast directly, but it's enough to create a small opening for a cracked crystal. He forces a crystal into the beast's body, declaring it the magic of creation and explosion. Another colossal explosion of purple and pink energy erupts, engulfing the heavenly beast completely. From his vantage point, the prince comments that the hand was for the beast, allowing it to have the creation and magic of the explosion. In the aftermath, a massive crater smolders where the beast once stood, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Song Yunxiang stands amidst the ruins, lamenting that the Kianki's own beast crystal was destroyed along with it in the blast. Suddenly, he is surrounded by the prince's golden-armored royal guards. Prince Tian Zehai and his aide descend on a floating platform, and the prince thanks Song Yunxiang for his help. Song Yunxiang greets the second prince, asking if everyone is all right. Xiaomai is surprised that he knows the prince's identity. He reassures her not to be afraid, explaining that he was personally entrusted by Gu Shaijing, the acting president of Jiwu Academy, to provide support. The prince, Tian Zehai, introduces himself formally and once again thanks him for his aid. asking for his name. Song Yunxiang identifies himself as a student of Nanju Jiwu Academy. The prince connects this information with a secret report about the Song family arranging for a child with a broken soul to enter the academy and the use of the Xuan Jiawei movement technique. Realizing this must be him, he compliments Song Yunxiang, stating that with his strength, there is likely no instructor in the entire academy who could be his opponent. Song Yunxiang modestly claims his strength is only at the peak of the yellow rank and that his victory was due to luck, before coughing violently from the strain. Just then, one of the prince's men, Commander Liu, collapses from his injuries. Xiaomai reports that the support team from Yuanding City is on its way but will take 3 minutes to arrive, a time she fears Commander Liu cannot last. Song Yunxiang offers to see the injured man, but Xiaomai tries to stop him, calling him rude, though the prince allows it. Song Yunxiang examines the wound, identifying it as a penetrating injury from a heaven-ranked master's soul power that shattered the soul veins, preventing normal healing. He states that while he knows some medicine, he has no tools and suggests giving the commander some rejuvenation pills. Xiaomai says she already gave him one to no effect, but as she speaks, Song Yunxiang pours out an entire bottle of glowing green pills, telling her to have some more, and that if one isn't enough, this bottle should keep him alive until the doctor arrives. Elsewhere, at the Dingcheng district battlefield, an old man named Elder Zhu unleashes the third form of his Wanli sword, a colossal blade of pure energy that descends from the sky. The sword shatters the mountains and rivers, utterly annihilating a Qianqi beast in a single devastating strike. Onlookers are stunned by the display, recognizing the legendary power of a heaven-level master, with one soldier clarifying that Elder Zhu is no ordinary master, but is likely the closest to the holy level in all of Nanju. A group of enemy soldiers who were operating strange devices attempt to flee, but Elder Zhu appears before them. They ask who he is, and their captain recognizes him as the one who just killed the Qianqi. The captain orders his men to construct their star souls and kill him, but Elder Zhu moves in a blur, incapacitating them instantly. He chides the last surviving soldier for talking too much instead of just attacking, calling him an idiot before finishing him off. Back at the Nancheng district, Dingu Shaijing stands victorious over another defeated heavenly beast, surrounded by her forces who cheer that Tiandu will win. She reflects on the immense power of heavenly beasts, noting that even with the power of 1,000 profound stage masters, it was a narrow victory won at a small price. Later, Elder Zhu meets with Dean Gu, presenting a captured Milan bastard he caught in the Dingcheng district. Dean Gu suggests handing the spy over to the city guard, but Elder Zhu warns that the guard has likely been infiltrated and entrusts the man to her instead. From a distance, snipers have Elder Zhu in their sights, but he senses them immediately. A long-haired man with him says he has already arranged for them to be dealt with and gives the order to fire. The snipers find themselves suddenly ensnared by glowing green soul-binding nets, their star soul constructs rendered useless. A subordinate reports to Dean Gu that all 5 targets have been captured. Dean Gu orders them brought back to the academy for personal interrogation, and notes how Elder Zhu's strategic planning is as sharp as his swordsmanship. Elder Zhu deflects the praise and announces he is heading to the Baikeng district to check on a little guy he finds interesting. Dean Gu wonders if he means the second prince or the mysterious Song Yunxiang. Back in Baikeng, Prince Tian Zehai examines one of the rejuvenation pills, marveling at its quality, which he determines is far beyond the current alchemy of the Tiandu kingdom. He suspects the pill might have more effects than just healing. They administer the pill to Commander Liu, whose wounds begin healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Commander Liu awakens, describing a dream where he felt his life renewed, and is shocked to find his wounds are completely gone. Even the old injuries he had accumulated over years of practice seem to have vanished. Xiaomai points out that Commander Liu also appears to have gotten younger, his wrinkles and gray sideburns having disappeared. The prince is astounded, realizing the pill's incredible power, and concludes that he must find a way to make Song Yunxiang his friend, seeing the immense value in his alchemy. Just then, a woman named Shangyuan Yinkin approaches Song Yunxiang, proudly presenting him with a pile of perfectly harvested crack crystals she collected from the slain beasts. The prince approaches and offers to purchase all 9 crystals, initiating a deal with Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang negotiates the price, aware that the prince wants to purchase them through private funds. During the negotiation, Shangyuan Yinkin introduces herself, revealing she is the daughter of Shangyuan Hongshan and the sister of Shangyuan Yinshu, who serves the prince. The prince realizes she is one of them and agrees to a price after Song Yunxiang haggles him down. Xiaomai is distraught over the high cost, but the prince explains that it's a necessary expense. He tells her that touty beasts aren't uncommon, but their crystals are rare because of the difficulty in killing them without destroying the crystal. He believes Song Yunxiang has mastered a special technique to do so, making him invaluable. The prince reflects on the history of the Song family, a once great house that fell from grace, and concludes that with a genius like Song Yunxiang, they are poised not just to return, but to rise to even greater heights. Chapter 10. The prince is told to take the storage talisman. He looks inside and confirms that it contains everything promised. He specifies that it is 500 million cash, but is surprised to see that it is in Zishui coin. Song Yunxiang asks if he is surprised, explaining that he earned Zishui coin. The prince acknowledges that the current Zishui coin is 50% more valuable than Tiandu coin, and reflects that the neutral Zishui kingdom is more economically stable than the warring kingdoms of Tiandu and Milan, concluding that the second prince is more cautious than he expected. Song Yunxiang explains that he has to be careful because many eyes are on him. The prince then asks if Song Yunxiang wants to check the large amount, but Song Yunxiang replies that it doesn't matter, as he can trust the word of the second prince. He then thanks the prince for the cracked crystals and says he will have his soldiers come carry them away. Song Yunxiang tells him not to bother, stating that since the prince was so kind, he will offer a free shipping service. The prince is confused by the term free shipping as Song Yunxiang channels purple energy into his hands, taking out the crystals. He declares for them to rise up, and a massive purple spatial array forms on the ground, lifting the crystals. The prince's retainers are shocked, identifying it as a space array. One of them notes that cracked crystals cannot normally be put into a storage talisman due to their space attribute. She is amazed that Song Yunxiang compressed them with a space array, a feat she can only imagine. Song Yunxiang presents a small device to the prince, explaining that the cracked crystals are ready for transport and do not require Star Soul generals to move them. He adds that the space array is for one-time use and the solution password is 66. The prince thanks him, saying he didn't expect Brother Song to have such an incredible method. Song Yunxiang says he is welcome and that since His Highness is now safe, he will be returning to the academy. The prince thanks Brother Song again, stating that Tian Zehai now owes him a favor and that he should let him know if he ever needs help in the future. Song Yunxiang thanks His Highness in advance, cryptically remarking that there will be a time soon when he will need his help. As Song Yunxiang walks away, the prince thinks to himself that he must become good friends with Song Yunxiang, and if he can't be an ally, he must never become his enemy. Song Yunxiang muses that the Beast Tide event seems to be over, and that since he didn't sense Sen's breath, she must have successfully left Yuending City. He decides to go home and check on things, recalling the last time the Jiwu Academy and Yuending City were destroyed in a beast tide. He remembers following a refugee team south, taking 20 days to return to the Song family, only for an even larger beast tide to engulf the southern wilderness border where his family was located, wiping out his family and the city defenders. He laments that at the time, he couldn't stop any of it and escaped by himself once again. It was only later that he was rescued by Xuan Jiawei, the female master. He clenches his fist, realizing he has less than 2 months left but still has time. Suddenly, the ground rumbles and the air shifts. Dust kicks up around him as he senses an approaching presence. An old man appears, commenting that the kid is really interesting. Song Yunxiang demands to know who is there. He analyzes the aura, noting it isn't quite heavenly breath but something more powerful, infinitely close to the holy stage, and wonders if the man is a semi-holy. The old man chuckles, remarking that for a kid at the peak of the yellow rank, it's impressive he could detect him, and questions what he has been hiding for over a year at the academy. Song Yunxiang's eyes widen in recognition, identifying the man as the doorman from the Jiwu Academy. The old man laughs, saying they are the same, as Song Yunxiang is also hiding his power, while Song Yunxiang's companion wonders how a doorman could be so powerful. Song Yunxiang thinks to himself that no one would have guessed a grand master of the heavenly stage would hide in the academy as a doorman, connecting him to the legend of the Flowing Dean, the Iron Doorman. The old man denies this, introducing himself as Chief Doorman Zhu Himing. Song Yunxiang formally greets Mr. Zhu, thinking that this must be the heavenly stage expert the dean had mentioned. The prince's companion is shocked, recognizing the name Zhu Himing. She explains that he is a legendary semi-sage, the first of the 3 swords in Nanju, known as the Sword of 10,000 Miles. He entered the heaven stage at 30 and became famous for shattering mountains with a single sword move. He once rushed to the northern battlefield to fulfill a promise, single-handedly turning the tide by destroying 3 anti-aircraft ships and killing hundreds of enemy star generals. He reached the top of the sky more than 20 years ago and has been wandering the world to find a path to the holy stage for ordinary star soul masters, those who are not hosts. Song Yunxiang ponders this, thinking it strange. If the dean had a semi-powerhouse like Mr. Zhu available, she would have sent him to the rescue if he hadn't shown up, and as a semi-powerhouse Mr. Zhu should be invincible under the holy stage, which makes him wonder why the second prince died here in the previous timeline. The story explains that hosts are chosen by the 108 gods and can reach the holy stage with enough cultivation, while ordinary star soul masters are bound by the rules of heaven and earth, with cultivation being several times slower and suppressed by realm barriers. For thousands of years, no mortal star soul master has broken the shackles of the holy stage. The heaven stage is the limit of mortals, and the peak of that stage, known as the semi-holy stage, is the most a mortal can achieve through hard work. Liu Shenwu, commander of the Imperial Guards, along with Tian Zehai and Shang Yuan, formally greets Zhu Banshang. Zhu Himing tells them they don't have to be so polite. Song Yunxiang observes, thinking that in this era, there is no training system for mortals to reach the holy order, making Elder Zhu the perfect test subject. He smiles, thinking that if he can train a holy stage army, he could crush the entire era, and declares Zhu Himing the first test item for his mortal holy stage army project. Zhu Himing asks why Song Yunxiang is staring at him like that, and jokes if he is thinking of some rude idea. Song Yunxiang laughs it off, claiming that his eyes only show endless admiration for the legendary semi-holy, praising him as a skilled man matured by 20 years of training in the world. Zhu Himing tells him not to pretend, then asks if he is Zuo Sai's host, as he heard from the girl Gu. The prince's companion is shocked by this revelation. The prince questions this, recalling that the Red Star Soul General was Lu Bu. His companion realizes it makes sense, as the legendary Star Soul General Zuo Sai can transform into the shape of others, meaning the Lu Bu was likely just a cover for Song Yunxiang's true identity. Song Yunxiang allows them to think this, deciding it's easier to let Zuo Sai take the blame for the Star Master System. He then asks them to help him keep it a secret. Prince Tian Zehai promises that the secret of him being Zuo Sai's host will not be leaked from their group, thanking him for revealing his identity to help. Song Yunxiang thanks them in return. Zhu Himing then addresses Song Yunxiang, asking if he was the one who killed the Heavenly Order beast at the core of the crack. Song Yunxiang calmly confirms that he did. Zhu Himing presses further, stating that even Zuo Sai at the peak of the yellow stage shouldn't be able to easily defeat a heavenly stage beast. He expresses his curiosity about how Song Yunxiang killed an enemy 3 realms higher than himself, questioning if he has hidden his true strength or if the Song family has ulterior motives. The prince's female companion, Xiaomai, starts to say that Song Yunxiang used crack crystals, but the prince silences her. Song Yunxiang says it doesn't matter and that he has nothing to hide from Mr. Zhu. He then briefly describes the process of detonating the cracking crystal to defeat the heavenly beast Qianqi. Zhu Himing is stunned, having never heard of inducing the explosion of crack crystals. He explains that to his knowledge, the crystals are only used for making storage talismans. Song Yunxiang admits it's not that simple and that he used some special tricks. He explains that he recorded a formation on the crack crystal and catalyzed it with alchemy, reversing its structural properties and causing the space within to collapse. The prince realizes this method involves both formation and alchemy, making it impossible for others to imitate. Song Yunxiang chuckles, agreeing that it would be very difficult for others to learn. Suddenly, Zhu Himing yells for everyone to wait, warning them to be careful of enemies. The prince is shocked to find they are surrounded. Zhu Himing notes that Song Yunxiang detected the ambush even a step faster than him. His guards yell for everyone to protect His Highness as numerous armored figures materialize around them. One of the hidden figures wonders how they were discovered, noting that the new stealth array from Shenzong still needs improvement. The leader, Captain Yu Fuluo, decides it doesn't matter and orders all machines to prepare for an attack, with their target being Tian Zehai, the second prince of Tiandu Kingdom, giving them 15 minutes of combat time. As the enemies appear, Zhu Himing counts 24 in total, organized into 8 groups of 3, plus a heavenly-level captain machine. He's impressed that Song Yunxiang's perception speed was even faster and more accurate than his own. The prince wonders why the Milan Kingdom would go to such great lengths just to kill him. He grimly concludes that for so many Milan masters to infiltrate the hinterland of Tiandu, his own steady eldest brother must be behind it. Song Yunxiang suddenly shouts a warning, saying there is also a hidden heaven-level aura nearby. Zhu Himing is again shocked that the boy's perception is higher than his, as he didn't notice the hidden presence. The enemy captain gives the order to aim for Tian Zehai and fire. A volley of energy blasts heads towards the group. The guards shout to switch to shields and protect His Highness, as a golden-armored Star Soul general forms a defensive barrier. The blasts impact the shield with immense force. Amidst the chaos, Song Yunxiang calmly deploys several glowing blue talismans. Blue light erupts, forming intricate defensive arrays around the group. Zhu Himing is stunned, identifying them as third-level 5 defense arrays that were all cast instantly. He thinks to himself that the boy's methods are endless and simply unfathomable. Song Yunxiang tosses a glowing object to Elder Zhu, telling him he's counting on him to protect the others and to be wary of the man hiding in the dark. Zhu Himing catches the object, a glowing golden orb, and stares at it in surprise. The enemy mech open fire again. The beams of energy slam into the newly formed defensive arrays, but are absorbed without causing any damage. The prince's companion is amazed, exclaiming that the defensive array can actually absorb the enemy's soul power. Song Yunxiang leaps onto one of the Golden Guard mech. He tells Elder Zhu to protect the others while he cleans up the trash, and instructs Commander Liu to handle the Heavenly Captain's machine. The prince grants Commander Liu permission for battle, and Liu tells Song Yunxiang not to worry and to catch the bastard alive. He activates his Star Soul construct, summoning his own Yuan-style Imperial Guard captain machine. The enemy captain mocks the newly arrived mech, calling it a severely injured heavenly stager and boasting he can take its life within 10 moves. He attacks with a saw-wheel round shield, a spinning chakram-like weapon. The prince's female guard warns the commander to be careful behind him. Another enemy mech attacks from the rear, but the commander dodges. The enemy pilot scoffs at the eye-catching golden paint and fine decoration, calling it a superfluous structure with no practical value. He sneers that the people of Tiandu Kingdom are addicted to fancy culture and have become corrupt. He unleashes a powerful attack, yelling for his opponent to die now. Commander Liu retorts that a barbarian from Milan wouldn't understand fancy culture, calling the enemy's red and green mech a crab shell. The dust settles, and one of the Milan pilots notices that the other person who jumped out, Song Yunxiang, has vanished. Suddenly, a voice speaks from directly behind him, saying, "I'm behind you." The pilots behind him scream a warning. The captain orders them to fire quickly. A blur of motion is seen as a blade flashes, and blood splatters as the mech is sliced apart from behind. The pilot inside is killed instantly, and the captain orders a change of weapons, but it's too late. The attacker is too fast. Another mech is instantly bisected by a glowing blue sword. The enemy captain can't believe the speed of the assault. The red and black attacker, Song Yunxiang's Star Soul General, cuts down another mech. The enemy captain screaming in frustration as his heavier armor proves too slow. He notes that his opponents are all on the ground realm, which makes it difficult for him even with his current cultivation base. The Milan soldiers recognize the attacking Star Soul General as Lu Bu and panic, wondering how he could be there, and if the team sent to trap him had failed. Commander Liu summons his own Star Soul General, a golden warrior with a massive hammer, who tells the distracted enemy not to look away during a battle before smashing another mech with a move called Kirin's Swinging Tail. Song Yunxiang's Lu Bu dodges an attack and with a powerful slash disables another mech. With a leap, he lands amidst the enemy forces. He moves with precise grace, disabling the armor of the enemy machines with the smallest amount of force and quickly capturing the pilots alive. Commander Liu, coughing from his injuries, is impressed and orders all his generals to turn their defense into an attack, covering Song Yunxiang with all their strength. They switch their weapons to crossbows and provide ranged support. One of the Milan pilots cries out in alarm that their target is coming for them. A mysterious observer watches Song Yunxiang's movements, identifying his footwork as the Xuanjiawei's 7 steps on the star. He recalls that Song Yunxiang also used the Xuanjiawei's levitation technique when fighting Qianqi, a skill only a few elites can master. He connects Song Yunxiang to the Song family and the 6 heroes of Xuanjia, a legendary group that included the Song families Song Lang and Song Jingzhang. He muses on the history of the Xuanjiawei and its current commander, Dai Lan, a holy-level powerhouse, noting that she has had no contact with the Song family in the past 10 years. A tidal wave of blue energy erupts from Song Yunxiang's blade, wiping out a swath of enemy mech. A surviving pilot trembles, wondering if all the Star Soul generals of the Tiandu Kingdom are monsters like this. The mysterious observer identifies the last move as Lunar Slash, Master Dai's technique, deepening the mystery of Song Yunxiang's connection to the Xuanjiawei and the Song family. He senses that Song Yunxiang's hidden power is far greater than he imagined, while Song Yunxiang himself notes that the hidden person still hasn't shown up yet. Meanwhile, Zhu Himing analyzes the defense array, marveling at how it filters the enemy's attacks into absorbable soul power, wondering who Song Yunxiang's master could be. The Milan soldiers decide their ranged weapons are useless and switch to melee, shouting that this is their opportunity. A dark, cloaked figure suddenly appears above the prince, shouting that he's not good. The figure swings a massive blade down towards the unprotected prince. Old Man Zhu shouts a warning. The attacker tells the old man he will chop him first. Zhu Himing just chuckles as the blade descends. With a loud crash, the attack is stopped cold. The attacker is shocked to see that Zhu Himing has blocked the massive blade with his bare hands. Zhu Himing calmly remarks that the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day, chiding the dignified and powerful for attacking an unarmed old man. Chapter 11. An onlooker watched in disbelief as the bald man caught the glowing blue energy attack with his bare hands, questioning how it was possible for him to take the attack of a star soul general so directly. The man, old Zhu, let the energy course through him, his eyes glowing red as blue lightning erupted from his body. Another spectator gasped, identifying the aura as the peak of the heavenly stage, before correcting himself that it was a half-step holy stage. Crackling with immense power, old Zhu lunged at the giant gray mecha, grabbing its arm and tearing it apart with sheer force. He dismantled the machine piece by piece, ripping through its metallic shell as if it were paper, causing it to explode and collapse into a heap of wreckage. The crowd was stunned. One person remarked that Mr. Zhu disassembling a machine with his bare hands was both terrifying and cool, while another noted the immense power of a semi-holy powerhouse. The black-haired young man analyzed the fight, realizing old Zhu had cleverly avoided the heavy armor to attack vulnerable joints, creating an exaggerated display of strength, perhaps to lure out a hidden enemy. Elsewhere on the battlefield, soldiers screamed as they were cut down. A surviving soldier wondered why their target was so much stronger than their intel suggested, especially after he should have been seriously injured. Lamenting their heavy losses and the unexpected appearance of both Lu Bu and a semi-holy master, he desperately called for the holy envoy to help. From a menacing red and black mecha, a woman's voice chided them for being useless garbage. She emerged, a figure wearing a bull mask identified as Manluo of the Pingshan Shengzong, prompting an observer to exclaim that she was a demon. The young woman beside the MC was shocked to hear of demon people, while old Zhu grimly stated that, as expected, it was a demon girl and that the situation was very bad. The young man's mind raced, recalling that the Pingshan Shengzong, also known as the Demon Sect, controlled the Milan Kingdom and was founded by the god-level Pingshan ancestor who had lived for 400 years. He remembered the division of the Eastern Heaven Empire into 3 kingdoms and how the Milan Kingdom was established with the help of this god-level being. He found it strange that he never saw this ancestor during the last battle of Tiandu City and suspected there was more to the Milan Kingdom than he knew. Back in the present, Lu Bu taunted Manluo from his mecha, calling her a shameless coward and telling her to come down. Manluo scoffed that he was courting death and decided to test her new machine on them. She initiated a construct sequence, summoning her star soul, which materialized as a sleek red and black mecha with white, fur-like accents. The new machine, a Yizhai Zai trial type, descended and instantly vaporized a golden mecha, with Manluo calmly stating that one was down. The young man noted that this person was no ordinary heavenly rank, as even Commander Liu had been defeated by her, and he wondered why this next-generation machine had appeared so early. The Yizhai Zai turned its glowing red eyes toward old Zhu and charged at him with blinding speed. The young man shouted a warning to old Zhu just as the mecha's fist closed in. In response, old Zhu unleashed a massive burst of blue lightning, engulfing the mecha and the surrounding soldiers, who screamed in agony as they were electrocuted. The young man observed that the demon girl's machine allowed her to match a semi-holy's power, or perhaps even exceed it. He instructed Xiaomai to rescue Commander Liu first, and she quickly obeyed. He then told old Zhu that he was leaving the fight to him, as it was beyond his level, and would retreat to a safe distance. Manluo scoffed at the old man, questioning his audacity in trying to stop a holy envoy. Her mecha lunged forward, clashing with old Zhu in a furious mid-air battle of red and blue energy. The two exchanged a flurry of blows that sent shockwaves through the city before the mecha vanished from sight. Old Zhu scanned the area, wondering where she had gone, just as she reappeared instantly behind him. She landed a powerful kick, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes that overwhelmed him and sent him crashing into the ground. The young man watched as old Zhu was suppressed, realizing that despite his superior personal power, He was losing to the mecha's advanced performance, though he held out hope for Old Zoo's unique trump card. Standing over the rubble, Manhwa told him to die now. But Old Zoo rose, channeling his energy as blue lightning intensified around him. The young man watched excitedly, declaring that Old Zoo's sword was about to grow. Old Zoo unleashed a massive pillar of yellow-green energy, roaring for the wicked girl to suck his big sword. He admitted the attack's power was amazing, but noted it was useless if it couldn't hit its target, as the beam shot past her. Xiaomai panicked that he had missed, but the young man confidently stated that Old Zoo wouldn't make such a simple error. Old Zoo then revealed this move was specially prepared for a holy stage general. The massive energy sword shattered into countless smaller beams of light that curved through the air, homing in on Manhwa's mecha. She was horrified, realizing she couldn't dodge the attack as it relentlessly pursued her. The beams converged, creating a cataclysmic explosion called the Tongshan Pillar of Divine that engulfed her completely. As the dust settled over the ruined city, Manhwa's mecha was revealed to be heavily damaged, but still intact, having survived the devastating blow. The young man attributed her survival to the advanced armor of the next-generation Yijixi. From her cockpit, Manhwa complimented the half-step holy stage for being able to unleash such a powerful move despite his condition. Deciding to end it, she stated that she didn't want to use this last resort and activated her machine's demon disintegration mode. Her mecha transformed, erupting with terrifying red and black energy. The young man felt a horrifying aura that completely eclipsed Old Zoo's, realizing it was even more powerful than a half-holy stage. Manhwa laughed, explaining that in this mode, she was approaching the holy stage, a state she called quasi-holy. Old Zoo was stunned, recognizing the forbidden technique that reversed soul power to temporarily boost strength, shocked that Pingxianzong had equipped a prototype with it. Manhwa vanished in a blur and reappeared before Old Zoo, striking him with overwhelming speed. He was sent flying, unable to comprehend what had happened as she launched a relentless high-speed assault. He desperately tried to find a way to fight back against her incredible speed, but she taunted him, saying he was finished now that she had caught him. She grabbed him tightly, telling him not to give up right before declaring that he should die. A point-blank energy blast erupted from her mecha's palm, engulfing Old Zoo in a massive explosion that carved a deep crater into the earth. Floating above the destruction, Manhwa called him rubbish and reveled in her powerful new form, boasting that she could now kill a half-holy with ease. On the ground below, Old Zoo lay broken and defeated, groaning in pain. Chapter 12. A young man with spiky green hair contemplates a glowing item identified as a 6-star transcendent pill, knowing it can increase combat power by one major stage. He reflects that while its effects will be diminished for Old Zoo, who is already at the half-step holy stage, it should still be enough to help him break through a small realm. In the ruins of a city, he recalls giving this pill to Old Zoo in advance, wanting to test its effect on someone stuck at such a high level. Elsewhere, the bald and bloodied Elder Zoo holds the pill, recognizing it as the legendary item he'd only read about 20 years prior. He is astonished that the young man would give him such a treasure, and feeling indebted, swallows it without hesitation. Golden energy immediately erupts from his body as he prepares to feel its power. The energy swirls around him, transporting his consciousness to a vast spiritual galaxy he believes to be his own heart. He sees a reflection of his younger self in the golden energy, realizing it's not his current form but a manifestation of his deepest obsession, his failure to reach the holy stage. A memory flashes from over 30 years ago, beneath the high wall of Zishui Guoquan City, where he recalls his failure before the vision shatters into an energetic vortex. The flashback continues, showing a younger Zhu heeming in red robes, struggling to his feet on a desolate battlefield and cursing his weakness. His two sworn brothers, Gu Ying and He Kun, rush to his side, reminding him of their oath as the 3 swords of Nanju, to die together if not live together. A grateful Zhu heeming thanks them, and they stand united before a massive, dark, mechanical construct crackling with purple lightning. As his brothers charge forward, he desperately tells them to stop, warning that the Star-Soul General Wenzhong is not an enemy they can possibly face. The construct, Wenzhong, unleashes a torrent of violent purple electricity, striking down his brothers as they scream in agony. Zhu Heeming, also caught in the blast, is horrified by the immense power of the holy rank and curses the damn old woman controlling the general. The host of Wenzhong, a woman named Huang Maioyan, floats within a protective barrier and mockingly tells him that all those beneath the holy stage are mere ants she could crush instantly. A young girl named Sunai, trapped in a similar field, tearfully pleads with her aunt to spare them, promising to return obediently. As Zhu Himing cries out Su Nai's name in despair, the flashback continues in the next chapter. Huang Maoyan coldly tells her niece, Huang Suni, that as a member of the Huang family with a rare congenital body, she is destined for the holy stage and is too important to associate with mortal ants who will soon be dust. Su Nai continues to beg for Zhu Himing's life. Huang Maoyan offers Zhu Himing a deal, stating that while he deserves punishment, killing him would leave a demon in Su Nai's heart. She proposes to spare him and his friends if he swears to return to Tiandu Kingdom and never set foot in Zishui again. Su Nai cries out in alarm as Zhu Himing seems to consider the offer. On his knees, Zhu Himing swears an oath not to enter Zishui again until he has found the way to become a holy stager, be it in 30 years or 50. He screams that when he achieves this, he will return to propose marriage and break down the walls of the Huang family to free Su Nai. With tears in her eyes, Su Nai whispers that she will be waiting for him. The flashback ends, and in the present, old Zhu's eyes snap open with glowing power. An immense explosion of energy erupts from him, shattering the landscape. The red-armored enemy is shocked by this aura, questioning if it's the breath of the Holy Order and what the old man could have possibly eaten. Onlookers wonder if Mr. Zhu has broken through to the holy stage, certain that the aura confirms it, and suspect it was the pill from Song Zudi. The young man, Song Yungxiang, watches and confirms that old Zhu has temporarily reached the early holy stage. He realizes this proves the belief that one needs to be a host to reach the holy stage is false and can be broken with external power. He muses that while this brief experience isn't enough for old Zhu to grasp the breakthrough method, he has collected suitable transcendent exercises to teach him later. Old Zhu, basking in his new power, finally understands why he was once called an ant and feels the immense might of the holy stage. The enemy throws green shards at him, but they harmlessly embed in his skin. Old Zhu smiles, telling his foe that this power is more than he can handle. The red-armored antagonist finds himself paralyzed by the oppressive aura, unable to move even as he desperately wants to attack. Old Zhu declares he will now construct his star soul. Golden lightning coalesces into the form of a gigantic divine armored warrior. The enemy is frozen with terror, now understanding the feeling of being looked down upon by a superior being. The captive foxwoman shrinks away in fear, begging not to be approached. Old Zhu's construct effortlessly bats the enemy away. The construct towers over the fallen foe, and old Zhu declares he no longer needs a sword to kill him. The antagonist desperately activates his demon disintegration mode for maximum power, but just as the construct's fist descends, Song Yungxiang shouts for Elder Zhu to wait and hold the execution. The attack connects, engulfing the enemy in a massive beam of golden light as he screams in agony. In the aftermath, a massive crater smokes, and the golden construct flickers and fades as old Zhu feels himself reaching the pill's limit. The construct dissipates, and old Zhu collapses to his knees, having expended all the borrowed power in that final move. A surviving enemy soldier, seeing his leader defeated, orders an immediate retreat. However, as the enemy forces attempt to flee, they are suddenly surrounded by Tiandu troops and city guards who ask where they think they are going. The Jiwu Academy forces had encircled the area, securing victory for the Tiandu army. From a nearby rooftop, Song Yungxiang watches the cleanup and remarks that the female fox's timing was perfectly calculated. Soldiers and medical teams swarm the battlefield, tending to the injured and securing captives. Dingu Shaijing formally greets the second prince, apologizing for her late arrival. The prince reassures her, complimenting the powerhouse she sent, Song Yungxiang, and noting he brought an extra surprise. The prince reveals he knows Song Yungxiang is Zuo Sai's host, but suspects an even greater power, perhaps related to ultra-ancient civilization, is behind him. He dismisses the thought and picks up an item from the ground. Song Yungxiang helps the weakened Elder Zhu, who says he's okay but will be drained for an hour from the pill's side effects. Zhu laments using the precious pill in a poor state, wishing he could have used it to properly feel the breakthrough. Song Yungxiang casually offers to give him another pill, shocking the old man. Elder Zhu grabs him, unable to believe he has more of the 6-star pills, but Song Yungxiang nonchalantly says he can make as many as he wants. Stunned, Elder Zhu asks how he can repay such a favor. Song Yungxiang changes the subject, ordering 2 soldiers to arrest the captured foxwoman for Dingu. Elder Zhu then pulls Song Yungxiang aside, revealing he knows he isn't truly Zuo Sai's host. He offers to cover up all traces of the battle so Song Yungxiang can maintain his cover story, considering it partial repayment. A pink-haired girl approaches, reporting that a crack-inducing device from the Milan people has been found and that the prince and dean have rushed to secure it. She offers them an airship to join, but Song Yunxiang declines, claiming he is too tired and just wants to sleep. The girl then relays a message from the dean that she plans to publicly announce his identity as Zuo Sai's host soon. Aboard the airship back, Song Yunxiang feels he's forgotten something but dismisses it. 10 days later, reconstruction is underway in Yuending City. In his dorm room, filled with empty vials, Song Yunxiang ignores his ringing phone while meditating, his body glowing with a blue aura. After 3 days of intense cultivation aided by herbs, he has broken through to the early Earth stage. He checks his phone to find numerous missed calls, sighing about the sickly senior bothering him. He casually blocks a contact named Toolman No. 3 before video calling Dean Gu Shaijing. She immediately asks why he was ignoring her, and he retorts it's because she publicly announced him as Zuo Sai's host at a celebration ceremony, causing him to be hounded by others. She insists it was for his own good and his safety, allowing him to use his powers openly under that guise. She then informs him that the beta version of the design he provided is complete, thanks to the help of skilled machinists rescued from the destroyed Taekshuan heavy industries. Song Yunxiang wonders if she's using him as bait but dismisses it, confident in his own growing power. He walks through the recovering city, reflecting on the recent events and the people who helped him. He stops before a large monument inscribed with the names of those who died in the battle, feeling a pang of sorrow despite thinking he had become numb to death. Instructor Cheng approaches, telling him not to blame himself, but then stops short, realizing with a shock that he can no longer see through Song Yunxiang's cultivation level. He gasps, asking if he's already surpassed him and reached the mid-profound stage. Song Yunxiang jokingly credits pills before saying it was hard work. The instructor doesn't believe him and concludes he must have been hiding his true strength all along. Song Yunxiang lets him think what he wants and mentions he's heading to the workshop, teasing the instructor about the secretary he likes being there. The flustered instructor denies it and storms off to practice, claiming women hinder his cultivation speed. Chapter 13, the group stands on a test training ground in the Jiwu Academy's workshop district, where a woman presents several prototypes to Song Yunxiang, confirming they were made according to his design. He looks at the 3 green data cards in his hand and asks if there are only 3. The woman, Dean Gu, explains that at present, only 3 units could be completed based on his designs, as the other 2 still have unresolved technical problems. She introduces an elderly man as Chief Engineer Nangguo of Taekshuan Heavy Industry, who led the machinists that helped construct the test machines. The other woman, Zuo Sai, explains to the chief engineer that the blueprints for these prototypes came from Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang offers a polite greeting to Chief Nangguo, but the old man, Nangguo Dengfeng, a renowned fourth-order mechanic, stares in shock before dropping to his knees. He greets Mr. Song with profound respect, leaving Song Yunxiang completely bewildered. Nangguo Dengfeng then explains that he is thanking Mr. Song for saving the lives of everyone in their refinery during the beast attack. Song Yunxiang realizes that while rushing to Jiwu Academy, he must have unintentionally saved the factory when he killed a large beast nearby. Nangguo confirms this, explaining that Song's actions drew the attention of the beasts that had surrounded their factory, allowing most of the mechanics to escape, even as the factory itself was destroyed. The old man bows his head to the ground, stating he can only offer thanks on behalf of all the survivors. Song Yunxiang quickly tries to help him up, insisting it was unintentional and he is not worthy of such worship. Nangguo remains kneeling, saying he has another, unfriendly request to make, much to Song Yunxiang's weary resignation. The chief engineer asks if the designs for these powerful prototypes were truly created by Mr. Song. After Song Yunxiang confirms they were simply ideas he had for arming the Yuan type, Nangguo Dengfeng immediately begs to be taken as his disciple. Dean Gu scoffs at the notion, reminding the chief that Song Yunxiang is only a first-year student, while Nangguo is a dignified fourth-order mechanic. Nangguo retorts that based on the sophistication of the designs, he believes Song Yunxiang is at least a sixth-order mechanic, an existence he is not even worthy of serving. He then formally recommends that Song Yunxiang represent Nanju at the upcoming design conference for the second-generation Star Soul Generals in the capital. This sparks a memory for Song Yunxiang from his past life, where that very project failed. He tries to deflect by asking the old man to stand, but Nangguo again insists on being accepted as a disciple. Song Yunxiang declines taking on any disciples but offers to communicate and share his design ideas as an equal. After Dean Gu also urges him to rise, Nangguo finally stands, declaring that he will consider himself Song Yunxiang's named disciple from now on. Amused by the old man's stubbornness, Song Yunxiang agrees to test the prototypes first. He channels his energy, activating his star soul to construct the first machine. A massive, heavily armed mech, the Yahello-type bombardment prototype, materializes from a vortex of blue energy. Deciding to test its shoulder cannon, Song Yunxiang takes aim at a distant set of targets. The cannon unleashes a devastating beam of blue energy that slams into the training ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Dean Gu notices that the projectile didn't explode on impact, wondering if it's a grenade. As if on cue, Song Yunxiang mentally commands the projectile to detonate, triggering a massive, fiery explosion among the targets. Dean Gu is stunned, realizing the weapon is designed to penetrate heavy armor before exploding, a perfect counter to the armored beasts and the soldiers of the Milan Kingdom. The blast leaves behind a crater more than 100 meters wide, a display of power rivaling a capital ship's main gun. Satisfied that the power is about what he expected, Song Yunxiang decides to test the honeycomb cannon on the mech's other shoulder, locking onto a new target and unleashing a full blast. He reflects that while the soul power conversion is efficient, the energy consumption is too great for the average student, but it's perfect for those with large reserves and rapid recovery. He then pulls out a second data card and constructs the next prototype, the Yahello flying sword model. Observing the 8 small flying swords orbiting the new mech, he sends them streaking towards the targets with a thought. Dean Gu identifies them as sensory weapons controlled by soul power, remarking that in the hands of an elite pilot, they could easily take on multiple opponents of the same rank. Song Yunxiang muses that such a weapon requires precise control and a deep understanding of an enemy's weaknesses to be effective. Otherwise, it is merely a tool for harassment. Concluding it is only suitable for a select few, he deconstructs the mech and prepares the third and final prototype. He constructs the Yahello-type shield gun prototype. While the others find its armament to be relatively ordinary, Nanguo states that this design shocked him the most due to its tactical applications. To demonstrate, Song Yunxiang asks Dean Gu to summon some live targets from the Academy's training array. She obliges, materializing 10 small, swift, green energy beasts that swarm the mech. Song Yunxiang activates the mech's melee shooting mode, deploying a large energy shield while switching the main weapon to a shotgun configuration. The shield deflects the beast's attacks, while the integrated shotgun blasts them at point-blank range, proving to be an effective defensive countermeasure against high-speed enemies. Song Yunxiang notes that the design's main weakness is its low mobility, making it most effective when used in formation. His thoughts are cut short by a call from shopkeeper Hong, who informs him that the airport has reopened, and his flight to Yang'an City is ready for that afternoon. Song Yunxiang then places a massive order for 100 million worth of medicinal pills, adding another 50 million for urgent supplies, and asks for them to be delivered directly to the airport. After the call, Nanguo tells Dean Gu she must now understand his reverence for Song, as these machines could turn the tide of war against the Milan Kingdom. Song Yunxiang instructs Nanguo to produce as many of the prototypes as possible and tells Dean Gu to select elite pilots from the Academy's students and instructors. He reminds her of her promise, revealing that he anticipates the Southern Wilderness Defense Line will need reinforcements in about a month, and expects her to lead this new elite force to his aid. Dean Gu is shocked by his knowledge of the confidential defense line, but he cryptically tells her it's just speculation for now and that he will contact her with accurate news when he has it. As he prepares to leave for Yang'an City, Nanguo wishes him a safe journey, while Dean Gu watches him go, wondering just what he is planning. Later, at the bustling Yuending City airport, Song Yunxiang sees a familiar face in the crowd, a little girl with orange pigtails. Her presence triggers a flood of memories from his past life. He recalls being a refugee fleeing the city during a catastrophic beast wave, his group forced into the desolate desert of death. There, exhausted and on the brink of collapse, he was approached by the same little girl, who asked if he was a star soul master and offered him a precious steamed bun. She innocently told him that once he ate, he would have the strength to summon his star soul general and protect them all. In his past life, feeling like a useless failure, he had tried to refuse the food, but the girl insisted, pressing the bun into his hand. She told him her older sister was a student at Jiwu Academy and had stayed behind with the city guard to fight the beasts so that others could escape. Fighting back tears, the girl introduced herself as the daughter of a machinist from Taekshuan Heavy Industry and declared her dream to one day build a star soul general even greater than the Yahello style. She insisted he eat the bun to regain his strength and protect everyone. After he ate, she made a pact with him. Once he ate her bun, he became her person, and when she grew up to be a mechanic, he would be her exclusive test pilot. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear and a thumb stamp. The girl told him her name was Tang Zio, and he told her his was Song Yunxiang. Just then, her mother called for her, and she ran off. The memory darkens as he recalls what happened next, beasts erupting from beneath the sand, overwhelming them all in a bloody massacre. He remembers collapsing in the sand, bleeding out next to Ziowen's fallen bracelet, his last moments filled with a scream of anguish. Shaken from his traumatic memory, he sees the family from his past, Tang Jinshui, his wife Shen Dai, their older daughter Shen Duowei, and little Tang Ziowen, arguing with airport staff. Their flight has been cancelled, and as a resigned employee of Taekshuan Heavy Industry, Tang Jinshui no longer has travel privileges. Shen Duowei, a third-year Jiwoo student, presents her credentials, and the staff informs her that she alone is permitted to board. Seeing their despair, Song Yunxiang steps forward and asks if he can bring them with him. The airport staff immediately recognizes him and his supreme status, respectfully ushering him and his guests onto the floating ship. The family is stunned. Shen Duowei tells her parents that the man is Song Yunxiang from her academy, and Ziowen cheekily asks if he's her crush. Blushing, Duowei denies it, admitting quietly that he had saved her life. Song Yunxiang leads the grateful family towards the VIP cabin. They are escorted to the top-floor deluxe garden view room, a suite of unbelievable luxury. Inside, they are met by Fang Hong, the newly promoted general manager of the U-ending branch of the Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Hong greets Song Yunxiang warmly, and after introductions, Song Yunxiang tells the family to make themselves comfortable while he discusses business with Hong in a private chamber. As the two enter the soundproofed room, little Ziowen notes with curiosity that she can't hear their voices at all. Inside, Mr. Hong presents Song Yunxiang with the massive order of medicinal potions he had requested. After their business is concluded, Mr. Hong departs, informing them that the room's exclusive maid will be with them shortly. A moment later, the door opens, and a maid with feline ears and a tail enters, introducing herself as Zio Mang. Song Yunxiang is startled, recognizing her as a member of the beast race and noticing the slave collar hidden beneath her scarf. Her appearance triggers another series of memories from his past life, recalling his time on the southern continent after the fall of the Tiandu kingdom. He remembers being found by beast people and learning about their society, where humans were rare and star soul technology was almost non-existent. He rose to prominence there, even becoming the disciple of a god-level ancestor whose own star soul general had been sealed away centuries ago. He remembers the ancestor telling him he was a descendant of the gods, a key figure in a prophecy. The maid's question about food or drink pulls him back to the present. He tells her he's fine, just lost in thought about the past and the unresolved mysteries of the southern continent. He then asks her to show him a menu. Chapter 14, the man holds out an ornate menu and asks Tang Ziowen what she would like to eat. Ziowen excitedly exclaims that she wants steamed buns. Her mother apologizes to Sir Song, explaining that her daughter really wants to eat her mother's steamed buns. The woman then scolds Ziowen for her attitude, questioning why she would want steamed buns in such a luxurious place when she already has one in her bag. Ziowen pouts, insisting she wants to eat steamed buns other than the one in her bag. Sir Song turns to a maid with pink hair and cat ears, asking if he could order 5 portions of steamed buns. The maid hesitates, explaining that they are not on the menu. Song Yunxiang offers a pouch of money, suggesting she can buy them with it or ask the chef on board to make them. He specifies that he wants 2 servings with radish stuffing, adding that if they don't have turnips, she can get off the ship to buy them for him. The maid agrees to prepare the order and walks down a long, elegant hallway. Song Yunxiang relaxes on the couch, pulling out a bread roll from his coat. Ziowen sits beside him and asks if he also likes radish-stuffed buns. He looks surprised, explaining that he's never actually eaten them but imagines they would taste good. Ziowen praises turnips for being healthy and nutritious, wondering how anyone could dislike them, before clarifying that only her mother likes them. She explains that she wanted to eat the bread later, but offers it to him as thanks for helping them get on the ship. Song Yunxiang looks at the bread roll, then suggests they split it in half. Ziowen agrees happily, admitting she's a bit hungry too, and smiles as she takes her half. A faint blue energy emanates from Song Yunxiang's hand as he splits the bread. The woman, Shen Dai, watches this with a serious expression, noting that his soul force release was both stable and precise. She thinks to herself that even elite star master generals would find such control difficult, wondering if he could be from a famous Song family. Her husband suggests they go and thank Mr. Song. He clenches his fist, muttering that he really hates this kind of situation. After eating the steamed bun, Ziowen declares that Big Brother is now her friend and introduces herself as Tang Ziowen, asking for his name. He introduces himself as Song Yunxiang, inwardly apologizing to Zioen for not having enough ability to protect her in his last life. The man, Tang Jinshui, approaches and introduces himself as a third-level mechanic from Taekshun Industry, though he clarifies he just resigned. His wife, Shen Dai, explains he's from the Shen family in Yongan and apologizes for her husband's awkwardness in conversation. She thanks Song Yunxiang for letting them board the ship and for the luxurious room, as Zioen excitedly points out that the sun has set. Zioen asks if Mr. Song also lives in Yongan City as she looks out the window at the garden on the ship, exclaiming how beautiful it is. Her parents ask if she wants to go see it, offering to accompany her. Zioen excitedly asks if Song Yunxiang will really take her to see it and then turns to a woman named Ryuoe, telling her to come too. Ryuoe hesitates, saying she doesn't want to go, but Zioen's mother quiets her, explaining that Zioen is trying to create an opportunity for her. Meanwhile, in the opposite VVIP room, a woman with white hair remarks on how beautiful the atrium garden is under the sunset, asking someone off-panel if it isn't fun to go there. In the atrium garden, the maid with cat ears, Zio Meng, finds a singer named Lin Jinghua and tells her that a VIP guest has ordered a steamed bun with radish stuffing. Lin Jinghua finds this amusing, noting that someone with great power chooses to eat such ordinary food. She gives Zio Meng specific instructions for the chef, asking for soy sauce and a little sugar or honey, a recipe she says is delicious in her hometown. As Zio Meng leaves, 2 guards stop them at the atrium garden entrance, explaining that the ship will depart soon and the atrium must be closed for safety reasons. A woman named Nera angrily insists she wants to play now, pushing past the guards. Her companion, Fei Ji, tells her not to make trouble and that they will come back later, but she refuses. As she runs, she trips over a discarded radish, meat, sugar, and soy sauce on the floor, items she finds weird for human food. The door to another room opens, and Fei Ji calls out for her to be careful, but she collides with the maid Zio Meng, sending them both tumbling to the ground amidst scattered radishes. Zio Meng cries out in pain, wondering what happened. Fei Ji helps Nera up, who complains that her head hurts. Nera then notices her skirt is dirty and looks down in disgust. A man who was walking with the maid apologizes, explaining he was in a hurry and didn't see them. He begins to wipe up the spilled food. Fei Ji glares at the man on the ground and then kicks him viciously, calling him a basic, lowly demon slave. Another man tells him not to kick the slave to death, complaining that a demon is only worth 200,000 yuan at most, and losing money will give him a headache. The injured man begs them not to step on the food, explaining it's Mr. VVIP radish order. The attacker scoffs, calling the demon race trash that can only survive under mankind's protection, lacking star souls and the ability to become star general masters. The injured man pleads for them to stop and forgive him. The attacker sneers, asking how a lowly creature dares to touch him, and kicks the maid Zio Meng, sending her flying. Her companion begs him to stop, but the other man holds him back, reminding him that the attacker's family, the Ziobai, was once killed by a rebellious demon slave, so he loses control when he sees them, especially from the cat ear tribe. He tells the man to take it easy, saying they will pay for the slave if she dies. The attacker, Ziobai, raises his fist to strike again, shouting for the bitch to go to hell, but his arm is suddenly stopped by an unseen force. He looks up in shock, wondering how this is possible for someone of his advanced rank. Song Yunxiang appears, his eyes glowing, and calmly asks how old the boy is, adding that the person he beat up is his exclusive maid. The boy, Ziobai, demands to know who Song Yunxiang is, threatening that he will regret it if he doesn't let him go. Song Yunxiang tightens his grip, wondering how he can act so boldly, and pulls out a pouch of money. The other man rushes forward, apologizing and explaining that Zioyu goes berserk when she sees demon slaves from the cat ear race. He offers the pouch, saying it's 50,000 yuan, more than enough to buy a slave like that, and asks for forgiveness as compensation. A woman named Nayla questions why he is doing this. The man yells at Ziobai, asking if he's stupid and wants to destroy the ship by taking out his star soul. He points out that the master is at the Earth rank and asks if Ziobai wants to die, recognizing that someone in his 20s at that rank is a hidden talent in the Tiandu kingdom. He orders Ziobai to hurry up and apologize to the senior. Ziobai scoffs dismissively before coughing and apologizing, claiming he got carried away with emotion. Song Yunxiang checks on the maid, who insists she is okay. Song's group then decides to leave the scene. As they walk away, one of the men comments that judging from their physical form and skin color, they must be from the lower region, an alliance chieftain located southwest of the Tiandu kingdom. Song Yunxiang recalls from his previous life that the lower region united with other clans to attack the Tiandu kingdom, noting that their star souls were incompatible with their allies, which is why he never saw their troops in the final battle. He remembers that the lower region is adjacent to a demon clan settlement, and their economy relies heavily on capturing and selling demon slaves, who are treated like goods or farm animals without dignity. He thinks that if he hadn't spent time with the demon race, he might not care about them either. He approaches the injured maid and asks if she can still move, telling her to open her mouth. He places a glowing green pill in her hand. The maid protests that she can't accept something so valuable, explaining that a herbal pill like that is a dream for her to even be able to buy. She laments that the life of the cat breeds is very difficult, but then laughs, pretending she isn't hurt at all. Song Yunxiang sternly tells her to shut up and eat it, forcing the pill into her mouth. He reflects that while the demon clan can't realize a star-soul general, their physical bodies are stronger than a normal human's. The maid suddenly glows with a powerful aura, her injuries healing instantly. She asks why he did that, saying the pill must be very valuable. He reassures her not to worry, claiming it's just a rejuvenating pill and he has plenty more. Oh, he privately admits he doesn't have much left, but can make more with the medicine he got from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Just then, Zioan and her family arrive, explaining that a security guard told them the ship was taking off and the atrium was closed. They decide to go back to their room and return later. Zioan declares she will help carry the radishes for the maid, who tearfully thanks her. From the atrium, Song Yunxiang hears someone singing and wonders who it is. He sees the singer MS, Kyoka, and recognizes her as someone who will become one of the 4 great singers of the Tiandu kingdom in the future, a national treasure. He recalls being a loyal fan of hers in his previous life and is still impressed by her work, realizing the rumors of her starting on a merchant ship were true. He smiles, considering whether he should get her autograph. As the ship, Hong Family Chamber of Commerce No. 802, prepares for takeoff at Yuending City Airport, the captain announces their departure and asks passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Various power lines are cut as the Soul Force reactor and engines come online. The massive ship begins to lift off from the port. The control center at the airport approves their departure and wishes them a safe journey. The ship turns on its main thrusters, and an announcement warns of turbulence, advising passengers to remain seated. Inside the various VVIP rooms, the passengers feel the shaking. In a hidden super VVIP room, Song Yunxiang notes that the ship has departed. He stands before a cauldron, pleased that his herbal concoction is almost done, a present for the old man and the brothers of his Song family. He focuses his energy, forming a glowing elixir, admitting that refining an 8-star elixir is still difficult at his current cultivation level. A powerful wave of energy blasts from the cauldron as the elixir is completed. Outside, Zioan tells her parents she is fine sitting alone and wants to wait for Song Yunxiang. The door slides open and she excitedly calls out to brother Song, asking him to sit with her. Her mother watches, impressed that he can walk so calmly on the violently shaking ship, concluding that this young man is no ordinary person. Her husband observes that Song Yunxiang can regulate his muscle movements to compensate for the ship's shaking, marveling at his body control. Song Yunxiang texts his family that he will be home soon, though the thought of going home feels strange to him. The ship soars through the sky towards Yongan City. In the Song family residence, a butler named Song Mu informs Master Hu that young Master Yunxiang is coming soon, his ship expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. The head of the family, Song Jinjiang, is pleased and orders them to prepare to pick him up, telling them to bring the kid to the dinner party tomorrow night as well. He also instructs them to tell a girl named Yun Jin to send 2 warships to show him where the ship is anchored. Master Hu questions if this is for personal purposes, and Song Jinjiang angrily retorts that he should think for himself and not ask about such trivial things. In another room, a man wonders if his son-in-law's sudden healing and newfound power is what was expected. An announcement informs passengers that the ship has reached a stable condition and they can move freely, adding that a song and dance performance will soon begin in the main atrium garden. The maid Song Yunxiang healed thanks him again for the medicinal pill, saying it was miraculous and her body feels healthier than before. The other man wonders if the medicine he received was the same. Zioan angrily says the person who injured the maid was cruel and vows to defeat them if they try it again, but she starts choking on her food. After catching her breath, she exclaims that the bread is delicious. Song Yunxiang takes a bite and is surprised, recognizing the taste of sugar and soy sauce in the stuffing. He recalls eating something similar while practicing near the Lingjian River, a nostalgic flavor he last tasted at the Xuan headquarters in Ayin City. The maid smiles, confirming it's that good and was specially ordered by Miss Kyoka. At that moment, an announcement states that the performance in the atrium garden is about to start, and the lights dim as the show begins. At the performance, Song Yungxiang is given a Diamond Supreme seat in the front row. Zhang Dagui, the second young master of the Zhang family, watches him from VVIP room No. 2, wondering about the background of the person who occupies a room even he doesn't qualify for. His companion points out that they are sitting in the most prestigious seats. Zhang Dagui asks what he just said, and his companion repeats that the Diamond Supreme area is reserved for high-level people. They conclude that the man is no ordinary soul general and decide they need to find a chance to befriend him. The maid, startled, sits beside Song Yungxiang, who tells her not to be afraid and to just relax. A host on stage announces their newest show, adapted from the true story of a hero who turned the tide of battle during a beast wave in Yuending City. The play begins, showing a Fire Kirin rider destroying beasts alone. Song Yungxiang watches in disbelief, recognizing the story but finding the depiction impossible. The play shows actors portraying monster beasts and knights, with one actor playing Star General Zuo Sai transforming into Star General Lu Bu. The audience gasps in awe, but Song Yungxiang finds the whole spectacle deeply embarrassing. The play culminates with the hero rescuing a princess from a monster. The hero rejects the princess's affections, saying he has to go, leaving her heartbroken. Song Yungxiang finally mutters that he can't take it anymore, calling the show embarrassing and the plot chaotic. An actor overhears him and furiously demands to know what he just said. The actor, one of the performers from the play, angrily confronts Song Yungxiang, accusing him of disrespecting Miss Jinghua, who wrote the play, as well as the cast. The crowd joins in, demanding that Song Yungxiang apologize immediately. Chapter 15, a large, ornate ship flies through a narrow, forested valley, its passage marked by a shimmering blue energy shield. Inside, a young, blonde-haired man is restrained between two large, bold guards in matching uniforms, who are sternly telling him to apologize. From his seat in the ship's luxurious lounge, Song watches them with an annoyed expression, thinking they must be crazy. He quickly composes himself and offers an apology, explaining that he had a slip of the tongue. Elsewhere in the lounge, a tan-skinned woman with short, light hair points out the quarrel to her male companion, suggesting they should go help the senior from the #1 cabin to build a good relationship with him. Her companion looks at her skeptically, remarking that he can see she just wants to join in the fun. She playfully sticks her tongue out, insisting that she is a good judge of people, and that this senior is definitely someone important. The group, led by the blonde man, approaches Song's table, demanding a proper apology and declaring his previous one too perfunctory. A small girl with reddish-brown hair, Zioen, steps forward and points at the blonde man, telling the fat man to stop because her brother Song has already apologized. The blonde man explodes with rage, shouting at the little girl and asking what she just called him, furiously declaring that she and her whole family are the fat ones. The tan-skinned woman interjects, casually calling him fatty and asking what's wrong with calling him that. The blonde man dismisses them, telling the people from cabin #3 that this has nothing to do with them and warning them not to ask for trouble, sneering that they are just two people from the lower realm. The woman's companion retorts, asking who said it doesn't matter and calling the blonde man a fat boy, accusing him of disturbing their performance. He holds up an ornate token and profanely tells the fat boy to go away. One of the bold guards steps forward, warning the barbarians from the lower realm not to be reckless. The companion coolly calls the guard an old bold donkey, telling him to keep his mouth clean and threateningly asks if he wants to try the power of the token, which he claims can kill him in minutes. The guard calls him a bastard as the blonde man holds him back, telling Uncle Wu not to escalate things. A calm voice suddenly fills the room from a nearby stage, asking the groups to give her some face. A glowing blue energy curtain appears on the stage, drawing the attention of the entire room. The audience gasps in recognition, murmuring that it's Miss Kyoka. A young woman named Lin Jinghua, also known as Kyoka, appears on stage next to an older man, identified as the resident singer for Hong's Shipping No. 802. The blonde man and the man from the lower realm both blush, calling out her name in admiration. Song observes her, thinking that while she is still young, she already possesses the aura of a superstar, and reflects that she is unaware she will soon become one of the 4 major singers in the Tiandu Kingdom. Kyoka addresses the room, stating she heard the argument backstage and came to sing, asking them to listen to her first. The blonde man thinks she is very kind. The older man with her agrees, first thanking the gentleman for his love of their work, then explaining that the performance is based on a legend with artistic processing, not literal truth, and that Kyoka should humbly accept the young master's complaints about its accuracy. Kyoka bows slightly, adding that commercial exaggerations are inevitable and asks for forgiveness. Song laughs, saying it's actually pretty good and suggests they continue watching the show. Kyoka announces she will now play and sing the next song herself. The blonde man apologizes for his impulsiveness and for disturbing the performance. Song tells Zio to sit down and continue watching the show, though she looks at him quizzically. As they settle, the man from the lower realm smirks at the guard, warning the dead, bald donkey to be careful or he'll kill him. The guard can only glare back in fury. An announcer introduces the next song, an original piece by Miss Kyoka titled Soul Monument. Kyoka sits under a spotlight and begins to play a beautiful melody on her pipa. The somber lyrics of the song float through the air, telling a story of ruin, sin, and memory. Someone in the audience thinks that this is one of Miss Kyoka's pre-famous creations. Another audience member reminisces, thinking that they haven't heard this song for more than 10 years since leaving the Eastern continent, and that they miss it greatly, recalling being a fan back then and wondering if her most famous song, God of World War, has even been created yet. When the song ends, Kyoka thanks the audience for coming. The crowd erupts in applause, shouting for one more song. Smiling, Kyoka agrees to sing again and asks what they would like to hear. The blonde man eagerly requests her new song, Burning Star, hoping to be the first to hear it publicly. The rest of the audience joins in, chanting for Burning Star, but Kyoka apologizes, explaining that the song is still being created. Despite this, the crowd's chanting continues. Kyoka relents to the enthusiastic crowd, deciding to sing the unfinished song, hoping the live performance will provide the inspiration she needs for the ending. She introduces her latest work, Burning Star. Song watches intently, realizing this was the song that made her famous so early in her career. As she begins to play, the scene transforms into a beautiful, starry night with her playing under a large tree. The lyrics speak of a hero awakening from a sealed flame, raising a sword against the darkness and wishing for a triumphant return. Song closes his eyes, moved by the music, and begins to hum along with the lyrics about the oath engraved on a warrior's chest. The song reaches its climax, accompanied by a montage of intense mecha battles as the lyrics speak of killing all gods and beasts, and Song finds himself singing the final line aloud, declaring that the one who returns will be him. The music suddenly stops, leaving the hall in stunned silence. Song opens his eyes in confusion. The entire audience is frozen and someone asks what's wrong. On stage, Kyoka's hands tremble over her pipa. The cat-eared girl beside Song whispers that Miss Kyoka hadn't finished the ending of the song, but he had just sung it. Song freezes in realization, thinking he got lost in his memories and made a mistake. Kyoka, however, is moved to tears, inspired by the line he sang, seeing it as the perfect ending that had eluded her for so long, and she bows to him. She feels as if she has met a bosom friend who truly understands her. Song, flustered and sweating, can only stammer her name, thinking to himself that this feels like he just cheated on an exam. Suddenly, Kyoka is enveloped in a bright light, realizing she is having a breakthrough in her cultivation. She thinks about how long she has been trapped at the yellow rank realm and is amazed that a little enlightenment from him has broken her bottleneck. A vortex of power swirls around her as she screams. The audience is shocked to see her level up, realizing she is also a soul master. Song watches, wondering how he could have caused her breakthrough. He then feels a strange fluctuation in the air, recognizing it as the feeling of a crack forming in space. Kyoka lands back on stage, panting, as the audience congratulates her on her breakthrough. Now an early-stage soul master, she approaches Song to thank him for his guidance and invites him to her room for pointers after the show. As Song looks flustered, an alarm blares. A crew member reports to the captain that a crack has been detected in the air. It's a beast. The captain orders the ship's defenses activated and tells the crew to prepare for evasive maneuvers. The ship's energy shield flares to life as a warning flashes across the screens. Beasts have been detected and are heading for the ship. An announcement tells all passengers to return to their cabins immediately as a swarm of winged creatures descends upon the vessel. The beasts bombard the ship with pink energy blasts. On the outer deck, passengers scream in terror as the shield begins to falter. A man is thrown overboard, and Kyoka is knocked down but caught by a crewmate. Song observes the overwhelming number of monsters and concludes that the ship's defenses won't last long. The captain curses their situation, realizing they are surrounded and cannot escape, ordering his troops to counterattack while sending a distress signal. The ship's Yuan-style Star Master generals deploy to fight the beasts. An announcement urges any Star Masters among the passengers to assist the security team. Uncle Wu tries to escort the young blonde master to safety, but the young man refuses, insisting he is a star master general and wants to help fight. His companion Zio Fei thinks that the ship is doomed and none of them will survive if it breaks down. He then notices Song holding a green token, which his female companion immediately recognizes. She realizes with a shock that it's her lost star general token from the battle in the capital. Blushing, she wonders if he has been carrying it with him this whole time. The beasts find a weak point and begin to break through the ship's defenses. The captain, unable to reach his security team, desperately hopes for a powerful master in the VIP cabins to intervene. On the deck, passengers flee in panic as the beasts breach the shield and swarm inside. Just as a beast is about to strike a group of fallen civilians, a blue energy shield materializes to protect them. Song stands before them as a massive demonic beast descends from the sky. Uncle Wu engages the creature, and his young master rushes to his aid, summoning a blue mecha to fight. Song receives a system warning about the extreme danger level, advising him to flee. He realizes there must be even stronger beasts nearby and knows he cannot escape while so many people are trapped. Zio Fei, seeing Uncle Wu's mecha is too weak, decides to help, summoning his own mass-produced Nagabata Star General mecha to join the fray. He is quickly overwhelmed, but is saved by a sudden energy blast from his female companion, who has also summoned her own mecha. Song tells the passengers to decide for themselves whether to flee to the lower decks or stay, then instructs Zio Meng to take Zioen's family to the single escape boat. Zioen refuses to leave her brother's side, believing he can protect them. A young woman named Duo declares she is also a soul master and will stay to fight alongside Song's classmate. Back in the atrium, the massive beast fires a powerful energy beam at Miss Kyoka. A small gray mecha is thrown back by the force of the blast. The pilot's ally blocks another attack, and Zioen's mother apologizes to Song for her family, placing them at his disposal. Song reassures her, saying it was his fault for bringing them and that he will prioritize their safety. The gray mecha is swarmed by smaller creatures but manages to break free and retaliate. However, it is quickly impaled by the main beast. The defeated pilot thanks the lower realm boy for his help. Zio Fei's mecha faces the beast alone, shouting that the old man now owes him one. Before the beast can attack, a powerful red-armored hand grabs its weapon and shatters it. A new, formidable red and black mecha appears, punching the beast away with incredible force. The onlookers are stunned, with the tan-skinned woman recognizing the newcomer, exclaiming that it's him and he has finally taken action. The red mecha swiftly impales the demonic creature with a massive spear, standing victoriously over its defeated foe. Chapter 16, a hulking monster tears into a man on a grassy field, who screams desperately for help as a sleek. Red and black mecha appears before him. The creature lets out a piercing shriek, but the pilot of the mecha, the Red Star General, tells it to shut up before cleaving it in two with a massive red energy blade, triggering a devastating explosion that carves a crater into the landscape. A blond man watching from the ship's deck is stunned, realizing the hero from the opera performance is real. Inside his cockpit, Song Yunxiang takes stock of the situation, counting 7 beasts that have breached the ship's defenses and concluding they cannot last much longer. Deciding he can no longer conserve his strength, he commands the system to unlock a new weapon, the fear-carrying bow. An interface appears, showing the weapon's schematics as it is crafted from light. A system notification chimes that the weapon is complete, and an ethereal pink energy bow materializes in his hands. He laments its high energy cost, but accepts he has no other choice as another man outside yells that he cannot hold out any longer. People on the deck cry out in alarm as several golden, circular projectiles slice through the attacking monsters. The blonde man recognizes them as Miss Nera's untested secret weapon, the Nagabata flywheel, and questions why she would reveal a national secret. Nera, inside her dark mecha and surrounded by the golden flywheels, confirms she has arrived just in time. After her weapons shred the remaining creatures, a man thanks her for the save. She asks for their next move, noting that with 3 enemies still left, their chances of winning are slim. Nera explains that she can handle 2 of the flying beasts and tells her 2 male companions to work together to kill the last one. An older, bald man agrees and calls to his partner, pointing out the weakest-looking enemy. Nera states she will draw the creature's attention while they attack from behind, planning to use an enemy enchantment formation on the count of 3. As she counts down, a massive beam of energy suddenly erupts from an unknown source, completely obliterating the creatures in a blinding flash of light. The area is left smoking and empty, leaving Nera and her companions stunned and confused, as she had not yet deployed her formation. Onlookers are equally baffled by the sudden flash. A man asks Miss Nera if she saw it, and her young companion confirms she saw something vague. The blond man, however, points with a trembling finger, recognizing the Red Star Soul from the legends of Uending City. In his cockpit, Song Yunxiang mutters to himself that he used too much force and accidentally destroyed a piece of the luxury cabin's roof. Another flying beast shrieks and lunges at him. He calls upon the Star Master System to unlock the Skyclaw. A notification confirms the unlock is complete, and his dragon tongue bow reconfigures itself into a pair of sharp, formidable claws. He scoffs as the creature approaches with a bizarre quacking sound. The Red Star Soul effortlessly catches the monster, lifts it into the air, and crushes it in an explosion of electrical energy. The other pilots watch in awe, remarking on his incredible strength. Miss Nera blushes, thinking he might be the one who can help her, while her companion marvels that Song's combat effectiveness has grown even stronger. The Red Star Soul lands on the deck, and Song Yunxiang thinks that the true threat has not yet appeared. Nera confirms to her companion that this is the senior from Cabin No. 1, thinking how fortunate she was not to have fought him before. Her companion jokes that if she had, today would be the day of her death. Suddenly, more strange creatures materialize from the smoke, and the pilots shout in alarm. A crewman reports from the bridge that the ship's defense formation is failing and will collapse within 10 breaths. The captain desperately calls for support, ordering his crew to send SOS signals on all channels. A monstrous face suddenly appears on the main view screen, and its beak begins pecking at the ship's exterior. Just as the captain orders an evacuation, the screen cracks and goes dark. Outside, the Red Star Soul has impaled the beast, holding its corpse up for the stunned bridge crew to see. They stare in disbelief, realizing a powerhouse of legendary status, the Red Star Soul General, is aboard their ship. The crew erupts in celebration, and a man excitedly tells his subordinate to get an autograph from the hero for his 2 fan daughters, even considering getting a photo himself. Meanwhile, the security team is being overwhelmed by the swarming beasts. The team leader wants to retreat, but another pilot reminds him their duty is to protect the passengers. A pilot screams that the pension from the Hong family is enough to support their families for 3 generations and charges suicidally into the horde. The beasts quickly overwhelm him and the other guards. A team member is impaled by a beast's claw, thinking only that the pension will finally pay off his family's debts. Just before the final blow lands, the creature is sliced in half by Song Yunxiang. The surviving guards look up to see the Red Star Soul standing over them, and one man thanks him profusely. In his cockpit, Song Yunxiang wishes for his allies, then tells the guards to back off. He unleashes a sweeping energy blast from his claw weapon, but the agile flying beasts easily dodge it. He switches back to the dragon tongue bow and fires a massive, sky-filling volley of energy arrows. The arrows detonate in a spectacular display, annihilating the entire swarm in a single attack. The other pilots are stunned by this display of power. Suddenly, the remaining beasts on deck begin shrieking, calling for reinforcements. A massive new horde appears on the horizon, and Song Yunxiang grimly notes that the largest among them are not to be underestimated, wondering if this is the threat the system warned him about. One of the pilots begs him to use his powerful attack again, but Song Yunxiang knows the ship's hull cannot withstand another barrage of that magnitude. The new swarm unleashes a volley of purple energy blasts that hammer the ship's shields, causing massive explosions. As the smoke clears, a tiger-shaped battleship is seen floating nearby, firing its own cannons to intercept the attack. On the bridge, the crew cheers as help has arrived. A hologram appears, showing a woman who announces that the Song family's Chiluan army is there to provide protection for their evacuation. The civilian ship's captain is suspicious, wondering why an army from the southern border would be here, but his subordinate dismisses it as a coincidence. The captain orders all power diverted to the engines to meet their rescuers. In his cockpit, Song Yunxiang recognizes the Chiluan army as the one founded by his eldest sister, Song Yunjin. Aboard the Chiluan battleship, a woman with purple hair, the captain, asks her companion, Butler Damu, if he is sure their little marquis is on that civilian boat. The butler confirms it, adding that people always grow up. He then asks if she saw the Red Star Soul General, and upon viewing the playback, she is shocked to recognize the hero of Uending City. She muses that her waste of a little brother has always been lucky to have such a strong protector. The butler smirks, thinking she will be even more shocked to learn that the strong man is her brother. The beasts turn their attack on the Chiluan ships, and the captain orders her crew to fire. As the battle rages, Song Yunxiang lands on the deck of the civilian ship and tells a guard to find safety. At that moment, his system flashes a critical warning. An excessive crack reaction has been detected, and he must evacuate the area within 5 seconds. The ship is violently rocked, and down on the ground where some passengers had landed, they feel the tremor. Miss Kyoka is being thanked by a man for her help in the fight when the Red Star Soul lands heavily before them. Song Yunxiang yells that there is no time to chat and extends a massive hand, telling them to get on now. A massive, shadowy, tree-like structure cracks the very fabric of the sky, revealing 3 glowing red eyes within its core. Song Yunxiang stares in horror, realizing what it is, a god-level beast, the Kun. The colossal whale-like creature emerges fully from the spatial rift as a system notification informs him that he has missed the opportunity to evacuate. The crew of both ships are frozen in terror at the sight of the gargantuan beast. Song Yunxiang's system begins loading alternative plans as he notices something strange about this Kun, sensing another unusual wave of soul power from within its belly. The Kun opens its immense maw and begins to inhale, and Song Yunxiang yells for everyone to cover their ears. It unleashes a deafening roar, a sonic wave of pure power that rips through the air. The security guards on deck scream as they are disintegrated. Men on the bridge bleed from their eyes and ears before collapsing. On the ground, Song Yunxiang creates a small energy shield to protect the civilians, telling them to hold on. Aboard the Chiluan ship, Butler Damu erects a powerful barrier to protect himself and the captain from the sound wave. When it subsides, he gravely informs her that this was merely its normal roar. Realizing they cannot survive another, he decides they must interrupt its breathing cycle. The captain orders her ships to aim their weapons at the beast, but a hologram of Song Yunxiang appears, yelling for them not to shoot. The butler and captain are shocked as he identifies himself as Song Yunxiang. The butler, recognizing his young master, explains that he was sent by the old marquis to bring him home. The captain is speechless, unable to reconcile the trash young master with the powerful warrior before them. Song Yunxiang, moved by the word home, urgently explains that the Kun will ignore them as long as they don't attack. He orders all ships to power down completely and begin a controlled fall. The civilian captain panics at the thought of falling from 300 meters, but Song Yunxiang insists it is their only chance, recounting how he has seen a Kun devour half a city in a single bite. Terrified, the captain relays the order. On Song Yunxiang's command, all ships extinguish their lights and begin to plummet from the sky. The freefall causes chaos inside the ships as people are thrown about. Song Yunxiang stabilizes his mecha on the deck, shielding the passengers as he monitors their rapid descent. As they pass through the clouds, the pursuing swarm of smaller beasts hesitates, then dives after them. Song Yunxiang counts down again, then yells for all ships to power up and escape at full speed. The engines roar back to life, and the fleet blasts away, leaving the confused swarm behind. Chapter 17, the starship captain despairs as their energy resources run out while being swarmed by monstrous creatures, lamenting that they will all surely die. A subordinate reports that the Hong Chamber of Commerce ship, where Yunxiang is, has started to slow down, likely due to damage from previous battles. The Chiluan army captain immediately orders his crew to fire tow cables and pull the other vessel to safety. As the cables connect, the creatures begin boarding one of the ships, and the captain orders all troops to prepare for battle, refusing to sit still and be slaughtered. The subordinate on the bridge notes their speed has suddenly increased, realizing the other ship is now pulling them. The rescued captain breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that someone came to help. However, on the Chiluan ship, the purple-haired subordinate warns that their reduced speed has attracted some high-level monsters who are now chasing them, a fact confirmed by a holographic display showing multiple hostiles approaching. She explains they cannot use their main cannons, as diverting power would cripple their speed, so a male officer orders the Yuan team to be deployed for combat. Soldiers in powerful mecha suits assemble on the ship's exterior, preparing for battle. Their leader, a general in distinctive orange armor, rallies her troops, telling them to give no mercy and show the monsters the power of the Chiluan army's star generals as they form up in a firing line. Following the command to fire, the soldiers unleash a devastating volley of energy blasts that tear through the approaching swarm of creatures. The general orders them to maintain formation, but a subordinate notes the enemy's attack seems thin, suspecting they are preparing for a suicide attack. Just as she warns everyone to be ready, a monster breaks through and crashes into the ship's defenses, causing a massive explosion. With the ship's second defense formation destroyed, the purple-haired subordinate orders half the troops to provide support, while the rest engage the boarding creatures in close-quarters combat. As reinforcements from the second ship arrive, they yell for the embattled soldiers to regroup and form a defensive line. The orange-armored general sees yet another wave of enemy reinforcements approaching and commands everyone to prepare for a defensive stand. Suddenly, powerful arrows of pure light descend from above, obliterating the new wave of monsters before they can attack. The soldiers wonder who saved them, looking up to see Song Yunxiang breathing heavily from the immense soul force required for his attack. As more creatures swarm him, he unleashes a flurry of crimson energy blades that shred them to pieces. The crew on the bridge watches in awe, with the purple-haired woman expressing shock at Yunxiang's terrifying power, wondering when he had become so formidable. On the other ship, Nara is about to unleash her golden moon weapon when the creatures suddenly halt their assault, leaving the defenders confused. The entire swarm roars in unison before turning and retreating into the dark expanse of space. The soldiers realize the beasts have backed off, and on the bridge, the captain sighs in relief. In the distance, the massive alpha creature, Kun Feng, is seen withdrawing. A spent Yunxiang murmurs that they are finally beyond its reach. The crew of the Chiluan ship erupts in celebration. The male officer declares that they only survived thanks to young Master Yunxiang, while the purple-haired woman privately wonders how he knew the habits of the Kun Feng beast. Yunxiang, looking exhausted, waves off their questions, stating he is too tired to talk and is going to his cabin to nap, leaving the rest to them. He is seen in a dreamlike state, being greeted by people before an announcement wakes him, informing him that their ship will soon arrive at Yong'an City. He opens his eyes in his cabin, where a woman asks if he's up. He asks how long he was asleep before looking out the window, confirming he's arrived. Looking down at the sprawling metropolis of Yong'an City, he declares that he is back. Elsewhere in the city, a man named Zun Zion, after being chided for his lateness, boasts to his followers that he is destined to become a heavenly star general and the strongest master. At the airport, an old man profusely thanks Yunxiang for saving them and asks for autographs for his many daughters. Yunxiang is then greeted by his family's chief butler, Song Mu, whom he embraces warmly, calling him Uncle Mu. Song Mu gently chides him for being overly dramatic, but Yunxiang insists it feels like it's been a long time. A sudden realization dawns on him as he senses Song Mu's true power. On the surface, he is an Earth-rank cultivator, but in reality, he is a mid-level Heaven-rank expert. Yunxiang is shocked, remembering that in his past life he was too weak to perceive this and believed only the family head was a heavenly rank. He introduces his friends to the butler, and Shen Dai introduces herself and her niece. Songmu recognizes the Shen family name and offers them a flying boat, which they politely decline. Shen Dai thanks Yunxiang again and invites him to her home. He promises the young girl, Zioen, that he will take her for delicious food later, and she excitedly asks if her blushing sister Duoe can come along, to which he agrees. As they part ways, Songmu informs Yunxiang that their own flying boat has arrived. The butler leads him toward an inner passage where their driver, Ah Bei, is waiting. But they are interrupted by a woman named Jinghua, who rushes up and gives Yunxiang a note, telling him she'll be in the city for half a month and hopes he will come find her for a long talk. As Yunxiang stands there flustered, Songmu pointedly coughs and reminds him that the master has arranged a family banquet for that evening, and his fiancée, MS, Kong Xingxin, will be in attendance. At the mention of Kong Xingxin, Yunxiang's expression hardens. He recalls how in his previous life, she and her family's powerhouse came to his door to annul their engagement right after he returned from the desert. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he thinks about the upcoming dinner with the relatives who once scorned him as a loser. Their exclusive driver, Ah Bei, greets them at the airship. Once inside, Ah Bei is stunned, exclaiming that Yunxiang has broken through to the earth level and healed his incomplete soul vein. Songmu quickly tells him to focus on driving, silencing him. Yunxiang thinks to himself, surprised to discover that Ah Bei is also a mid-level heaven-rank expert. He realizes Songmu's interruption was a deliberate signal, implying the butler knows more than he lets on. Meanwhile, a blonde man wakes up in a daze, initially confused before remembering he fought alongside a legendary hero the night before. He jumps out of bed, eagerly asking where the hero is, wanting to befriend him, only to be told that the hero has already left. Utterly dismayed, he demands his subordinate find the man, declaring that this hero will become his master. In the airship, Yunxiang asks Songmu to investigate two people he met from the lower domain, handing him their card. Songmu recognizes it as belonging to one of the 6 noble families and provides a detailed breakdown of the lower domain's political factions, including the restorationist Huyan clan, whom Yunxiang dismisses as homeless people. When Songmu brings up his fiancée again, Yunxiang brushes it off and asks about the likelihood of the lower domain allying with Milan to attack Tiandu. They arrive at the Jian Marquis mansion, their family estate, where a group of men are gambling by the gate. Spotting the young master's arrival, they hastily hide their game. The gatekeeper, Ma-san, greets Yunxiang, who is once again shocked to sense that Ma-san is also a mid-stage heaven-level master. Ma-san offers to play a game, but Song-mu reminds Yunxiang that Lord Hu is waiting. Yunxiang promises Ma-san they'll play cards and drink next time. As he walks away, Ma-san comments to the others that the young master not only repaired his soul vein, but also tried to spy on his realm. While walking through a corridor, Yunxiang recalls his childhood fondness for the seemingly simple gatekeeper, astonished that another person in his household was hiding their true power. They finally arrive before the family head, Song Jingzhang. Song Jingzhang praises his grandson's breakthrough to the earth level and invites him in for a game of Go. As they sit down, Yunxiang senses his grandfather's true strength, not just early heaven level, but a semi-holy, far stronger than he ever imagined. He reels from the revelation that his family possesses such immense power, realizing with dread that if they were still wiped out in his past life, his current preparations are woefully insufficient. His senses then pick up a faint but unmistakable holy rank aura within the mansion, leading him to wonder if there's yet another hidden trump card. He concludes he must find a way to elevate his own holy cards to the next stage. Inside, Yunxiang and his grandfather play Go. Song Jingzhang declares the game lost but suggests they replay the round. He acknowledges that he knows of Yunxiang's recent great deeds. Yunxiang, deciding against revealing his rebirth, prepares to tell a fabricated story about a secret realm. However, his grandfather interrupts, pointing to the Go board and speaking of replaying a lost game, before cryptically asking what would happen if a chess piece were to jump off the board and become a player. A cosmic vision of the board and constellations flashes in his eyes. In another part of the city, Kong Xingxin throws a tantrum, refusing to marry Song Yunxiang. Her father, Kong Fan, reminds her of their family's debt to the Songs and the news of Yunxiang's recent achievements. She dismisses Yunxiang, praising a brother Zun Zia instead, claiming he will soon become the host of Star Soul General Cao Ren. As her father fumes, a powerful voice intercedes. Her grandfather, Kong Zheng, appears floating in the air, revealing he has just broken through to the heaven stage. Inside, they all congratulate him. Kong Zheng dismisses Song Jingzhang as being stuck in his rank for years and declares that with his new power, he is confident he can challenge the Song family. Xingxin eagerly urges him to go and break the engagement immediately. Kong Zheng agrees, stating that marrying Xingxin to Zun Zia, a future Star Soul General's host whom they can mold, is far more beneficial than an alliance with the Songs. When his son worries about needing a proper reason, Kong Zheng declares that the fist of a heaven-level expert is all the reason he needs and reveals a 3-star strong power pill he purchased, ready for a confrontation. Chapter 18, Song Yunxiang looks down at the Song mansion from above before asking the old man what he meant by his earlier words, wondering if he was referring to a chess player. The old man laughs it off, claiming it was nothing more than regret over a wrong move in their game of Go. He quickly changes the subject, asking Yunxiang to continue his story about the secret world, which makes Yunxiang suspect the old man knows more than he is letting on. Yunxiang explains that he strayed into an ancient secret realm where he received a certain chance. His memories flash back to a grand, mechanical gate flanked by giant statues. He recounts how an unprecedented beast tide of glowing, insectoid creatures broke out in the southern wilderness not long after. The southern wilderness Great Wall was destroyed, and all the soldiers of the Song family were wiped out by the swarm. The tide of beasts then engulfed Yong'an City and continued to push northward. Back in the present, he tells the old man that later, the kingdom of Milan invaded, leading to a decisive battle, after which he went to the Zishui kingdom and received the Empress's protection. While Yunxiang briefly describes the experiences of his past life, a man named Mu stands guard outside the door. Suddenly, another man, Song Jin, the chief butler, rushes down the hall in a panic. Mu stops him, asking what's wrong. Song Jin, out of breath, reports that one's condition is not very good. When he insists on seeing Lord Hu immediately, Mu blocks his path, stating that Master Hu and young Master Yunxiang are discussing important matters. Inside, Yunxiang continues his tale, explaining that after the last human stronghold in the North Continent blew up, he woke up back in the present. He laughs, questioning whether it was all a dream or if he was truly reborn from 60 years in the future. The old man is stunned by the 60-year timeline, muttering that she never told him it would take so long. The old man changes the subject again, asking Yunxiang to confirm that his Star Master system can now copy the Star Soul Generals of others. Yunxiang confirms this is true, explaining how he acquired Zuo Sai's Soul Jade in Yuending City, and admitting that the old man is the only one he truly trusts. The old man warns him never to disclose the system to anyone and tells him to continue using the identity of Zuo Sai's host. Yunxiang agrees, reflecting that in his past life, he only discovered the copy ability after 3 years, initially believing the system was only for alarms and formations. The old man then tells him it's time to give him something his mother left behind. He activates a hidden mechanism, revealing a long, ornate box. He relays a prophecy from Yunxiang's mother, that one day he would become extremely powerful, his soul veins would heal, and he might even claim to travel through time and space. She had told the old man to believe Yunxiang no matter what he said. Handing the box to his grandson, the old man adds her final words. The law of time cannot be violated by humans, but under the Star Network everything is a chess game. Yunxiang is shocked that his mother knew about the StarNet. As he takes the box, a powerful wave of golden energy erupts outside, startling them both. Yunxiang recognizes the weak, holy-level breath and realizes something is wrong. The door bursts open, knocking Mu and Song Jin to the ground. The old man exclaims that this is not good and tells Yunxiang to follow him. They rush out into the hall, where Song Jin informs Lord Hu that the person's condition is not good. They arrive at a building that houses a closed-door elevator and descend deep underground. The doors open to a massive, artificially lit cavern containing a serene landscape of buildings, mountains, and a lake, stunning Yunxiang. He marvels at the strange place hidden beneath the mansion as they are greeted by guards. The old man orders Song Jin and Mu to wait outside as he and Yunxiang enter a room where a very old man lies weakly in bed, coughing. The old man rushes to the bedside, addressing the ailing man as third uncle. The third uncle, whose name is Song Bingchuan, acknowledges him as Zhang and says he came just in time, as he feels he has less than a month to live. Zhang introduces Yunxiang as his grandson. Song Bingchuan recognizes him as the son with the broken soul vein and is surprised to see that his soul vein has been repaired. As the great uncle reaches out to him, Yunxiang mentally commands his system to copy the man's star soul general, but nothing happens. He wonders why the system isn't responding. Suddenly, Song Bingchuan cries out and unleashes a massive, uncontrolled wave of holy power that sends Yunxiang flying. After landing elegantly, Yunxiang realizes this must be the hidden holy stager of the family. Song Bingchuan apologizes, explaining that as his lifespan wanes, his body is like a cracked ball, unable to contain his leaking holy soul power. He's impressed that Yunxiang was completely unharmed by the outburst. Zhang explains Yunxiang's situation, including his vision of the Song family being wiped out in a month by a beast tide. Hearing this, and realizing they must prepare, Song Bingchuan decides to reveal his secret. He announces that he, Song Bingchuan, is the 8th-generation host of the Star Soul General Cao Ren. Yunxiang is shocked, wondering how this is possible since his system didn't respond when he touched the man. He then recalls that in the future he saw Cao Ren's host was a young man named Zun Zia. Song Bingchuan explains that when he dies, Cao Ren's soul will form a new jade to find its next host, likely the Zun Zia that Yunxiang mentioned. Zhang despairs, asking if there's any way to heal him, but his uncle says nothing can be done when a lifespan is depleted. Yunxiang, however, recalls various life-extending pills and confidently states that he can refine them. The two old men are incredulous, but Yunxiang proves his claim by producing an 8-star heavenly soul pill he refined on the way there, explaining it can also improve a heaven stage cultivator's realm. Overwhelmed, Zhang grants Yunxiang the full authority and resources of the Song family head, begging him to save his third uncle. Yunxiang agrees and goes to check his great-grandpa's pulse, only to learn his right arm is a bionic prosthesis. Song Bingchuan explains he lost the right half of his body in his last battle and has been feigning death ever since. Yunxiang realizes this is why his system failed. The host's body was incomplete. Touching the real hand, his system finally activates and begins copying the data for Star Soul General Cao Ren. However, it immediately reports a 7% data error due to the host's physical condition and begins a lengthy repair process estimated to take over 1.4 million seconds. Yunxiang then tells his great-grandpa he will find a way not only to extend his life, but also to regenerate his lost body. He gives the old man a 5-star Fengshun pill to ease his pain for now. Leaving the underground sanctuary, he returns to his own residence in the east courtyard, where his maids are frantically cleaning. One maid, Wode, still holds a grudge against him for his past behavior, while another, Lotus, defends him. The head maid, Qingdai, scolds them for gossiping. Outside, another maid, Zissou, runs into a new trainee named Su Wen and begins to lecture her, only to be interrupted by Yunxiang, who pats her on the head. Zissou is overjoyed to see him. Yunxiang notices Su Wen's cold gaze and has his system scan her, discovering she is a lurking agent from Milan at the mid-earth stage, using a device to hide her power. After greeting his other maids, he notes that King Dai is at the early Earth stage and wonders if his grandfather secretly assigned her to protect him. Later, alone in his room, he asks the system about the data corruption. He dismisses his maids and prepares to open the box his mother left him. The box is protected by a 3-level encryption formation, but he simply has his system hack it. As it works, he ponders his mother's words about the Starnet being a chessboard that can be reset. The system provides 12 possible passwords. He randomly enters one that looks familiar. The box opens to reveal a white mask and a jade lock inscribed with the words "Stepping on the Star Gate," a forbidden term related to secret combat skills he heard of in his past life. The mask activates, displaying the words "All beings have no form" on the front and "Born from the heart" on the back. Curious, he puts it on and finds he can see perfectly despite the lack of eye holes. However, when he looks in a mirror, he sees himself transformed into a muscular, white-haired old man. As his reflection panics, King Dai bursts in, drawing her sword and demanding to know who this stranger is and where young Master Yunxiang has gone. The transformed Yunxiang frantically tries to tell her to listen to his explanation. Chapter 19. A moment ago, a maid asked an older man, Songmu, and his 2 younger companions to wait while she went upstairs to report to the young master. The 2 younger men were Gao Geiyan, the 27-year-old leader of the Song family's first group of shadow guards, and Ma Jinhua, the 27-year-old leader of the second group. The maid approached a door and announced that young Master Yunxiang, the chief butler Songmu, had arrived with guests. Inside the room, a muscular, white-haired old man sitting at a table was startled by her entrance, exclaiming that this was not good. The maid, King Dai, was shocked and demanded to know who he was. She drew a dagger from a holster on her thigh and lunged, asking where young Master Yunxiang was. The old man, actually Yunxiang in disguise, nervously tried to explain, but she attacked, shouting that she was serious. He easily caught her blade, and she cried out as he disarmed her. He grabbed her from behind, telling her to calm down, though she called him a bastard. He covered her mouth, hushing her. After she calmed, he let her go, and she coughed as he told her not to blame him. Looking in a mirror, Yunxiang mused that the mask was born from the heart and wondered if he could change his shape according to his thoughts. He decided to try, and concentrating, his body was enveloped in blue particles as he transformed into a perfect replica of King Dai. He chuckled, realizing he could freely transform just by imagining himself in his heart. Transformed, Yunxiang realized his previous old man form was revealed because that's how he truly saw himself. A sound from outside alerted them, and he quickly reverted to his normal appearance just as the door was kicked open. Songmu, Gao Geiyan, and Ma Jinhua burst in, asking if everyone was all right. They found Yunxiang holding King Dai in an awkward embrace. He told Uncle Mu it was okay, he was just playing with her. Ma Jinhua gave a thumbs up, remarking that it was just as expected of their role model, but Songmu told him to shut up. Songmu then reminded Yunxiang that his fiancée, MS, Kong Xingxin, would be at the dinner tonight. Yunxiang waved it off, saying he'd heard it 1,000 times, while a blushing King Dai realized it truly was her master. Yunxiang put a finger to his lips, telling her to be quiet and understand. She apologized, but he said it was okay. He then asked Songmu what the matter was. Songmu requested the young master come to the study. As King Dai prepared to leave, Yunxiang told her to stay and help clean up, asking her to put the things in his bedroom. She agreed, and the men headed to the study, closing the door behind them. Inside, Yunxiang asked Uncle Mu if King Dai had been arranged by the old man. Songmu confirmed it, admitting it was supposed to be a secret and revealing she was the leader of the third group of shadow guards and his subordinate. Yunxiang pondered this, wondering if the Song Mansion Shadow Guard was the group that sent him out of Jian City in his last life. Songmu explained the structure of the guards, operations, intelligence, and guards, and stated that the old who he had just made Yunxiang the sole master of all shadow guards. He then introduced Aga and Ajin, the leaders of the first and second groups. Yunxiang was taken aback by the strange names as the 2 men knelt to greet him. He told them to rise, commenting on their interesting names. Songmu explained that they were orphans named by Yunxiang's mother. Aga proudly stated his name came from a brave man in a story from an ultra-ancient civilization, while Ajin claimed his was from a demon god of the same civilization. Aga added they would have starved in the slums if not for Yunxiang's mother. The mention of an ancient civilization made Yunxiang wonder about the origins of the mother he couldn't remember. He reflected on his parents, who had supposedly died in an accident when he was 2, a fact he'd never cared about in his past life struggles. Now, he felt he might have overlooked something important. He turned to Song Mu and asked what really happened 16 years ago. Song Mu hesitated, sweating, unable to answer. Seeing his discomfort, Yunxiang told him to forget it, and Uncle Mu thanked him for his understanding. Yunxiang then decided to visit the family cemetery to pay his respects and asked Uncle Mu to make the arrangements. Leaving the study, King Dai was waiting. Yunxiang asked if she was now at his disposal. Song Mu confirmed it and told her to greet her new master. King Dai knelt, introducing herself as Shadow Guard Group 3 No. 28. Yunxiang acknowledged her years of silent protection and offered her a pill as a reward for her hard work. King Dai and the others were shocked to see it. One of the men identified it as a 5-star pill worth over $1 million. Yunxiang explained it was an Earth Soul pill that could raise one's level in the Earth stage, though it only worked once. Aga and Ajin were stunned by its power. King Dai held the pill, thinking it was a priceless treasure. Yunxiang casually said he had a lot of them and would choose trustworthy people to improve their strength, promising Aga and Ajin one each if they were good. They immediately knelt again, vowing to follow him to the death. Yunxiang then instructed Uncle Mu to arrange a car for the cemetery and ordered the second group to investigate someone for him. Elsewhere, 2 men watched the city's flying vehicles, one noting how different young Master Yunxiang was since his return. In a luxurious flying car, Yunxiang was on a holographic call, requesting a list of rare herbs. The man on the other end, Hong Fang, said he would have to consult with the Hong Chamber of Commerce's pill experts, as he'd never heard of some of the herbs. Hong Fang promised a reply by tonight and ended the call before walking through a grand hall to report to Miss Yu Zio. A blonde woman, Hong Yuxiao, the 21-year-old head of the Nanju Chamber of Commerce, reviewed Song Yunxiang's profile on her screen with interest. She ordered Hong Fang to arrange a meeting, wanting to see this young master for herself. Hong Fang bowed, promising to make the arrangements. In a remote landscape of floating islands, a red-haired woman named Sen sped along on a flying motorcycle. She requested entry to a hidden base, giving her ID, 896,289. After her identity was verified, she flew towards a giant waterfall which parted to reveal a secret entrance. She landed inside a hangar, relieved to finally be back. As she walked down a corridor, a young girl named Sinan, her junior, ran towards her crying, exclaiming that she was finally back. Sen sensed something was wrong and asked why she wasn't with their master. Sinan sobbed that their master, Myo Nyang, was ambushed by Mai Lun's forces while saving her. Shocked, Sen demanded to be taken to her. In the medical bay, a system announced the failure of the 12th antidote test. Sen burst in to find her master lying weakly in a medical bed, shocked that a heaven-level cultivator could be brought so low. Myo Nyang weakly greeted her, glad she returned safely. Sen noticed the dark veins on her master's hand and asked if she was poisoned. A doctor explained the poison was incredibly potent, and they had failed to create an antidote. He showed a holographic display, revealing a new type of poison that bonded with soul power, suggesting it was a technique of alchemists. Hearing the word pill reminded San of the gift from Song Yunxiang. She produced the card he gave her and materialized numerous vials of pills, telling the doctors to see if any could be used. The doctors were shocked by the quantity and quickly began identifying them, finding pills for healing, combat enhancement, and cultivation. One doctor took a bottle of white pills to be analyzed, hoping it was a detoxifier. Sinan asked how Sen got so many pills, and Sen thought about the strange person who had given them to her. The analysis came back positive. The structure of the white pill could neutralize the poison. Sinan was overjoyed. Doctor calculated they needed 36 pills, and since they had 3, it was just enough. He ordered his team to administer the cure immediately. Sen thought back to her encounter with Yunxiang, wondering who he really was and if this was all a coincidence. In the secret Taiyuan headquarters, a hooded figure reported to the high priest that Myo Nyang's poison was under control thanks to a pill Sen received from target S-691, Song Yunxiang. The high priest contemplated this, bringing up a holographic display and noting Yunxiang's ability to duplicate a star soul general, a method only one person knew. They wondered if this ordinary body had been taken over and why the prearranged container wasn't used, questioning if he had truly returned. At the Song family cemetery, Yunxiang sneezed, muttering that someone must be talking bad about him. Ajin joked that a girl probably missed him, earning a sharp cough from Song Mu. Yunxiang confirmed the family tomb was empty, just as the scans had shown, and wondered if his grandfather had faked their deaths to hide them. Considering his shape-shifting mask, he concluded his parents were not ordinary people. Just then, Ajin received a call and reported that they had located the man Yunxiang wanted, Zun Zia, a 19-year-old gang leader of the White Dragon Gang. Ajin stated he was at an abandoned house on Dagu Street, and their team was already there. As Yunxiang's group left the cemetery, two other men discussed Yunxiang's recent changes and his engagement to Kong Xingxin, with one suggesting the marriage be transferred to his cousin who was in love with her. They quieted as Yunxiang approached his vehicle and ordered them to Dagu Street. At the abandoned house, Zun Zia's younger brother arrived with a sack of stolen treasures. Zun Zia, lounging lazily, was annoyed by the interruption, but used a purple ring around his neck to consult a Mr. Du on which items were valuable. After identifying the best pieces for himself, he told his brother the rest was rubbish and laid out exploitative terms for selling them. From a nearby rooftop, an invisible Yunxiang and Ajin observed the scene. Yunxiang felt that this Zun Zia was different from the one he knew from his past life. Their soul powers were completely different. Then he noticed the ring around Zun Zia's neck. He recognized the soul power fluctuation coming from the ring, declaring that was the one he knew. In the Jiwu Academy workshop, Director Tang was on a call with a former colleague who offered his family's mining business to supply materials for their secret projects. After the call, he resolved to win a business deal to impress his father-in-law. Back on the rooftop, Ajin reported that Yunxiang's fiancée, Kong Xingxin, was on her way to Dagu Street, apparently having some personal connection to the White Dragon Gang leader. Yunxiang decided they should withdraw, but not before giving Ajin a card containing 200 weakened shulker talismans for the men he was leaving behind to keep watch. Ajin was stunned by the valuable magic tools and sped off to carry out his orders. As dusk fell, Yunxiang prepared to head home for the family dinner party. At the Song mansion, a woman in a red military uniform, Song Yunjin, arrived to the sarcastic greetings of her cousins, whom she met with a disdainful scoff. Chapter 20. The sprawling Song mansion is shown from an aerial view, with a label identifying the east courtyard and Yunxiang's house. Inside the courtyard, Yunxiang walks forward, flanked by several maids in uniform, while other family members and guards stand by respectfully. He adjusts his cuffs with a confident expression as he walks, three maids trailing closely behind him. Two men, an older steward and a younger guard, greet him formally as young Master Yunxiang. The older man announces that they should proceed to the banquet hall, and the group sets off across the courtyard at dusk. Inside the main courtyard's banquet hall, several family members are already seated around a long, empty dining table. The family head, Song Jingzhang, a man with long white hair and a goatee, sits at the head of the table, stroking his beard and wondering if someone is not coming. A woman identified as Madam He, his daughter-in-law, informs him that her husband, Song King, is too busy with military affairs and will only return at the end of the month. Song Jingzhang accepts this and then asks about his second child. Another woman, the second aunt Mrs. Cheng, explains that her husband, Song Bo, mentioned he had a party to attend tonight. Song Jingzhang narrows his eyes and asks what kind of party it is. Mrs. Cheng looks nervous, admitting that he didn't say with whom. With a sudden burst of anger, Song Jingzhang slams his teacup down, splashing tea everywhere. He furiously declares it's party nonsense and orders someone to tell his son to get his ass back here now. A third woman, Aunt Zhao, a concubine of the second uncle, tries to calm Lord Hu down, explaining that her husband mentioned an envoy from the Zhang family in Zhangzhou had arrived on a big deal. She elaborates that it involves a dispute over the Zhang family's succession and that they seem willing to pay a great price for support, promising her husband will return as soon as possible. Just then, a guard announces that young Master Yunxiang has arrived. Yunxiang enters with a steward, greeting his grandpa, first aunt, and second aunt. Madam, he welcomes Yunxiang and invites him to take a seat. Aunt Zhu, another of the second uncle's concubines and a former maid, kindly gestures for Yunxiang to sit next to her, asking how the food is at the academy and remarking that he seems to have grown taller. Yunxiang thanks her, internally noting that she has always treated him well and sincerely, possibly because she used to be a maid in his east courtyard. His grandfather, Song Jingzhang, interrupts, pointing to the empty seat beside him and telling Yunxiang to sit there. Yunxiang agrees and moves to take the seat, but pauses, noticing the empty place setting and wondering about his second uncle. Song Jingzhang reassures him that it's okay and tells him to just come. As Yunxiang walks past his relatives, Aunt Zhao, who comes from a family of medicine, notes a strong fragrance emanating from him. She correctly guesses that the rich pill fragrance is from a 2-star or even 3-star pill. Yunxiang smiles, confirming that he can't hide it from Aunt Zhao and that it is indeed a pill. He internally recalls that she was once his uncle's secretary and has some knowledge of pills. He then asks his grandfather if Uncle Bo is not coming. Mrs. Cheng, his second aunt, answers for him, stating that her husband has a dinner to attend and won't be coming. Yunxiang thinks to himself that his second uncle is a practical and utilitarian man who has always looked down on him, and that his second aunt is a profit-oriented businesswoman, though both ultimately prioritize the family's interests. His attention then shifts to the empty seat of his first uncle. He asks his first aunt, Madam He, if his uncle isn't coming tonight either. She smiles and explains that his uncle leads the Iron Wall Army on the Great Wall of the South and cannot leave his post easily, asking for his nephew's forgiveness. Yunxiang reflects on his uncle Song King, a stubborn and loyal soldier who puts the country before the family, and recalls that in his previous life, his uncle's peak Earth rank was likely a deception. Madam He adds that his cousins Yun Jin and Yunki will be coming, so the young people can talk together, and offers that he can ask Sister Yun Jin for help with any schoolwork he doesn't understand. Yunxiang internally notes that his eldest aunt is similar to her family, loyal but old-fashioned, always lecturing him when he was young, then smirks as he remembers his aunt and uncle were classmates in a campus romance. He politely tells his auntie that he will definitely ask Sister Yunjin for advice if he needs it, just as a loud voice announces that everyone has arrived quite early. A young man in a modern-style hoodie, Song Yunki, walks in with a steward named Song Tu, cheerfully greeting his grandpa. His mother, Madam He, immediately scolds him for his casual attire, telling him to go back and change into formal clothes. Yunki playfully hugs his mother from behind, explaining he came directly from school and didn't have time, calling her his dear child. The grandfather intervenes, stating that it's just a family dinner and doesn't need to be so formal. Yunki then spots Yunxiang and greets him informally, to which Yunxiang coolly replies that he should show some respect to his big brother. Yunxiang internally recalls that Song Yunki is a talented but arrogant young man who, in his past life, died a hero's death defending a city during a beast tide. Yunki smirks, saying he'll call Yunxiang Big Bro if Yunxiang can beat him in cultivation. Yunxiang laughs and stands up. Yunki taunts him, noting that Yunxiang has been stuck at the early yellow stage for years and wonders if he's even reached the mid-yellow stage after a year at the academy. As Yunki speaks, a powerful wave of turquoise energy erupts from Yunxiang, swirling around the room. Yunki is thrown back in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouts, questioning how Yunxiang could possess an Earth-level breath. Madam He and Mrs. Cheng are also stunned, exclaiming Earth-level and what respectively. Aunt Zhao, with her knowledge of medicine, realizes the fragrance of pills she smelled earlier must be related to this, questioning if he's at the Earth stage. Aunt Zhu looks on with a pleased expression, thinking to herself that she knew Yunxiang had broken through and that it was just as expected of his son. The grandfather, Song Jingjiang, stands up in shock, exclaiming how it's possible for Yunxiang to have broken through to the Earth level and questions if his soul vein is functioning normally. Yunxiang smirks at the stunned Yunki, asking if he is surprised. Yunki, trying to save face, stammers that he only said he'd call him Big Brother when Yunxiang beats him. Since they are both at the early Earth stage and he is 2 years younger, he declares himself the winner. Yunxiang calmly takes out a small bottle containing a pill and consumes it. A massive surge of energy erupts from him again, the characters for a breakthrough appearing in the air. Yunki is once more shocked, shouting and asking if this is the breath of a breakthrough. Surrounded by a swirling blue aura, Yunxiang asks how about now, as a status box indicates he has advanced from early Earth stage to mid-Earth stage. An exterior view of the banquet hall is shown with a sound effect. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunki drops to his knees and clings to Yunxiang's leg, declaring that Yunxiang will be his dear big brother from now on. Yunxiang smirks, remarking that he was too quick to admit defeat. Yunki, with a chibai-like cute expression, suggests that if Yunxiang doesn't want to be called Big Brother, he wouldn't mind calling him Grandpa instead, if only. An explosion effect comic panel is shown. The grandfather angrily tells the kid to get up and stop talking nonsense. Yunki continues to cling to Yunxiang, calling him his good big brother and asking if he can have a taste of that pill. The 3 women at the table react with amusement and exasperation. Madam He covers her face saying, "Damn it." Mrs. Cheng scoffs and Aunt Zhu giggles. Aunt Zhao then asks nephew Yunxiang if the bottle in his hand could be the legendary 5-star Earth Spirit pill. Everyone at the table looks on in shock. The grandfather is astonished, thinking that such a treasure is rare even for the royal family of Tiandu. He laughs, remarking that they really don't know much about Yunxiang. Mrs. Cheng internally questions if it's really a 5-star pill, recalling that her own family only possesses one such elixir, passed down for 400 years. She also recalls hearing that Hong's Chamber of Commerce recently auctioned off 3-star pills from an uncommon alchemist. Realizing the value of the bottle in Yunxiang's hand is hard to estimate. Yunxiang compliments Aunt Zhao on her knowledge, confirming that it is indeed a 5-star Earth Spirit pill. Aunt Zhao adds that she has read in her great-grandfather's ancient books that this pill can raise an Earth stage cultivator's level without any side effects. Yunxiang confirms this, but adds that it's a pity it only works for the first time. The grandfather holds his teacup, thinking that this bottle of pills could raise the backbone of the Song family to another level. He mentally composes himself, reminding himself that he's already seen Yunxiang's other pills at the third uncle's place and was psychologically prepared to be shocked. Mrs. Cheng internally weighs the value of the pill, noting that while it's a 5-star pill for assisting cultivation, a battle-type pill would be a treasure for a first-class family. She considers that her husband doesn't need it, but she would sacrifice some face to ask for one for each of her children. She thinks about her family's relationship with Yunxiang, acknowledging they haven't been harsh but not particularly friendly either, and decides acting too affectionately now would make her look like a villain. With a sudden change in demeanor, she warmly invites nephew Yunxiang to sit down and talk, even pulling his chair out for him. Yunxiang thanks his second aunt and sits down. Madam He, watching this, gets annoyed, wondering how that rich woman got ahead of her, and quickly tells her son Yunqi that he was rude and should pour tea for his brother Yunxiang to apologize. The grandfather stares blankly, holding a piece of food with his chopsticks. In a flash, Yunqi has scrambled over the table, grabbed a teapot, and is sliding across the floor on his knees. Tea splashes from a pot. He presents a tray with a full set of tea to Yunxiang. The grandfather looks on with a visible tick mark of anger on his forehead. Yunqi, in a chibai art style, humbly offers his dear big brother some tea, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Yunxiang pats his head, telling him it's all right, and that if he behaves for the next few days, he doesn't mind giving him a push in his cultivation, thinking to himself that with Yunqi's talent, breaking through to the heaven level would be easy. Yunqi beams with joy, thanking his big brother before returning to his seat. Just then, more people arrive, announcing, "Grandpa, we're here." As 2 young women and a young man enter the hall, one of the women greets her grandpa, mother, and first aunt. The other woman greets the 2 aunts with a nod. The first woman, Song Yunxiu, internally wonders why that little piece of shit, Yunxiang, is sitting in her father's place, but concludes that even though the old man is partial to him, it won't change her mother's pragmatic attitude. Her brother, Song Yunrui, loudly demands that Yunxiang get up, declaring the seat isn't suitable for him. Yunxiu quickly grabs her brother, telling him to stop and apologizing to Yunxiang, saying Yunrui is in a bad mood. Yunxiang smiles, telling cousin Yunxiu it's okay, while internally identifying her as his greedy but clever cousin who knows how to advance and retreat. He then thinks about Song Yunrui, the idiot next to her, whose talent is subpar but who works hard to maintain his genius persona, and is a sycophant for Kong Xingxin, which is why he's always been rude. Yunxiang's expression darkens as he remembers that Yunrui is also the sole survivor of the Song family in the Beast-Tide War from his previous life, and that he later reunited with a vengeful Yunrui, who blamed him for the family's destruction. A flashback shows an older, scarred Yunrui drinking and cursing Yunxiang for the family's demise. Another flashback shows Yunrui telling Yunxiang to stay and be the Empress's prince while he leaves, implying a future confrontation. Yunxiang recalls that at that time, Yunrui seemed to be chasing someone, an accidental encounter that only led to a brief reconciliation. A sudden realization dawns on Yunxiang as he stares intently across the table. He wonders if the man Yunrui was chasing is related to the Beast Tide, and if there was a traitor among the direct bloodline of the Song family. Another set of arrivals interrupts his thoughts, as a woman in a red military uniform announces their presence. She calls out to cousin Yunxiang, surprising him. Yunxiang greets his big sister, Song Yunjin, the only daughter of his first uncle, Song King. He internally notes that she commands an all-female army and has always seemed to be struggling with financial issues, a topic her upbringing made her ashamed to discuss. He thanks her for sending a ship to pick him up. She glances at him, her one visible eye showing a hint of surprise. She tells him it's all right and that he should thank their grandpa for that. The grandfather chuckles, saying it was a good arrangement and that he will reimburse her for all the trip's expenses. Yunxiang internally laughs, realizing she came back from her military duties just to settle accounts with their grandfather. Yunxiu watches this, wondering why her elder sister Yunjin, who used to look down on Yunxiang the most, is being so polite, concluding her judgment was right and that Yunxiang must have made great progress. Yunxiang playfully tells the old man that if he doesn't pay the fee, he will settle it himself. The grandfather laughs, saying that's fine too, as he heard the kid has made a lot of money recently and probably doesn't care about a few million. Yunxiang sweats nervously in a chibai style, thinking that his hard-earned money is being spent too fast, and he only has tens of millions left. His sharp eyes notice another arrival as a guard announces that the fourth master and Miss Zai have arrived. An older, portly man, Song Kang, enters with a young woman, Song Zai, and the southern courtyard's chief butler, Song Huo. Song Kang greets his father and sisters-in-law. Song Kang is identified as the 38-year-old fourth master of the family, an old bachelor with a simple personality, while Song Zai is the 28-year-old adopted daughter of Lord Hu and a teaching director. Yunxiang waves and greets them with a long time no see. The fourth uncle, Song Kang, cheerfully hugs Yunxiang, asking if he missed him. He leans in conspiratorially, suggesting they invite Lao Ma and go out for drinks later. Yunxiang agrees to talk later, shaking his uncle's hand while internally noting his uncle is at the early Earth stage and he might have been overthinking things. An exterior view of the banquet hall at night is shown. The grandfather, Song Jingzhang, asks if everyone is here. He angrily shouts for someone to call the two little girls, Yunzhao and Yunhua. Song Kang invites Yunxiang to sit with him. Yunxiang politely declines, saying he will sit next to the old man. Song Kang playfully waves it off, saying they'll talk later. As Yunxiang walks to his seat, he reflects on his fourth uncle Song Kang, the youngest son rumored to be the successor despite his inferior qualifications, still at the early Earth stage at nearly 40. He greets Song Zai, who greets him back. She looks at him in shock, thinking he has become taller again, and is stunned to realize his cultivation realm might now be beyond her own. Yunxiang compliments her on becoming more beautiful. He internally recalls that Song Zai is the old man's adopted daughter and a teacher, recently promoted and at the early Earth stage, which is impressive for someone under 30. He walks past Mrs. Cheng with a determined look. He sits down, thinking that if none of his relatives are the problem, then perhaps the traitor Yunrui referred to was someone else entirely. He decides he needs to create an opportunity to test Yunrui, just as someone calls out his name. Little girl Yunhua jumps into his lap, happily exclaiming that brother Yunxiang is finally back and that no one takes her to eat delicious food when he's gone. Yunxiang smiles, teasing her for still being so small. The little girl, identified as Song Yunhua, the 7-year-old daughter of second uncle Song Bo and Aunt Zhu, giggles and says she doesn't want to grow up because being a child with no rules is nice. Yunxiang smiles warmly, thinking that Yunhua is the youngest sister and the one he is closest to among the third generation. He then notices another young girl with glasses standing nearby. She timidly says hello. She is Song Yunzhao, the 13-year-old daughter of Song Bo and Aunt Zhao. Yunxiang greets her back with a big smile, recalling that she became her father's direct secretary and that he didn't interact much with her in his past life due to her reticent personality, which he finds difficult to deal with. The grandfather tells everyone to take a seat and talk. Yunxiang asks Yunhua if she wants to sit with him. She quickly refuses, saying she'll sit with her mother because his seat is not a good one, as every time you eat there you get slaughtered by grandpa. Yunxiang chuckles at the little kid's comment, while his grandfather's expression becomes grim as he says, "Okay." With everyone finally seated at the long, food-laden table, the grandfather declares that everyone is here and tells them to fill their glasses with wine for a celebratory toast. Yunki enthusiastically shouts that he'll pour some wine for brother Yunxiang. Song Yunjin watches this, finding it strange that Yunki, who has always been aloof and disrespectful, is suddenly so fond of Yunxiang. A steward, Mu, steps forward and tells Master Hu to wait a moment. He reminds the old man that he also invited guests from the Kong family. The grandfather looks surprised, then remembers, admitting he had forgotten about them. He takes a sip of his drink, declaring that the current toast doesn't count. The steward offers to go call them. The grandfather stops him, saying they shouldn't rush it as Kong Fan is the lord of the city and they should show some respect by waiting. Across the table, Song Yunrui asks his sister, Yunxiu, if Lord Kong and Miss Xingxin are coming tonight. She informs him that since Kong Xingxin is engaged to Song Yunxiang, he can consider her his future sister-in-law. Yunrui scoffs, telling her not to worry, as Miss Xingxin looks down on that trash Yunxiang and declares that once he breaks through to the Earth level, he'll prove he's the #1 genius and beg Grandpa to change the marriage partner to him. Yunxiu looks bored, saying she doesn't understand why both of them like Kong Xingxin, as she can immediately see that she is a bitch. Yunrui tells his sister not to be prejudiced. He then teasingly asks if she's just jealous that Miss Xingxin is more popular, more temperamental, gentler, and has a better shape than her. A label points to Yunxiu's chest with the word small. Enraged, Yunxiu leaps up, surrounded by flames, and screams at Yunrui, asking if he's looking for death. The grandfather shouts for the two of them to watch their mouths, and they quickly apologize. Yunrui eagerly volunteers to take Song Shui and greet Lord Kong. As he runs out, Mrs. Cheng tells him to stop, but the grandfather tells her to let him go. They exit the hall. A guard approaches Yunxiang's table, reporting that two team leaders wish to report to him and Master Hu in person and are waiting in the side hall next door. Yunxiang looks to his grandfather, who tells him he heard and that they should go. The grandfather tells the rest of the family to chat for a while and instructs his steward Mu to come with them. Yunqi wonders where they are going. Yunxiang, his grandfather, and Mu walk towards the side hall, with Yunqi trying to peek from behind. A maid closes the door to the side hall. Yunqi is left standing outside the closed door, wondering what's happening. Inside, two men, the team leaders, greet Master Yunxiang and Lord Hu. Yunxiang tells them not to be so polite and to just report what's going on. One of the men with white hair presents a photo taken on Dagu Street. Yunxiang looks at the photos of a girl, looking flustered. The man reports that their hidden stake in the Kong house has revealed that the old man of the Kong family has broken through to the heavenly ranks and plans to take a new disciple, and they intend to publicly call off the engagement at tonight's dinner. He adds that their people secretly recorded a conversation between Kong Xingxin and the prospective disciple, Zun Zia, and plays the recording. The recording plays voices of the two plotting to break off the engagement with the Song family trash, with the boy promising to give his life to marry her. Yunxiang, his grandfather, and the steward listen with grim expressions. Yunxiang smirks, confirming that the main power of the Kong family is Master Kong, who just broke through to the heavenly stage. His grandfather muses that he's afraid he's going to die of laughter. The team leader asks Yunxiang how he plans to deal with it, offering that the Song family can reveal a few of their own cards if he wishes to keep the engagement. Yunxiang dismisses the idea, stating he's not interested in the engagement, and there's no need to reveal the family's cards. The grandfather looks at him intently, asking if he's not going to do anything even when someone has stepped on his face. In the main banquet hall, Yunqi is still trying to eavesdrop at the side hall door. He thinks it's strange that he can't hear anything or sense any soul power fluctuations, wondering if the old man set up an advanced formation. Suddenly, his sister Yunjin appears and twists his ear. He cries out in pain. She demands to know what he's doing and tells him to get up and sit down, calling him sister by mistake before correcting herself. He begs her to let go. Just then, a powerful wave of energy blasts out from the side hall, shaking the entire room. The family members at the table are startled. Yunjin asks Yunqi if he felt that, two muffled sounds that seemed like the fluctuations of a breakthrough to the heaven stage. Yunqi agrees, saying it was the same wave as when their father broke through. Yunjin quickly shushes him, covering his mouth as another wave of energy is felt. Yunxiu, sitting at the table, wonders if that was a fluctuation of soul power, noting that the siblings seemed to be out of sorts, but she couldn't feel anything herself due to her low cultivation base. She then sniffs the air, thinking she smells money. Song Kang and Song Zai also feel it, with Song Kang remarking that the heaven stage breath doesn't seem like his father's. He asks his little sister if she is okay, as she looks pale. She clutches her head, saying she's okay. Yunqi excitedly tells his sister that he knew big brother Yunxiang still had something good in his hands, and that he must be the one breaking through to the heaven stage. Yunjin asks what he means. Her eyes widen in realization as she says Yunxiang's name. Yunqi explains that just before she arrived, big brother Yunxiang ate an earth spirit pill and rose directly from the early to the mid-earth stage. Yunjin is shocked to hear about the earth spirit pill, calling it a treasure. Yunqi smugly says it was wise of him to immediately admit defeat and call him brother, adding that Yunxiang promised him a pill if he behaves well. He then suggests that she should also recognize Yunxiang as her elder brother to get a pill, which would save her 2 or 3 years of hard work. Yunjin thinks to herself that she expected Yunxiang to make progress, but not that he still had the heart of a dandy young master, using such a precious treasure just to win a fight. She muses that if the pill was sold, it would cover her army's expenses for months, calling it a pity. Another powerful wave of energy, this time orange, radiates through the room, knocking her and Yunqi to the floor. She looks up in shock, exclaiming that there is another heaven stager. Yunqi sits on the ground, dazed, counting 3 waves of heavenly breath and wondering if he would also be a heavenly stager now if he had followed them inside. Inside the side hall, the hastily arranged formation has collapsed after 3 heavenly stage breakthroughs. Yunxiang looks at the dissipating energy, while his grandfather remarks that he didn't expect the kids' attainments in formations to be so good, though he laments the cost of the one-time isolation formation. The steward Mu says he thought young Master Yunxiang was joking and is shocked that he actually pushed the 3 of them to the heaven stage, making the old guys who have been hiding their strength look a little funny. Yunxiang stands before one of his maids, Qingdai, who is now surrounded by a heavenly aura, and asks how she feels. Qingdai, now at the early stage of heaven, looks at her hands in disbelief, finding it unbelievably fast. Yunxiang thinks that she was the fastest, as the two men were already at the peak of the Earth stage and only needed a pill, while he had to spend many pills to push her from the early Earth stage. King Dai kneels, pledging her life and body to her master, saying she can never repay his kindness and wishes only to be the sword in his hand from now on. Yunxiang tells her to get up, holding a purification talisman and thinking that since her qualifications are limited, it's not a bad thing to push her to the heaven stage. He uses the talisman, and a wave of cleansing blue water washes over her. The water purifies her, leaving her looking pristine and new. Yunxiang gives her a thumbs up, saying this is the clean look of the headmaid of the Song Mansion's east courtyard. She bows and thanks him. He then turns to the two men, Gar and Jin, now also radiating heavenly power, and asks if they are stable. They confirm they are ready. Ga clenches his fist, feeling the immense power of the heaven stage and wanting to find someone for a hardy fight. Jin jumps into the air, exclaiming how great it feels to walk on air. Yunxiang tells them not to get inflated, reminding them that the heavenly stage is just a preschool and the holy stage is the beginning. Jin suddenly feels the soul power in his body connect to somewhere in the sky. Ga asks what he's talking about, as he didn't feel it. Yunxiang is impressed that Jin can detect the existence of Xingwang, noting his talent in the sense of consciousness and considering getting him a sensor weapon. The grandfather confirms that it is the way of heaven. Jin is amazed that the soul power comes from the will of heaven. Yunxiang internally notes that his grandfather is afraid he'll blurt out the word Star Network. Ga suggests they go arrest the heaven stager of the Kong family and beat him up. Yunxiang dismisses the idea, saying there's no need to escalate the conflict, and that his original plan was just to have the three of them show off their power to frighten the old man from the Kong family in a gentle and low-key way. Jin then has a great idea. He and Ga will change into dormant clothes, and Sister Kingdai will act as the head maid to meet the distinguished guests. Yunxiang thinks for a moment. He then laughs, telling Jin he has a bright future and pats him on the back. The grandfather and steward watch them with blank expressions. The steward asks Lord Hu if he will really show his strength like this. The grandfather smirks, declaring it's fine. He states that his Song family has kept a low profile for more than 10 years, and now it's time for a little show-off. The steward coughs, suggesting Lord Hu doesn't have to go that far. Outside the main gate of the Song Mansion, Song Yunrui and a steward wait. The steward points to the sky, saying it seems to be the flying boat of the Kong family. Yunrui looks up proudly, saying they are ready to welcome the distinguished guests. Suddenly, several streaks of blue light shoot down from the sky. Yunrui shouts, "Who?" As the figures land before them, he is shocked, realizing they are walking on air and must be heaven-level cultivators. The old steward squints, recognizing their dress as that of the guards of the east courtyard. On a flying boat high above, Kong Xingxin asks her grandfather what he thinks of Brother Zunzia. Her grandfather, a stern-looking old man, replies that while the boy was born in the street, he has great talent and seems to be a good candidate, unlike that boy from the Song family whose soul vein is incomplete. Xingxin blushes, thanking her grandpa for the compliment. Her father, Kong Fan, tells his own father that he is saying a bit too much, thinking the boy is only of yellow rank. The grandfather corrects him, revealing he sensed a faint, extraordinary aura from Yunxiang, the same aura as the host of the Star Soul General Cao Ren. Kong Fan is shocked and asks if he's sure. The grandfather asserts that as a heaven-level cultivator, his spiritual perception is far beyond a mere ground-level one, and he couldn't mistake the unique aura of a host. Kong Fan still expresses doubt, wondering if the kid is using some crooked method to cheat them. Kong Xingxin angrily interrupts, defending Zunzia and accusing Song Yunxiang of being the one who uses evil tricks. The men look on as she fumes. The grandfather tells them not to argue, saying they can still do something at the dinner. And if the Song family boy is really a fraud, he'll withdraw from the marriage immediately and have an excuse to be angry. He adds that if Yunxiang is really Zuo Sai's person as rumored, Xingxin can be submissive to him first while they secretly cultivate Zunzia and find an opportunity to take advantage of the Song family. Kong Fan agrees that his father has a point. Kong Xingxin puffs her cheeks in frustration, thinking, "Fuck you guys," and vowing to withdraw from the marriage no matter what. Back at the gate of the Song Mansion, Song Yunrui points a trembling finger at the newly arrived Kingdai, stuttering and asking if she isn't the head maid of the east courtyard. Kingdai introduces herself and the two guards, stating that under the orders of young Master Yunxiang, they are there to welcome the distinguished guests of the Kong family. The old steward beside Yunrui whispers a warning to him, noting that the auras of the three are unusual, and their cultivation bases are likely above the heavenly rank. Yunrui angrily retorts that he also saw it and isn't blind, as he saw them step through the air. The old steward recognizes the two men in guard uniforms from the Song Mansion and concludes they are not ordinary guards, but perhaps a secret group cultivated by Lord Hu. Yunrui wonders if they could be members of the Shadow Guard. The steward cautions him, explaining the Shadow Guard is a top secret of the Song family and Lord Hu probably wouldn't use them for such a small matter. Yunrui is left confused. Just then, someone shouts that a flying boat is coming. The Kong family's flying boat descends from the sky. It lands with a heavy thud in the courtyard. The doors open and Kong Xingxin steps out. Song Yunrui and his steward bow deeply, welcoming Miss Xingxin. She is surprised to see Song Yunrui and asks why he is here. He explains that Song Yunxiang is his cousin. She is shocked, exclaiming that she didn't realize her serious and hardworking classmate was from the rich Song family, then internally mutters that his cousin must be no good either. Yunrui fawns over her, saying she's too kind, while she glares at him, thinking she can tell by his lecherous look that he's a pervert. Her father and grandfather exit the boat, and her father asks who the young man is. She introduces her classmate, Song Yunrui. He introduces his father and grandfather in turn. The grandfather greets Yunrui, identifying him as the son of the business genius Song Bo. Yunrui laughs, saying Uncle Kong is flattering him, and returns the flattery by praising the city lord for benefiting the millions of people in Yongan City. The old steward beside Yunrui watches them, thinking it's interesting how they still pretend not to know each other after their business dealings. The Kong family's grandfather smirks with glowing red eyes. He decides to release the breath of his heavenly rank to shock everyone. A massive wave of turquoise energy erupts from him, blasting across the courtyard. The Song family's guards are blown back by the force. The energy swirls around him intensely. His son and granddaughter are caught in the blast, with his son asking if this is his way of giving the Song family a blow first. The grandfather glares at Yunrui, telling the boy not to blame him for losing face in front of Xingxin, as he deserves it for being the grandson of that old man from the Song family. The blast intensifies, knocking everyone back. The two team leaders from the East Courtyard ask King Dai if they should make a move, and she affirms. A massive wave of orange and blue energy erupts from the three of them, meeting the Kong family's attack head-on and creating a huge explosion of power. The courtyard falls silent, the Kong family's aura completely nullified. Kong Fan stares in disbelief, wondering how it's possible that the heaven rank aura released by his father was cancelled out, and concludes it must have been those three. Kong Xingxin is equally confused, wondering what happened and why her grandpa took his breath away. Song Yunrui's steward whispers to him, questioning if the young master realizes what just happened. Yunrui tells him to shut up. Kong Fan stares at the three guards, demanding to know who they are. King Dai takes a step forward. She introduces herself and the two guards once more, stating they are here to welcome the distinguished guests of the Kong family. The Kong family is led inside. The grandfather of the Kong family is sweating profusely, in utter disbelief that the Song family has 3 heaven-level cultivators. Chapter 21. Inside the Song Mansion's banquet hall, a young woman urgently shushed her daughter, telling her to keep her voice down. The daughter, shocked, asked her mother if she was being serious, wondering how the kid could have actually obtained a treasure like an earth spirit elixir. The mother confirmed it wasn't fake, explaining that her cousin Yunxiang had swallowed a pill right in front of them, broken through to the mid-earth stage, and even made Yunki kneel. She told her incredulous daughter that she wouldn't lie to her, adding that Yunki's reaction wasn't right, which proved her point. She then leaned in, telling her daughter that she knew what this meant. The daughter, now blushing, considered that if there were more than 10 pills, it meant a great alchemist, at least level 5 or higher, was backing Yunxiang. She confidently told her mother not to worry, assuring her she knew what to do and that this business would belong to their west courtyard. Nearby, a woman with glasses asked if she was worried that Aunt Zhao would steal the opportunity from her. The mother coughed awkwardly. The daughter mused that her father's medical business was indeed managed by Aunt Zhao and that she needed a good plan. Just then, a door slid open, and 2 figures entered the side hall where Yunxiang was. A young man with long, dark hair called out to brother Yunxiang. Yunxiang, with a stern expression, sensed that the brother and sister from the north courtyard both had earth-level cultivation bases and had likely felt the fluctuation from his recent breakthrough. The young man cheerfully asked if Yunxiang was experimenting with something good in there, and Yunxiang confirmed that he had guessed correctly. The young man then offered his help, suggesting he could test the pills or something. Yunxiang simply told him to sit down. A young woman, Yunxi, then adjusted Yunxiang's chair for him, and he thanked her as she welcomed him with a smile. A guard then entered the main banquet hall to report to the lord that the Kong family's flying boat had arrived, and that young Master Yunrui and others from the east courtyard were welcoming them. The old lord at the head of the table noted that they had come. He looked on with a grim expression, then beckoned for Mu, a man in a suit, to come closer. The lord whispered an instruction for Mu to go and arrange something, to which Mu replied that he would, my lord. Laughter filled the hall as everyone continued their meal. A young boy and a girl with red hair exchanged confused glances. A woman fanning herself wondered why they looked at each other and smiled as if they were about to watch a good show, suspecting there might be a trap for the Kong family. Outside, on the roof of a nearby building, a statue of a warrior stood silhouetted against the night sky. At the main gate of the Song Mansion courtyard, guards stood in formation as the Kong family approached. A host from the Song family welcomed the distinguished guests, asking them to please come inside. He greeted them with a wide, welcoming smile, again inviting them in. As the guests began to walk forward, a young woman with a flower in her hair turned back, asking her father and grandpa why they weren't coming. Her father urged his own father, asking if they should go or not, while the older man simply said they were coming. The old man, Kong Zheng, was internally reeling, wondering how it was possible for the Song family to have 3 heavenly rank masters who still looked so young, before realizing with a start that they were wearing servant clothes. He squinted, convincing himself that they must be wearing servant clothes. He concluded that they must have used some evil trick to fool him, slapping his own face as he berated himself for being careless and not seeing through them, reasoning that even if such young heavenly stage experts existed, they wouldn't be willing to serve the Song family. Steeling himself, he decided to walk on, determined to see what tricks the Song family was up to. The Kong family proceeded along the long, torchlit path towards the main building. Inside, they were led down a corridor. Kong Zheng's son, Fan, was called over by his father. Kong Zheng secretly passed a sword-soul general talisman to his son, telling him to take it, and that if anything happened, he should take Xingxin and run away first. Fan asked his father what he would do if he gave the talisman away. Kong Zheng assured him it was okay, as he had a spare one. As his son walked away, Kong Zheng looked around cautiously, a sense of foreboding washing over him. From a hidden vantage point in a moonlit courtyard, a shadowy figure watched him intently. A brilliant flash of golden light emanated from the watcher. Kong Zheng was suddenly struck by an invisible force, causing him to stumble and cry out in pain. He screamed as the force slammed into him, causing the spare talisman to fall from his grasp and shatter on the ground. His son rushed to his side, asking what was wrong and if he was all right. Kong Zheng, clutching his chest, growled, demanding to know who was there. His eyes widened in shock as he looked around wildly. He scanned the empty corridor, wondering where his attacker went and if his eyes were blurred. He stood stunned and confused, a faint trail of smoke rising from where the talisman had shattered. His granddaughter rushed over, asking what was wrong, and Fan explained that their father had just dropped something. Kong Zheng then asked Fan for a hand, saying his knees felt a little strange. Fan helped his father up, agreeing. From a high angle, the group continued walking down the path. Kong Zheng trembled, repeating that it was impossible and wondering how such a strong person could be in the Song Mansion. A silhouetted figure in a wheelchair watched from a dark room as the Kong family passed by outside. A second unseen force, this one red and malevolent, struck Kong Zheng. A green-haired man with an eye patch smirked as he unleashed his power. Kong Zheng felt a sharp pain in his chest as if his heart was being crushed. He cried out and fell to the ground once more. His family rushed to his side, his son shouting for his father and his granddaughter asking if he was all right. On his knees, Kong Zheng insisted he was fine, claiming he just accidentally tripped. And when his granddaughter pointed out the blood on his mouth, he claimed he had simply bit his tongue when he fell. He looked around frantically, breathing heavily, seeing only the empty courtyard and muttering that it was gone again. From the shadows, 2 figures observed the scene. A maid commented that the 2 of them had also made a move, thinking that she didn't expect them to not only have a cultivation base above heaven, but also to know such strange methods. On a high pagoda under the full moon, 2 men stood beside the green-haired man. One told the green-haired man that the Lord only wanted him to lock up Mr. Kong alone without alerting the others, just a little shocked, but he thought they were being too dark. The green-haired man retorted that since Kong dared to come to the Song family to do something, he should have crushed his bowls, and then advised Teacher Ma to be careful. The Kong family finally reached the main courtyard. Kong Zheng trembled, realizing the power he felt was real and that the Song family had hidden so many strong masters. He vowed that when he returned, he would report to the imperial court that the Song family had evil intentions and would punish them for it. But then he paused, realizing that since the 2 strong men had only locked onto him without disturbing the others, their show of strength might mean they didn't intend to let him go back alive. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror, wondering if he would be able to go back. The group continued walking into the building. Kong Zhang thought to himself that he had underestimated the heroes of the world and that the Song family dinner was a vast banquet with hidden dangers. He clutched his robes, pulling his hand back, deciding he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He secretly pulled out a vial and a pill, apologizing to Fan and Xingxin but saying he couldn't help it, planning to take the pill which would allow him to leave with his star-soul general. He believed that with the pill's effect, even the thieves of the Song family wouldn't be able to catch him. Just as he was about to consume it, a voice called out to Master Kong. The man in the suit, Song Mu, appeared before him, and the pill dropped from Kong Zhang's startled hand. The pill shattered on the ground as Mu calmly stated that their lord was waiting for him in the room and asked him to come. Kong Zhang was terrified, realizing this person was even stronger than the other two, and stammered, asking who he was. Mu introduced himself as Song Mu, the chief steward of the East Courtyard, and politely gestured for him to proceed. Kong Zhang reluctantly agreed, looking utterly defeated. A maid stood at the doorway, reporting to the Lord and young Master Yunxiang that the distinguished guests from the Kong family were here. The Song family patriarch, holding a cup, simply said it was good. He then loudly ordered for music to be played to welcome the distinguished guests from the Kong family, before wryly adding to just blow a suona or something. A maid nervously asked if the Lord really wanted that. He waved it off, saying he was just kidding. Mu then invited the distinguished guests to enter. Xingxin performed a formal curtsy, greeting Grandpa Song and all the elders of the Song family. Her father, Kong Fan, Lord of Yang'an City, also bowed, greeting Master Song and everyone from the Song family. The entire Kong delegation bowed respectfully in the grand dining hall. The Song patriarch welcomed City Lord Kong and invited him to take a seat, while also telling his daughter-in-law and the others to move a bit to the back, to which they complied. Kong Fan thanked Master Song, while another young man invited Miss Xingxin to come and sit by his side. Master Song then asked where Master Kong of their family was, noting they had said they were coming together. Just then, Kong Zhang rushed into the room, shouting that he was coming. His son, Kong Fan, watched with concern, noting that ever since his father came to the Song mansion, he had become abnormal. He wondered if his father had sensed something special about the mansion with his keen senses as a heavenly cultivation expert. Kong Zhang called out an apology to Brother Jingzhong for being late, but as he ran, he felt a powerful pressure from the patriarch. He let out a hiss of pain and tripped forward with a cry, landing hard on his knees before the entire assembly. The room fell silent as everyone stared at the kneeling old man. Xingxin watched in horror, wondering what her grandpa was doing and feeling utterly embarrassed. Song Yunxiang, however, looked on with a knowing smirk, calmly stating that while it was true Kong Zhang was late, such self-punishment was not necessary. The comment caused a few people at the table to chuckle and cough into their hands. Master Song called for someone to quickly help Master Kong, while Kong Fan rushed to his father's side, asking Brother Kong Zhang if he was all right. Kong Zhang, being helped up, claimed it was okay and that he was just too excited to see his old brother and had accidentally tripped, telling everyone not to mind him. Master Song told him it was fine and to come take a seat. The Kong family delegation finally settled in. Kong Zhang explained to Mu that he had accidentally dropped a treasure on his way in and asked him to please arrange manpower to help find it. Mu assured him that anything dropped in the Song mansion would not be lost. He then turned and announced to the guards that Mr. Kong had accidentally lost a treasure on the way there, and whoever found it would be rewarded, to which they all shouted their assent. At the table, Master Song commented to Yunxiang that the old man was tripped by a formation at the door, and that Yunxiang was very bad for it, to which Yunxiang slyly replied that his grandfather had also made a move. Master Song then called for the wine and food to be served. A line of maids entered, carrying trays of food. They began serving the guests. The Kong family sat silently and ate. Xingxin thought to herself that her grandpa and father had come to forcefully withdraw the engagement, so she wondered why they were so silent, deciding she would have to speak first. She stood up and addressed Grandpa Song, announcing that the main reason for their visit was, but her grandfather exploded with rage, shouting at her not to be rude and asking if she wanted to get him killed. Her father quickly intervened, telling Xingxin to listen to her grandfather, sit down and eat first, adding they would talk later. He then bowed apologetically to Master Song, explaining that his daughter was spoiled and he was sorry for her rudeness. Master Song laughed it off, saying it was okay and that Xingxin was a good girl, surely the jewel of the Kong family, before inviting everyone to drink the first cup. Everyone in the hall raised their cups and shouted yes. The scene repeated as they all yelled cheers and drank together. Everyone around the table enjoyed their drinks. The women drank as well, and even a young girl took a large gulp from her bowl. The banquet continued with lively drinking and laughter. Xingxin, however, was deep in thought, realizing she had to figure out a way to do something since her grandpa and father wouldn't let her talk. She considered using the kid who didn't look very bright. Meanwhile, a young man asked his sister if she thought Miss Xingxin was secretly looking at him. As Song Yunxiang took a sip of his drink, a soft ding sound was heard. He then stood up, apologizing and telling his grandpa and everyone else to eat first as he had to go. He entered a side hall where a man called out to Mr. Song. Yunxiang recognized shopkeeper Hong and asked what the matter was. Hong, appearing on a holographic screen, informed him that he had inquired about the 4 missing main ingredients. The Hong Chamber of Commerce had one of them and was transferring it from Bijou. The other 2 herbs were in the lower kingdom but would take some time to acquire. The trouble, he explained, was the last main herb, the boundless flower, which was very rare. They had only found the whereabouts of one plant, which was in the hands of the Mai clan of Sand Sculpture City. A map showed Sand Sculpture City located on the eastern border of the Lower Domain country, surrounded by the Desert of Death, and serving as a defense against the beasts of the southern wilderness and the Yaezhu tribe. The city, built over 100 years, had expanded rapidly, gathering a large population and forming 4 distinct areas within its high walls. The aristocratic families enjoyed a life of luxury in the inner city, while the midtown was for commerce and entertainment, and the outermost cities were inhabited by untouchables and vagabonds. Shopkeeper Hong continued, explaining that the Mai family, which held the boundless flower, resided in the Zicheng district and belonged to the expansionist faction of the Lower Domain. They controlled over 60% of the troops in the district and were one of the 3 major forces in the city. Hong lamented that if they were a neutral or moderate faction, they could negotiate, but this expansionist faction was very hostile to Tiandu merchants, making them difficult to deal with. Yunxiang asked when the other herbs would be delivered to Yang'an City. Hong replied that it would be in about 10 days, but hesitated. Yunxiang asked what was wrong. Hong explained that the other 2 herbs were in the hands of researchers controlled by the Samarin family in the Lower Domain Kingdom, and they only accepted exchanges for monster materials, not currency. Yunxiang thought exchanging was a good idea. Hong specified that more than half of the materials on their list were unique to the southern wilderness and the Death Desert, so they would need a lot of luck to find them. Yunxiang told him it was okay and to just send the list, as he would prepare the materials. He explained that it was opportune, as he needed actual combat to stabilize his Earth-level realm, and was already planning to go to the Death Desert to find a secret realm. Calculating that the secret realm should appear in 4 days, he planned to leave the next day, first collecting beast materials in the southern wilderness before heading to Sand Sculpture City, which should give him enough time. Hong said it would be great if Mr. Song collected the materials, as they could then definitely deliver the other herbs within 10 days. Yunxiang confirmed the plan, stating he would go prepare for the exchange while he personally went to Sand Sculpture City to get the boundless flower from the Mai family. Hong agreed, but reminded him that the Mai family was powerful and it would be best to trade peacefully, not taking too many risks. Yunxiang assured him not to worry as he had his own plans and then left the room. Back at the banquet table, things continued. A young man flirtatiously asked Ms. Xingxin if she was serious. She leaned in close, whispering that of course she was, as she thought the hardest working and best person in the whole Song family was him, classmate Yunrui. She added it was a pity that Grandpa Song always favored Song Yunxiang, and she felt it was unworthy of him. Yunrui declared that if she said so, he would do it and raised his cup to her as a toast, wishing for him to improve his cultivation and reach another level. As he drank, his grandfather, Master Song, watched with a stern expression. He thought that Xingxin shouldn't be messing around in the Song mansion, recalling that he had just broken through to the heavenly ranks and wanted to enjoy more of the world. Nearby, Yunxiu held her fan and warned Xingxin that if she gossiped in their Song mansion, she would have a terrible death. Xingxin acted innocent, asking how that could be, claiming she was just chatting with Yunrui about school matters and that he was the #1 genius in their Jiwu preparatory school. Yunxiu narrowed her eyes, telling Xingxin not to think she didn't know what she was trying to do, and warned her that if she wanted to use her younger brother Song Yunrui as a spear, she would really kill her. Xingxin laughed it off, saying Sister Yunxiu really loved to joke. She then changed the subject, mentioning she heard Yunxiu was now in charge of the Song family's investment business, and that if she ever made mistakes in taxation, she could really help her, a veiled threat that made her eyes glow red. Yunrui, oblivious, chimed in that yes, Miss Xingxin could definitely help with their business, but Yunxiu coldly told him to shut up. Yoonki and his sister watched the exchange, with Yoonki noting that the two ugly girls were fighting and that Yoonrui was still talking to the ugly girl of the Kong family. The door to the side hall slid open again. Yunxiang re-entered the banquet hall. Xingxin immediately called out his name with a bright smile. Yunxiang looked over unimpressed. Kong Zhang muttered for Xingxin not to play dead, while his son noted it was strange, as he thought Xingxin really hated Song Yunxiang. Master Song sighed, thinking that kid Yunxiang was messing up again. Xingxin approached Yunxiang, engaging him in a lively conversation. Song Yunrui watched from his seat, fuming with jealousy, wondering what there was to talk about with trash like Song Yunxiang, and why she looked so happy. He crushed the cup in his hand, deciding he must make Song Yunxiang look like a fool in front of Miss Xingxin, believing that strength was the greatest charm of a man. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted Song Yunxiang's name, challenging him to a star-souled general duel. He declared that only the winner would be eligible for Miss Xingxin's affection, while Yunxiang thought to himself that he was finally hooked. Before Yunxiang could respond, Song Yunki leaped over the table, shouting "Take this," and kicking Yunrui, sending him flying. Yunrui crashed to the floor, spilling wine everywhere. Yunxiang looked on in surprise. Yunrui got to his knees, clutching his stomach and angrily asking Song Yunki if he was sick. A guard stepped forward, rebuking Yunrui for daring to be disrespectful to brother Yunxiang and calling him reckless. Yunrui, on his hands and knees, pleaded for a duel. He coughed, thinking he was too impulsive just now and didn't expect Yunki to step in, so he had to change his method to embarrass the trash Yunxiang in front of Miss Xingxin. He stood up and addressed Yunxiang, claiming he had no other intentions, and that since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they should have a sparring session between their star-souled generals just to liven up the dinner party. He reminded Yunxiang that when he left last year, he was at the early yellow stage, and assumed he hadn't broken through the profound stage yet. He promised not to bully him, saying he would lower his cultivation to the same level so he wouldn't take advantage of him. The few members of the Song family who knew Yunxiang's true realm all thought Yunrui was an idiot. Yunxiang accepted the fight. Yunrui's mother tried to stop him, but her husband held her back, telling her not to stop them yet. He told her this was a good opportunity to see Song Yunxiang's true strength, and added that it would be a good thing if cousin Yunxiang could teach the arrogant idiot a lesson. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of trouble he would get into in the future. Yunrui then asked his uncle to go to the martial arts field and make arrangements for them. However, Master Song intervened, saying there was no need to go to the martial arts arena and that they could fight in the open space outside the banquet hall. He looked at Kong Zhang, suggesting that since the younger generation wanted to add a show to the dinner, they should have won, and Kong Zhang nervously agreed. Master Song then turned to Kong Zhang again, noting that as a guest from afar, he should spend some money and offer a little prize for the winner. Kong Zhang was stunned, sputtering and asking why him. Master Song reminded him that his brother had seen the world and wouldn't disappoint everyone with his prize. Kong Zhang was silent for a moment, looking defeated. He reluctantly took out a vial, announcing that it was a rejuvenation pill he had managed to get from Hong's auction house and would offer it as a prize to the winner. His son tried to protest, saying that was what he was saving for a critical moment, but Kong Zhang cut him off, explaining that if he didn't let some blood out to satisfy Marquis Song, he was afraid the pill wouldn't be able to save his life later. Hearing the prize, several people at the table reacted with shock, as a rejuvenation pill was a priceless treasure. Yunrui's eyes lit up as he declared that the younger generation thanked Grandpa Kong in advance for this. He thought to himself that this was a game he must win, as the treasure pill was already his, and he would not only show off in front of Miss Xingxin, but also get the pill itself. Xingxin, meanwhile, fumed at her grandpa's table, thinking this was all because of his nonsense and that he didn't seem very happy. She decided it was all right, and that she would get the pill back from Yunrui by cheating and return it to her grandpa later. A guard approached Yunrui, informing him that while he was in a daze, young Master Yunxiang had already gone to the open space outside to wait for him. Yunrui wondered where the kid had gone, and then rallied the others to go to the open space outside. He walked out confidently. He paused at the door and asked if Miss Xingxin wouldn't come to watch the battle. She got up, wondering if she should go outside to watch. Kong Zhang asked his brother why they didn't go out together. Master Song replied that they would eat and watch from there, and instructed a maid to arrange everything. The maid activated a device on her wrist, and a large holographic screen appeared above the dining table, showing the scene outside. The screen provided a clear view of the two combatants in the courtyard. Yunxiang stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, looking very handsome, which infuriated Yunrui. Yunrui thought that once he stomped him hard, that handsome posture would belong to him. He pointed at Yunxiang, warning him not to blame him for not reminding him that he was not worthy of Miss Xingxin. Yunxiang simply told him that was enough nonsense and they should get started. Yunrui sneered, wanting to see how long he could keep his mouth shut, and began to summon his star soul. He called upon his star soul to construct, and a large, blue mechanical warrior materialized behind him, a Yuan-style student machine model. He then taunted Yunxiang, feigning surprise that he hadn't constructed yet and mockingly remembering that Yunxiang was unable to construct because his soul vein was incomplete, meaning his construction time could only last 3 minutes. Yunxiang simply smirked, raised a card, and threw it. The card shot forward and erected a massive energy barrier around Yunrui's machine, trapping it. Yunrui was shocked, realizing it was a barrier and that Yunxiang was using dirty tricks. Yunxiang, unimpressed, stated that he didn't expect a waste like Yunrui to be prepared as he summoned his own star soul. A massive, black and red armored general with glowing blue highlights and large antlers materialized with immense power. Yunrui was terrified, asking what was going on and how Yunxiang's realm could possibly be above his. The red general launched a powerful energy blast that shattered Yunrui's machine's defenses, sending the machine stumbling back. It cried out in pain as the attack hit. Yunxiang's red general stood over the fallen machine, commenting that Yunrui still had one hand and looked more pleasing to the eye this way. Yunrui in his cockpit was in disbelief, demanding to know who his opponent was and how he could be so strong. The red general simply stated that of course he was Song Yunxiang, because he was back. 100 miles outside Sand Sculpture City, a caravan of people riding large, beastly mounts traversed a vast desert at night. One of them commented that they shouldn't be far from the city and that despite the slow pace, they were fortunate not to have encountered any fierce beasts. Suddenly, one of the riders called out to the leader, telling him to look at the sky. The leader asked what the matter was. A colossal, dark, lotus-like object hovered in the sky, crackling with purple energy, and the leader gasped that there was a god-level beast in the sky. Back at the duel, Yunrui's machine lay defeated as Yunxiang's towering red star soul general stood over it, leaving Yunrui to wonder who this red general was and how it could be Song Yunxiang. Inside the banquet hall, the guests watched on the holographic screen, in awe of the tall and mighty star soul general. One man noted it was terrible, as Yunrui's machine was disabled in a single move. Another guest remarked that Song Yunxiang had really changed from a crippled man into the host of a mighty star soul general, confirming the news from the Grand Duke was correct. Kong Fan asked his father if this statue could be the legendary star soul general Zuo Sai, though the appearance seemed a little different. His father explained that Fan had been in seclusion for 5 years to break through the heavenly ranks and didn't know anything. He revealed that it said Star Soul General Zuo Sai has the ability to change into the appearance of other Star Soul Generals. Kong Zhang was shocked to hear that Zuo Sai possessed such an ability. The guests murmured amongst themselves, wondering about Zuo Sai. A woman asked the Lord if it was really Yunxiang, and her husband confirmed it was. Master Song laughed heartily, then addressed the room, saying they had all heard about the Battle of the Beast Tide in Yuending City. It was said that during the battle, a red-armored general on a green flame horse single-handedly defeated the Tide. A guest added that she also heard at a school meeting that this general was a student of the Jiwu Academy, Star Soul General Zuo Sai, and his host was a first-year student who was awarded the title of hero. She concluded that she didn't expect that person to be Yunxiang. Master Song laughed again, confirming that it was right, that he was the host of Zuo Sai, the hero of Yuending City, his grandson, Song Yunxiang. One woman asked if it was really him, and her friend wondered if their father had already known. Master Song admitted that it wasn't too late for them to know, as he had planned to announce this information at tonight's dinner anyway, explaining that all information had been hidden by the royal family for Yunxiang's safety. Yunxiang's mother looked at him, her son, the host. Yunrui's father exclaimed in shock, asking if this meant their Song mansion would have a holy rank. His wife was overjoyed, thinking that if the Song family returned to the top, her mother's family would also have more weight, and she would have to fight for her children's share of the family fortune. Another family member felt bad for Yunrui, hoping Yunxiang would be easy on him, while another thought about how he needed to get on good terms with his nephew Yunxiang in the future. A young girl who had been sick now looked up with hope, thinking that a holy stage was great and that young Master Yunxiang could help her. Master Song turned to Kong Zheng, saying it was too early to talk about holy ranks and asked for his thoughts. Kong Zheng offered his congratulations to Brother Song and the Song family. He added that he had always felt Yunxiang had extraordinary luck and talent, and this was truly a blessing for the Song family, as well as his own family's and Xingxin's luck. Xingxin looked annoyed at being brought into it. Her friend quickly chimed in, congratulating Grandpa Song and saying that Zuo Sai was nothing special compared to her brother's star-souled General Cao Ren. Master Song waved it off, saying his family was lucky because of his ancestors' good deeds, not because of some trash. Yunxiang's father looked grim, wondering why his son had suddenly become famous when he was supposed to be the only trash left in the family. Meanwhile, a couple at the table noted that Yunrui had stood up and was fighting back. On the battlefield, Yunrui's machine was heavily damaged, but he refused to give up, declaring it impossible and that Yunxiang must have used some evil trick. He shouted that it was a trick to fool them and that he would expose it, then initiated a broken armor reconstruction sequence. Blue energy coursed through his machine, repairing the damage instantly. Yunxiang's Zuo Sai noted the broken armor reconstruction skill with interest. From Yunxiang's perspective, he found it interesting that this kid had mastered such a high-level combat skill. He noted that it required complex computing power and precise construction, and since failure was not cost-effective, only top students who worked hard could achieve it. Seeing that Song Yunrui had talent, he decided that being the case, he would test his ability with the same level of cultivation. He initiated Star Solution, and his red general dissolved in a wave of blue energy. He then used a card to construct again, materializing a new Star Soul General, a Yuan-style trainee machine identical to Yunrui's. The onlookers were shocked, wondering how Yunxiang's general could become the same as Yunrui's, and if this was the ability of Zuo Sai. Yunrui's machine registered the change, noting that it was a Yuan student machine but that its breath had changed, questioning if it was now at the peak of the yellow rank like him. He laughed, thinking he knew it, and that the previous Earth-level breath was just a trick. His machine charged forward with renewed confidence, shouting that he had seen through Yunxiang's evil tricks. The two identical machines clashed, trading blows with their blades. Yunrui found himself on the defensive, gritting his teeth in frustration. He was completely outmatched in close combat. On a nearby rooftop, the green-haired man asked Teacher Ma if he had taught Yunxiang the Xuanjiawei's body technique. Teacher Ma confirmed he had not, and the green-haired man wondered how it was possible. Teacher Ma then considered if she might have been involved, wondering if the little girl had secretly contacted young Master Yunxiang without their knowledge. The fight continued, with Yunxiang's machine effortlessly dodging and weaving around Yunrui's clumsy attacks. Yunxiang's machine blocked a strike and spun around, landing a powerful kick. Yunrui was shocked by the fluid movements. Yunxiang's machine then created a saw-like weapon on its arm, a move Yunrui recognized as trying to copy him, finding it interesting. The weapon morphed into a large cannon, which fired a massive energy blast that engulfed Yunrui's machine. Yunxiang, in his mental space, thought that, sure enough, the kid had a good understanding of combat skills, but was incapable of adapting to actual combat. His machine landed amidst the explosion's aftermath, then charged through the smoke and slammed Yunrui's machine into the ground. Yunrui screamed at Yunxiang, asking how he dared to insult him with such a despicable move. Yunxiang retorted that he wasn't tired of cheating and looked incompetent and furious, thinking this was an opportunity to trick him first. He told Yunrui that he spent too much energy on paper theories and useless tricks, and that it was no wonder second uncle had always looked down on him. He finished by saying that, sure enough, Yunrui was worse than a wild species. The term wild species stunned Yunrui, who wondered how Song Yunxiang could know of their existence and if what his sister had guessed before was true. Chapter 22. Onlookers at the Song family estate are stunned by Song Yunxiang's overwhelming strength, with one commenting that he's toying with Song Yunrui like a cat with a mouse. A woman wonders what Yunxiang could have experienced during his year away from home to have gained such rich combat experience, while a young maid swoons over how amazing he is. Suddenly, a man appears behind the maid, startling her. She complains about him always appearing like a ghost, but he ignores her and sternly asks why Yunxiang knows the Xuanjiawei's method, and when she taught it to him. The woman is taken aback, retorting that they are hiding in anonymity precisely to avoid any perceived connection between the Song family and the Xuanjiawei. She denies teaching him and wonders if it could have been Dai Lan, but the man dismisses it as mere physical skills, suggesting it's not surprising for the third master's son to know a few tricks his father created. Internally, the woman is unconvinced, wondering if her sister's guess was true. In the arena, Song Yunxiang reflects that his opponent seems to know nothing, resolving not to be fooled about his second uncle's potential involvement as a traitor. He lunges forward, shouting for his opponent to die, unleashing a powerful attack with blinding speed. Song Yunrui is shocked by the move and coughs after being struck, as multiple onlookers recognize the technique as the 7 steps to the stars. The uncle and the woman discuss the move, with him noting that if it's truly the 7 steps, it's difficult to explain. They decide to consult their lord before contacting Dai Shuai. The crowd marvels at Yunxiang's ability to borrow strength in midair, while one man wonders if Yunxiang has a connection to a woman named Tu Yang. A young girl curses Song Yunrui for being a useless bastard and failing to get back her grandpa's pill, deciding to ask her brother Zunzia for help. Another young man grits his teeth, acknowledging Yunxiang's power but believing his own brother, Zun Yao, is stronger. Song Yunxiang stands over the defeated Song Yunrui and asks him one more time who the bastard is. Defiantly, Yunrui calls Yunxiang the bastard, prompting Yunxiang to unleash a blast of energy that makes his cousin scream in agony. He gives him one final chance to reconsider his answer. The scene shifts to the desert outside Sand Sculpture City, where a colossal fish-shaped monster is seen flying away before spitting out a large, pulsating object into the sand. 2 men on a cliff watch it leave and go to investigate what it left behind, discovering a massive crater with a glowing red object at its center. Realizing it was spat out by a god-rank beast, they speculate it could be a god-rank relic and rush to report it to the Mai family. Back in the arena, Yunxiang repeats his demand for Song Yunrui to think it over. Defeated, Yunrui claims he doesn't know what Yunxiang is talking about. Seeing that he won't get the truth, Yunxiang decides to have the Shadow Guard investigate his cousin later. He tells Yunrui he is not his opponent and to admit defeat, much to Yunrui's surprise. The spectators are shocked that Yunxiang won so easily, and an older man comments that no one will underestimate him now. As the magical barrier around them dissipates, Uncle Mu points out a sneaky maid hiding in the bushes to his companion. The companion advises against alarming her, confident that Yunxiang has already made arrangements for her. The maid is seen scribbling in a notebook, estimating Yunxiang's strength to be at the peak of the yellow stage. Her notes are revealed to be a mocking account of the fight between the most beautiful boy Yunxiang and the dog-licking idiot Yunrui. At the victory banquet, Kong Zhang effusively praises Yunxiang, calling him a dragon among men and a perfect match for his daughter, Xingxin. Kong Xingxin cheers for Yunxiang's victory and offers to take the prize pill he won off his hands, but he stops her, warning that a low-quality pill has residual poisons and says he has better ones. He produces a full bottle of top-grade rejuvenation pills, stunning the entire room. Several elders shout for the others not to even think about it, declaring the pills are a gift from Yunxiang to the old man. A maid then brings forward a single pill she found in the yard, which Kong Zhang claims as his own, though he remarks it no longer excites him after seeing Yunxiang's collection. Yunxiang rewards the maid by offering her a choice between a jade skin pill for beauty and a soul seed pill that grants the ability to cultivate. Without hesitation, the maid chooses strength. Yunxiang hands her the pill, unaware that he has just set a future legendary female general on her path. The banquet continues cheerfully. Song Yunrui never returns, and Kong Xingxin leaves early, the marriage contract unmentioned. As the guests depart, Kong Zhang is intercepted by 2 of Yunxiang's guards and brought before him. Yunxiang mockingly greets the heavenly rank master and asks why he hasn't left. Kong Zhang suddenly drops to his knees, clenching his fists, and declares that from now on he wishes to be young Master Yunxiang's dog. A flashback reveals Kong Zhang in his vehicle after the banquet, telling his son he was too arrogant, and that the Song family, with its numerous heaven stage masters, is far more powerful than he imagined. He realizes their public history of being exiled is likely a ruse to bide their time and accumulate power. Concluding that the old patriarch might not be dead after all, he decides he must go back, seeing it as one of life's most critical decisions. Meanwhile, at the Yonggan restaurant, Song Bo, the family's second son, is drinking with Zhang Dagui. Zhang Dagui praises the rare liquor, and Song Bo explains its production was lost when the family left Tiandu. After being reminded of other duties, Song Bo prepares to leave for the family banquet, warning Zhang Dagui that the liquor has a strong aftereffect. In the hallway, Song Bo instructs his bodyguard, May Dai, to protect Zhang Dagui from the shadows, fearing his brother might try to have him killed. He learns from an aide that his son, Yunrui, was utterly defeated by Yunxiang and that his wife wants to apologize. Song Bo is intrigued, wondering if Yunxiang had some great opportunity, and instructs his illegitimate son to learn by his side, promising to find a way to get him recognized by the family to fulfill his late mother's wishes. The scene shifts to the Iron Wall garrison, commanded by Song King, Yunxiang's eldest uncle. Commander Zhang Mo arrives to report that General Liu of the Zishui Kingdom has requested passage through their territory to test a new mass-produced star General Mech. Song King approves the request, but orders a discreet escort, musing to his aid that shows of strength are necessary to maintain harmony between allies. Back at the Song Mansion, Kong Zheng is still kneeling, offering his services to Yunxiang, even suggesting he could be a cook. Yunxiang tells him to get up and gives him a task, to take 4 barrier-breaking pills and give them to the 4 peak Earth-rank ancestors of Yongan City's other great families, enabling them to reach the heaven stage. Kong Zheng is shocked, but understands the plan is to subdue them and absorb their power. As a reward, Yunxiang offers him a heavenly spirit pill. As Kong Zheng leaves, Yunxiang calls him back to ask about the marriage contract. Kong Zheng offers his daughter as a concubine, but Yunxiang cuts him off, stating he's not interested and wants to find a decent reason to break the engagement. Kong Zheng is stunned but agrees to handle it. After he leaves, Uncle Mu expresses concern that Kong Zheng's surrender is not genuine, but Yunxiang holds up a hand, saying no to any rash actions. He explains that a great battle is coming, and they need all the power they can get, so he will use their greed to control them for now. He then asks Uncle Mu to prepare a boat for a long trip he is taking tomorrow. At the Zishui transport ship, Captain Zhang Mu delivers the approval documents to General Willow Ning. Inside, the lead designer, Princess Lang Huan, cheers with excitement, eager to test her 3 new machines on fierce beasts. The next day, Yunxiang boards his new custom flying shuttle. He rejects offers of an escort, preferring to travel alone, and gives Uncle Mu a storage talisman filled with pills to strengthen the family's forces while he is gone. He promises to return within 10 days and speeds away. The sound of his departure alerts Song Bo and his father. They discuss Yunxiang's return and the treasures he possesses, with Song Bo arguing they should be used for the family's benefit. An aide reports that Yunxiang has gone to the southern wilderness to hunt beasts. Song Bo worries he is seeking death, but the old patriarch calmly tells him to take it easy and shows him a holographic recording of Yunxiang's true power, leaving his son speechless. High in the sky, Yunxiang enjoys his shuttle's performance and spots the Zishui transport ship below. On the ship, Princess Lang Huan is amazed by the shuttle's speed and the pilot's skill. She laments that her kingdom is full of female soldiers. Otherwise, she would love to capture the pilot to help test her cuties. Chapter 23, 40 days after Song Yunxiang's departure to the southern wilderness, a sleek hovering transport vessel descends upon the Grand Song Mansion in Yongan City, landing gracefully on an expansive platform. 2 men disembark, a younger, orange-haired man named Cheng Yi and an older, bald man in a floral shirt, Zhu Himing. Zhu Himing looks around in astonishment, remarking that it has been more than 30 years since he last visited. Cheng Yi is stunned by Zhu Himing's reaction, who grabs him and asks in disbelief if this is truly Song Yunxiang's home. Cheng Yi can only exclaim that their host is incredibly wealthy. A woman with long black hair, Qingdai, comes down the stairs to welcome them, introducing herself as the young master Yunxiang's maid. Cheng Yi introduces himself as Yunxiang's instructor, and Zhu Himing identifies himself as the chief guard of Nanju Juwu Academy. Zhu Himing silently marvels that even a maid at the Song Mansion possesses such a high level of cultivation. Cheng Yi, flustered by the maid's tall and impressive figure, confirms that Yunxiang should have explained their purpose, as they've brought the items he requested. Qingdai affirms that she has been briefed and politely leads them into the residence. As they walk through the grounds, Cheng Yi is captivated by the sight of numerous beautiful maids tending to the estate, thinking to himself that Yunxiang's life is like living in a forest of wine and meat. They are led to the main hall of the outer court. Inside a large meeting room, a servant informs a long-haired, white-bearded man, Lord Mu, that the guests from the Juwu Academy have arrived. Lord Mu instructs the servant to summon Yunjin from the north courtyard. His subordinate questions the need to involve Yunjin when he could test the new machines himself, but Lord Mu insists on showing proper respect to Yunxiang's teachers. Outside, Cheng Yi daydreams about quitting his job to become a guard at the mansion, imagining himself hiding his profound-level cultivation only to reveal it in a moment of crisis and win the affection of all the maids. Zhu Himing snaps him out of it, telling him to stop wearing his desires on his face. They enter the hall, where a servant announces the arrival of Uncle Mu and the guests. Lord Mu greets them warmly, recognizing Zhu Himing as the renowned Zhu half-saint and expressing how his presence honors their home. Cheng Yi is shocked to learn he traveled with such a legendary figure. As they sit for tea, Lord Mu jokes that Yunxiang is bold to have a half-saint run errands for him. Zhu Himing explains he cheekily volunteered for the delivery after Yunxiang requested a rush order on some goods. A woman in a striking red and black uniform, Song Yunjin, enters and greets her grandfather. Lord Mu introduces her as Yunxiang's cousin and explains the guests are here to deliver new machines Yunxiang commissioned for the Chiluan army. Chang Yi is immediately smitten, blushing as he watches her. He excitedly urges his instructor persona to show everyone the goods. Chang Yi opens a briefcase, revealing its contents. He explains that these are 30 custom-built Yuan-style units, produced according to Song Yunxiang's design plans. The scene shifts to the southern wilderness, where Song Yunxiang stands victorious amidst the wreckage of mechanical beasts. He has gathered a massive pile of colorful crystal cores, which he levitates with a skill called Star Solution. Deciding he has more than enough materials, he plans to use some to upgrade his machines and sell the rest for money. With his cultivation now stable from the constant fighting, he resolves to break through to the late Earth stage before heading to Sand Sculpture City. He stands within a glowing blue defensive cube, surrounded by a horde of roaring insectoid beasts. Channeling his power, he lets out a shout and shatters his internal limits, unleashing a massive wave of energy that pushes back the monsters. Having achieved a perfect breakthrough to the late Earth stage, Yunxiang feels more than 3 times stronger than in his past life. He smirks, noting the beasts couldn't even breach the outermost of his 3 defensive layers after a full day of attacks. With the beasts trapped in a large magic circle, he declares it's time to collect his materials and dispels the formation. As the beasts charge, he calmly utters the word construct, and a brilliant purple beam of energy erupts from the ground, forming the massive red and black mecha, star-souled General Lu Bu. Yunxiang requests 2 sky-shattering claws from the system, which are promptly equipped. Now able to use heaven-level skills, he combines the new armament with a combat technique, unleashing the heaven-shattering dance. The mecha becomes a whirlwind of destruction, decimating the beast horde. Impressed with the result, he decides to try another combination, this time with Chuan Jiawei's technique, executing the heaven-level 7 wave. He deliberately suppresses his power to preserve the beast's core crystals, then telekinetically gathers the massive cluster of spoils. He plans to sell the less useful cores, first considering the second prince before remembering he's broke and deciding to find a richer buyer. After storing the cores in his system space, he confronts a massive heavenly beast. He tells it to stop barking and effortlessly destroys it, reflecting on how much stronger he has become. He collects its core, a valuable item for strengthening mass-produced machines, and wonders if Dean Gu has delivered the units to his family yet. Deciding it's time to leave for Sand Sculpture City, he summons Cao Ren and streaks across the sky, arriving at a forbidden zone 100 miles from his destination. In the desert, 2 men, Nabayuki and Huyan Fa, stand on a yacht observing a massive red crystal behind a fortified wall. Nabayuki feels the god-level aura from the relic and declares that the Huyan family is bound to acquire it, ensuring their ancestors' breakthrough. He tells his companion, Jin Shao, he hopes they can make a deal. They are joined by the first heir of the Mai family, who assures them that money is no object. Nabayuki promises a profitable partnership. Meanwhile, in Sand Sculpture City's bustling market, a person with light blue hair named Kun watches a monster slave auction from a tavern window. A mysterious hooded woman enters the tavern, sensing a half-demon aura from Kun, identifying him as part of the mermaid race. She smirks, realizing the god-level relic has drawn many powerful figures to the city. 2 blue-cloaked figures, Carp and Benito, walk through the city. Carp is unable to discern the cultivation of a passing woman, but Benito dismisses her as just another heavenly rank expert here for the relic. They go upstairs in the tavern to meet their highness, Kun. They report that the trader who stole the divine jade has been located in the city's military-controlled Zicheng district. The subordinate explains that the trader, Crucian Carp, got trapped in the city due to the martial law imposed after the relic's appearance, and has since joined the Mai family to try and obtain a crystal fragment to aid his breakthrough. Kun feels something is amiss, but resolves to retrieve the divine jade of Star-Soul General Ao Bing. He decides they will go to the Zicheng district. As they leave, the mysterious hooded woman who was eavesdropping dematerializes. She wonders if the divine jade is the one left behind by the previous Ao Bing. Far away, Song Yunxiang speeds across the desert on his hoverbike when his wrist device signals an incoming call. It's Uncle Damu, who is relieved to reach him. Yunxiang apologizes for being out of signal range. Damu informs him that the test machines have been delivered and are currently being tested with Miss Yunjin at the Chiluan Army Academy. In a virtual testing area, red mechs commanded by female soldiers obliterate waves of holographic beasts with overwhelming firepower. The test concludes, and the soldiers are ecstatic. Song Zio, an officer, exclaims that the machine's power is beyond expectation and could increase the army's combat effectiveness threefold. The soldiers speculate that Takeshun Industry developed them, but Song Yunjin corrects them with a smile, revealing the Yuan style matched were designed by her cousin, Song Yunxiang. The soldiers are shocked, remembering Yunxiang as one of the Song family's two waists. At the Iron Wall Army Training School, a commander watches similar mechs, and upon learning they were created by Yunxiang, immediately orders the formation of a special warfare battalion equipped with them and the mass purchase of refining materials. Uncle Damu warns Yunxiang that Sand Sculpture City is under martial law due to a great treasure appearing, urging him to be careful. Intrigued, Yunxiang dons a mask and pushes his vehicle to full speed. He arrives at the Zicheng district, where Kun's cloaked subordinates bribe a guard for entry. The guard leads them down a VIP hallway, warning them to keep a low profile. They encounter Nabayuki's group coming the other way. After a brief, tense exchange of pleasantries, Nabayuki stops and asks in fish language if they have met before, testing them. Kun feigns ignorance in the Tiandu language. After learning they are merchants, Nabayuki lets them pass but tells his uncle to have them investigated, citing an instinctual, blood-deep aversion to them. Elsewhere, Kun's spies locate their traitorous target relaxing in a hot spring surrounded by women. While his subordinates fume, Kun decides to go in alone, removing his cloak to reveal his human-like form. Just as he prepares to move, the traitor exits the bath. From a nearby rooftop, the sage Huang Maioyan watches all parties converge, pleased with her unexpected bounty of information. From another rooftop, the traitor Lan Ao watches her and smirks, declaring he will take them all. Chapter 24. Back in time, not so long ago, Song Yunxiang's shuttle materialized in a flash of light above the vast desert, landing with a soft thud in the sand. It then transformed, its shape shifting before he emerged, thinking that although he had used a hidden formation, it would be safer to store the shuttle in his system space and walk to Sand Sculpture City. He decided to first retrieve the herbs that shopkeeper Hong had collected for him. With a gesture, he activated his system space, and a swirling vortex of blue energy with a hexagonal grid pattern enveloped the massive shuttle, pulling it into another dimension. He then began his trek across the desert, leaving footprints in the sand as he walked towards the distant city. He decided to change his appearance to blend in when he reached the city, summoning a swirling mask from his system space. He mused that he had put the mask directly into his system space before and hadn't had time to study it. He considered pretending to be someone from a lower domain kingdom, but thought better of it since he was dealing with researchers from the Samarin family, deciding that it would be inappropriate. He began to cycle through different appearances, transforming into a white-haired young man, then a man with a different hairstyle, and back to his original look before settling on the form of a rugged, elderly man with a long white beard and robes. After a few more minor adjustments, he finalized his disguise and continued towards Sand Sculpture City. He arrived at the Midtown Market and entered a shop with a large sign bearing the character for Hong. A woman greeted him, asking what he wished to buy, but he inquired if shopkeeper Lu was present. The shopkeeper, an older man named Lu Yang, identified himself and asked who the esteemed guest was. Song Yunxiang, maintaining his disguise, explained that he was introduced by shopkeeper Hong from Nanju and had come to trade. Lu Yang politely invited him inside to discuss the matter further. As they walked down a corridor, Lu Yang asked if His Excellency was from the Song family. Song Yunxiang coughed and vaguely replied that he worked for young Master Yunxiang and was here for a transaction involving Kaienchijin and Zishedin. Lu Yang seemed to accept this, explaining that the people from the Samarin family had been waiting for some time and asked if he had the beast materials they wanted. Song Yunxiang confirmed that everything was ready. Inside the meeting room, a woman with green hair and glasses named Gallo Samarin was questioning her companion, Mr. Gakibai, a highly respected scholar from the Samarin family. She didn't understand why he was using his personal collection of rare herbs to trade for beast materials for the Mai family. Mr. Gakibai explained that it was a commission to obtain new machine data from the Mai family. He had high hopes for their new design, believing it could rival the Shiyuan Star Soul General, making his personal expenditure a small price to pay. As Gallo questioned why he had to come in person, Lu Yang knocked and entered, announcing the arrival of the buyer for the herbs. Song Yunxiang greeted them, and the transaction proceeded smoothly under Lu Yang's guarantee. The Samarin family members were visibly shocked by the exceptional quality of the crystals Song Yunxiang produced, but nothing unexpected occurred. With the trade concluded, both parties left. Song Yunxiang, now in possession of the two herbs, thought about his next objective, the Mai family's boundless flower. He headed to the Zicheng district to scout the area, planning to make his move in the evening. Perched on a rooftop, he observed the district, finding it less heavily guarded than he'd expected for a military zone. As he scouted, he noticed a woman in a white hood on another rooftop. He was surprised to sense the aura of a holy rank expert, even through his own 2 layers of concealment, and wondered if she was someone he had never met in his previous life. He questioned if she was spying on someone and activated his star master system to scan her. The scan revealed she was observing a group below, including a blue-haired boy whose soul power fluctuations felt strangely familiar to Song Yunxiang, as if they had met before. Meanwhile, in a lavish demon slave club in the Midtown Market, a young man with long blonde hair was being attended to by 2 cat girls. They fed him grapes, which he said were delicious. A man who identified himself as the head waiter of the VIP area approached, noting the young man's generous spending. The young man, annoyed by the interruption, told him to go away. The waiter persisted, asking if he was satisfied with the cat ladies and offered to sell them to him for a certain price, assuring him they were not wild and had government identification. The 2 cat girls begged to be purchased, one mentioning she had learned a new dance and the other boasting she was good at warming the bed. The young master agreed to buy them both. He then inquired about a superb, wild demon he had heard they'd acquired. The waiter confirmed this, but explained it was already reserved by the 4th young master of the Mai family. The Huyan youth scoffed, offering to pay double, but the waiter insisted they couldn't risk offending the Mai family. The youth asked to at least see the demon, but the waiter said it was still untamed and being trained in the dungeon. The young master insisted, and the waiter led him to the basement training room. There, they saw a female demon horse warrior suspended by numerous ropes, her body restrained. The waiter explained that she was the strongest warrior of her tribe, incredibly fierce, and they had nearly been killed capturing her. The cat girls cowered in fear. As the waiter suggested taking a deposit for a similar slave, the young master's wrist device beeped. A holographic screen appeared, showing an older man who reported that 3 problematic individuals were on the move. The youth asked what they were doing. The man on the screen explained they were following a heavenly stager, a wanted traitor from the Long High Kingdom who had taken refuge with the Mai family, and asked if he should inform the Mai family first. The youth instructed him not to, telling him to send his location for an immediate rendezvous. He gave the waiter a storage talisman with money for the cat girls, told him to keep the extra, and rushed out. The waiter, left behind, remarked on what a handsome and generous young master he was before ordering his men to deliver the demon horse slave to the Mai family's 4th young master. The scene shifts back to Song Yunxiang on a rooftop overlooking the Zicheng district hot spring bath, watching as a man with long gray hair exits. Song Yunxiang noted that the bastard was finally coming out and decided it was time to move. He wasn't the only one watching. The Huyan youth and his uncle were also on a nearby rooftop. The youth told his uncle to follow their target. Song Yunxiang, still in his elderly disguise, decided he might as well take all of them. The long-haired man began to run, pursued by a blue-haired youth in a cloak, Lan Kun, and his 2 companions. One of the companions, noticing their target had spotted them, told the others not to worry and to give chase. The trio pursued the man across the rooftops. One of Lan Kun's followers noted that their target, a man they called Uncle Wang, was heading out of the city. Lan Kun instructed his companions, Carp and Benito, to help him jump. Using each other as springboards, they vaulted across the large gaps between buildings, eventually clearing the outer city wall, ignoring the shouts of the guards below. Once in the open desert, his companions urged their highness to use his star soul general. Uncle Wang turned to face them, remarking that they really had chased him. Lan Kun and his companions summoned their blue naval-style mechs. Wang scoffed at their choice of disguise, calling it a retarded move only idiots from the Long High Kingdom would make in the desert. Wang expressed his disappointment, having hoped to lure other princes, but instead getting the mixed-blood trash, Lan Kun. One of Lan Kun's companions demanded the return of their family's treasure. Lan Kun offered Wang a chance to repent, saying he could ask his father to spare him. Wang mocked him for being the child of a human woman and praised the noble lineage of the merman race. He declared he would show them the tactics of the deep sea and summoned his power, causing a massive sandstorm to erupt around them. Wang dove into the sand, disappearing from view, taunting them that they couldn't hit what they couldn't see. He burst from the sand, attacking one of the mechs and boasting about his peak heaven stage power. He correctly identified their trump card as the dragon fighting cone, a weapon specifically used to restrain mermen, and laughed that it was useless if they couldn't find him. Lan Kun's companion panicked, but Lan Kun calmly told him not to worry and instructed Uncle Benito to create a diversion while he prepared to use the cone. Benito's mech charged forward, shouting taunts and firing energy blasts into the sandstorm. Far away, still in the city, Song Yunxiang watched the battle, also noticing the mysterious holy rank woman observing from a rooftop, wondering if she was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Back in an alley, a group of city guards were in disarray, their communications and the city alarms disabled. They were about to report to the Mai family when the Huyan youth and his uncle appeared before them. The youth calmly identified himself as a guest of their lord. A guard confirmed he had seen them with the lord earlier and said they were from the Huyan family. The guard captain explained their dire situation, and the Huyan youth slyly asked if the Mai family was unaware of the chaos. The captain confirmed they hadn't received any news. At a signal from the youth, the uncle swiftly attacked and incapacitated the entire squad of guards. The youth asked if he should kill them, but his uncle advised against it, suggesting they go watch the mermaid fight instead. In the desert, Benito's mech continued its furious assault on the sandstorm when Wang's golden mech suddenly burst out and struck it down. Wang gloated, revealing that the real dragon fighting cone was never with Lan Kun. As he spoke, Lan Kun's mech appeared behind him, and Benito, who had faked his defeat, threw the true dragon fighting cone. The weapon transformed into a cage of sharp, glowing orange spikes that impaled Wang's mech, causing him immense pain. Observers from afar, the hooded woman, Song Yunxiang, and the Huyan youth all recognized the legendary weapon. Benito's mech then channeled more energy into the cone, amplifying its effect. The cone's power surged, torturing Wang, but the tables turned again. Lan Kun's other companion, Kar, suddenly fell as his mech deactivated. Wang laughed, revealing it was all a trap. He had arranged for Benito to lure Lan Kun here, and Benito knelt before him, calling him master. Lan Kun, impaled and helpless, passed out from the shock. Wang ordered Benito to wake him. An electrical surge jolted Lan Kun awake, screaming in agony. Wang mocked his nephew about the taste of the dragon fighting cone. Lan Kun stared at Benito in disbelief, asking why a veteran of the royal guard would betray his father and his kingdom. Benito's mech apologized, revealing that the only one ever truly loyal to Lan Kun was Carp. Lan Kun realized the depth of the betrayal and asked what Wang wanted. Wang revealed his goal, to borrow Lan Kun's merman blood essence. He held up a green jade pendant, their family's treasure, and began to tell the story of its origin, how their ancestor, Master Lan Zai, sealed the soul of the Star Soul General Ao Bing within it using a secret method to protect their race forever. The Huyan youth, listening from afar, recognized the story, as it was similar to his own family's lost secret method. Wang explained that to open the Soul Jade, the blood of 3 royal family members was needed. His original plan to ambush the princes had been disrupted by the appearance of a god stage relic. Lan Kun laughed, pointing out that only 2 of them were present, but Wang simply called him an idiot. From his hiding spot, Song Yunxiang recognized Lan Kun's personality from his past life and grew anxious as he saw city guards approaching the battle site. The guards arrived, shouting warnings. Wang's mech effortlessly deflected their attacks, and he ordered Benito to take Lan Kun to the god stage relic. Benito's mech pulled the impaled prince from the ground and flew towards the massive red crystals, with the city guards in hot pursuit. The hooded woman and the Huyan youth both deduced Wang's plan to use the relic's energy. Song Yunxiang decided to follow as well. At the relic site, Wang's forces blasted through the guards. Wang landed and explained to his captive nephew how he would open the jade. He produced a vial containing the blood essence of a previous Ao Bing host and revealed that the god stage relic could reboil old blood, making it fresh again. He poured the blood onto the jade, which began to glow, announcing it was the second portion of royal blood. He then smirked, but his expression turned to shock and disbelief as he stared at the jade and wondered how what was happening was possible. At that moment, the Huyan youth and his uncle arrived. The youth noted the similarity between this ritual and his own family's, realizing he could take advantage of the situation before the third blood was injected. He ordered his uncle to interrupt the ritual and seize the jade while he dealt with Wang. As they charged, Wang ordered Benito to get the final blood sample. Benito approached the impaled Lan Kun with a blade and stabbed him deeply. The god stage relic's energy activated the old blood essence in the jade, while fresh blood essence was simultaneously drawn from the wounded Lan Kun, swirling around Wang and flowing into the now intensely glowing gem. As the jade pulsed with power, Wang commanded Benito to inject the third portion of royal blood. Benito prepared to cut his own wrist, but the Huyan uncle intervened, blasting Wang back with a fiery attack. The Huyan youth's red mech then appeared, engaging Wang's mech while the uncle's mech attacked Benito's. The uncle's mech quickly overwhelmed Benito's, shattering it to pieces. However, as the red mech attacked Wang, Carp's broken mech intercepted the blow, sacrificing itself to protect Benito. Wang screamed his subordinate's name in rage. Furious, Wang summoned his Golden Star Soul construct, but the Huyan uncle's red mech was too fast. It dodged and fired a beam that was blocked by the construct, then closed the distance and destroyed it, simultaneously impaling Wang with red energy spikes identical to the dragon fighting cone. Coughing blood, Wang stared in shock at his attacker, demanding to know who he was and how he knew how to control the dragon fighting cone. Chapter 25. A blue-haired man is held captive by a towering red crystalline structure in a desert, with two large red mechs standing guard. In the distance, two figures clad in blue armor are seen moving, while the blue-haired man stands with his arms outstretched, caught in the structure's power. A younger man with blonde hair watches alongside his larger, older companion, telling him that the dragon fighting cone was originally created by his Huyan family to deal with people like the captive. The blue-haired man strains against the red energy binding him, his face contorted in anger. The red crystal structure suddenly shatters as the blue-haired man breaks free, much to his own surprise. He curses the Huyan family, realizing they were behind his capture. Suspended in the air, bleeding from his efforts, he calls out to a master hiding in the sky, pleading for help and promising to be grateful. A green crystal shard falls from the sky, seemingly in response. A cloaked woman with blonde hair and red eyes watches from a hidden vantage point, musing that the heaven stage ant of the mermaid race has some ability to sense her presence. She decides it would be better to let the two ants from the Huyan family retrieve Ao Bing's jade and then secretly snatch it from them, rather than revealing herself. The blue-haired man thinks to himself that he has always felt a strong presence in the sky, with a cultivation level much higher than his own, but he is unsure if this entity is a friend or a foe. The larger man, Uncle Fa, asks his young master where the supposed master in the sky is. The young master dismisses the idea, telling his uncle, a heaven stager, that the seafood is just bluffing and they should focus on studying how to get rid of the green crystal first. The blue-haired man agrees with a simple okay. The young master reaches for the large, floating green crystal. He places his hand on it, examining it closely and murmuring that if this is the same as the Huyan family's soul jade, passed down through generations, then he can proceed. Suddenly, the blue-haired man bursts free from behind them with a shout. The young master and his uncle turn in shock, questioning how it's possible that he broke free from the dragon fighting cone. The blue-haired man, with his hand transforming into claws, lunges forward. He flies through the air, grateful that fate still seems to be on his side, even if he doesn't know who is helping him. Blue energy sigils appear on the red crystalline structure as a voice explains that it was them, and that if the man takes the Ao Bing soul jade, they will still be able to copy it. The hidden observer recalls that in a previous life, Lan Kun had chased him to the territory of Tiandu where traitors had set an ambush, but Lan Kun still managed to get the soul jade of Star Soul General Ao Bing. Now, with the Huyan family's interference, many things will change, possibly because the God Stage relic disrupted the original timeline. The larger man, Uncle Fa, warns his young master to step back while he holds the attacker off, but the young master urges him not to fight hard, as the man's cultivation is higher than his. Uncle Fa swings a massive blade at the blue-haired man, but the blade is shattered against the man's clawed hand, drawing blood. The blue-haired man smiles grimly as he endures the attack. He unleashes a blast of purple energy from his hands, causing both the young master and Uncle Fa to cry out in alarm while the hidden woman smirks, and the blue-haired man shouts in triumph. The green crystal, now containing a shadowy figure, begins to glow intensely as a voice announces that the soul jade ritual is completed, and the Longhai secret realm is opened. The red crystalline structure shatters as the observer wonders if it was just an illusion that they heard a sound from the God Stage relic. A massive, ethereal blue figure of a bearded warrior emerges from the green crystal, identifying himself as the host of the first star General Ao Bing, the king of Longhai, Lan Zai. He declares that the warrior selected by the Soul Jade ritual must enter the secret realm, and the final victor will become the new host of Star Soul General Ao Bing. A powerful vortex of blue energy erupts from the crystal, pulling everyone towards it. The cloaked woman is caught off guard, wondering why she is also being pulled in. The blue-haired man is also sucked into the swirling portal, thinking what a broken design it is that the selection process doesn't even identify the warrior's identity. In a desolate, sandy landscape, a dark, imposing castle stands alone. Inside, two guards stand watch outside a lavishly decorated room. A large, canopy bed is seen, with someone murmuring in their sleep. An old man, Mai Bio, master of the Mai family in Sand Sculpture City, is having a nightmare, attended by two women who note he must be dreaming again. His dream is of a fierce battle on the border of the Tiandu Kingdom's Nanju and the Death Desert. Missiles rain down from the sky upon armored soldiers, who are then sliced apart by a golden attacker. A mysterious figure appears, unleashing swirling blades of blue energy. A winged, humanoid figure emerges from a burst of light, its wings a brilliant array of colors. The figure transforms into a majestic, golden-armored mecha with large, feathered wings. A soldier identifies the newcomer as Star Soul General Bai Kai from the Tiandu Kingdom and shouts that it's not good. The men are ordered to fire and hold Bai Kai back. Bai Kai moves with incredible speed, cutting through a red mecha in a blur of motion and sparks. One of the enemy soldiers cries out, shocked at his speed. Bai Kai effortlessly carves through the enemy soldiers, who scream in terror. The soldiers watch in horror as their comrades are cut down, begging him not to come closer. Bai Kai unleashes a massive blast of energy that engulfs a canyon, incinerating the soldiers within. At the same time, another group of soldiers flees, with one man panting and cursing that Star Soul General Bai Kai is here. One of the commanders orders his men to protect the master and escape while they hold Bai Kai back. One of the soldiers declares his loyalty to the master, promising his heart forever, and his comrade adds not to worry, as he'll take care of his wife and child. Their leader is shocked as swirling blue swords appear and slice through his entire squad. Mai Baio, clad in a brown cloak and riding a large mecha, looks up in fear as Bai Kai descends from the sky. He begs Bai Kai to spare his life. Bai Kai, now in his humanoid form, asks if he is Mai Baio, the master of the Mai family in Sand Sculpture City. Mai Baio confirms his identity and pleads for his life, saying his family is willing to offer anything. Bai Kai agrees to spare him, pointing to a canyon and declaring it a boundary. If any soldiers from Sand Sculpture City dare to cross it for any reason, he will kill them. Mai Baio agrees, promising to restrain his soldiers and never cross the boundary. Mai Baio wakes up with a start, panting heavily. The women beside him ask if he was having nightmares again. He clutches his chest, breathing heavily, then sits up, clenching his fist and muttering the names Tiandu Kingdom Nanrongi and Star Soul General Bai Kai. He calls for his attendants, ordering them to change his clothes as he wants to go to the underground hangar and also to call a doctor. In the Mai family mansion's underground hangar, a subordinate informs Mai Baio that a Mr. Gakubai is waiting for him inside and that not long ago, unknown forces were fighting outside the city. Mai Baio dismisses this as trivial and orders others to deal with it. He enters the hangar, greeted by his men, and asks if the project is almost done. A subordinate reports that he was lucky to get the missing materials and it's barely complete. Before them stands a massive, golden, beast-like mecha. Mai Baio marvels at its beauty, deciding he will name it himself, and that with this body, he can compete with the Shiyuan Star Soul General. He clenches his fist, vowing to pay back the humiliation from Nanrongi 100-fold. A female attendant reminds him that he had already chosen a cool name based on the machine's appearance, but he dismisses it as nonsense and tells her not to take it seriously. A voice calls out to Song Yungxiang, telling him to wake up. Song Yungxiang wakes up on a simple bed in a rustic room, groaning and wondering where he is. He remembers being sucked into the secret realm created by the Ao Bing Soul Jade. He looks in a mirror, relieved that the experience wasn't too dangerous. He realizes this first trial is an illusionary world generated from his memory and wonders what kind of demons he'll have to kill. He reflects that he's conquered countless secret realms in his past life and finds this kind of trial unchallenging, but appreciates the immersive experience. He recognizes his clothing as the uniform of the Xuanjiawei and calculates that this illusion is set 2 years after the southern wilderness beast tide, noting he doesn't have any scars on his face yet. He steps outside a military tent and is greeted by 2 soldiers who call him Mr. Song. He tells them to relax and not be so formal. One of the soldiers remarks that he really loves to joke, but Song Yungxiang thinks to himself that the illusion generated by the Soul Jade is quite amazing. Realizing he's in an illusionary world, he decides to mess around a bit. He walks towards the edge of a cliff, telling the soldiers he's going to relieve himself there, much to their confusion. Standing on the precipice, he looks out at the fortress city of Tancheng on the southern border of Jiangsu. He recalls that at this point in time, Nanju had been destroyed by a beast tide, and he, along with half the Xuanjiawei guards, was responsible for Jiangsu's defense line. However, his inflated ego led him to fall for Yi Yao's plan, which resulted in Tancheng's southern defense line being destroyed and him receiving a scar in a duel with Yi Yao. He understands the illusion is meant to make him reflect on his youthful mistakes. He smiles, realizing that when you know you're in your own dream, you can dominate it. Golden energy erupts around him as he declares that this illusionary world is now in his hands, and it seems he can have a long-lost taste of the holy stage in this fantasy world. He unleashes a massive, crescent-shaped blade of golden energy that flies through the camp, shocking the soldiers who identify him as a holy stage cultivator. He then takes flight, a streak of golden light, deciding to find Yao and have some fun. In another part of the illusionary world, at the southern third sector of Tancheng, soldiers battle against beast-like creatures. A young man shouts for his brothers to kill them together. After a fierce battle, the captain announces that the wave of beasts has been killed and everyone can rest. One soldier asks his brother, Dafu, if he's all right, noting he was in danger just now. The medical and logistics soldiers are called to tend to the wounded and prepare food. The two brothers walk through the camp. They are greeted by their captain, who compliments the younger brother on his good performance, saying he seems unreliable for a rich young master, but is impressive on the battlefield. The captain tells him he doesn't know why he's so desperate, but as a soldier of Tiandu, he won't allow anyone to die in vain. The young man, Hang Dafu, apologizes. The captain then asks who the two boys are, and another soldier explains they are two young masters of the Zhang family in Zhangzhou. The two brothers, Zhang Dafu and Zhang Dagui, sit together to eat. Dagui offers his brother some wine, but Dafu refuses. Dagui asks why he wants to die so hard, but his brother tells him it's fate that their family has fallen, and it's good for them to devote themselves to defending their country. Dafu apologizes, saying it's all his fault for being foolish and thinking about harming him, but Dagui says he forgave him long ago. Dafu declares he will use his own life to atone for his mistakes. Suddenly, an alert sounds as another wave of ferocious beasts appears. The soldiers construct their blue, crystalline star soul mechs to face the new threat. The captain realizes they are in trouble due to the sheer number of beasts and orders a signal flare to be sent for help. He commands the non-combat soldiers to retreat via airship, but another soldier points out that airborne beasts will make the airship an easy target. A swarm of large, dark, alien-like beasts descends upon them, overwhelming the soldiers. Just as all seems lost, a massive blade of blue energy descends from the sky, carving a path through the beast horde. The soldiers look up to see a figure standing atop a newly formed pillar of earth. A caped figure in sleek gray armor stands amidst the carnage. The captain wonders if this is the legendary Nanju ghost, a rumored semi-holy lord who died during the beast tide 2 years ago, but has since been spotted using his sword techniques. The mysterious figure, Song Yunxiang in disguise, tells them to forget about him and kill the remaining beasts. Song Yunxiang then wonders how he can see scenes outside of his own memory, concluding that the fantasy world created by the soul Jade is not so simple. He decides to see who this Nanju ghost really is and unleashes his own power. He flies off as a golden blur towards the mysterious figure. The Nanju ghost stands on a cliff as Song Yunxiang lands before him. Song Yunxiang recognizes the figure as a construct from his memories of Mr. Zhu, who in the original timeline was defeated by a demonic Yijixi, but in the new timeline was rescued by Song Yunxiang himself. He notes that this ghost seems to know Mr. Zhu's sword techniques, but uses them haphazardly, and decides to get a closer look at what's under the ragged cloak. The cloaked figure turns its head, revealing a glowing red visor, having noticed Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxiang is shocked that he was noticed. The ghost fires jets of energy from its feet and rockets towards him. The two figures clash in a flurry of motion. The ghost unleashes a barrage of glowing green energy blades. Song Yunxiang, caught off guard, realizes he's out of talismans. The ghost unleashes a massive sword beam capable of breaking mountains and rivers, which races across the desert. A small, spinning coin deflects the massive energy beam. The attack dissipates into a cloud of smoke and spiritual energy. Song Yunxiang pants, admitting the situation was dangerous, and he almost instinctively reached for a talisman, forgetting this is an illusionary world. The Nanju ghost suddenly turns and flees. The ghost lands and kneels, red and black demonic energy erupting from its body as it enters a demonic form. It fires a powerful, spiraling beam of black and red energy. Song Yunxiang recognizes it as a demonic form and tells it to wait, flying to intercept. The beam streaks across the sky, and Song Yunxiang wonders what it is. The beam strikes a shimmering hexagonal pink energy wall at the edge of the illusionary world. Song Yunxiang, who was in pursuit, is shocked by the wall's appearance. The Nanju ghost passes right through the barrier, but when Song Yunxiang follows, he is bounced away. He stands before the vast pink wall, wondering what it is. He flies along it for thousands of feet but finds no end, wondering how this is possible. He lands and considers the possibility that it is his star master system. He chides himself for forgetting that the system isn't that useful right now, but then realizes that since this is a dreamland of his memories, he needs the system at its peak. He summons the full version of his star master system, a glowing golden orb of sigils, and asks it to take stock of the situation. The system scans and reports that the host is currently in an illusionary world created from his own memories, and because of this, its effective range is only a radius of 500 miles. Song Yunxiang is disappointed, having hoped to explore, but with such a limited range, he can't even get to Zhangzhou. He decides he'll have to wait for another opportunity to investigate the Nanju ghost. He decides to go fight Yi Yao to quickly end this illusionary world. In a burning port city, Yi Yao stands on a rooftop, ordering his men to clean up the battlefield and prepare to attack Tansheng. He laughs, planning to lure the Xuanji away out of their base and then loot Tansheng. A golden energy bolt strikes near him, and Song Yunxiang appears from the dust cloud, remarking that he was really here. Yi Yao is stunned, recognizing him as Song Yaxiang from the Xuanji away and questioning how it can be. Song Yunxiang covers his face, tiredly stating that he'll stop pretending and that Yi Yao guessed correctly. Yi Yao is blasted backward by an unseen force, shocked that Song Yunxiang can fly, a feat only possible for a holy stager. Song Yunxiang floats in the air, surrounded by a blue aura, and confirms that at this moment he is at the holy stage. He then smiles, addresses the Star Master System, and calls for the master of this place to show themselves. In the burning port city of Tansheng, a man shouts for his Star General to construct. A bolt of lightning strikes from the sky, and a golden, winged mecha materializes. The soldiers below look up in shock as Yi Yao identifies the construct as an Origin Star General, finding it impossible. The golden mecha, Dong Yuanju, hovers in the sky as the soldiers are ordered to protect their general. Dong Yuanju's pilot notes that the Daoyuan sword has come out. A circle of golden swords materializes and shoots outwards, decimating the soldiers below. Yi Yao, watching his men get slaughtered, recognizes the flying sword technique as the same as Star General Ganjiang's. He yells for his men to dodge. The swords return to Dong Yuanju. The pilot, Song Yunxiang, calls out to Yuang, telling him to stop hiding and bring out his Star General Ganjiang. Yuang is shocked, wondering how he knew he had Ganjiang, as only the mercenaries and people from Tai Yuan should know. He suspects a leak from Tai Yuan, a group that preaches love and non-aggression but secretly intervenes to maintain a balance of power, preventing the Eastern continent from uniting. Song Yunxiang compliments him on his military genius for luring the Xuanji away and sneaking in from the sea, admitting he had underestimated him. He then tells him to stop wasting breath and construct Ganjiang so he can happily end this illusionary world. Yuang acknowledges that he can only fight by using Star General Ganjiang, and a pillar of blue light erupts as he constructs his own mecha. The blue, dragon-like Star General Ganjiang appears, unleashing its dragon sealing sword attack. The attack transforms into a massive blue energy dragon in a technique called dragon sealing explosion. Song Yunxiang's inner voice notes that Ganjiang's strongest move, the dragon sealing explosion, seems rather unimpressive now. Dong Yuanju states that 3 swords of Dongyuan are enough, and launches a seemingly random attack of 3 golden swords. The swords effortlessly pierce through Ganjiang's defensive shield of sealing swords. Yuang cries out in disbelief that even his shield made of sealing swords couldn't stop it. The golden swords continue their trajectory, and Yuang yells, "Oh no," as they close in. Dong Yuanju tells him to give up the struggle as there is no escape. Yuang can only watch in horror, screaming as the golden energy envelops and destroys him. The explosion rocks the city. Dong Yuanju hovers over the destruction, remarking how boring it was and that he's dead already. Song Yunxiang senses the core of the secret realm in a certain direction and decides it's time to end this boring world. He flies off, leaving the burning illusion behind. In a serene space filled with stars, an ancient hooded figure stands on a floating platform of water. He is shocked that someone actually passed the first trial in such a short period of time. He expresses his surprise at seeing such an outstanding descendant of his mermaid family. Suddenly, golden lightning crackles in the air. The figure tells the descendant to stay where they are and wait, but the lightning intensifies and strikes his staff. He yells for them to stop messing around, but Dong Yuanju, Song Yunxiang's golden mecha, bursts into the core realm, identifying it as the heart of the secret realm. The hooded figure cries out, calling him a bastard and questioning his reckless actions. He is shocked to see a Star Soul General and realizes the intruder is not a descendant of his mermaid family. He demands to know who he is and how he entered the mermaid's secret realm, unleashing glowing blue chains to bind the intruder. However, Song Yunxiang from within his mecha effortlessly takes control of the chains, which then wrap around the hooded administrator. The administrator struggles, asking why he can control them. Dong Yuanju identifies him as the administrator of this secret realm and beckons him closer, grabbing him by the throat. The administrator begs for forgiveness, but Dong Yuanju dismisses him as a mere remnant of the original owner whose anger must now be borne by him. He berates the administrator for the broken formation, asking why he didn't include a code to identify the blood of immigrants, and declares that since he was involved for no reason, he is now taking over the management of this secret realm. Chapter 26. The old blue-haired spirit of Ao Bing, bound by glowing chains in a cosmic void, coughs in disbelief and asks the golden mecha before him why it isn't controlled by the secret formation. The mecha's pilot calmly explains that he found a loophole in the illusion world of the first trial, stating that hacking this realm required minimal effort. Ao Bing, stunned, questions if the pilot is a master of formations but quickly dismisses it as impossible, demanding to know his true identity. From a separate location filled with digital interfaces, a white-haired elder Old Song watches the scene unfold and speaks to Ao Bing through the connection, telling him to stop the nonsense and hand over control of the secret realm, or he would take it by force. Ao Bing defiantly refuses, declaring that the Jade of Star Soul General Ao Bing is a treasure of his mermaid family that he cannot allow an outsider to snatch away. The pilot in the mecha clarifies that he never wanted the Ao Bing Jade. He only wants control of the realm and will even help find a new host for the Jade to save them both time. Ao Bing passionately retorts that even if he is not a living being, he will not be deceived, and he would rather disappear than allow the pilot to have his way. Old Song coolly states that he was merely informing him of the situation, not asking for his opinion. The golden mecha raises its hand, declaring that since Ao Bing has made his choice, he should disappear. Old Song muses that with the aid of the Star Master System, it's a simple task to find a loophole and forcibly hack the core program of the formation. Back in the cosmic realm, the golden mecha unleashes a swirling orb of energy at the chained Ao Bing. The pilot announces that the core is in that direction. The mecha swiftly flies past Ao Bing, dragging him along by his chains for a moment before shattering them. The pilot states that the center of the realm's vulnerability is right there. As blue energy gathers around its fist, the mecha prepares to strike, then unleashes a powerful punch that sends a massive circular shockwave through the space, shattering the digital reality into a grid of floating black cubes. The mecha flies through the disintegrating digital world towards a bright sun at its center, while Ao Bing tumbles helplessly amidst the debris. The entire space begins to swirl and collapse into a vortex, causing Ao Bing to cry out in alarm, questioning how the secret realm could be collapsing. He realizes the mecha is invading the core program that protects the realm's stability and watches in horror as even the data making up his throne is destroyed. Desperate, he begs the mighty immortal lord to stop, promising to hand over control immediately. The mecha pilot considers this, saying he must also promise not to snatch the soul jade, but then declares it's too late and he will take it himself soon. Ao Bing realizes that if this continues, both the secret realm and the soul jade of the mermaid race will be lost. He has a change of heart, looking down with a resigned expression as the world collapses around him. He kneels on a platform of water and pleads with the mecha to stop, saying he is willing to hand over the secret realm and serve him as master. The pilot observes this surrender, tilting the mecha's head slightly. Ao Bing, now fully humbled in a pool of water, begs his new master to release him, offering the secret realm's jade core. The chains around him finally shatter as he offers his thanks. The golden mecha stands over him, remarking that many people are like this, only shedding tears when they see their coffin. The pilot states that he has been released but dares him to try anything else. Ao Bing, still kneeling, humbly replies that he would not dare. He then places his hands over his chest and begins to extract a glowing orb of light, presenting it to his new master and explaining that it is the control core of the secret realm. Old Song, viewing this from his control room, looks at the core in surprise. The golden mecha dissolves in a flash of light, an effect called Star Solution, revealing a white-haired young man inside its cockpit who is then absorbed into the mecha's chest. Old Song materializes within the core area, his appearance reverted to a younger version of himself, and he wonders what's happening. He theorizes that entering this space resets his appearance to how it was when he first entered the secret realm, remarking on the truly remarkable power of his mask to deceive even such formations. Ao Bing appears before him, and Old Song shrinks the merman's spirit down until he's a tiny figure floating in his palm next to the core. Old Song then steps out of his own hand, returning to his full size. Old Song examines the glowing green jade in his hand, feeling a sense of familiarity. He recalls owning a box with an almost identical item inside and asks Ao Bing if this is the core control jade for the secret realm. Ao Bing confirms that it is, addressing him as master. Old Song finds it awkward to talk to the giant spirit and asks if he can get smaller. Ao Bing apologizes, saying he cannot change his own size. He explains, however, that his master can adjust his size by injecting his consciousness into the jade core, which will grant him full control of the secret realm. Old Song focuses on the jade core, which begins to glow with blue energy as he channels his power into it, his own eyes glowing green. An ethereal hand of energy grasps the jade core as it dissolves into particles of light. A giant, muscular, blue-skinned figure manifests, which Old Song understands to be the physical form of the secret realm, a small world contained within a unique space. Now holding a digital representation of the realm in his hand, he confirms his understanding of the situation. Ao Bing asks if this can control the entire realm, and Old Song confidently replies that with his knowledge, he can become the god of this place. He clenches his fist and commands the realm to restore itself. The shattered digital blocks immediately begin to fly back into place, reassembling the broken space. Next, he commands Ao Bing to get smaller. The giant spirit shrinks rapidly until he is sitting cross-legged on the ground, looking confused. A mischievous grin spreads across Old Song's face as he asks if he can change into something else. With the command to turn into a woman, Ao Bing's muscular form begins to shift and slim down, transforming into a well-endowed, blue-skinned female form that looks utterly flustered. The newly female Ao Bing panics, begging His Holiness not to mess around. Old Song stands observing his work with amusement, then commands her to get bigger. She lets out a scream of shock as her breasts expand to a comical size. She pleads with Her Excellency to behave, but Old Song just clears his throat and calls it a mistake, thinking to himself that Ao Bing's lack of anger proves his complete surrender. He then turns his attention away, deciding to check on how everyone else is faring. He views several screens displaying various trials, including a battle scene featuring a Star Soul general he recognizes as the Holy Stager Lady. He decides to take a closer look at her situation. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, engulfing a creature in a storm of electricity. When the dust clears, a large blue and gold mecha, Star Soul General Wen Zhang, stands over the defeated beast. The mecha calls out to someone named Mayo before dissolving in a star solution effect to reveal a crystalline structure. A young girl named Mayo emerges from a cloud of smoke, holding a piece of meat from the beast and proudly asking her father if he is pleased with her kill. The scene shifts to another trial, a crumbling, futuristic city where two mechas, one red and one white, are locked in fierce combat. The pilot of the red mecha expresses frustration that his attacks are ineffective and wonders who his opponent is. Old Song, observing this, speculates that it might be a Star Soul general from a different system, questioning if the secret realm is connected to other worlds. Another participant, a young man with glasses, watches the high-level battle and remarks that his own Star Soul general is not powerful enough to intervene, deciding it's better to move on. Back in Huang Mayo's imaginary world, Old Song's ghostly form observes Mayo and her father, recalling his repeated warnings to her not to summon her Star Soul general against beasts. Mayo apologizes to her father, promising not to do it again. Old Song connects the dots, realizing this girl is the host of Wen Zhang and the Holy Stager from the Huang family. He uses his authority to investigate her trial, discovering that her illusionary world has looped 13 times. He's surprised a Holy Stager could be trapped, deducing that her childhood fears are the cause, and she subconsciously doesn't want to wake up. Seeing an opportunity to gather information, he decides to watch for a while longer. In the memory, Mayo stands before her mother's tombstone under blooming peach trees, asking her father, Sikong Jing, if he can teach her the formation. When he asks why, she explains that if she learns it, she can visit her mother anytime, instead of waiting for the blossoms to bloom once a year. Sikong Jing agrees and tells her they should pray for her mother. Old Song, still observing, recognizes the formation as the sealing technique from the emperor's tomb, making him wonder about Sikong Jing's identity. He recalls legends of the mysterious masters who sealed the tomb and the tyrannical Star Soul general imprisoned within. He places the events at Zikong Mountain 100 years ago, suspecting Sikong Jing is one of those masters. In the memory, Sikong Jing tells Mayo to play by herself for a while so he can speak with her mother alone. Mayo agrees and runs off after her father reminds her not to use her Star Soul general. As Sikong Jing kneels to burn an offering at the grave, Old Song decides against eavesdropping and instead uses the realm's core to observe the full history. The core reveals the past, Sikong Jing's promise to his master, his elopement with Maio's mother, and the passage of time. Concurrently, a younger Maio is seen in the forest taunting a massive wild boar, leaping onto its back as it charges. Old Song narrates the tragic backstory of Sikong Jing, a guard of the emperor's tomb who fell in love with Huang Yuzhai and abandoned his duty, only for her to be killed by her family after giving birth to Maio, forcing him into hiding. As Old Song laments the heart-wrenching tale, the young Maio suddenly runs up to him in the present, dragging the defeated boar and excitedly telling her father they should have Sister Juxiang cook it for them. As the family returns to their hidden home, Old Song notes Maio's impressive Earth-stage strength for her age, confirming the scene is a simulation controlled by the Emperor's Tomb Guard's sealing formation. Maio runs to a maid, excitedly showing off her catch. The maid, Juxiang, welcomes them back, and Old Song's ghostly form looks on in utter shock as he recognizes her. The perspective shifts to a memory of a man named Song Yunxiang, who knows Juxiang from a time he was injured and fled to the Zishui kingdom, where she, as an old woman, obstructed his return. In his memory, his soul power fails, his mecha construct dissipates, and he collapses before her and her dark mirror guards. She is identified as Tong Juxiang, chief of the Dark Mirror Department. In the memory, Song Yunxiang confronts Chief Tong, questioning her authority to besiege him when the Empress had already permitted his departure. Juxiang coldly accuses him of espionage and arrests him. As he scoffs at her blatant power play, a royal ship arrives bearing a decree from the Empress. Juxiang, taken aback by the timing, realizes the Empress is protecting him and orders her troops to stand down. A royal guard announces the decree. Song Yunxiang is to be made ruler of the South and must assume his duties immediately. Song Yunxiang is stunned by the title, which is equivalent to a royal consort, while Juxiang internally fumes, realizing the Empress will soon uncover the secrets of the ultra-ancient civilization he possesses, secrets she covets. The messenger pressures Juxiang, asking if she intends to rebel against the order. She backs down, stammering that he is merely suspicious, but the messenger cuts her off, reminding her that her division lacks the authority to stop an official decree. Song Yunxiang boards the ship, sarcastically wishing the 100-year-old Juxiang a long life. She glares after him, vowing revenge. Back in the present, Old Song recalls that Juxiang was the head of a secret service and wanted the power of the Star Master System, finding it fascinating to see her here as a young maid. He watches the playback of the family's idyllic life, seeing Juxiang blush at Sikong Jing's smile and the family enjoying a meal of braised pork. Growing bored, Old Song dismisses the daily life scenes as useless and decides to fast forward. He speeds through the timeline until he sees Sikong Jing studying a diagram of the 5 elements reversal sealing formation at night. He then notices Juxiang peeping through the door, wondering if she also wants to learn the technique. Juxiang enters the room and approaches Sikong Jing seductively, removing her outer robe to reveal skimpy lingerie. Sikong Jing holds up a hand, firmly stopping her advance. Old Song, watching this unfold while eating a slice of watermelon, wonders what she's planning. Juxiang continues to disrobe, but Sikong Jing's rejection remains firm. As her robe falls to the floor, Old Song is so shocked that he spits out his watermelon. Juxiang stands rejected and nearly naked before the unwavering Sikong Jing. As tears fall from her eyes, she grabs her robe and flees the room in shame. Old Song's ghost roars with laughter, remarking that he never thought the old woman would have had such a shameful experience when she was young. Finding the normal playback speed too slow, he fast-forwards at 1000x speed, watching images of Maio's life flash by. He stops at a scene where Maio asks her father if he will finally teach her the formation. Sikong Jing agrees, noting that since she will soon be 10, it is time. Maio cheers with excitement. Her father explains this as an ancient sealing technique, materializing a glowing blue geometric shape in his hand. Old Song recognizes it as the formation of the Emperor's tomb guards, but criticizes Sikong Jing's teaching methods, though he sees it as a personal opportunity to learn the technique and re-enter the tomb's secret realm. Under her father's guidance, Maio successfully opens a complex glowing gate, excitedly shouting that she did it. Old Song scoffs at her slow progress, noting that he learned it just by watching. He is fascinated by the technique, realizing it gives him 120% control over the similar 5-element formation and allows him to create higher-level versions, even adding passwords. Deciding Maio will need a long time to practice, he fast-forwards again to check on the other participants. He glances at images of the mermaid, and a bald man before his attention is caught by a snowman, which he finds strange. He jumps forward 2 months in Mayo's timeline, where a slightly older Mayo is now skilled enough to use the formation to untie the energy chains on Juxiang's wrists. Juxiang is grateful but fearful of the consequences. Mayo opens another portal, telling Juxiang to go, stating that she is returning the freedom her father took and has wronged her for years. A hesitant Juxiang is urged to leave, and after a moment of shock, she thanks Mayo and escapes through the portal. Old Song's attention snaps back from the odd snowman image, wondering what the hell it was doing there for over 100 years. He rewinds to see Mayo freeing Juxiang and shouts in shock, realizing the situation has reached a critical point. He decides to go back and watch in real time, then bemoans the end of the juicy gossip, complaining that his melon is finished. He immediately summons a new, larger platter of sliced watermelon and other fruits, commanding melon come. Chapter 27, Song Yunxiang wonders what he just missed as he observes a holographic playback of past events, feeling like he's missed something important. He watches a scene where a young girl with brown hair joyfully waves goodbye to her father, a man in red robes, telling him to be careful and not to forget her gift. Song Yunxiang decides to go back and check the memory again, recalling that the father had warned the girl about something he couldn't quite remember. The memory shifts to the father teaching his daughter about the structure of formations, telling her she has to think about the stability of the points, lines, and surfaces. The father then promises that once she can cultivate seal formations to the 3rd stage, he will take her to the Tiandu kingdom to eat real Tiandu barbecue duck, a promise which excites her greatly. Song Yunxiang searches for a specific moment, believing he's close, and the memory focuses on the father handing his daughter, Mayo, a green jade slip for her protection. He kneels before her, giving her 2 warnings. First, she must not randomly construct a star General Wenjong inside the formation, and second, she must not leave the formation before he returns. Mayo tearfully asks if her father cannot leave. Her father comforts her, wiping away her tears and promising that once he finishes his task, he'll take her outside to Tiandu to eat all the fine cuisine she desires. The girl's spirits lift as she holds the jade slip, excitedly asking if he's being serious. Her father confirms it, his expression soft. The girl gets excited, asking about all the different foods they can eat, from Lingyan City's buns to various regional specialties, and her father agrees to it all. They make a pinky promise, with the girl insisting he can't cheat. Their hands clasp, sealing the deal, and the father assures her that he will absolutely keep his word. The girl, looking downcast again, asks him to come back soon. Her father pats her on the head, reassuring her that if she ever encounters a dangerous situation, she can activate the formation on the jade slip to turn on the defense system. He adds that he will be alerted and will come back immediately to protect her. Song Yunxiang observes the memory, recognizing the jade slip as one used by sects in the central continent, and notes that since the name is still lit, the person is still alive. He wonders what happened next. The memory fast-forwards to Mayo speaking with her servant, Juxiang, telling her that she misses her father. Song Yunxiang watches as Mayo frees her servant, Juxiang, from her bindings, feeling sympathy for her. Mayo tells Juxiang to leave, explaining that she feels she has wronged her and will give her back her freedom in her father's place. Juxiang is taken aback by this kindness. Mayo urges her to go quickly before her dad comes back, and Juxiang tearfully thanks her before departing. As Juxiang walks away, her face contorts into a sinister, dark smile, revealing her deceit. Song Yunxiang watches the betrayal unfold, shaking his head and thinking that the idiot girl is too easy to fool. He wonders if this was the mistake she couldn't forgive herself for, and decides to rewind further to look for more clues. A few days later, the girl Mayo sits by her wooden house, crying that she regrets letting Juxiang leave and is now bored and alone. After a few more days pass, she sits by a tree, counting the days until her birthday and wondering why her father hasn't returned yet. A few more days later, she sits by a river, dipping her feet in the water and hoping her father hasn't gotten lost. Song Yunxiang grimaces, stating that it was as expected. A sudden loud sound echoes through the valley. The girl perks up, thinking her father has returned. She excitedly runs towards the sound, calling out for him. Song Yunxiang realizes with a frown that someone is forcefully bombarding the formation. He decides to go take a look, his spiritual form darting through the landscape like a streak of light. Outside the great formation, 2 armored figures are attacking a glowing blue barrier. A group of people stand behind them, led by an older woman with white hair and a red and black feather crest, identified as Huang Chengnan, the head of the Huang family. She asks her subordinate, a woman with glasses, how long it will take to break the formation. The subordinate replies that it's hard to say as the formation is a little weird. One of the armored figures reports that with their current formation drill, they might not be able to break it open and suggests bringing a formation master over. Huang Chengnan angrily berates them, calling them a bunch of useless trash. From inside the barrier, Mayo calls out, asking if her father has come back. Her eyes widen in confusion as she sees the strangers. From their side, the woman with glasses points and shouts that the great formation has been opened from the inside. Mayo tries to close the formation with her artifact, but she cries out in panic when she realizes it's not closing. The armored figures blast the opening wider. Huang Chengnan orders her subordinates to hurry and capture the little girl. Mayo runs in terror, crying out for them to stop. As they close in, she defiantly initiates a star-soul general construct. A massive battle ensues as constructs clash with each other. The subordinate smirks, telling the little thing she can't run. Surrounded, Mayo looks at the group with defiance, calling them evil people. She raises her hands and summons her own star-soul general, which manifests with a bolt of lightning from the sky. The subordinate looks on in shock. Huang Chengnan also stares, her expression grim. A massive, winged mecha, the star-soul general Wenjiang, materializes on the battlefield. The subordinate screams in terror, realizing it's an origin star-soul general and that the girl must be a host. She points at Mayo and hysterically asks Madame Huang if this could be the vile spawn of Miss Yuzhai and that pervert. In response, Huang Chengnan slaps her subordinate across the face. The subordinate falls to the ground, holding her bleeding cheek and asking why the madam slapped her. Huang Chengnan declares that even if she became a vagabond, she's still a daughter of the Huang family, and she won't allow her to be insulted by a mere ant. She expresses disbelief that Yuzhai's child would be a host, realizing this could ensure the prosperity of the Huang family for hundreds of years. She then commands her forces to use the soul binding rope to capture the child alive, warning them not to hurt her, as anyone who does will have their whole family executed. The armored soldiers obey, unleashing glowing blue chains from their arms. The chains fly through the air and wrap around Wenjiang, successfully capturing it. Mayo, inside the mech, chants an incantation, using the name of Star General Wenjiang to borrow the power of the heavens. Golden lightning crackles around the captured mech. Mayo screams for lightning to come, and both Huang Chengnan and her subordinate look on in shock. A massive vortex of dark clouds forms in the sky, and yellow lightning strikes down upon the armored soldiers, who scream in agony as they are electrocuted. Huang Chengnan's subordinate shouts in disbelief that the girl can attract and use lightning to attack. The lightning intensifies, swirling around the Wenjiang mech. A massive explosion of energy erupts from the mech, destroying the surrounding area and creating a crater. Huang Chengnan watches with a sinister smile, marveling at the genius-level destruction from someone with only Earth-stage cultivation. She orders all of her forces to go capture the girl, and they summon their own smaller, beast-like star general constructs. The Wenjiang mech stands ready as the army of smaller constructs charges it, and it slashes through them with its massive blade. The subordinate advises her lord that the troop's strength is limited, and suggests that she, a peak heaven stager, should personally go out. Huang Chengnan scoffs, calling her troops a bunch of useless trash. Two soldiers decide to flank the mech from behind. Wenjiang stands panting after the battle, but he's caught off guard as the chains whip out again, wrapping around its limbs and torso. The chains pull taut, immobilizing the mech. Wenjiang struggles against the restraints, its pilot now breathing heavily. She screams that they are a bunch of scoundrels and unleashes a massive burst of lightning, obliterating the soldiers holding the chains. After the smoke clears, the charred remains of the soldiers stand frozen before crumbling to dust. The Wenjiang mech is panting heavily, but one of Huang Chengnan's elite soldiers appears, clapping and praising the girl's non-peril talent, as expected of the Huang bloodline. The elite soldier appears in a white and gold mech, moving with incredible speed. He tells her it's a pity there's too much of a difference between them, and that she shouldn't blame him for bullying her. He attacks with overwhelming force, and Mayo screams as her mech is thrown back. The feedback from the damage causes a symbol to glow painfully on the back of Mayo's hand. The elite soldier throws her mech through the air, telling her to come out obediently before blasting her with a powerful energy beam. Mayo falls from the sky as her mech disintegrates around her. The illusion resets, and Mayo is once again on her knees on the ground, crying out. She clutches the jade slip, wailing that bad guys came to their house, bullied her, and even arrested her. She cries for her father, asking where he is and why he hasn't come yet. Song Yunxiang observes the scene, noting that Sikong Jing's name tag on the jade slip has stopped glowing. In the illusion, the enemy forces appear again, surrounding the weeping child. Mayo cries that she can't control the mountain guard formation and asks if her father lied to her. Huang Chengnan approaches and asks the little girl for her name. Mayo ignores her, continuing to cry for her father and asking why he hasn't come yet. The subordinate yells at the girl, telling her that their honorable head is asking her something. Mayo glares defiantly, stating that she will not go with them and will wait for her father to come back. Wang Chengnan tells her not to be afraid, revealing that she and the girl's mother's mother are cousins and that no one will hurt her. She invites the girl to come home with her, but Mayo refuses, insisting this is her home and she is waiting for her father. Song Yunxiang realizes that she already knows what the extinguished jade slip signifies. Wang Chengnan orders her subordinate to take the girl, but the subordinate hesitates. The scene freezes, and the illusory world begins to collapse into pixels, then rapidly reorganizes itself. The loop begins again with the father and daughter in the forest. Song Yunxiang concludes that she is just repeating this illusionary world over and over again, counting that this is the 14th time. He confirms his theory that she has been stuck in an endless loop, her inner self forever waiting for the father who never came back. He watches the loop play out again and again, 15 times, 16 times, 17 times, feeling a sense of weariness. He decides that he didn't want to interfere, but this has gone on long enough, and he resolves to enter the illusion himself. He appears in the field as the forces of Wang Chengnan surround the crying Mayo. Mayo looks up, still asking why her father hasn't come yet. A hand reaches out, and with a snap of his fingers, Song Yunxiang declares for them to rise up. 4 massive pillars of light shoot up from the ground, trapping the armored soldiers, who shout in panic as they are encased in blue, crystalline prisons. Song Yunxiang clenches his fist and says to burst, causing the prisons to explode in a fiery blast, incinerating the soldiers within. Wang Chengnan looks on in shock, recognizing the work of a formation master and finding it impossible. A figure descends from the sky, landing gently on the ground and apologizing for being late. Mayo looks up with tears in her eyes, overjoyed, and exclaims that her father is finally here. Song Yunxiang, now in the guise of her father, approaches Wang Chengnan, who recognizes him as Sikong Ying but finds it impossible. She scoffs and lunges forward, telling him that his formation is only good for sneak attacks and is useless against her speed. However, she runs directly into another invisible ceiling formation that he had prepared. She screams in pain as she is blasted back by the barrier's force. As she crashes to the ground, she wonders what happened. Song Yunxiang stands over her, his own spirit form looming behind him, and tells the idiot that as long as his formation is large enough, her speed is irrelevant. He holds a complex, glowing polyhedron in his hand and commands it to collapse, causing the entire ceiling formation to implode, trapping Wang Chengnan and her remaining forces within a shrinking web of light. With a wave of his hand, he commands them to disappear and the formation vanishes, taking them with it. Mayo runs to him, calling him father. She hugs him tightly, crying and wailing that he is awful and so bad for coming back so late. She sobs into his chest, telling him that she thought he had abandoned her. Song Yunxiang, as her father, comforts her, telling her not to worry and that he is fine. Mayo looks up at him, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes, and states that he's not her father. She pushes him away, her expression hardening. She jumps back, pointing an accusatory finger and demanding to know how the fluctuations of his spiritual power changed, asking if he is really her father. Song Yunxiang's spirit form behind him panics, realizing he was careless and forgot to disguise his spiritual power fluctuations. He quickly changes his story, stammering an explanation about inheriting an ancient legacy from imperial tomb guards while in the Tiandu kingdom, which changed his power. Mayo looks at him with a confused expression. He further explains that his spiritual power fused with an elder who had 60 years of battle experience, which is why he seemed more experienced in the earlier fight. Mayo still looks unconvinced, so he quickly adds that he even brought back a gift for her from Tiandu. He pulls out a watermelon, presenting it as barbecued duck. Mayo shouts that it's not barbecued duck but a watermelon, accusing him of trying to deceive her again. He apologizes for the mistake, blaming old habits, and with a flourish, magically produces an actual barbecued duck. Mayo's eyes light up with joy at the sight of the real barbecued duck. She immediately takes a huge bite and exclaims how delicious it is. Song Yunxiang tells her that's not how you eat barbecued duck, then proceeds to create an illusion demonstrating the refined Tiandu method, separating the skin, slicing the meat, and wrapping it in a thin pancake with scallions and sweet bean sauce. Mayo, her mouth watering, asks if they are going to go to Tiandu to eat then. She pleads with him, reminding him of his promise to leave once he returned. Song Yunxiang sighs, realizing he has to see this through, and agrees. He summons a formation that teleports them away. They reappear inside a lavishly decorated room, and Mayo looks around in wonder. They are in the Tiandu kingdom, and Mayo is amazed that ceiling formations can also teleport. Song Yunxiang explains that this is also the Elder's power, and that he used the power of the secret realm's jade core to recreate a Tiandu hotel from his memories. He tells her to stop worrying and just eat. A huge feast appears on the table, and Mayo multiplies into several versions of herself, all cheering at the sight of the food. They all dig in, exclaiming how delicious everything is and that it feels like they are dreaming. Song Yunxiang watches her eat with a gentle smile, his spirit form behind him. After the meal, a very full Mayo sits back in her chair, content. She gets up and runs to him, hugging him tightly. He asks what is it, and she looks up at him, her eyes dissolving into digital particles as she thanks him. The entire illusion shatters into light, and Song Yunxiang stands alone in the room as Mayo's form fades away, his mission complete. He concludes that her innermost desires have finally been resolved and decides to head to the core area to see who else has passed the first trial. He arrives in the core area, a starry void, where he finds a small, chibai-like girl floating in the water. She cries for help from His Holiness. He points at her and commands her to change back to her normal size. With a flash of light, she transforms back into a full-sized woman with blue hair and fins for ears, who thanks him respectfully. He asks her how many people have passed the first trial. She informs him that 4 people have passed and the second trial is about to begin, adding that with His Holiness, that makes 5 participants. She asks if he wants to participate in the second trial, and he asks what it entails. She explains that in the second trial, the participators will fight against the previous hosts of Star Soul General Ao Bing. She clarifies that they will fight a lot of enemies, and once they reach a certain kill score, they will be randomly matched against a clone of a past host. Song Yunxiang asks if the clone is like her, but she explains that she is different, as her body is bound to the jade core of the secret realm, while the clones only have battle data and no emotions or self-awareness. She adds that it's a perfect trial to test lords. He asks if the participants' power will be suppressed to the same stage. She confirms this, stating they will all be suppressed to the stage of the weakest participant. She checks the data and reports that they have all been suppressed to the late Earth stage, causing Song Yunxiang to realize with dismay that he is the weakest one. He quickly changes the subject, guessing that in the third trial, the survivors will fight each other until only one remains. The Guardian is amazed at his wisdom, confirming that is exactly how it is. As she's about to explain the rules for the second trial, she asks if he can please restore her previous dignified appearance. Song Yunxiang scoffs, wondering how that old merman form looked dignified, but agrees to change her to a more interesting appearance. When he asks for her name, she says she doesn't have one, as she is just an AI manager for the realm. He decides to give her a name that will suit her future appearance. With a flash of light, he transforms her. She reappears as a tiny, cute, blue, floating fish-like creature with big eyes. She asks in shock if he is serious. He laughs, telling her she's much cuter now and a better mascot for the secret realm, deciding to call her Little Blue. Little Blue complains that the name is a little too common and asks for something more unique. Song Yunxiang jokingly suggests Dog Egg, Wang Kai, or Taiju. Defeated, Little Blue agrees that Little Blue it is, but complains that it isn't distinguished enough. With another snap, he gives her little antlers and wings. He tells her he's given her the authority to adjust her appearance and dismisses her. He sighs and contemplates the upcoming battle with clones of past hosts, wondering if he should participate. The second trial begins, and 4 floating islands appear in the starry void with 1 participant on each. Lanzu curses his bad luck, realizing Uncle Fa isn't there. He spots another participant, Lan Kun, and yells at the bastard, accusing him of turning the legacy of the merman into a game. Another participant, Hu Yinxing, stands on a separate platform, noting the woman he saw at the ceremony isn't there and wondering if she was the strong person hiding among them. On the 4th platform, Huang Maioyan stands alone, clutching her chest and apologizing to her father. Suddenly, a massive energy blast erupts from a central point. The participants are all startled by the sudden flash of light. A powerful, oppressive feeling washes over them. Little Blue appears, congratulating the participants for passing the second trial and announcing herself as the Guardian. Lan Zhu looks up in disbelief, shouting that the guardian of his people's secret realm is a bighead carp. Little Blue announces that everyone's stages have been suppressed to late-stage Earth rank and that the second trial will now begin. The platforms beneath the participants transform into teleportation pads, dropping them into a gridded battle arena. They are immediately surrounded by a massive crowd of holographic enemies. Hu Yinxing is surrounded and shouts, "Damn!" Huang Maioyan stands calmly amidst the horde. Lan Kun immediately summons his Star General construct and begins fighting. Song Yunxiang watches from a monitoring room, noting that Huang Maioyan is using the Sunu style and still doesn't want to expose her Star General Wenjiang. He decides to use this opportunity to test the new batch of Yuan-style Star Generals and enters the fray. The kill counts for the participants flash on screen. Lan Kun at 126, Huyan Xing at 261, and Lan Zhu at 425, while Huang Maioyan has reached 689. Song Yungxiang, identified as participant number 0, rapidly accumulates 1,000 kill points. He analyzes his own construct, noting that while the output is strong, the burden on spiritual power is enormous. He suddenly senses a new presence and wonders where the monk came from, realizing he must have reached the end of the level and summoned a host clone. A translucent, green, female host clone appears before him, and he finds himself facing off against another contestant's construct. Lan Zhu sees the clone and shouts in excitement, recognizing his big brother Lan Ao. The clone initiates its construct, materializing a massive, green-bladed mech identified as the Lan Ao clone, ninth host of Star General Ao Bing, a master of various weapons. Song Yungxiang's own dark mech faces off against the new, powerful opponent. Chapter 28. In Huyan Fa's illusionary world, he sits nervously across from a bride veiled in red, a wedding feast laid out before them in an ornate, traditional room. The veiled bride softly calls out to her husband. Her hand, adorned in red and gold, reaches out and gently takes his. Blushing and flustered, the bald man, Huyan Fa, stammers that he is here. The bride then suggests that they should go to sleep, leading him by the hand toward the bed. As she sits on the edge of the bed, he reaches out to lift her veil with a trembling hand. A sudden burst of light erupts from beneath the veil. In place of a bride, a small, floating, blue, fish-like creature emerges, surrounded by glowing bubbles. A system message announces that participant number 6, Huyan Fa, has failed the first trial and will be kicked out of the secret realm in 10 seconds. Huyan Fa stares in utter shock and confusion at the creature hovering before him. The creature, seemingly unaware, simply sits on the table as Huyan Fa's form begins to dissolve. The scene shifts to a vast, snowy landscape labeled the northern border, where a small figure shivers. A lonely snowman stands next to a small structure in the snow. Suddenly, the same blue creature bursts from the snow, shattering the illusion. A small character is left sitting in the snow, looking bewildered. A system announcement declares that participant number 5, Zhang Liui, has also failed the first trial and will be ejected in 10 seconds. Outside the secret realm, in a desolate desert ruin resembling a coliseum, Huyan Fa materializes in a shower of red crystal-like shards. Heavily armored mecha guards patrol the area as he appears in the center of the arena. The red crystal structure that brought him there shatters into pieces. Huyan Fa, dazed and blushing with hearts floating around his head, murmurs about his wife. He snaps back to reality, wondering where he is, and if he was dreaming, finding himself in the middle of a large crater. He sits up, still thinking of his wife, when he notices a vision of her lifting her veil, causing him to react with a start. Another person has appeared nearby, surrounded by the soldiers who yell that someone has appeared and that they should notify General Mai Jin. A golden mecha guard points its weapon at Huyan Fa, commanding him to lie down with his hands behind his head and warning that it will count to 3. Huyan Fa quickly stands and raises his hands, identifying himself as Huyan Fa, an elder of the Huyan family, and telling them to wait a moment. He explains that he is a guest invited by General Mai Jin and that they can verify his identity. A soldier whispers to his captain, confirming Huyan Fa's identity and noting that he is at the heavenly stage. The captain, surprised to hear he is at the heavenly stage, quickly orders his men to deconstruct their star generals. The mech power down and retract their armor, transforming back into their human pilots who apologize to Elder Huyan for their disrespect, asking for his cooperation with their investigation. Huyan Fa accepts their apology, stating that he has some questions for them as well. One of the guards informs him that someone else appeared with him and asks if they are enemies or allies. The other guard corrects him, saying it is not a person but what he thinks is a demon. Huyan Fa turns, asking what they mean by a demon. He wonders if it could be the 2 mermen who were fighting each other. They all look down into the crater at a figure cloaked in tattered black robes, lying unconscious on the ground. The figure has pale skin, white hair, and pointed ears, looking unlike a normal human. Huyan Fa wonders aloud who this person is. The scene shifts to the second trial in the secret realm of Ao Bing, where a golden mech is in a futuristic arena. The pilot tells his opponent to wait. A sleek, purple and black mech appears in a blur of motion, slashing at the golden mech, which barely blocks the attack. The pilot of the golden mech, a young man with long blue hair, calls out to his opponent, asking if he is Big Brother Lan Ao. He stands before the larger, more menacing purple mech. He calls out again, identifying himself as Zhu and asking if his big brother remembers him, but the purple mech remains silent. The pilot of the purple mech simply stares impassively. The pilot of the golden mech asks if he is his big brother. The purple mech unleashes a massive wave of blue electrical energy, sending the golden mech staggering backward. The golden mech is thrown to the ground with a loud bang. Zhu realizes that something is not right. His opponent is far too weak to be the real big brother Lan Ao, and his realm seems to be repressed to the peak Earth stage just like his own. The pilot of the purple mech smirks with contempt. The pilot of the golden mech thinks that his opponent just has the appearance of Star General Ao Bing to deceive people, but is actually just a piece of garbage that can't exhibit even 20% of his real combat strength. With newfound confidence, he declares that in that case, he can still fight. He angrily states that his opponent dares to disrespect his esteemed eldest brother Lan Ao, and he will use his big brother's technique to get rid of the imitation. He powers up his blade, announcing the battle technique, Whirlpool Slice, and a massive vortex of blue energy envelops his mech and weapon. The purple mech, however, counters with the exact same technique, also calling it Whirlpool Slice. It swings its own spear, creating a black and blue vortex of energy that clashes with the golden mech's attack. The two whirlpools of energy collide, creating a massive explosion. Elsewhere in the arena, a red mech appears, with a voice announcing a Star Soul general construct. Another participant, a man with long blonde hair, asks what is happening. A system message identifies the new opponent as a clone of Lan Zun, the third-generation host of Star General Ao Bing, a flame master with 2 dragon heads. The blonde man, Huyan Xing, exclaims in annoyance about the flames, thinking his opponent is just showing off. He immediately rushes into battle against the fiery clone. The clone unleashes a barrage of golden energy beams from its dragon heads, but Huyan Xing's red mech dodges them skillfully. The fiery clone pursues relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of flames. Another participant appears, this one in a plain white and gold mech. A woman's voice calls him a nobody as her sleek white mech materializes, announcing a Star Soul general construct. A powerful blue energy beam shoots from its hand, and a system message identifies the new opponent as a clone of Lan Ling, the 5th-generation host, a sword master as cold as frost. The white clone forms ice blades on its feet, skating across the arena floor at incredible speed. It slashes with blinding speed at the participant's mech, trapping it in a whirlwind of icy cuts. Yet another participant is shown facing a crumbling stone construct. A white-haired old man's voice declares another Star Soul general construct. A new, menacing purple mech with 4 whip-like appendages materializes, identified as the clone of Lan Lu, the 6th-generation host, and a bladed whip master who has never acted personally. The old man, observing the fight, muses on whether this is the tentacle master, finding the octopus form rather interesting, and decides to show his opponent something similar. The old man's own green mech begins to digitally construct itself, transforming into a powerful new form called Dragon's Reverse Scale Mode, announcing the name of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. The scene shifts to Lan Kun's second trial in the Ao Bing secret realm, where he looks up in awe. He feels an oppressive presence, wondering who or what it is. He realizes it could be the legendary lord of the Longhai Kingdom, the first host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. Lan Tong, the Emperor of Longhai Kingdom. A magnificent, godlike warrior in golden armor appears, identified as the clone of Lan Tong, the 1st-generation host who created the Longhai Kingdom. The voice announces a construct. The golden warrior transforms into a dark, shadowy version of itself, identified as Emperor Lan Tong's shadow clone, a battle data clone of the 1st-generation Ao Bing. Lan Kun, sweating and terrified, wonders how he could possibly defeat such an opponent. The shadow clone summons 2 dragon-like constructs that lunge at Lan Kun's mech. He screams as he is overwhelmed by the attack, barely dodging an explosion and remarking how close it was. He looks up in shock to see the shadow clone firing a massive energy beam at him, resulting in a colossal explosion. Elsewhere, on the other side of the trial, participant number 0, Song Yunxiang, is fighting. He skillfully deflects multiple attacks from whip-like appendages. His opponent is identified as Lan Lu Ao Bing's shadow clone. Song Yunxiang's own mech is a green, star-colored Ao Bing. The shadow clone stares him down with its glowing purple eye. The green mech with a glowing red eye stares back. The 4 shadow whips lash out, clashing with Song Yunxiang's sword. The 2 mechs are locked in a fierce battle high above the gridded arena floor. Song Yunxiang unleashes a powerful blue energy slash, cutting through the shadow clone's whips. The attack slices through several of the clones that appear, creating a massive explosion that destroys them. The main shadow clone reforms its whips, gathering purple energy. The white-haired old man observing wonders what this is. The shadow clone unleashes a devastating attack, calling out the battle technique Muddy Wave Offensive Slash. The old man wonders if it's a long-distance move and scoffs, saying he will show him a true battle technique. Song Yunxiang's green mech activates its reverse scale mode, unleashing a powerful green energy wave that clashes with the incoming purple attack. Song Yunxiang screams as he pours all his energy into the blast. The two attacks collide in a spectacular explosion of green and purple light. The shockwave creates a massive field of explosions across the arena. The purple shadow clone appears unscathed, looking for its opponent. Song Yunxiang's green mech suddenly appears right behind it, asking if it was looking for him. He bids his opponent goodbye, and multiple green energy cannons emerge from his mech's body, firing at point-blank range. The shadow clone is engulfed in a massive explosion. The victorious green mech is shown, battered but standing, as pieces of the destroyed clone fall around it. The old man observes the victory, noting that it's just a clone and can't unleash more than 20% of the original's power. He remarks that if he had known it would be so weak, he wouldn't have needed to use the power of the Secret Realm's core to create a star-colored Ao Bing, as the Yuan style would have been enough. He activates a Star Solution ability, causing the arena to glow with green light. He muses that Ao Bing is quite easy to use and tells Lan Kun to do his best and not disappoint his high expectations, as whether he can copy Ao Bing this time depends entirely on him. The small blue creature pops up, calling out to His Holiness and congratulating him. It asks in confusion how His Holiness can use the Star Soul General Ao Bing. The old man explains that he used the power of the Jade Core of the Secret Realm. The blue creature is still confused, stating that even with the Jade Core's power, it has never seen this colored version of Ao Bing, and notes that His Holiness seems very skilled at controlling it. The old man chuckles, saying the creature knows a lot, and playfully suggests that after transforming into its mascot-like form, its way of speaking and gestures have become cuter and sillier. The creature asks if it wasn't always like this. The old man tells it to stop talking and show him how the others are doing. The creature agrees, and a large holographic display appears, showing multiple battle scenes. The old man remarks that the fool, Lan Kun, looks to be on the brink of defeat and wonders how he even managed to pass the first part of the trial. The creature asks if it would be possible for it to go there directly to see. The old man says it's possible, but warns it not to randomly interfere. He decides they should go check on Lan Kun's situation first and tells him not to disappoint him. They travel through a vortex of clouds and light. Back in Lan Kun's trial, he is battered and exhausted, coughing heavily. He lies on the ground, holding a green energy orb in his hand, breathing heavily. The old man appears in the sky above him, telling His Holiness that he told him not to interfere. The old man feigns innocence, claiming his hand slipped and he accidentally dropped a pill, not knowing where it went. Lan Kun looks at the pill in his hand, confused. He feels his soul power recovering rapidly, wondering what is going on. He stands up, surrounded by crackling white energy, thinking it's strange but that he now has the strength to fight. He glares at his opponent with renewed determination. Looking up at the Emperor's clone, he holds a strange, remote-like device in his hand. In order to show respect to the former Emperor of Longhai Kingdom, he decides to fight him again, declaring that he will use his Star Soul to construct the mass-produced Star Soul General from the Longhai Kingdom. A sleek, silver and green mech materializes around him. The old man watches from above with the blue creature, observing that this is the mass-produced Star Soul General from Longhai Kingdom, and wonders if the guy is finally going to show his true skills. Lan Kun's mech is then seen clashing with the Emperor's clone in midair. The clone of the Emperor smirks, wondering if Lan Kun will use the same attack strategy as before. Lan Kun's mech charges forward, announcing the battle technique, Vortex Strangle. A swirling vortex of blue energy gathers at the tip of his spear. The old man recognizes the technique as the same one that other person used, questioning if the mermaids are so lacking in techniques that they always use the same moves. The Emperor's clone easily catches the vortex attack, deflecting it with its own swirling energy. Lan Kun's mech is thrown off balance. The Emperor's clone retaliates with a powerful blast of golden energy, which is met by a counter-blast from Lan Kun. The two mechs are locked in a fierce exchange of blows. The Emperor's clone kicks Lan Kun's mech away and begins charging a powerful blue energy blast in its chest, announcing the attack, Dragon Roar Cannon. The massive beam of energy shoots across the arena, but the Emperor's clone dodges it with incredible speed. It appears behind Lan Kun and unleashes its own Vortex Strangle attack. The blue vortex engulfs Lan Kun. The Emperor's clone then prepares a counterattack with its bladed weapon. It slices through the vortex, causing a massive explosion that catches Lan Kun's mech. The clone's dragons then unleash their own powerful beam, telling Lan Kun to go to hell. The blue energy beam slams into the clone's own dragons, creating another explosion. The Emperor's clone charges up a massive yellow energy ball in its hand, unleashing it in a wave of power. Lan Kun's pilot, his soul power running low, notes that he should have enough for one more shot. His mech charges its own dragon roar cannon. The Emperor's clone unleashes its own blast in response. The two massive energy beams collide in a blinding flash of light. The Emperor's clone is caught in the explosion and sent flying back. It manages to stop Lan Kun's final attack by blocking his spear with its own staff, locking them in a stalemate. Lan Kun screams with effort as their weapons clash. The old man watches, calling Lan Kun a fool and noting that in that moment of exchanging blows, if he had disassembled and reconstructed his star general instantly, he would have won. He laments that young people always think they can be invincible with just momentum and passion. He decides to take a look at what's happening with the others. He and the blue creature observe multiple holographic screens. He notes that, as expected, the holy stager has won easily. He sees another fight and observes that although the kid is still fighting hard, he seems to have gradually gained the upper hand. He comments that this guy has a nasty temper and is deliberately messing with his opponent despite being capable of winning. The blue creature points out that the other few are just keeping up with the trial. It asks the old man, whom it calls Little Blue, if he will ultimately choose between these two mermaids for Ao Bing's next host. The creature reminds His Holiness that he made a promise before. The old man tells it not to worry, as it doesn't matter who he chooses, but he finds the third trial's format of mutual combat to be too boring. He asks the creature if it doesn't think it's too hasty to decide the host of his family's treasure with a simple duel. The creature asks what His Holiness wants to do. It leans in and whispers a plan to the old man. Meanwhile, Huyan Xing's red mech is locked in a fierce close-quarters battle with the flame clone. They exchange furious blows, culminating in a massive explosion of fire and energy. Huyan Xing's mech is sent flying back, dissolving into particles of light. He stands in the void, commenting on what a tough battle it was, and wishing he could fight the original form of the clone. A system message announces that trial participant Huyan Xing has successfully passed the second trial. He materializes on a floating stone platform in a vast, starry space. He looks across the expanse and sees two other platforms, realizing that two other people also passed the second trial. He looks at the other participants, a woman and an old man with a long gray beard, wondering where the old man came from as he hadn't seen him before. The old man notes that the half-merfolk kid is not here, as expected, thinking to himself that he knew the kid was weak. A massive holographic form of the blue creature appears, congratulating everyone who successfully passed the second trial. Huyan Xing is startled, exclaiming what the holy shit was. Lan Kun suddenly materializes on a platform, wondering if that half-merfolk kid caught up. The blue creature announces that everyone should prepare themselves to enter the third trial. The platforms are transported through space, arriving above a war-torn city labeled Longhai Kingdom. They materialize on a grid-like platform above the chaos. They look around, wondering where they are. Lan Kun spots Lan Zuo and shouts his name, calling him a bastard. He immediately lunges at Lan Zuo, kicking him to the ground. Lan Zuo grabs his wrist, asking the fool if he thinks he can be his opponent. He slams Lan Kun's face into the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. The others look on, hearing the sound of the fight. They recognize the warning horn of Longhai Kingdom and realize they are truly there. They see a massive wave of beasts approaching in the distance and realize it's a beast tide. The monstrous creatures swarm toward the city walls. A system message from the blue creature announces that the participants are in the real world's Longhai Kingdom, and the objective of the third trial is to protect the seaport town during the beast wave. They are warned that to prevent them from messing around, they have been fitted with explosive collars and are urged not to leave the trial area without permission. A glowing blue collar materializes around each of their necks and they react in shock. The details of the third trial are explained. They must support the merman soldiers, ensure the evacuation of residents, and eliminate the ferocious beasts. Lan Zuo, still beating up Lan Kun, calls out to the chubby fish to wait for him. The blue creature indignantly asks how he dares be so presumptuous in front of the honorable guardian of the inheritance, and as punishment, it deducts points from him. Numbers indicating a loss of 250 points appear over Lan Zuo's head as he looks on in confusion. He protests, arguing that the trial is meant to determine the host of the Star Soul General, Ao Bing, and questions how a task like this can determine the final winner. The blue creature clears its throat, and the old man looks on, wondering how he should put it. The old man seems to communicate with it, and it announces that it understands. The creature explains that supporting the merman soldiers and evacuated residents will grant them trial points, as will killing the ferocious beasts, and the results from the first 2 trials will also be converted into points. Chapter 29, the ghostly Blue Guardian announces that based on the total scores, it will personally judge Ao Bing's host. It then asks if anyone has any more questions. A blond man steps forward, respectfully asking the Lord Guardian about the whereabouts of his companion, a bald old man named Huyan Fa. The Guardian informs him that trial participant number 5, Huyan Fa, failed to pass the first trial and has been eliminated. The blond man bows, thanking the Guardian for the answers. He receives a bonus of 100 points for his politeness. The Guardian declares that if there are no further questions, the 3rd trial will begin, wishing them all a smooth journey. The trial commences in Longway City, where chaos erupts as citizens flee from monstrous creatures. People shout at each other to run faster and abandon their belongings. A large, dark mecha fires a devastating pink energy beam at the fleeing crowd, but a warrior in a red-visored mech steps in, commanding others to form a defensive formation. The beam carves a massive, crystalline red structure out of the ground upon impact, causing a huge explosion. The blast throws the defenders back, leaving them coughing in the dust. Another beam slices through the air, causing a landslide that blocks the city gate, trapping the survivors. The people cry out in despair as the monstrous attacker returns. A massive, bladed, cyan energy projectile suddenly flies in, colliding with the monster's attack in a brilliant explosion. A golden armored figure descends from the sky, landing with a powerful thud that shakes the ground. The figure, identified as Huang Maioyan, raises a glowing blue sword as a score of plus 100 appears beside her. The people on the ground cheer, calling out that the fairy has come to save them and thanking her profusely. As the citizens are saved, an elder among them uses a strange purple lightning power on them, causing them to scream in shock and terror. Their stunned reactions reveal their surprise at the elder's actions. The rescued citizens take the opportunity to flee through the now open city gate, as a display shows Huang Maioyan's trial points have risen to 365. Meanwhile, at the coastal defense line, soldiers in mecha suits battle a horde of large, crustacean-like monsters. The battle is fierce, with many soldiers being overwhelmed. One soldier yells for his comrades to be careful, just before his captain is grabbed and crushed by a monster's claw. Another soldier shouts for someone to save him. Just as the monster is about to finish off another soldier, a double-bladed axe flies through the air and embeds itself deep into the creature's head, killing it. The soldiers look up to see who saved them and spot a new mech with a long, teal ponytail standing on a cliff overlooking the battlefield. They recognize it as one of their own, a second-class warrior of the Longhai Kingdom. Far away in the modern metropolis of Yongan City in the Tiandu Kingdom, an elderly, white-haired man practices with a sword in the courtyard of the Song family mansion. With a final, powerful flourish, he collapses to the ground, then rises, spitting a mouthful of blood as golden energy envelops him. Several men rush to his side, asking if he is all right. The elder Song Bingchuan waves them off, saying that forcing out the old blood was refreshing and that the pill given to him by the kid Yunxiang was truly wonderful. He remarks that he never expected a simple 5-star pill to restore him to this level, then slams his hand against a thick wooden post, leaving a deep handprint. He marvels that not only is his physical pain gone, but he can control his soul power almost freely. He chuckles, admitting that while he thought he'd lost his fear of death, he now eagerly anticipates Yunxiang's life-extending technique. He asks one of his subordinates if there is any news about Yunxiang and the search for alchemy materials. The subordinate reports that according to Yunxiang's last message, he should have arrived at Sand Sculpture City by now, and that Jin's second group is following up on the situation. Song Bingchuan walks away, stretching his muscles and deciding to head back inside. Inside his chambers, he reflects that he never thought he'd have another chance to extend his life, feeling a thrill of excitement. He imagines the shock on the faces of his old rivals when they see him, star-souled General Cao Ren, soaring once more, and declares that he, Song Bingchuan, is coming back to the Emperor's tomb realm. He lets out a booming laugh that shakes the entire mansion. Outside, his subordinates comment on his good mood, with one sagely noting that the phoenix is about to be reborn from the ashes. An older man cautions the others not to be fooled by his current kind demeanor, reminding them that in his youth, he was a fierce and arrogant genius who dominated the entire Tiandu Kingdom. Another adds that he heard from his grandfather that Song Bingchuan was so infatuated with his younger sister that he beat up the former emperor for the empress, but is quickly silenced by his companion. A blond man named Jin, leader of the Shadow Guard's second group, suddenly appears and kneels before them. Song Bingchuan tells him to rise and report on Yunxiang's situation. Jin explains that their spies are deployed in Sand Sculpture City, which has been under martial law since the god-level relics appeared. Although they haven't located Yunxiang, there was a recent fight near the relics involving mermen from the Longhai Kingdom, and they've lost contact with Yunxiang since then. Song Bingchuan orders an elite squad to head to Sand Sculpture City immediately, equipped with the new Star Soul General Talismans from Elder Zhu, to assist Yunxiang at a moment's notice. Jin confirms the order. Song Bingchuan then asks to see what's happening on the ground, and Jin assures him it's possible thanks to the formation talismans Yunxiang provided, which make their spies practically invincible. He then contacts Agent 4632. Near the god-level relics in Sand Sculpture City, a spy confirms his position and prepares to transmit visuals. A beam of light shoots down from the sky into the center of a swirling sand vortex, and the blonde participant from the trial's beginning is ejected, landing hard in the sand. He sits up, laughing in disbelief that he's not dead. He touches his neck, realizing the explosive collar is gone, confirming he was in a secret realm. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the young master, and an old man, Huyan Fa, rushes towards him. The two embrace, and Huyan Fa asks if the young master is all right. The young master, surprised, asks Huyan Fa why he's there, realizing they are at the site of the god-level relics where they were first sucked into the merman's secret realm. Huyan Fa explains that he failed the first trial and was kicked out, appearing at this location and waiting for him ever since. The young master asks how many days have passed, and Huyan Fa replies that only 1.5 days have gone by, suggesting time flows differently in the secret realm. In the background, soldiers have set up an ambush around the relics, but the young master decides they should leave. Huyan Fa mentions that a young demon girl also came out with him, but has been unconscious and was taken by the Mai family's fourth young master, who has taken a liking to her. The young master dismisses the thought that she could be with the merman's group. Huyan Fa then asks how his young master got out, wondering if he was eliminated in the second trial. The young master holds up 3 fingers, stating that he made it to the third trial. Huyan Fa is impressed and asks what the third trial was and how he failed. The young master shudders, recalling the overwhelming sense of death, and saying he never wants to go through that experience again. Back in the Ao Bing secret realm during the third trial, a gray mech with a teal ponytail is seen fighting alongside other soldiers. It is identified as a second-class warrior of the Longhai Kingdom. The mech, piloted by Lan Kun, charges its weapon with electricity and leaps into the air, preparing to strike a monster down. He brings his axe down, slicing the creature in half. Another soldier thanks him, calling him a comrade. As Lan Kun replies that he is welcome, his score tracker lights up with points for the kill and for saving his ally, bringing his total to 330. He uses a grappling hook to swing through the battlefield, observing the chaos. He realizes that earning points is straightforward. Elsewhere, another participant, an old man with long blue hair named Lan Yu Wang, curses that the kid Lan Kun even brought a second-class warrior talisman while he is stuck with a crappy lower kingdom soldier's talisman. He observes 2 other participants in Huiyuan and Huyan family-style mech and decides he needs to find a way to hold them back. He approaches them, proposing a temporary alliance. The warrior in the green Huyan family mech flatly refuses, stating he can't trust a monster who would harm his own people. The red warrior, Huyan Xing, agrees and flies away, ignoring Lan Yu Wang's protests. Lan Yu Wang turns to the remaining participant in the golden Huiyuan mech and asks for his thoughts. The golden warrior remains silent for a moment before also flying off. Lan Yu Wang grumbles about them heading into the city, wondering if protecting citizens is an easier way to earn points. He smirks, deciding that since the highest score wins, all he needs to do is increase his score while decreasing theirs. Meanwhile, Huyan Xing in his red mech engages a small monster, finding it surprisingly tough. He slams his sword into its head, and after a struggle, finally kills it, earning 80 points. His display shows his score as 210. He notes that the beasts are tough and not very susceptible to long-range attacks, then boosts into the air, firing projectiles from his mech. He spots a group of soldiers in trouble and intervenes, saving them. They thank him, recognizing his mech's style as belonging to the lower kingdom and wondering if he is helping them. Huyan Xing's score increases by 50 points for the rescue, and he briefly wonders if he could deliberately endanger people to farm rescue points. He quickly dismisses the dishonorable thought, deciding that even though he has a blood feud with the seafood, mermen, he must still respect fellow warriors defending their homeland. He reaffirms his decision to earn points honorably by killing beasts. He launches a barrage of missiles that obliterate a monster. The soldiers he saved cheer, noting that the red one is helping them and that he is really strong. Lan Kun is also in a fierce battle, getting his mech's arm bitten by a large beast. He cries out in pain as the beast's jaws crush the metal, but he manages to break free and shouts for it to die as he prepares a counterattack. Suddenly, a golden beam strikes the monster from behind, saving him. He looks up in surprise, wondering if it was Uncle Lan Yu Wang who helped him. He sees Lan Yu Wang standing on a cliff and shouts his thanks. Lan Yu Wang smirks, calling him a little idiot for thanking him, just as his own score increases by 80 points. In the distance, a large monster with a gaping maw on its back opens up, glowing with purple energy. From its back, it begins to launch pods that hatch, revealing smaller, spiky creatures. These creatures start glowing, preparing a massive volley of pink energy beams. Huyan Xing and Lan Yu Wang both look on in alarm, realizing the danger as the beasts unleash a devastating barrage. Inside Longwei City, citizens are running for their lives, with some pointing out an airship overhead and expressing gratitude to the fairy who helped them withstand the pressure. Huang Maioyan stands atop a building, her score now at 445. One of her allies warns her that a large number of flying beasts are approaching from the south. A massive swarm of winged, insectoid monsters descends upon the city. Huang Maioyan comments that dealing with such numbers will be challenging and fires a powerful soul beam that incinerates several of them. The monsters retaliate, but she easily dodges their attacks and destroys them with precise shots. A nearby warrior in a golden mech observes her power, noting that her soul power beam is almost as strong as an Origin host star Soul Master's attack. Huang Maioyan senses the power behind the attack that just occurred, realizing it's the same soul power she felt earlier. A new participant, Song Yunxiang, is revealed, having killed a Bilinix beast with a powerful slash from his transforming weapon. His score is now 400, and he muses that a toad beast is worth 80 points while a Bilinix is worth 100, finding the point balancing a bit strange. He soars through the sky, easily dodging the flying beast's attacks and slicing through them with purple energy blades. He continues his assault, wiping out large groups of the monsters with his ranged attacks. Below, the soldiers look up as the beasts fall from the sky, shouting for everyone to protect the people. Song Yunxiang's mech transforms its weapon into a massive red blade and unleashes a powerful slash that wipes out another wave of enemies. The attack also saves a group of soldiers on the ground. The golden-armored warrior wonders if it was the same person who killed the beasts earlier. Song Yunxiang's score only increases by 100, and he wonders why saving the people didn't grant him more points. In the observer room, the old overseer asks the blue spirit about the scoring, and the spirit explains that rescuing the host, is difficult, so it only awards points for saving those who were definitively going to die. The overseer tells it to be more flexible and also pay attention to the two merman soldiers, Lan Kun and Lan Yu Wang. Suddenly, the spirit warns him that something is coming. Flying beasts appear, carrying amphibious monsters over the city walls, dropping them into the streets below. The soldiers on the ground are ambushed, and one calls for help, stating that amphibious beasts have been airdropped into the West 2nd District. Song Yunxiang sees the chaos below and shouts for his weapon to transform. It changes into a bird-like form and dives down, unleashing its sky-breaking claw, a powerful attack that tears through the amphibious beasts, saving a cornered soldier who thought he was done for. From the chaos, a massive wave of dark energy erupts, titled Battle Technique. 7 sky-shattering waves, wiping out all the remaining monsters in the area. The surviving soldiers look around at the aftermath in shock, wondering what just happened. Huang Maioyan notes that the mass-produced Tiandu Kingdom machine is equipped with weapons she's never seen before, possessing terrifying long-range attacks and powerful close combat abilities. She feels an immense power from it, like it was borrowed from an Origin Star Soul general. Song Yunxiang's score skyrockets to 1080. The old overseer remarks that the power is considerable, and the soul power consumption is lower than expected. The blue spirit reminds the overseer that he was supposed to be selecting a hero to protect the merman's future, but now his own score is the highest. The overseer laughs it off, saying it was a rare opportunity for data testing and that generating beasts in the secret realm costs nothing. He then tells the spirit to go monitor the two mermen. Back at the coastal defense line, the indiscriminate attacks from the spawning beasts have ceased. Lan Kun's brother, another merman warrior, approaches him and asks if he's all right. Lan Kun says he's fine and thanks him. Lan Kun realizes this is a good opportunity for a counterattack and rallies the warriors to charge. He looks for Uncle Lan Yu Wang but can't see him. Suddenly, the massive spawner beast begins to glow again. Lan Kun yells for everyone to defend quickly and orders them to protect his brother. The merman soldiers form a defensive wall with their shields as the beast unleashes another devastating barrage of pink energy beams. They withstand the attack, and Lan Kun tells them that the beast will have a moment of vulnerability afterward, urging them to seize the chance to kill it. As the barrage ends, he shouts for them to attack now. His brother leaps forward with his weapon, but Lan Kun intercepts him and takes the lead, yelling for the beast to die. He attacks with his axe, but the monster is not yet dead. He transforms his weapon and plunges it into the beast's core. Just as he is about to finish it, a powerful vortex of purple energy, a battle technique called Vortex Strangle, erupts from the side, striking the beast. It's Lan Yu Wang who laughs maniacally that the kill is his. He swoops in and lands the final blow, stealing the kill from a shocked Lan Kun. Lan Yu Wang stands over the dead beast, his daggers glowing with purple energy, and smirks at his nephew. A system notification shows Lan Yu Wang's score increasing by 300, bringing his total to 120. Lan Kun can only grit his teeth and call him an asshole. Huyan Xing is fighting another spawner beast and shouts for his uncle to watch out. Lan Yu Wang thanks him for the reminder and easily dodges the beast's attack, laughing as he moves away. Huyan Xing finds himself alone against the massive creature. Its armor shrinks to defend against his long-range attacks. He realizes he can't break the armor, and it will be difficult to damage it. Suddenly, the golden Yuan warrior appears, asking what the hell he's doing, and Lan Yu Wang shouts from off-screen for the little bastard from the Huyan family to go to hell, as the golden warrior brings a massive blade down on Huyan Xing. Chapter 30. Huyan Xing's red mech stands surrounded by grotesque, spiky monsters on the coastal defense line of Longwei City, and he demands to know what his opponent is doing. Without warning, a golden armored mech attacks him, and Huyan curses the pilot, recognizing him as a bastard from the Huyan family. The blonde-haired pilot inside the golden mech shouts for Huyan to go to hell, and Huyan recognizes him, calling him a shameless bastard. The golden mech unleashes a powerful yellow energy beam, forcing Huyan's red mech to dodge frantically. The attacker laughs, declaring the attempt useless as Huyan's mech skids to a halt on the ravaged ground. Cursing his opponent, Huyan pilots his mech to leap into the air, evading the immediate threat. Nearby, a colossal monster with pulsating fleshy sacs on its back begins to glow, unleashing a dense barrage of pink laser beams. The red mech weaves through the deadly light show, narrowly avoiding being hit. The pilot observes that there appears to be a blind spot directly beneath the beast and decides to test his theory. The blonde attacker watches with a look of surprise as Huyan's mech is suddenly struck by multiple beams, sending it crashing hard into the ground. Huyan confirms that, just as he expected, the area below the creature is indeed a blind spot for its laser attacks. Preparing for a counterattack, he deploys his mech's shoulder cannons and declares that now his enemy will die. His red machine fires a massive, explosive energy blast that completely annihilates the giant monster. Panting from the exertion, Huyan remarks that it was a close call. A holographic screen appears showing Huyan Xing out of his mech, calculating his score as a system voice announces that trial participant number 2 has scored a total of 790 points, having gained 300 from his latest kill. Now back in his red mech, Huyan fights off smaller beasts, reflecting on the point values, 80 for small beasts and 300 for the medium-sized laser beast. He estimates the flying creatures are also worth about 80 points. His attention is then drawn to an enormous, turtle-like monster looming in the distance. He wonders how many points it could be worth, concluding that defeating it is the key to winning the trial. He begins to formulate a plan, thinking that if he can just lure it over, victory will be his. The scene shifts to North Gate Street inside Longwei City, where a sleek white and green mech carves a path through hordes of monsters. The pilot clears a path blocked by beast corpses and rubble, ordering people to be diverted around the streets. The female pilot counts the remaining threats, realizing there should be more. She spots a winged beast attempting to flee and gives chase, effortlessly slicing it in two with a sweeping blade of blue energy. From a remote location, a mysterious old man in a hood observes the battle on a digital screen, noting that the female pilot is a seasoned veteran, but seems uncharacteristically clumsy when dealing with beast tides. He is surprised by her decision to prioritize protecting civilians and her efforts to avoid collateral damage. In another location, a similarly hooded woman, Huang Maioyan, wonders about the identity of this mysterious participant who fights with such principle. Later, Huang Maioyan, now in her white armor, confronts a cloaked figure who claims to be an ordinary passerby caught up in the secret realm. She retorts that she had a strange feeling earlier and asks if he was secretly following them. The observing old man is surprised, thinking his formation techniques should have concealed him from a holy stager. Huang Maioyan grows more suspicious, accusing the cloaked man of helping the merman escape the dragon-subduing cone back in the god-level relic. and asking if he's an ally of the mermen. The cloaked figure denies any connection, claiming it was his first time meeting them. He suggests they cooperate to repel the beast wave, offering to secure the east gate while she handles the west. As he departs, Hwang Maioyan watches him, sensing a familiarity in his soul power and wondering if he could be a formation master. The old man continues his observation, revealing that he personally wanted to participate in the simulation to test new weapons and to act as a balancing force. He believes the defense line should hold for now. He summons a small, blue, fish-like spirit named Little Blue, who promptly appears and asks for his orders. The old man questions Little Blue about the collapse of the South Gate defense line. Little Blue becomes enraged, complaining that the young master from the Land family is not doing his job. It displays holographic screens showing Prince Lankan in his golden mech, sabotaging his teammates from behind to steal their points. The old man agrees that his behavior is shameless and decides to speed up the trial, ordering Little Blue to initiate the final phase since a sufficient number of citizens have already escaped. Little Blue complies. At the now-collapsed South Gate, a lone mech pilot wonders if the citizens evacuated safely. Suddenly, the colossal turtle beast lets out a deafening roar, shaking the very ground. The pilot is stunned as the giant creature begins to move. Prince Lankan's golden mech appears and attacks the beast, claiming the kill for himself. Huyan Xing, who is nearby, furiously calls him a bastard. Lankan fires on Huyan's mech, mocking him for showing off. Huyan vows to make the stinking seafood pay for his treachery. Lankan dodges Huyan's retaliatory shots and fires what he intends to be a final blast, but Huyan is left confused as the attack misses him entirely. The blast strikes the giant turtle, which is completely unharmed and now enraged. The beast roars, and its command causes all the smaller monsters in the area to turn their glowing red eyes on Huyan's red mech. Huyan realizes the merman has manipulated the situation to get him killed as he is swarmed from all sides, quickly becoming overwhelmed. Other defenders notice Huyan is surrounded and decide they must help him. However, a golden-armored warrior named Wang advises Prince Lankan that this is the perfect opportunity to kill the giant beast for a massive score while Huyan is preoccupied, suggesting they could wipe them all out at once. Wang continues to press his advantage, telling Lankan that his score will be impressive if he kills the giant beast. The prince, however, tells Wang to go himself if he wants the points so badly. Realizing his plan has been discovered, Wang curses his luck and decides to retreat and wait for another chance. Meanwhile, Huyan is on the brink of defeat, believing this is the end. In a flash of movement, Prince Lankan's gray and teal mech appears, saving Huyan from the horde. Lankan's spear carves a glowing blue arc through the attacking monsters. Huyan is stunned to see his rival has come to his aid. Lankan grabs Huyan's mech, pulling him to safety as they stand back-to-back against the swarm. On the city wall, Little Blue reports this development to the old man, who watches the monitor showing the unlikely alliance between the merman prince and the Huyan family's young master. On the battlefield, Huyan thanks Lankan, who simply asks what for. Huyan expresses his disbelief, saying he never imagined he would fight alongside a merman, let alone entrust one with his back. He explains that killing one more beast could buy precious time for the remaining citizens to evacuate before the defense line completely collapses. Lankan questions his motives, reminding him that they are still competing for points in a trial. Huyan replies that he's not even sure if the city and its people are real, suggesting they might all be illusions. Lankan points out that if it is an illusion, Huyan's selfless actions put him at a competitive disadvantage. Huyan firmly states that whether it is real or not, he will uphold his principles to the end because warriors fight to protect their homeland. When Lankan asks if he would do the same for other cities and peoples, Huyan confirms he would. Lankan agrees, stating that all civilians are innocent, and in the face of a common enemy like a beast wave, all races should stand united. After a moment of silence, Huyan concedes that Lankan has a point. Observing this exchange, the old man smiles, deciding that Huyan is the one he's been looking for, a decision with which Little Blue concurs. The scene shifts to the west gate, where Hwang Maioyan stands over piles of defeated monsters, her score displayed as 1910. She realizes that points are only awarded for saving people who were in imminent danger, leading her to a horrifying conclusion. If the trial is based on a real event, then the points represent people who actually died. She vows that such a tragedy must never happen in Zishui cities. A system alert announces the end of the rescue mission and the arrival of a holy stage beast, ordering all participants to the defense line. Hwang Maioyan knows that defeating such a powerful creature is nearly impossible for them at their current level, and decides to observe the situation first. At the south gate, The defenders are being annihilated. Commanders on the wall order their troops to fire massive energy volleys into the horde, wiping out the first wave. A commander then leads his battalion in a desperate charge against the relentless tide of beasts. The cloaked figure stands on the wall and informs Huang Maioyan that a beast wave 1,000 times larger than this one will soon strike the southern wilderness Great Wall. She is incredulous, stating that such an event is unprecedented in Zishui's history. The man explains that the wave will destroy the Great Wall and kill millions. When she asks why she should believe him, he offers to show her the future, projecting his memories directly into her mind using the secret realm's core. She is thrown into a terrifying vision of Yang'an City being destroyed by monstrous holy stage beasts, and she recoils in horror, calling it a living hell. She asks about Quan City's garrison, but the man tells her that no one came to help and all of Shannon was lost. He informs her this disaster will occur in less than 2 months. The timing conflicts with her own plans, and she begins to believe his predictions might be real, feeling an inexplicable sense of trust towards him. She demands proof, stating she cannot mobilize the kingdom's forces based on his word alone. The cloaked man apologizes, saying he cannot provide any evidence. When she presses him for his identity, he thinks to himself that the secret of his rebirth must be protected, so he decides on a deception. He apologizes inwardly to Senior Sikong and mimics Sikong Jing's soul power signature. Huang Maioyan is shocked to feel the familiar energy, and a vision of her father appears before her. Overcome with emotion, she rushes forward to embrace the apparition, crying his name. Back on the battlefield, Prince Lankan unleashes his Dragon Roar cannon attack. He tells Huyan that he can no longer hold back the wave, and that Huyan should retreat to the city wall to provide long-range support while he provides cover. But Huyan is immediately swarmed, and just as he's about to be overwhelmed, Lankan cuts through the beasts attacking him. Lankan admits that his own soul power is nearly depleted. He marvels at fighting alongside a member of the Huyan family, calling him a reliable teammate, while Huyan laments that this will likely be the end of the trial for them both. They gaze up at the approaching holy stage beast, acknowledging their powerlessness against such a foe. Huyan, however, recalls their previous trials and urges Lankan not to give up. Inspired, Lankan declares that as prince, he cannot allow the beast to breach the city walls. Huyan echoes his sentiment, stating that the Huyan family motto is to do the impossible, and he desires to face the strongest enemy, even in defeat. They decide on a final, desperate plan. Lankan will act as bait while Huyan seeks an opportunity for a decisive strike. Huyan accepts responsibility for their predicament, hoping that if any points are awarded, they go to Lankan. They agree and charge into their final battle. The giant beast roars as Huyan draws its fire, dodging a hail of pink lasers. Lankan shouts a warning as Huyan continues to lead the beast and its horde away from the wall. Huyan unleashes a powerful blast at the creature's face, but is shocked when it has no effect. The beast retaliates, hurling a massive shuriken-like weapon. A tentacle shoots out and ensnares Huyan's mech. He is then impaled by numerous thrown spears, his final thought being that at least he wasn't killed by the lesser minions. As Prince Lankan watches in horror, Huyan's mech explodes, his last words entrusting the final outcome to Lankan. Chapter 31. The multi-tentacled beast fires a volley of glowing purple energy blasts from its star-shaped appendages, bombarding the red and gold mech below. The warrior inside the mech is thrown back by a massive explosion that engulfs him completely. He screams in agony as a figure in a sleek blue and cyan mech, wielding a massive spear, descends from the sky. The blue warrior thanks the fallen red one for creating an opportunity, promising his sacrifice would not be in vain. He then launches himself forward, his spear glowing with energy, and impales the giant beast through its core. As the blue warrior fights, another warrior in a tan-colored mech attacks him from the side, shouting in defiance. The tan warrior, Huyan Xing, cackles with glee as he lands a decisive blow, claiming the kill for himself as the blue warrior's mech is damaged. Lan Xing, the pilot of the blue mech, glares in fury from his cockpit, shouting Huyan Xing's name in betrayal. Huyan Xing ignores him, watching as Lan Xing's mech is knocked aside while he stands over the defeated beast. Lan Xing unleashes a swirling vortex of blue energy, his battle technique called Vortex Strangulation, which envelops Huyan Xing's mech. The powerful technique creates a massive cyclone of energy, but Huyan Xing endures it. After the attack subsides, a massive explosion tears through the battlefield. Huyan Xing stands triumphantly, declaring that he has won and the huge score belongs to him. However, Lan Xing's damaged mech still stands, looking defeated. Suddenly, the defeated beast's tentacles lash out, piercing through Lan Xing's mech and causing him to cry out in pain. Huyan Xing watches in shock, wondering what is happening. The world around him seems to dissolve into a dark, starry void. He floats in space, confused as a figure descends from above. He questions where he is, still floating in the cosmic expanse. He notices the glowing blue collar is still on his neck and wonders why the trial hasn't ended. A holographic screen materializes before him, showing his results as participant number 2, Huyan. It details his scores from 3 trials and then applies a massive 10,000-point penalty for being a non-merman, resulting in a negative total score and failure to obtain the inheritance. He stumbles back in the void, confused about what's going on as his head begins to hurt. The scene around him shifts, showing him a desolate, rocky landscape. A swirling portal of blue energy opens beneath his feet, and he asks what this new scene is. Images flash through his mind, showing a great battle and providing him with information about a future beast wave in the southern wilderness near Yang'an City. He floats back into the starry void, laughing weakly and incomprehensibly. His face contorts with a mix of confusion and dawning realization as he processes the fragments of information. He floats alone, questioning the meaning of it all, when a small, cute blue spirit appears before him. The spirit announces that trial participant number 2, Huyan, has been eliminated and will be forcibly kicked out of the secret realm in half a second. Huyan is enveloped in light, his body dematerializing. The small blue spirit muses that it doesn't know why His Holiness wanted to show Huyan those visions, but its task is complete, and it's time to report back. The spirit vanishes, leaving behind a small blue crystal that floats in the void. The scene shifts to the massive defensive wall of Longwei City's south gate, a bleak and cloudy battlefield. A massive fallen beast lies defeated before the wall. An old man with white hair, Sikong, tells a young woman named Huang Mayo that her father didn't really take over this body or get reborn, but that the body's original owner, Song Yunxiang, simply carried a wisp of his residual soul after inheriting his formation technique, which he internally admits is a lie. Huang Mayo looks at him, wondering if it's really her father who has been with her all this time. Sikong continues his deception, claiming that Song Yunxiang accidentally arrived here and activated her father's remnant soul upon seeing her, all while thinking to himself that he must use his acting skills to bluff his way through and secure the strength of the Zishui kingdom. He explains that in this secret realm, her father obtained some permissions for his formations, which is how he was able to appear and meet her, but that they don't know when this wisp of residual soul will dissipate once they leave. Huang Mayo desperately suggests they stay in the secret realm forever, just like they did in the Zikong Mountains, clinging to him tightly. Sikong looks distressed, telling her it's not possible as the residual soul is running out of energy and could dissipate at any moment, even within the realm. He points to the battlefield below, warning her that soon a beast wave 1,000 times worse will engulf the Southern Wilderness United Defense Line. He grimly predicts that 3 years later, the entire eastern continent will be destroyed, with no one, from mortal to heaven stager, able to survive. He claims her father deliberately modified the rules of the third trial to show her this tragic future, hoping to entrust his power to someone truly deserving. Pointing at his own chest, he declares that the young boy named Song Yunxiang is the only person who can change everything, another lie he tells her. He tells Mayo that protecting the continent is his responsibility and that Song Yunxiang has accepted this arrangement, hoping she will treat him as her father's reincarnated self and do everything to help him. He internally marvels at his own rambling, hoping he said enough, while telling her that if this can be done, his remaining soul can dissipate peacefully, worthy of her trust. Suddenly, several flying beasts descend upon the wall, startling Mayo. Sikong declares that the beasts came just in time, providing a perfect opportunity to make his dramatic exit. He raises his hand, gathering blue soul power into a defensive sphere around them. The beasts fire beams of pink energy, which slam into the shield. He tells her he will simulate the particle effects of a figure dissipating with soul power. Mayo calls out to her father, asking what's wrong, as Sikong coughs and tells her he's fine. He explains that blocking the blow exhausted his remaining soul, and he is about to fall into a deep sleep. The beasts fire another volley of energy beams at them. Enraged, Mayo leaps into the air, vowing revenge against those who dared to harm her father. She unleashes a torrent of golden lightning, incinerating one of the beasts in a massive explosion. A new star soul general, sleek and silver with yellow lightning crackling around it, appears and destroys the remaining beasts in a brilliant flash of energy. The pilot of the new mech declares the enemy a damned insect. The smoking remains of the beasts fall from the sky. The pilot of the silver mech asks if his father is all right. The image of Sikong, now translucent and glowing, smiles proudly, saying his little Mayo has grown into a strong person who can help the world, and that as a father he is very happy, all while internally noting that she was always reluctant to use the Wen Zhang Star Soul General, and that deceiving her like this is too much. He vows to find another opportunity to make it up to her. Then his image fades, telling her he hopes she will fulfill his wish. Mayo cries out for her father not to leave her. The glowing particles of the old man's soul dissipate around the silver mech as the real Song Yunxiang stands on its hand, looking confused about where he is and what just happened. He thinks to himself that he escaped successfully, and now all he has to do is pretend to be stupid. His star solution ability manifests as a shower of glowing particles raining down over the city. He lands gracefully on a rooftop. He sees a figure standing in the distance and calls out, asking if it's his father. The figure is Huang Mayo standing alone on a desolate street. Song Yunxiang approaches her, introducing himself and explaining that just before Senior Sikong disappeared, he synchronized the situation into his mind. Huang Mayo remains silent, looking at him with an unreadable expression. Song Yunxiang tells her to forget it and not to call him Senior Huang. The narrative continues as Lan Kun fights the beasts from the trial, dodging their tail whips and energy blasts. An opportunistic Huyan Xing swoops in to steal kills, laughing that the points are his. He uses his vortex strangulation technique on a beast, destroying it. Lan Kun curses him under his breath. Huyan Xing celebrates gaining 500 points, feeling like he hit the jackpot. He dodges another attack, only to see Lan Kun draw the beast's attention. Lan Kun decides to leave the fight to Huyan Xing for now, leaping away from the battle. The beasts turn their attention to him, their flower-like heads glowing with energy. Lan Kun notes that the beasts are very skilled at attacking airborne targets, and if one doesn't time their jumps well, they become an easy target. He dodges a barrage of pink energy beams. He leaps between two of the beasts, declaring that now is his chance. He executes his Dragon Leap Slash, a powerful downward strike of blue energy that cleaves through one of the creatures. The attack creates a massive explosion on impact. He lands amidst the wreckage of the fallen beast. He then unleashes his Dragon Roar cannon, firing a massive beam of blue energy from his spear that obliterates another beast. The cannon blast tears through the creature, leaving nothing but smoke and rubble. A status screen appears, showing trial participant number 3, Lan Kun, with a score of 3060. He pants, realizing he doesn't have much soul power left. Suddenly, a massive bolt of golden lightning strikes the city wall in the distance. Lan Kun looks over, sensing a powerful soul power pressure. He wonders if it's the two powerful individuals he encountered before. A new, powerful Star Soul General lands on the city rooftops, wreathed in smoke and lightning. A small blue spirit floats nearby, watching. The spirit wonders what kind of Star Soul General this is, noting that it seems stronger than Ao Bing. The spirit sneezes cutely. It then huffs indignantly, declaring that Ao Bing is the strongest Star Soul General and others are like chickens in front of him. It then spots the dissipating form of Sikong, recognizing him as his holiness. The last words of Sikong echo as his form fades away, hoping Mayo can fulfill his wish. Huang Mayo, inside her mech, calls out for her father not to leave. The blue particles of Sikong's soul float upwards in a ring. Huang Mayo lands and tells Song Yunxiang that he can call her Mayo. The little blue spirit watches from afar, its face scrunched up in a tearful expression, thinking that his holiness is really good at acting and pleading for him to just be a human. In the digital void, Huyan Xing wakes up confused, wondering where he is and if he failed the trial after being attacked. He grits his teeth in anger. A massive screen appears, mockingly addressing him as the despicable bastard, and listing his abysmal scores, which include penalties for being rude, embarrassing, and not doing his own work, resulting in a negative total and disqualification. He screams in rage, questioning what the negative points mean. A cage of blue light forms around him, trapping him as he struggles. The blue guardian spirit appears, asking him what is wrong. He demands to be let go and asks why he's being locked up. In another part of the void, the spirit appears before Lan Kun, congratulating him on passing the trial. It calls him Lun Kun and asks him what he's doing. It confirms that he is now qualified for the inheritance. The guardian shows him his results, addressing him as the silly and sweet prince, and lists his high scores, including a 5,000-point bonus for taking the wider path, giving him a grand total of 10,980. It officially recognizes Lan Kun as the 10th-generation host of Star Soul General Ao Bing. Lan Kun is surprised to hear he has obtained the qualification. The spirit confirms it and announces the beginning of the inheritance ceremony. A massive surge of blue energy flows into Lan Kun. He screams as the power overwhelms him. Data transfer for Ao Bing is initiated, and the spirit wonders how things are going on the other side of the realm. Back on the battlefield, the Golden Star Soul General unleashes a devastating lightning strike that annihilates the giant beast. Song Yunxiang and Huang Maio stand over the wreckage, with Maio noting that he was able to take down a peak holy stage beast in a single move. They find themselves back in the digital void. Song Yunxiang apologizes, explaining that the late Earth stage is his true power level. Maio's score screen appears, showing she also failed due to the non-merman penalty. Song Yunxiang shows her his own score, which is an impossibly high string of 9s, claiming the little blue spirit made it carelessly. He thanks her for her help. He returns the Milan Star Soul General Talisman to her. He explains that since the Star Master system isn't responding, he can't copy the data, and decides to go check on the merman boy, Lan Kun. He meets the Guardian Spirit, who informs him that the inheritance process is at 99%, with only one final step remaining. The spirit explains that true dragon's blood must be injected into the host to allow them to obtain the ultimate form of the merman. This information triggers a memory for Song Yunxiang, a warning from his second senior sister that humans are descendants of a god, while other races are merely slaves, and that god doesn't like tainted descendants. The Guardian offers to show him where the blood comes from. They travel through a portal to the deepest layer of the secret realm. A futuristic coffin floats in the void, which the Guardian explains is the source of the true dragon's blood. Song Yunxiang, now revealed to be the old man, His Holiness, stands before the coffin, feeling an uncomfortable sensation. The Guardian asks if he wants to take a look inside. The old man asks who is in there, and the Guardian explains it's not quite human, more like a puppet with a living part. He orders it opened. The coffin hisses open, revealing a cybernetically modified female figure in armor. The old man recognizes it as the product of dangerous technology from the northern continent, used by a race unable to cultivate who sought power through body modification. He sternly orders the coffin closed and tells the Guardian they are leaving immediately. He decides against using the blood for now, having an uneasy feeling about the strange thing in the coffin. Meanwhile, Lan Kun wakes up, his body on a digital grid, clutching his head in pain as information about the cold-slaying dragon, Star Soul General Ao Bing, floods his mind. He clenches his fists, feeling the new power course through him, realizing he has truly become the host of Ao Bing. He tries to summon the general, striking a series of strange, dance-like poses, but nothing happens. He looks up in confusion, only to see the old man, His Holiness, watching him with the Guardian Spirit. The old man coughs, and the spirit explains that Lan Kun has become the host. Lan Kun thanks the Guardian, then asks who the old man is. The spirit bows, greeting His Holiness. The spirit then fiercely defends its master, telling Lan Kun to be careful with his manners, as His Holiness is inscrutable and possesses boundless power. The old man tells the spirit not to flatter him and addresses Lan Kun, the son of the Merman King, formally entrusting the power of Ao Bing to him to protect the eastern continent. Lan Kun asks why he can't construct the general, and the spirit tells him it's normal, and he just needs to leave the secret realm to use the power. Eager to try his new abilities, Lan Kun prepares to go out, and the old man says there are plenty of targets outside for him to test his skills on. The spirit goes to inform the others that the trial is ending. At the same time, Huyan Xing, still trapped in his cage, is notified that the secret realm is ending, and he will be forcibly ejected. In another section of the void, Huang Maio is also told she will be kicked out. The old man and Lan Kun prepare to leave as well. Outside the Sand Sculpture City, in the God Stage Relic area, a massive blue vortex tears open in the sky. Soldiers on the ground raise their weapons as golden spears of light shoot out from the portal and crash into the desert. The soldiers' commander shouts that it's the criminals from before and orders all units to assemble and surround them. Chapter 32. As Huyan Xing's futuristic flying boat soared through the sky, he called young Master Jin to express his thanks, stating that he owed him a favor for their recent dealings in Sand Sculpture City. Inside the vessel, Huyan Xing offered to purchase the boat, but Jin, appearing on a holographic display, dismissed the idea and told him to consider it a gift. Huyan Xing accepted gratefully, prompting Jin to remind him of their deal and ask for an explanation of the mysterious events that transpired. Huyan Xing downplayed the situation, saying there was nothing major to report and that his knowledge was likely similar to what the Mai family had already gathered. He speculated that the identities of the mermans had probably been discovered, that Star Soul Ao Bing would soon appear, and that they had found no information on the two mysterious individuals or the demon child, who he guessed was just a slave caught in the middle of everything. Jin praised Huyan Xing's intelligence, but warned him not to feel safe just because he had left the city's influence. Huyan Xing assured him this was his family's creed, and began to explain that the incident started when they encountered two rival groups of mermans, leveraging the age-old feud between his family and their kind to observe the infighting alongside Uncle Fa. When Jin pressed for details about what happened inside the secret realm, suspecting he was hiding something, Huyanzing claimed there wasn't much to tell. He recounted that Uncle Fa had failed the first trial and was ejected, while he himself reached the third trial only to fail and be penalized for not being a merman, which ruined the whole experience. Elsewhere, Mai Jin, having received the same basic information, pondered the merman's secret realm, correctly deducing it was the Soul Jade secret realm of the Longhai Kingdom, connected to the legendary star Soul General Ao Bing. On the call, Huyanzing confirmed that he also considered this a possibility. Mai Jin concluded that one of the trapped mermans was being hunted by the other, and asked about the other people involved. Huyanzing mentioned a brief encounter with two others, but couldn't judge their intentions, speculating they might have been drawn in from the area of the god-level relics. This led Mai Jin to wonder if their true target was not the merman inheritance, but the relics themselves. Huyanzing admitted it was possible they were allies of one of the mermans, but ultimately said he didn't know. Mai Jin decided that the merman who had infiltrated their family was after the god-level relic, and planned to use this information as bait for a trap. Just then, an attendant burst in to announce that the intruders were out, causing Huyanzing to abruptly end the call, citing urgent business. Aboard the ship, his companion Uncle Fa smirked, stating that it seemed the Mai family was about to be in big trouble. He laughed, saying they deserved a lesson for daring to demand payment for the dragon's subduing cone, a treasure that rightfully belonged to the Huyan family. Huyanzing calmed him, saying that retrieving Grandma Jiu's weapon was a blessing, and the price was worth it if it made her happy, before deciding to report the news to his grandfather. The scene shifted to the Huyan fortress in Grey Rock City, built against a volcano, where inside the head's mansion, an elder informed the family head, Huyan Kong, of an incoming call from Huyanzing. The imposing Huyan Kong ordered the call to be connected. Simultaneously, outside Sand Sculpture City, a portal opened in the sky, ejecting several figures into the desert below. A white-haired man and his female companion got to their feet, wondering if they were out, just as a green soul jade emerged from the closing portal. A merman lunged for the jade, vowing not to lose it again, but was brutally kicked away by another man who declared he wouldn't let him have it. The powerful kick sent the merman flying, reverting him to his true form as the victor, a heaven stage powerhouse, mocked his earth stage cultivation. The white-haired protagonist observed this, noting the man's high power level. The victor then trapped the defeated merman in a crystalline prison, inflicting immense pain. The protagonist and his companion sensed the arrival of their enemies as an army of mechs descended upon them, with the commander ordering their death. The protagonist calmly told his companion that it was all up to her now. The woman stepped forward and summoned her star soul construct, unleashing a vortex of energy that stunned the soldiers. A massive, pixelated red warrior materialized in the sky, a model none of the soldiers had ever seen before. The protagonist identified her as the Grand Saint of the Milan Kingdom and warned the army not to attack, claiming an alliance existed between their kingdoms. Confused by the unfamiliar names, the squad leader dismissed it as a trick and ordered his men to capture them alive. The woman's star soul general effortlessly killed the leader with a single blast, enraging the remaining soldiers. It then unleashed a devastating barrage of attacks, wiping out a large portion of the army. The protagonist instructed her to leave some survivors to spread the word and retreat to a designated location. As they flew away, held in the giant construct's hand, he shouted a final threat, promising that the Milan Kingdom would remember this insult. The remaining soldiers, realizing they were outmatched against a heaven stager, decided to blame the dead leader for the disastrous command and report the appearance of the Milan people to their general. Back in his mansion, Mai Jin slammed his desk in fury upon hearing the intruders had escaped. His subordinate reported their claims of being from the Milan Kingdom and their use of an unknown star soul general, adding that the heaven stager had killed over 100 men and taken a piece of the god-level relics. Upon hearing the description of a tall, fierce woman with a mask, Mai Jin identified her as Manhwa, one of the 4 holy saints of Pingshan Shengzong. Enraged, he ordered his forces to prepare an ambush, vowing to capture the criminals that night. Meanwhile, Huyanzing was on a call with his grandfather, Huyan Kong, showing him a holographic image of the dragon subduing cone. Huyan Kong was shocked, recognizing it as the weapon his 9th sister used to kill Lan Ao, and asking if his grandson had encountered the Longhai Kingdom's merman clan. Huyan Xing cryptically replied that it was more than just mermen, promising to explain later. Later, while relaxing with two cat girls, Huyan Xing discussed the experience with an elder, comparing the merman's secret realm to their own family's soul pearl jade realm. He recounted seeing a vivid vision of a beast tide destroying Yong'an City, which the elder speculated might be a glimpse of the future. Huyan Xing then asked his grandfather, Huyan Kong, if they should take action. Huyan Kong delivered a lesson on their family's duty as vassals of the empire, stating they must defend its people from any external threat, be it other kingdoms or fierce beasts. He revealed their long-term goal was to support a true heir to restore the empire, and the Lower Domain Kingdom was merely a pawn in this grand plan. Huyan Xing, understanding, promised to deliver the retrieved dragon-subduing cone and a god-level relic to his grandaunt. After the call, he dismissed his nervous servants reassuringly before flying to an underground volcano to meet his ninth grandaunt, Huyan Wei, the host of Star-Soul General Neja. She appeared from the flames, looking aged, and he asked why she looked older. She explained her lifespan was running out, and she had little hope of breaking through to the next stage. Huyan Kong gave her hope by mentioning that his grandson had found the legendary god-level relic. She expressed that it was still better to prepare a successor for Neja, but he insisted the family needed her. He then presented her with the dragon-subduing cone, which triggered a painful memory of her killing Lan Ao. Learning that Ao Bing's new host was in Sand Sculpture City, Huyan Wei became determined. Ignoring Huyan Kong's pleas, she summoned Star-Soul General Neja, a feat that would consume her remaining life force, and declared she had to see Ao Bing's new host with her own eyes before blasting out of the volcano as a fiery meteor. Back in the desert, the protagonist's consciousness emerged from the red crystal he had been sealed in. The merman, Lan Kun, knelt and thanked his holiness for the help, and the protagonist told him to just call him Old Song. As he touched Lan Kun, a system notification announced it had detected the host of Ao Bing and began copying the Star-Soul General. With the copy complete, the protagonist's female companion, Mayo, emerged from her own crystal, surprised to see her father's consciousness. The protagonist, internally noting that both Ao Bing and Wen Zhang were now within his grasp, decided to seize the opportunity. He sent a voice transmission to Mayo, confirming he was her father, which brought her to tears of joy. He explained that appearing outside the secret realm was consuming his soul, causing her to panic and beg him not to disappear. He told her only a precious soul-restoring pill could save him, and she immediately vowed to find one, using all the resources of the Huang family and even the Empress if necessary. As he comforted her, System detected the host of Wen Zhang and began copying that Star-Soul General as well. After the copy was finished, he thanked Mayo, while Lan Kun watched in awe. The protagonist and Mayo prepared to part ways, with him heading to Sand Sculpture City and her to Zishui Kingdom. He gifted her some low-level pills and used a powerful sealing formation to shrink the large red crystal into a pourable card for her, impressing her with his talent. After she left, he gave Lan Kun a soul jade and explained his plan to sneak into the city. Lan Kun begged to accompany him to rescue his subordinate, Lan Lai, who had been captured by the Mai family. The protagonist agreed, and after burying the frozen Heaven Stage warrior in the sand, they headed towards the city. Inside the Mai family dungeon, guards were on high alert for a predicted night attack, while a red-haired woman was seen in a cell with a sleeping prisoner. The protagonist and Lan Kun used a superior concealment talisman to enter the city undetected during the day. They overheard Mai Jin's men planning an ambush, confirming their intel that Mai Jin was a capable but contentious figure among his brothers. They proceeded to the Mai mansion, where they found Mai Jin's brothers, Mai Tai and Mai Tong, plotting to betray him and seize power for themselves that very night. The protagonist and Lan Kun made their move, swiftly subduing Mai Tai. The protagonist then placed a formation on Mai Tai's heart, threatening to kill him instantly if he didn't cooperate. The terrified young master immediately complied and led them to the family treasury. Once inside, he admitted he only had access to the first floor, unable to reach the pills on the third. The protagonist rendered him unconscious and activated his Star Master system, instantly absorbing all the treasures from the vast room into his system space. Lan Kun watched in utter shock, remarking that His Holiness's methods were truly terrifying. Chapter 33, the doors to the second floor of the Mai family treasury creak open, revealing shelves stacked high with supplies. A man in a blue hood wonders if the metal ingots are alloy materials, but his companion in the dark hood, Song Yunxiang, corrects him, saying they are not. Song Yunxiang observes that the room doesn't have the atmosphere of a treasury at all, but the blue-hooded man declares that this is the true treasury. Song Yunxiang examines the beast core crystals, noting that most are only at the yellow stage, but their quantity is astonishing, nearly matching his entire collection from the southern wilderness. He also assesses the metal ingots as ordinary materials, yet sufficient for refining a cheap machine. The blue-hooded man is amazed by the My family's collection, which must have taken them over a decade, and picks up a high-quality, peak-level yellow stage crystal in awe. He realizes that in the eyes of His Holiness, these are all considered low-grade items, remarking on how truly unpredictable his master is. The blue-hooded man gasps, noticing something, and points out a box in the distance that looks very important. Song Yunxiang's interest is piqued. He examines the box, noting that its material is extraordinary as it can isolate soul power fluctuations. His companion suggests that it must contain something extraordinary and asks if they should open it to take a look. Upon opening the box, a large, brilliant pink crystal is revealed, resting on a white cushion. The blue-hooded man is ecstatic, exclaiming that they are rich and that it's a priceless, complete, crackless crystal. Song Yunxiang, however, remains unimpressed, calling it just an average quality, pitifully small, crackless crystal, questioning why such a good box would contain this piece of junk. The blue-hooded man asks for a moment to check the box further. He rummages through the box's contents, lamenting that such a valuable treasure is unappreciated by His Holiness, wondering just how wealthy his master truly is. He then informs Song Yunxiang that everything else in the box is just cushioning filler. He realizes that these ignorant fools didn't know the box itself was likely worth 1,000 times more than the crystal. Song Yunxiang casually asks his companion if he wants the crystal, offering it to him. The man fervently refuses, stating the item is too valuable and would serve a greater purpose in His Holiness's hands. Song Yunxiang tells him it's okay, as he only wants the box, and tosses the crystal to his companion. He mentions that he's too lazy to pick up something of this quality, as it's not as good as the one a novice named Shangyuan Sr. had, and muses about contacting the Shangyuan family later to borrow some combat power. He then activates his Star Master system, instructing it to collect everything in the room for his system space. A swirling vortex of blue energy appears, absorbing all the items on the shelves, much to the companion's confusion as he feels no spatial fluctuations typical of storage talismans. Song Yunxiang tells him it's time to go. As the energy dissipates, leaving the shelves bare, the companion looks back in confusion. He holds the pink crystal and asks why His Holiness didn't take all of them, questioning if he ran out of space. Song Yunxiang explains that he is leaving them some strength to protect themselves, or even though the lower domain is about to become Tiandu's enemy, he doesn't want to see a fellow civilization left defenseless against beast attacks. The companion is struck by this, wondering if His Holiness treats the demon and human races equally. He concludes that his master's vision is simply too vast. Song Yunxiang tells him to get going to the last floor. He gives his companion a friendly punch on the shoulder, and they head towards the next door. Elsewhere, in General Jin's mansion, a man reports to a woman on a throne, General Mai Jin, that the two from the Huyan family are about to leave their sphere of influence. Mai Jin says it doesn't matter and tells him to let them go, as now is not the time to turn against the Huyan family, before asking about the preparations for the ambush trap in the Zicheng district. The man assures her that the arrangements are almost complete and will be finished before nightfall. He then questions why she hasn't arranged an ambush in the treasury where the god-level relics are, or the dungeon holding the merman prisoners. Mai Jin explains her prediction that their targets would be divided into two groups, the mermen trying to rescue their people, and the Milan kingdom seeking the god-level relics. She condescendingly asks him to use his simple mind and consider if either group would take the bait if they saw the areas were heavily guarded. The subordinate worries they might take the bait but not the hook, resulting in a big loss. Mai Jin scoffs at the idea, stating that the merman prisoners are worthless and the god-level relics are too large to move without a star-soul general. She confidently states that once her three-layered ambush closes in, they won't be able to escape even if they sprout wings. He tells him it's fine and orders him to send a few elite soldiers to change shifts with the guards at the treasury and dungeon before nightfall so they can report as soon as the group appears. The subordinate agrees and takes his leave. Mai Jin smirks, thinking about the Milan kingdom, who not only took her city's relics, but also secretly competed for the merman inheritance, and vows to catch them all in one go. Back in the Mai family treasury on the 3rd floor, Song Yunxiang and his companion enter a vast chamber filled with massive, glowing red crystals. The companion is awestruck by the scale of the room. He looks around in shock, realizing all the crystals are god-level relics. He can't believe they cut and transported the crystals here and wonders how they managed to move such large pieces. Song Yunxiang points out a large freight lift in the distance, suggesting it's large enough for a Star-Soul general to pass through. The companion understands, remarking on the effort put into arranging the relics. Song Yunxiang once again activates the Star Master System, ordering it to store all the God-level relics in the system space. A massive vortex of blue energy engulfs the chamber, and the companion watches in stunned silence. In an instant, every single massive crystal is gone, leaving the room empty, and he exclaims in disbelief that all of them were taken away. They proceed to a door labeled Spiritual Herbs and Pills. Inside, they find rows of containers, and the companion marvels at the wealth of the Mai family for collecting so many spiritual herbs. Song Yunxiang walks past the containers until he finds a specific one. Opening it, he finds several glowing flowers and exclaims that he's found the borderless flower, 6 of them in fact, calling it a pleasant surprise. He promptly uses the Star Master System to store everything in the room. As the room is cleared out by the blue energy, his companion approaches him, holding the pink crystal. He asks Song Yunxiang why, this time he isn't leaving half of the items behind. Song Yunxiang explains that the materials they just took were for mass production machines. Leaving some combat power for self-defense was an act of humanity. However, he continues, the spiritual herbs and god-level relics are what shape top-tier combat power, which in the current Eastern continent is used for fighting between kingdoms. Knowing they will become enemies, leaving them too many top-tier resources would be dangerous for his side. He concludes that he can be kind, but not foolish. The companion is struck by his words, feeling as if he's received enlightenment. Song Yunxiang says it's time to leave and creates a blue energy projection of the room as it was before they took anything. The projection solidifies, showing the herbs and relics back in their places. The companion is amazed, asking if it's a projection created by illusionary techniques. He touches the illusionary wall, remarking on how realistic it looks. Song Yunxiang tells him to pick up the unconscious guard, and that they will toss him at the entrance of the underground floor before leaving. In the Mai family dungeon's 3rd floor, 2 guards are suddenly knocked unconscious. Song Yunxiang and his companion stand over them. The companion, whose name is revealed to be Lan Kun, complains that the crackless crystal is in his way and asks if His Holiness can help store it, acknowledging that such crystals can't normally be compressed into storage talismans. Song Yunxiang agrees, saying he will make a storage talisman for him later, and they walk down the prison corridor. As they walk past the cells, Song Yunxiang suddenly stops, sensing something. He turns towards a specific cell, noting an unusual aura. He realizes the demon girl inside seems extraordinary. He senses that her aura is from someone at the god stage. A flashback shows him in a previous life, unable to break through past the 12th level of the holy stage, lamenting how close yet so far that stage was. Back in the present, he smashes the cell door open. He calls out to Lan Lai, yelling at the bastards who did this and promising to rescue her. However, a chained merman named Lan Lai is surprised to see him, and beside him is the injured and chained form of Lan Kun. Lan Kun groans that he's been found and that it hurts. Song Yunxiang tells him he's safe now and shouldn't speak. He tells Lan Lai not to worry as he won't let them off. Song Yunxiang produces a pill and tells Lan Lai to feed it to Lan Kun to help him recover his mobility. Lan Lai takes the pill, shocked, asking if it's a 3-star pill. He exclaims that its quality is even higher than the premium recovering pills used by the king. Lan Kun protests, saying it's just external injuries and their race's healing ability is strong, calling it a waste of such a precious pill. Song Yunxiang tells him to stop talking and just take it. Lan Lai tells Lan Kun that he, a mere soldier, is destined to have this pill that is even more advanced than those used by the king. He forces the pill into Lan Kun's mouth. Lan Kun is instantly engulfed in a golden healing aura, his wounds sealing rapidly. He is reborn in a flash of light, feeling a new power course through him. He roars with newfound strength, declaring that he has come back to life and that it feels damn awesome. He collapses in exhaustion but is fully healed. He quickly gets up and bows, introducing himself as Lan Lai and greeting His Highness Lan Kun. Lan Kun is amazed by the pill's incredible immortal power. He turns to Song Yunxiang and asks His Highness who this human is. Lan Kun furiously grabs him, yelling at the fool, and explains that this is His Holiness, the master of the guardian of their secret realm. He points out that with just 1 pill, Lan Lai recovered completely, a truly unfathomable immortal-like method. Lan Lai, the now-healed warrior, quickly bows, introducing himself as a 3rd-level warrior of the Longhai Kingdom's royal guard and thanking His Holiness for the rescue, apologizing for his rudeness. Song Yunxiang tells them it's all right and that they should prepare to leave. He turns his attention to the other prisoners in the cells. Lan Kun asks His Holiness if he can save the other demon tribes as well. Song Yunxiang sighs and asks if he's thought it through, pointing out that they can't use the concealment talisman to leave openly with so many people, and that while they are safe in prison, a battle outside would make it hard to save them all. Lan Kun says he knew it would be an unpleasant request, but declares that the demon tribes would rather die than be slaves, and he believes in His Holiness's unfathomable immortal methods to save them. Song Yunxiang agrees but says they need a backup plan. He suggests that for the sake of the demon tribes, they might need to sacrifice Lan Kun as bait, and asks if that's okay. Lan Kun immediately volunteers, and Lan Lai says the same goes for him. Song Yunxiang tells Lan Lai he will go rescue the little ones first, and Lan Kun says he's coming with him. Song Yunxiang stops him from breaking a lock, telling him he makes too much noise and to let him do it. He easily unlocks the door, impressing Lan Kun, who remarks that the power of an immortal is truly unfathomable. Meanwhile, guards march down a red-carpeted hallway. They arrive at the My Family Treasury in the Zicheng district, splitting into 2 squads to set an ambush on both sides. The commander addresses the current guards, stating he is temporarily taking command under General Mai Jin's orders and asks if there has been any abnormality. A guard reports that there was nothing unusual, except that General Mai Tai came by earlier but didn't take anything and left. The commander is surprised to hear Mai Tai's name and decides to go take a look. The heavy vault door opens, revealing a room glittering with treasure. The commander returns to his men, confirming there is no abnormality in the vault's treasures. He dismisses the guards and turns to 2 new elite Earth Stager guards, telling them to change shifts, and that according to General Mai Jin's prediction, thieves will come later to steal the god-level relics. He instructs them to quietly observe the thieves' actions once they enter and report their movements to General Jin, but not to disturb them. In the My Family dungeon, another group of guards moves in to set an ambush. The leader wonders why it's so quiet and where the dungeon guards are. Suspecting something unexpected has happened, he orders 2 squads to follow him into the dungeon to investigate. They find the guards lying unconscious on the floor. The commander orders his men to go check the cells. They check the prisoners, who are all still in their cells. A guard reports that there is nothing abnormal in the dungeon. The commander is puzzled, wondering where the guards went if nothing is wrong, and curses them for causing trouble at a time like this. A subordinate suggests that perhaps the dungeon guards received the notice of the shift change and evacuated in advance. The commander concedes it's a possibility. Unseen by them, the missing guards are trapped inside a shimmering blue queue, trying to call for help, but their muffled cries go unheard. Outside in the Zicheng district, the group of rescued demon slaves, led by Lan Kun and Lan Lai, moves through the streets, hidden by a shimmering concealment field. Lan Lai recognizes the area as the VIP passage to the slave market and asks Lan Kun why they are going deeper into the city. Lan Kun tells him it's the right move, and they will make their move when the guards change shifts. Lan Lai asks why they don't just leave directly from the Zicheng district. Lan Kun explains that with their group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, there's no way they could climb over the wall. He then lays out His Holiness's plan, based on intelligence from the fat guy. Mai Jin is setting an ambush at the north gate, so they will head east to the Zhengcheng district, avoiding the military deployment, and exit through the east gate connected to the slave market. If things go badly, they can take nobles in Zhengcheng hostage for an easier escape, and in a worst-case scenario, they can hide in the slave market, as the demons are considered valuable property there. Lan Lai is amazed by His Holiness's brilliant plan. Among the group, Song Yunxiang is carrying a sleeping girl with red hair. He thinks about how they just casually brought her along, but he didn't expect her to still be asleep. He recalls from his previous life that the system won't accept a host who is asleep or in a coma. He notes her terrifying aura, which raises his suspicions about her true identity. Suddenly, another girl with red hair wakes up and yells at him, asking what he's doing. She shouts at the human to let go of her sister's filthy hands and attacks him with a slash of wind energy, which he effortlessly deflects. The girl is shocked as her sister asks if she's okay. Song Yunxiang nonchalantly offers her a pill. She tells the human to get away, that she doesn't want his things. But then she and the other young demon girls catch the fragrant scent of the pill and are immediately intrigued. Song Yunxiang is walking through a passage linking the Zicheng and Zhengcheng districts with the group. He shushes them to be quiet. The red-haired girl who attacked him apologizes for being rude and asks if what he holds is really a pill. Immediately, the other young girls crowd around, saying it smells so good and asking for a little lick. Song Yunxiang explains that it is a 3-star rejuvenation and recovering pill, a low-level healing item, and tells her to go ahead and take it. The girl is shocked that it's a 3-star pill. She tries to refuse, saying such a precious treasure is too much for her to accept. Song Yunxiang grows tired of the nonsense and forcefully shoves the pill into her mouth, telling her to just obediently swallow it. She swallows it as the other girls watch with disappointment. Green energy swirls around her as she is healed instantly. She feels a wonderful sensation, as if she's in an oasis in an endless desert, and realizes that not only has her body been healed, but her soul feels cleansed. She thanks the great demon god for the miraculous pill and the strange human. The other girls are amazed that all her wounds have disappeared and that her skin seems more radiant. One girl asks if she can lick and taste her now that she smells so good. The red-haired girl is amazed by the human pill and thinks there might still be a way to save their leader. She turns to Song Yunxiang and thanks him very much for the gift, swearing in the name of the great demon god to hunt down 3 enemies for him in exchange for his forgiveness. He tells her there's no need for that. He just didn't want the injured to be a burden to the team. He asks her to take care of the sleeping person on her back as the price for the pill. She agrees, saying it's a done deal and she won't let him down. He then asks if she knows the identity of the sleeping girl. She says she doesn't know, but she can feel that the person's identity is extremely noble. Song Yunxiang thinks to himself that the demon race's intuition is quite sharp. Lan Kun then tells His Holiness that it's time to take action, and Song Yunxiang tells everyone to keep up the pace and not fall behind. They move as one concealed group through the city. They approach the east gate of Sand Sculpture City. People are lining up to leave, and a guard announces that the entrance fee is 200 lower realm coins per person. Song Yunxiang, still concealed with his group, confirms that they are in position and tells Lan Kun to begin. He instructs him to use his Star Soul General Ao Bing to lure the enemy. Lan Kun acknowledges the command and leaps to the top of a tower. He channels his power, shouting, "Star Soul! Construct!" Blue energy particles gather and form into a massive, armored mecha dragon. The Star Soul General Ao Bing is fully materialized. Lan Kun laughs, declaring it's time to make a big fuss. He commands the cold killer dragon to come forth, and the mecha fires a colossal beam of energy into the city, causing a massive explosion. The guards at the gate are startled, wondering what's going on. One identifies the explosion as coming from the inner city area and yells that it's an enemy attack. A swarm of smaller, tan-colored mechs are constructed and fly towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing notes it's only a small group and orders them to follow his lead and aim at the target. The enemy mechs open fire, but Ao Bing easily dodges their attacks. He sees civilians down below and realizes he can no longer use the Cold Killer Dragon's wide-range attack without causing accidental injuries. He instead forms an energy blade and performs a dragon leap slash, cleaving through the enemy mech. An enemy commander shouts for them to increase their firepower and not let him get close. Ao Bing dives through the fray, dodging lasers and destroying more mechs. Guards on the ground realize his combat power is above the profound stage and quickly call for cultivators of the earth stage or above to come for support. Meanwhile, at the east gate, guards are shouting to close the gate due to the emergency. The gate captain declares that no one is allowed in or out. Suddenly, he's impaled from behind. It's Song Yunxiang, who slashes through the remaining guards at the gate while shouting for reinforcements, pretending someone broke through. His concealment on the demon slaves is lifted, and he yells for everyone to get out of the city now. They all make a run for the open gate. The newly arriving guards shout that an accomplice has intruded and not to let them escape. The red-haired girl tells Song Yunxiang to go first. He tells her to take care of herself. She scoops up the children and makes a break for it. Song Yunxiang stands alone, facing the oncoming horde of guards. A guard shouts that only one person dares to block their way and orders him captured alive. They charge at him, thrusting their spears. The guards believe he's trapped in the air with nowhere to borrow force, but Song Yunxiang simply calls them fools. He expertly uses their own spears as stepping stones, leaping over their heads. The commander looks back in shock, realizing too late that he's behind them. Song Yunxiang lands amidst the soldiers and cuts them down in a whirlwind of slashes. An officer notes that his martial arts are unexpectedly superb and orders 2 elite soldiers to deploy their Star Soul Generals to hold him off while he calls for reinforcements. 2 tan mechs materialize to face him. Song Yunxiang knows this isn't the time to construct his own Star Soul General. He must wait for Lan Kun to attract the high-end combat power of the city. At the same time, Ao Bing continues his fight. Lan Kun thinks that according to His Holiness's plan, it's almost time for the high-end combat power to appear. As if on cue, 2 larger, more advanced orange mechs arrive. They are the elite guards from the general's mansion. They demand to know where the thief who attacked the inner city is. They spot Ao Bing flying towards the Zicheng district and give chase. From a nearby rooftop, a concealed Lan Kun watches them go, calling them a bunch of idiots. He reports to His Holiness that he's settled things on his end. On Song Yunxiang's side, he is being pursued by Mech. He leads them through an alleyway and into an open square, where a large number of guards and more Mech are waiting in ambush. A commander tells the thief that he's fallen into their trap, and that even if he's at the heaven stage, they can still kill him here. Song Yunxiang simply laughs. Suddenly, the red-haired horse girl returns, crashing through the soldiers and declaring that she came back to save him. He expresses his thanks, and she tells him to ride on her back so she can take him out. He leaps onto her back, much to her surprise. She tells him to hold on tight as she prepares to speed up. He grabs onto her chest for support, and she blushingly asks where he's grabbing. He retorts that she was the one who told him to hold on tight, and she complains that he should find another place to grab, but he notes there's nowhere else. Sighing in exasperation, she charges forward, shouting that anyone who stands in her way will die. She plows through the soldiers as Song Yunxiang notes that the other kid is still sleeping through all this. He gives her directions, leading her through the streets. They are confronted by the two large orange Mech who shout for them to stop. She complains that he pointed them in the wrong direction, and the Mech pilots laugh that it's a dead end and there's nowhere to escape. Song Yunxiang calmly tells her to prepare for a star soul construct. A surge of blue electricity incapacitates the Mech, and a new, more advanced Ao Bing materializes, this one with a different color scheme. Song Yunxiang wonders why this Ao Bing looks different from the one he's used before. This new, green and red Ao Bing engages the enemy. Song Yunxiang finds he can't activate the reverse scale mode and must use the base form for now. He unleashes a powerful slash attack, cutting through the enemy Mech and flees. The red-haired girl single-handedly takes care of the remaining foot soldiers, her fighting style brutal and effective. Song Yunxiang observes her, thinking it's a pity demons can't use Star Soul generals, but an idea involving a seal formation comes to him. He decides to test it later, then summons his cold killer dragon blade and destroys the last of the Mech. The elite guards arrive and are shocked by his power. He says he's done and it's their turn. He deconstructs his general, and at that moment, Lan Kun's blue Ao Bing appears in the sky and constructs its own cold killer dragon, laying waste to the guards. The Mech pilots are confused, wondering where he is and why they are going back and forth. Song Yunxiang explains to himself that they need these diversions to escape the city's heaven stage guards. In an underground lab, my bio celebrates the completion of a massive golden Mech, though he notes it requires the sole power of 5 heaven stagers to power it. He dreams of mass-producing it and conquering the entire eastern continent. His son, Mai Jin, arrives, reporting that the plan went wrong and the Star Soul General Ao Bing has already appeared in the city. Mai Bio is unconcerned, noting the host is only at the Earth stage, but Mai Jin explains he needs his father's help and the new machine to capture it alive. Mai Bio agrees and names his creation the Ultimate Sand Sculpture King before activating it, ready to capture Ao Bing. Chapter 34 at Song Yunxiang's previous location. A squad of Mech follows a trail of glowing blue particles through the city streets, with the leader noting that their target has appeared in the inner city again and urging them to hurry. One of the soldiers suggests that chasing like this is futile and they should call for reinforcements to surround their opponent, but the commander explains that all available forces are already deployed for an ambush in the Zicheng district. Frustrated, the commander vows that when they finally catch their target, they will make him suffer. Meanwhile, on Lan Kun's side, he stands over the defeated, sparking remains of several Mech, sensing the arrival of his pursuers and noting how fast they were this time. Inside his futuristic cockpit, Lan Kun checks a holographic display, realizing he is now a bit close to His Highness. He decides to head to the second location near the East Gate and activates his star solution, dematerializing into a stream of blue light just as a massive sand serpent creature bursts from the ground. He reappears as a ghost-like figure, flying through the city. The pursuing Mech squad arrives at the scene, panting heavily. The commander, baffled, wonders how their target disappeared again and angrily questions what is going on as his Mech glows with fiery energy. From a high vantage point, the squad looks down at the empty street, questioning why their target is so fast and why they can't catch him. At another location, Song Yunxiang and the red-haired demon horse girl arrive on her back. She stops abruptly, and he asks what is wrong. He asks if she doesn't know the meaning of trot and woe. She looks back in confusion, asking what those words mean. Song Yunxiang realizes she doesn't understand horse-riding commands, which makes sense since the Eastern continent has no such tradition, and internally admits he blurted it out without thinking while enjoying the ride. He quickly covers his mistake, telling her he meant for them to stop as they've reached the planned location. The girl says she still thinks it would be better to just fight them directly, but he explains this is a plan to lure the enemy and take control of the battlefield, with him and Lan Kun using similar Star Soul generals to attract the enemy's high-end forces like a gust of wind. He elaborates that they will wait for an opportunity to observe the enemies while diverting their attention, creating a chance to break through the defenses of the east and north gates to escape. He explains that a direct fight could lead to the appearance of an unexpectedly strong person and result in the loss of teammates like her or Lan Lai. When she asks what he means by similar Star Soul generals, he points out that he is using the Star Soul General Zuo Sai's ability to fool them. He confesses that he is the host of Zuo Sai, whose special ability is to transform into other Star Soul generals, and he took on the appearance of Lan Kun's family's Ao Bing to team up with him. The girl finds this too troublesome and admits that to her, all Star Soul generals look similar anyway. Song Yunxiang is momentarily stunned by her comment. She elaborates that in their eyes, all human Star Soul generals look the same, causing him to facepalm and tell her she isn't face-blind, she's color-blind. He receives a message on his device from Lan Kun, who reports he is in position. Song Yunxiang decides it's time to get to work and activates his Star Soul construct. A green, draconic mech materializes around him, and he unleashes a powerful moonfall slash attack, creating a diversion. A nearby Earth stage team spots the commotion near the north gate and rushes toward it. Another squad sees the chaos and wonders what the hell is going on. A man with long silver hair receives a report that His Highness has already created a commotion at his second location and decides to catch up. He then transforms, summoning his own Blue Star Soul construct. From within the ultimate sand sculpture, King, a man in command receives a report that the Star Soul General Ao Bing has appeared at both the north and east gates in a short time, and that his elite Earth stage guards can't keep up. His subordinate suggests using both gates as high-alert zones and leading the elite guards to set up ambushes. The commander asks his son, Meijin, if he has contacted Meidi, who confirms he tried but couldn't get in touch. He dismisses Meidi as a useless fool, and is informed that the ship is fully charged with soul power and can start now. An old, bearded man with a menacing grin gives the command to listen to him. The massive, bird-like ultimate sand sculpture King activates its engines. Inside, Meijin gives the order to go. The giant aircraft takes off, flying over the desert city. At the sand sculpture city east gate, the defeated mech squad lies on the ground, lamenting their failure. From a city wall, Lan Kun's observer watches the enemy forces below, remarking on how His Highness's plan is working perfectly. He expresses hope that everything goes well for His Highness, though he believes that with his unfathomable techniques, there won't be any problems. Outside the north gate, Song Yunxiang and the red-haired girl are running through the desert when he suddenly sneezes. He wonders who is cursing him, while the girl warns him to be careful, as she feels a murderous aura nearby. She notes that Sand Sculpture City has some skill to have ambushed them so quickly, and he suggests they have some fun with them. He activates his Star Soul construct, summoning his green mech, the Cold Killer Dragon. He tells the hidden enemies to get out of there as he unleashes a wave of energy. The hidden soldiers are shocked that they've been spotted, realizing they cannot afford to lose as they carry the heavy responsibility of completing General Meijin's plan. They decide to call out everyone and capture him together as they all charge forward, with their leader shouting for them to attack. The red-haired girl watches in shock as the army emerges from the sand. Song Yunxiang calmly tells her not to panic and to wait until they all gather. She agrees, and he states it's time to try out an idea he's been thinking about for decades. He activates a formation, trapping the girl and her horse form inside a blue holographic prism. She wonders what's happening, but he tells her not to be nervous, as he just wants to try something. He calls upon his Star Master System to summon a star-colored red flame horse. His system explains the process, using the ceiling formation to create a space with two-layer protection, connecting her star veins with the control of the red flame horse, with the soul power connection provided by him as its host. He completes the fusion, and the girl is enveloped in blue energy, merging with the mechanical horse. She is shocked to find herself controlling the new form, wondering how it's possible when she doesn't have a soul vein. Song Yunxiang smirks to himself. The newly formed centaur-like mech, with the girl as its rider, easily slashes through one of the enemy dragon mechs. The girl appears in a holographic projection beside him, asking how she can still appear there. He explains it's because she is using him as her soul power bank. He notes that this sleeper isn't even awake yet, as the enemy soldiers wonder about the strange horse. One of the soldiers decides to forget it, noting they are already surrounded and urging his comrades to charge for the general's plan. Inside the green mech, Song Yunxiang smirks, confirming that everyone seems to have gathered. He tells the girl to go kill them, and she charges into battle. Her new mech form gallops through the enemy lines, cutting them down with ease. Song Yunxiang observes from his holographic interface, impressed by how quickly the demon horse girl is learning and calling her a born genius for war. He notes that the unmanned star beast's intelligence in automatic combat is poor, lacking adaptability. He orders the cold killer dragon to spray the enemies in the back. A green beam attack shoots from the dragon, forcing the enemy mechs to scatter. One of the soldiers asks if everyone is okay, telling the injured to retreat and the others to reorganize. Suddenly, a dark, winged figure descends rapidly from the sky. It slashes through the captain of the squad. Another soldier cries out, asking if the captain is all right. The dark figure unleashes a flurry of red and green energy slashes, finishing him off. Enraged, the remaining soldiers shout that the captain has been killed and charge forward to avenge him. The blue flame horse mech appears amidst them, cutting them down. Song Yunxiang tells the girl that he'll leave these enemies to her, and she enthusiastically agrees, saying this horse is fun to use. She charges through the remaining forces, unleashing a massive shockwave. High above the city in the Zicheng district, the massive ultimate sand sculpture king arrives. Inside the command center, the generals are at their stations when suddenly a mysterious, veiled woman with long blonde hair and a powerful red mech appears outside the north gate, confronting Song Yunxiang. She asks if he is the current host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing. He notes her woman's voice doesn't sound hostile and observes her immense soul power, identifying her as the host of Nezha from the Huyan family. The woman states he doesn't need to know who she is. She was just entrusted by the previous host of Ao Bing to deliver a message. Song Yunxiang is puzzled, wondering if she mistook him for Ao Bing's host, and asks what the message is. The woman warns him to beware of the doctor. Confused, Song Yunxiang asks which doctor, but she claims not to know. Frustrated, he exclaims, "That's it," and his mech voices his disdain for riddlers. The woman warns him to take back his disrespect, otherwise she'll deny his honor as the host of Ao Bing. He scoffs at the threat, finding it ridiculous, but she insists that mermen value honor the most and questions how the guardian could choose a shameless person like him. To trick her, Song Yunxiang decides to reveal a truth, stating that he is not a merman and this is not Ao Bing. The woman seems to see through him, noting that his Ao Bing is indeed different from others she's seen. He asks who she is, and she demands to know who he is. He explains that his Star Soul General has a special ability to transform into others. He claims that thanks to Dean Gu, he can use the identity of Zuo Sai's host to shift the blame. To prove it, he transforms his mech, which shifts from the green dragon into a red, more demonic form. He asks if she believes him now, but she simply tells him to transform again. Internally, Song Yunxiang notes that she is not easy to fool and that the transformation into Wen Zhang's form is unstable, but he decides to go for it. He transforms again, this time into a white and blue, more regal mech. Then he transforms a third time into a fiery, powerful form with large shoulder cannons. He asks again if she believes him, but she just requests he transform one more time. Frustrated knowing he only has 2 styles left, he decides to go all in. He transforms into a strange, almost comical-looking gray mech and asks if it's interesting, inviting her to come down and talk face to face. The woman says she knows his Star Soul General now. He praises her for seeing through it, sarcastically calling her a knowledgeable holy stager, while thinking that people who jump to their own conclusions are easy to manipulate. She declares he is the host of the Star Soul General Zhang Guolao. He confirms it's Zuo, before catching himself confused. She laughs, saying she was just kidding and asks if it was funny. She mentions she has heard legends of Zuo Sai in recent years, making his gray mech sweat nervously. He laughs awkwardly, calling her funny before dematerializing his mech with Star Solution. He floats in the air, again asking her to come down so he can take her to find Ao Bing's host. She finally lets down her guard, her eyes visible through her veil. Song Yunxiang realizes he finally succeeded. The woman asks about his relationship with Ling Luwu. He is confused by the name. She asks if he isn't a member of the Ling family, explaining that he has the same annoying feeling as him. He introduces himself as Song Yunxiang from the Song family of Yang'an City. She recalls hearing that Song Bingchuan died with his opponent 20 years ago and hopes he didn't fake his death. Song Yunxiang is stunned that she knows his third great-grandpa and seems to be a very old person, despite her appearance. Suddenly, he senses something coming. The massive ultimate sand sculpture king teleports directly into the sky above them. Song Yunxiang is thrown back by the sheer pressure of its arrival. The elders inside the ship are shocked to see a holy stager present. The old leader laments that he tried the short-range teleportation because they were too slow and didn't expect to appear directly here. The mysterious woman notes the stitched-together monster made from beast materials and finds its teleportation ability interesting. Song Yunxiang observes the soul power fluctuations of several heaven stagers coming from the monster and thinks that with Neja here, he can watch the show leisurely. However, the woman's mech begins to glow, and she flies away. Song Yunxiang desperately calls for the senior to wait and help him deal with this thing. She simply says goodbye and vanishes in a streak of fire. He stands alone, muttering seriously as the massive aircraft looms over him. Inside the ship, Meijin reports to his father that the holy stager flew away and seems to have no intention of interfering. The council wonders why the Huyan family's killing god suddenly appeared. Meijin notices Song Yunxiang is charging straight for them. Aboard the ship, an elder declares that without the holy stager, this little earth stager is just seeking death. The elder son apologizes, admitting he too is only an earth stager, as the ship fires a massive energy beam at Song Yunxiang. He summons his green mech and dodges, while his flame horse companion flies towards the beam. The beam strikes the monster aircraft, and it seems to be deflected. Song Yunxiang knows dealing with this holy stage monster will be tricky and thinks about slipping away. His flame horse, Timao, roars in defiance. He tells it to hide, that this is not something it can handle. It dematerializes into a stream of particles that form a protective shield around his mech. The monster fires again, this time a barrage of tracking energy spikes. Song Yunxiang finds them quite troublesome. Timao roars for its master to hurry up, as it will cover him. Song Yunxiang yells at it not to be impulsive. Timao's holographic form tells him not to worry, that it will do its best, as it takes the full force of the attack and explodes. Song Yunxiang can only watch in horror, whispering, "Don't." Timao's red ribbon floats down from the sky as Song Yunxiang's form reappears, enveloped in a sphere of red energy. His eyes glow with red power as his body is surrounded by a massive construct of blue and red energy. The heads of both the monster aircraft and Song Yunxiang's mech are shown in a split screen, both looking shocked. The old leader of the Mai family looks on in terror. Song Yunxiang's new powerful form unleashes a devastating blast of purple energy that rips through the ultimate sand sculpture king, causing it to break apart and crash into the desert below. The wreckage is torn apart by an unseen force. Back at the East Gate, a moment before, Lan Kun faces off against a squad of female warriors led by Mai Zai. They form a hexagonal formation and surround him. Lan Kun notices they are using battle formations from the Tiandu kingdom and that their wheelblade weapons are controlled by consciousness, a technology his kingdom hasn't even implemented on mass-produced machines yet. They attack, and he finds himself surrounded. Mai Zai orders her troops to cut off his limbs. He blocks their attacks, the metal of his armor ringing out. He realizes that since they are all at the same level, his opponents have the advantage in numbers, and plans to wait until their soul power runs out. He sees an opening in their attack pattern. He parries a blade and breaks their formation. He dodges a spinning blade and slices through one of the warriors. As the others react, he summons his cold killer dragon, ordering it to use its dragon roar cannon. The women form a defensive shield, but the beam pierces through the gaps. He then follows up with a dragon leap strike, shattering their formation with a vortex of water energy. Mai Zai stands alone and defeated, telling him to kill her. Lan Kun's pride as a merman warrior prevents him from attacking a defeated foe. As he stands over her, a massive, oppressive aura washes over the battlefield. Mai Zai is shocked by the star soul general she senses. Lan Kun is also stunned, feeling suppressed to the point where he can't breathe. A mysterious, demonic-looking figure appears in his mind, who he identifies as Neja, warning him to beware of the doctor. The oppressive aura radiates from a distant point, and Mai Zai wonders how it's possible for a god stager's Asura to be there. Chapter 35. In the battlefield of Sand Sculpture City's North Gate, a massive, horned, black and red mecha faces off against a smaller green one. A colossal golden winged machine rises from the sand behind the black mecha, which seems to be assembled from multiple parts. The golden machine lunges forward, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Song Yunxiang, observing through a digital interface, realizes with a shock that it's a god stage entity, the legendary sleeping Ping Tian ancestor who has lived for over 400 years. He is excited, realizing he has found the star soul general of a god stager ancestor, but is then confused when he finds himself immobilized by the immense pressure. He wonders if the being is in an unconscious state. The golden beast slams down on the black and red mecha. Inside a cockpit surrounded by a blue energy shield, a young master confirms he's okay after the impact, thanking the elders, but then wonders where his father is. A man with an eye patch watches in terror, remarking that this power is even more terrifying than that other person. His hair standing on end, he declares that they must escape from there immediately. The young master, still in the cockpit, wonders what attacked them and why his father is so scared. He speculates it must be an Origin Star Soul General, at least above the holy stage. As the ground trembles, one of his subordinates asks what they should do. The father, looking terrified, repeats that they must escape, while another subordinate suggests they can get away if someone distracts the enemy. They look at projection of the damaged Ultimate Sand Sculpture King, noting that while the final talisman is still processing, a specific part remains intact. The young master volunteers to stay with the four elders, telling his father to use the remaining part to escape, explaining they will launch attacks to divert the monster's attention. The father agrees, saying it's right and that Sand Sculpture City can't live without him. He declares he will go ahead and orders the others to hold the line. He shouts back that this isn't running away but a tactical retreat. The massive beast roars as the smaller mechs prepare for battle. Song Yunxiang observes from afar, noticing a core unit in the middle of the stitched-together monster. He chuckles, realizing they are trying to escape. The father's mecha charges forward, declaring that now is the time. He believes that as long as they attack this Star Soul General monster, it will buy him the time he needs to retreat calmly. However, as his forces unleash their attacks, they fizzle out into harmless flares before reaching the target. The golden beast ignores the decoy attack and turns away. The fleeing young master, seeing this from his escape pod, wonders what is happening. His escape pod is shown landing far away as he screams, asking why the monster wasn't attacking the decoys and questioning if something went wrong. His subordinates report that the plan failed and the monster is now chasing his father. The young master clenches his fist, declaring that they cannot let his father's sacrifice be in vain and that they will use this opportunity to escape and find a chance to avenge him in the future. One of Song Yunxiang's allies comments on the pity of sacrificing a heaven stager as bait, noting the loyalty of the people in Sand Sculpture City. The father, trapped in the beast's grasp, screams for it not to. The beast crushes him mercilessly. As his body disintegrates into light, he curses his ungrateful kid, realizing he was plotted against. The green mecha pilot is stunned that a heaven stage powerhouse was killed in a single blow. The golden beast, having dispatched its foe, turns its menacing gaze upwards. Its body begins to break apart. It then reassembles into a new, more humanoid form with black, gold, and blue armor, its red eyes glowing. Its core pulses with pink energy. With no enemies left, the mecha turns towards Song Yunxiang, who panics and yells at the Star Master System for a Force-Star solution. A massive pillar of blue, pixelated energy erupts from the desert floor, engulfing the area. Song Yunxiang is thrown back by the force of the blast. The golden mecha looks down as the energy dissipates. The energy vanishes, leaving the massive beast dissolving into sand and revealing a prone, white-haired girl in its skeletal jaws. The girl's eyes flutter open. Song Yunxiang is suddenly beside her in a digital space, waving and asking if she's awake. She finds herself inside a blue, hexagonal energy field with other people trapped in similar fields nearby. She looks at Song Yunxiang, asking who he is and where she is. He introduces himself as Song Yunxiang, explaining they are outside Sand Sculpture City and that he rescued her from the dungeon of the Mai family, then asks who she is. She stares at him blankly before clutching her head, asking who she is and what her name is. She manages to remember her name is Zhang Liui, but says she can't remember anything else. Song Yunxiang grimaces, thinking that her amnesia is good and makes her less dangerous, but it foils his original plan to touch her and copy her Star Soul General. She sits up and asks what he's doing as he reaches for her hand. He stammers that he's checking her pulse, claiming to be an alchemist who knows a bit about pills and herbs. He inwardly wonders why the Star Master System hasn't responded yet, thinking something isn't right. He pauses, realizing something is wrong, and discovers she has actually covered her body with a thin layer of soul power. He laughs nervously, asking her why she covered herself with soul power and calling it an interesting hobby. She glares at him, asking if he is looking down on her protective soul power shield. He quickly denies it, praising her remarkable shield but explaining it's preventing him from touching her skin to check her pulse, and asks if she can remove it. She looks at him and says she thinks that guy said something about men, women, and teaching meaning kissing. Song Yunxiang is utterly bewildered by her statement. She continues, stating that it's right, men and women aren't allowed to have skin-to-skin contact before marriage, and then bluntly asks him if he wants to marry her. Not long ago, outside the East Gate, two figures observe the God Stage power from afar. One recognizes the God Stage presence, wondering if it's the saint ruler from Zishui or the old ancestor from Milan, and questions why it appeared here. The other notes that once the balance of power is broken, then their plans will change. A red-clad warrior with several floating companions says, SHHH, then activates a secret aura concealment technique. They vanish into the wind. The god stage being, Zhang Liui, senses their presence, recognizing the star-souled General Bull Demon King. The figure remarks on the terrifying power of the most infamous star-souled general in the history of the Eastern continent. It is the old ancestor of Pingshan, Zhang Liui, and the red-clad warrior wonders why she is here, recognizing her companion as the host of Zuo Sai. Zhang Liui turns her head, and the warrior realizes she has been spotted. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiang is flustered by Zhang Liui's proposal. She asks if he doesn't want to. He looks at her blonde hair, utterly confused by the turn of events. She asks if he is scolding her. The red-clad warrior communicates with someone named Uncle, saying this situation is not stupid. Zhang Liui again asks Song Yunxiang if he is scolding her. He thinks to himself that he almost forgot she was a god stager who could wipe him out with a snap of her fingers if he angered her. He quickly denies it, and she tells him to let go of her hand if he's not going to marry her, stating she feels fine and doesn't need a pulse check. He agrees and lets go, thinking that whatever she says goes. He laments that he'll just have to find another chance to touch her. She then suddenly recognizes an Emperor Tomb ceiling formation, surprising Song Yunxiang. She touches the air, creating a similar blue energy field. She asks him if he is a guard of the Emperor Tomb. He is shocked, asking how she could know about the Emperor Tomb guard when she has amnesia. She admits she can't remember much, but the information just suddenly popped into her mind, and it seems that she can also perform the ceiling formation, though she only learned a little bit. She easily creates a complex ceiling pattern, remarking that it's very difficult. Song Yunxiang is stunned, thinking that her version is not much different from little Mayo's, and wonders how he could learn it so easily, questioning if he is a genius. He realizes that she can't be a guard, questioning why someone from the Ling family would condescend to be one. She asks him if he also knows about the Ling family. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the name, the Ling family. The red-clad warrior and her companion, who are hiding, are spotted by Zhang Liui, who asks who's there. The two figures flee into the sky. Zhang Liui comments on them being worthless fellows for escaping. Song Yunxiang remarks that as expected of a god stager, her consciousness is very sharp. He thinks to himself that the Neja's host concealment skill is quite good, but she was exposed because her mind was shaken by his words, causing fluctuations in her soul power. He asks her what the Ling family represents, and she asks him why he thinks she is related to them. He asks what she is doing as she leans in close to him. She sniffs him and explains that his body has the same smell as her teacher's. He is confused by her talk of a teacher and a smell, wondering if a heightened sense of smell is a talent of the demon race. She suddenly clutches her head in pain, startling him. She suddenly commands him to kneel down. He is confused, and she asks what happens next, then orders him to turn around. He suspects she's playing a trick on him. She winces in pain and tells him to put his hands back on her and stand up. He agrees and helps her up. She asks where they are going, and he says he's starving and doesn't know. He decides they should meet up with Lan Kun, Lan Lai, and the others first. He notices the red-clad centaur girl, Timao, and calls out to wake her up. She wakes up with a start, wondering if she's dead, but is then surprised to see Song Yunxiang and realizes she's still alive. She questions if the master just saved her, and Song Yunxiang confirms she is perfectly fine. He tells her to stand up, and as she does, she asks what the master wants her to do, telling her to turn around. She stands before him as he tells her, "All right, let's go," and she agrees. They walk off into the sunset. The fleeing red-clad warrior looks back, thinking it was a close call. She mutters about the damn god stage ancestor, realizing that strange boy seemed to have discovered her a long time ago. She notes that he's a mere earth stager, but his consciousness is so powerful, which is really weird. Back with Song Yunxiang, Zhang Liui says she remembers something. She tells him she thinks she remembers her teacher's name. She says the name is Ling Sikwi, and that he is a divine envoy who descended from the sky, an overseer of sleeping gods, carrying out the Star Circle program. A montage reveals lore about 3 overseers who descend at the beginning of each era, one of order, one of justice, and one of freedom, each with their own roles to balance one another. Song Yunxiang, carrying Zhang Liui on his back, asks her how she can talk endlessly about so many irrelevant things if she lost her memory. She says she doesn't know why, but seeing him reminded her of these things. He realizes the legend of the 3 messengers of the gods seems to exist on other continents as well, and also remembers hearing Sen mention the word era. He recalls that according to Tai Yuan's records, the rise and fall of every civilization is called an era, and the current star date is the 41st era. He asks her where she heard all this stuff about the messengers of the gods. She presents a small blue children's book, explaining it's from the new compilation of ancient mythology in the Eastern Continent Illustrated Edition for children, and that it was the first book her teacher ever gave her. He is dumbfounded, asking if all the stuff about eras and overseers is from that children's book. She says no, and explains that's what the teacher said, and the teacher also told her something else, but she can't remember what it was. He gets frustrated, telling her she can't just not remember a time like this. He sighs, thinking she must be an NPC sent by God to give him plot clues. She then interrupts, saying his name and complaining that she's hungry. He tells her to hold on until they meet up with Lankun and the others, but she says she'll take a nap and to call her when the food is ready, promptly falling asleep on his back. He yells at her not to fall asleep. He sighs in frustration as she snores, calling her a damn sleeping god. He resigns himself to the fact that there's no way to copy her star-souled general and decides to just wait and figure it out later. Far behind them, the red-clad warrior follows, thinking about the weird host of Zuo-Sai, the mysterious god-stager ancestor, and the foolish little horse. She decides their senses are too sharp and she can't follow too closely. Meanwhile, in a canyon, a group of beastmen are suffering from thirst and hunger. One of them says to endure a bit longer as a brave merman warrior has gone to find water. A cat-eared girl suddenly spots something in the sky. It's a warrior who lands dramatically and she screams. It's Lankun, who tells them not to be afraid and uses his star solution ability to create a shower of water for the people. The people cheer, recognizing Prince Lankun and thanking him for the rescue. He tells them they are welcome and that he will escort them back to their villages, but then asks if His Holiness hasn't joined them yet. They are confused, and he explains he's talking about the strong man from the human race who helped rescue them. As he speaks, the ground begins to tremble violently. The people panic as a white-haired man shouts for everyone to spread out. Monstrous creatures burst from the sand. Lankun recognizes Ao Bing and warns everyone that these are the beasts lurking in the sand. He tells them to run, but the beasts are too fast. The white-haired elder laments that civilization is indeed the culprit of disaster as the monsters attack. He is